about it, you can support the Hodge Twins at officialhodgetwins.com. Pick you out a Patriot t-shirt or hat today. Got some beard products too. Use discount code CIRCLEBACK. I'll give you 21% off. Yeah. Anyway, today's topic, the NBA. Yeah. I used to be a big fan growing up. Loved basketball, man. Played JV, played varsity. Yeah, that's about as far as it went. Not because I wasn't talented. My grades is too low. No, we did. That damn ADA, what's it called? Attention deficit disorder? Had limitations, man. Anyway, hey, the NBA used to be big time fans. Yeah. I used to, before I got into politics, I was actually a LeBron James fan. Yeah. But when I got into politics, I was like, man, this dude is stupid. He's a loser. Actually, when he beat, I wouldn't call him a loser. No, to me, he's a loser. I mean, he's not a loser, but when he's not a loser. He sees the world differently than we do. I actually cried when you didn't cry. Shut up. Yeah, I did, man. You cried for what? When Cleveland beat Golden State Warriors, man. That's a metaphor, figure speech. Yeah, it's a metaphor. I wasn't crying. It's a figure speech, like kind of when Donald Trump said, "Fight like hell." Figure speech. It doesn't mean to fight like hell. It's a figure speech. But anyway, it's a figure speech, Lefty. The reason why we discussed the NBA because of Mark Cuban, but before I even jump to that, I gave up all hope for the NBA when the players didn't want the owners of the team to be called owners anymore. Yeah. They felt it was racist. They wanted the owners to be called governors. Yeah, like there's no such thing as a racist governor. There's good governors, but there's also some bad governors. I mean, they own the team. They own the coaches. I mean, they don't own you physically. Yeah. I mean, like, let's look at this. Slavery. The owners own the slaves. You can't just walk in and say, "Master, I quit." You can't do that. Today, you could do that if you really want to. You could actually run away, and the owner's not going to stick a bunch of dogs on you and chase you down. He's going to sue your ass. Y'all just dealing with semantics. That's how weak y'all are. You are a commodity. No way. I don't care how you twist it or look at it. It's just semantics. It make you feel better. You are a commodity. Yes. The owner, a.k.a. governor, owns your ass. He owns the coaches. He owns the water bottles. He owns the jerseys. I mean, it's just he owns the building. Yeah, I mean, he owns it. I mean, like I said, if you run away, I'm sure he's going to be pissed, but he's not going to sick dogs on you like they did in the slave days. But anyway, Mark Cuban for this whole year his team, before the games, has not been playing the national anthem. That's what brings, we should all be happy to hear that song because we live in the greatest country and this is the land of opportunity. Yeah. There's millions of immigrants that's non-white trying to get here because of that. Yeah. But they haven't been playing the national anthem, and it was all because of Mark Cuban. Well, just players too, man. I don't know if he was. You think it was the players? They had to do something. I mean, he might have been virtue signaling, but man, come on. He can't be that. It had to have been somebody else's. Haven't y'all ratings suffered enough? Y'all walking around last year? Well, I can't breathe on your shirts. Yeah, keep going. Equality. Keep doing what you're doing. Y'all gonna turn the NBA into the old Negro leagues. It's gonna be black players and black people in the crowd. Yeah, the only white people gonna be there is the ones making money off of you. Y'all want the Negro leagues back? Y'all had Black Lives Matter on the court. Y'all lost a lot of fans that love this country, that gave you this opportunity to make millions of dollars. Yeah, you had in the game hundreds of thousands of white supremacists watching you and paying you money. That was a figure of speech. I was being facetious. They're not really racist. You turn off a lot of white fans, and the way y'all going at it, y'all trying to cancel yourself. And the NBA stepped up. I guess the head owner of the NBA. I don't know what y'all call him. What do y'all call him? He's the Grand Governor. I think not the Grand Wizard. He's the Grand Governor. Right? He said, "No, from now on, the Dallas Mavericks gonna play the national anthem." See, I'm like hip to y'all's game now. Yeah. This was a trick to win back some fans. Yeah, I think this was all planned. Here on the right, we think a lot of you on the left are like stupid. Yeah. But y'all ain't stupid. Y'all got this psychopathic evil.
Yeah.
Evil
Geniuses. Man.
genius behind y'all. I know this was
They're like Megamind. We're going to have this little pool. We're not going to play the national anthem.
Yeah.
And then the owner of the leagues is going to come out and say, you know what? This is America. We're going to play the national anthem for every damn game. That's right, I said it.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban, if you don't like it, you can quit. No, they trying to win back fans.
Nah, ain't gonna work.
Ain't going to work for me either. I ain't watching not one single game.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna support a league full of players that don't love this country. I'm not gonna support a league where the owners are a bunch of woke activists that's actually divide. You're actually not bringing the country together.
Yeah.
You're actually dividing the country.
Painting a picture to a lot of black youth that watch your games that this country is racist.
Yeah.
I mean, the message, y'all, you think you're doing something good, but every road paved to hell has been from good intentions. And your intentions might be good, but you're doing more harm than good. I'm not watching your game. I'm sure a lot of people's not going to watch your games because you've showed everybody how ignorant you are and unappreciative you are to this country.
Yeah, I don't watch. I make sure nobody. Like I had family come over, right?
Yeah.
That's my father-in-law from my wife's side, right? They came over. They was watching. I came home from work, right? I walked in. He was watching the NBA. I was like, "What is this? What are you watching?" He said, "I'm watching the NBA." I said, "Cut that shit off. They ain't getting no ratings in this house."
Yeah, watch that shit on your phone.
Yeah, it kind of upset me that he was watching that in my house. The only reason why I watched the Super Bowl
is because Tom Brady.
Because of Tom Brady.
When he walked into the stadium with no mask, I said, "Man, I hope this guy wins."
Yeah, he's a Trump supporter too. So I was pulling for him because he had a "Make America Great Again" hat in his locker. And I remember one game during the game he called a play, Reagan, on 3 Reagan,
and they ran the ball to the right.
I said, "Man, this is a line right here.
This is a true American hero."
I was pulling for him, and then the quarterback for Kansas City, I forget his name. What's his name?
I don't know.
Mahomes. Yeah, Mahomes. Yeah. He came in the stadium with his mask on. It looked like it was like painted to his face. It was so tight.
It looked like it was a part of his suit. It all matched. He looked nice though, but that mask looked ridiculous.
Yeah, the NBA, y'all suck. I'm sure there's some good patriotic players in that league but that just stay silent. I'm sure there's some good. I mean, I'm not saying that the other people that don't. Yeah, y'all are some horrible people. But I'm sure there's some good coaches, players, leadership.
I don't think so, man.
You don't think so?
I think they're all fools.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right, man.
Hey, don't believe this little trick, this little
Don't fall for it.
They're just trying to grab some fans back.
Yeah, don't fall for it.
That's a liberal trick.
I see some of their ratings. They get more views on House Hunters. You know those 2 annoying twins that's selling houses?
The Property Brothers?
Yeah, people watching that. I shouldn't say annoying.
They're not annoying. They're just bland and dry.
I'm just hating.
You can't, anybody that hosts a show on that network, you got to be real dry. You can't be overbearing like us. They'd never have us on there.
Yeah.
So it won't be about the houses. It'll be about us.
Why did I say annoying? They're not annoying. I'm just hating.
Yeah, you hating on them.
I'm just hating.
You hating on them.
I'm hating on that white privilege they got. Are they white?
They look white to me.
Yeah, they look white enough.
I mean, why would you think they're Mexican?
Hey, you know what? You know what? To black people, I'm black. If you didn't know. To anybody that just like fair skin, you could be from Colombia. You could actually be a Latino, or you could be a
Cuban.
Cuban or whatever.
Or Indian.
But to black people, you white.
Yeah, you just don't know it.
You's a white man. Mark Cuban. Not only are you hurting the NBA, I wouldn't be shocked if you hurting Shark Tank's ratings.
Yeah. On that show, you actually talk with some sense.
Well, kinda.
Canceling the national anthem before
How
a
did
basketball
he make
game.
his billions?
He had some company. This is how he made his billions. He had this company.
An internet company, right?
Yeah, he sold it for billions of dollars. The company ended up going out of business 2 months later. The business wasn't worth anything.
Yeah.
He's on TV and he's grilling people on Shark Tank saying, how the hell is this company evaluated at 2-3 million when he sold a company for billions of dollars that was not worth anything?
Yeah, only in America. In another country, you've been arrested for that. That's capitalism at its finest. If you of all people should be grateful for this country.
Yeah, for you not to play the national anthem at your games after you sold a company that was worth nothing for billions of dollars, and then had the ability, the right to own an NBA team. Yeah, that's how he got the money to own the Mavericks. Take that one deal away from him, he's nothing. You can only do that in America.
President,
Damn! That was a damn good show.
President, the managers are prepared to recess for the evening and to finish our opening statement tomorrow.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Pursuant to Impeachment Rule 16, I make a motion. Statements were attributed to me moments ago by the House impeachment managers. Statements relating to the content of conversations between a phone call involving President Trump and Senator Tuberville were not made by me. They're not accurate, and they're contrary to fact. I move, pursuant to Rule 16, that they be stricken from the record.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. Senator,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
I couldn't hear what he said.
I appeal the ruling of the chair, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President, right here. We might as well hear clearly what the ruling of the chair was. So if you would repeat that.
Of course, I will. And pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, the parties' presentations are not limited.
There you go. It's on now.
Pursuant to Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. The senator from Utah has appealed that ruling. Is that correct?
Yes, I have.
Have you? And the yeas and nays have been requested for sufficient.
And what is the question? Is it, shall the ruling of the chair be sustained? Is that the question?
Yes.
The question is whether the ruling of the chair with respect to
No.
And what, may I ask, is the ruling of the chair? My point was not about whether it's appropriate for them to make characterizations. My point was to strike them because they were false.
the question is whether the ruling of the chair that Senate Resolution 47 applies to this situation is correct.
The question is whether Senate Resolution 47, Section 4, is correct. The parties' presentations are not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution.
Mr. President, that is not my motion. You've ruled on a motion. You've ruled on something that was not what I moved. What I asked was, statements were attributed to me repeatedly, as to which I have personal knowledge because I am the source. They are not true. I never made those statements. I asked that they be stricken. This has nothing to do with whether or not they're based on depositions, which they're not. It's simply based on the fact that I'm the witness. I'm the only witness. Those statements are not true, and I ask that you strike them.
President.
Let him rule.
Mr. President.
No, who's talking? Joe. What is he doing?
The yeas and nays were asked for on an appeal.
Mr. President.
The Senate will vote on the appeal of the ruling of the chair that this.
I never thought that I'd be looking at impeachment highlights, which that's all this is just a 5-minute clip. And the first one I click on, this old fart doesn't know what he's doing. The woman that's got her back to everybody, she's the one that needs to be running this because she's the one telling him what to say. The reason why they're not telling this woman to go up there is because she's probably super partial. And she's already been disqualified as someone who could sit in that seat. But because she's not, now she's just secretary to this guy, and she might as well be the one that's talking because she's feeding him what to say. He didn't even sustain the right thing. Dude, this is fucking... I never thought that I would see a kangaroo court not in America.
Come on.
You're in trouble with the mic, I'm sorry. The yeas and nays have been asked.
Yeah, the yeas and nays have been asked for.
The yeas and nays have been requested.
Let him explain. Please let him explain, Mr. President. Why is it false? What was not false? What was false about it?
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to answer the senator's
debate
question.
is not in order under Senate Resolution 47, Section 4. Party's presentation not limited to the record provided for in Section 1 of that resolution. And that has been appealed. The yeas and nays have been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
She's calling a roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso.
What are you doing?
Mr. Bennett.
Well, point of clarification. What is the question? Yeah, we're not allowed to here. Yes? I suggest the absence of a quorum while we work this out.
Clerk will call the roll. No objection. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Now, as failed negotiator John Kerry continues to deliver what is a cruel and crushing job-killing message to American oil, gas, energy workers.
All right, guys.
Kerry wants everyone to know that despite all the major economic sacrifices you have to make to deliver on his green energy fantasies and his stupid Paris Accord agreement that China and India, they're developing nations, we pay all the money and we meet all the rigid standards, but not them. Under no circumstances, though, can he give up his private jet. He says he has no choice but to fly in his beautiful private jet, I think, to Iceland.
On that issue, pollution, I understand that you came here with a private jet. Is that an environmental way to travel?
If you offset your carbon, it's the only choice for somebody like me who is traveling the world to win this battle.
I'm doing it for the world. I'm sucking it up all for the world. So according to John Kerry, you, American families, we the little people, well, you're going to have your lives destroyed because of Biden and Kerry and AOC's extremist climate fantasies and American oil, gas, energy workers, you know, that have career jobs, that pay six figures, that let them put money away, buy a nice house, new truck, whatever car, whatever they want, live in nice neighborhoods. You're going to lose all that. He is under no such obligation to give up his cushy private plane. It's not for practical for someone like me. Oh, because he's saving the world. What arrogance, what condescension, and are you totally cut off? Are you missing the switch of what life is like for the people that do really make the country great every day? Work hard, play by the rules, obey the laws, pay their taxes, raise their kids, and do pretty much all the hard work and living in the country. Couldn't be more obvious. You might lose your job, but he gets to keep his pollution-emitting private plane no matter what. And, of course, it's not the first time we caught a Learjet liberal in an act of blatant hypocrisy. Yeah, that's Al Gore back in 2007. Getting off his Gulfstream at seats, 12, 14 people, only 2 people on the plane at San Francisco Airport. At the same time, he was making dire predictions about the end of the planet and then jumping into a chauffeur-driven limousine. Here for reaction, this could be priceless. Louisiana Senator John Kennedy. Sir, welcome back. It's been a while. Senator, your take.
Well, Sean, I try to see grace everywhere I can, so while I'm going to say this firmly, I want to say it gently. I think the American people are so tired of being lectured by the managerial elite. The entrenched politicians, the media, the academics, the corporate phonies, the tuna tartar crowd who live in the expensive condos with the high ceilings and the important art on the wall, who think they're better than the American people, who think they're smarter and more virtuous than the American people, and who think they are special and that the rules don't apply to them. I remember the late Marilyn Monroe said one time, she said, if you're going to be two-faced, at least make sure one of them is pretty. And George Burns, a famous comedian years ago, used to say, the key to success is sincerity. Fake that and you've got it made. I'm not saying that Secretary Kerry isn't sincere, and I'm not saying he doesn't care about the environment. I think he does. But you got to walk the walk, man. Respect has to be earned. It's not a participation trophy. And when the Secretary says, look, I'm a busy, important guy, he is, so the rules don't apply to me, you don't earn respect that way. If I were the Secretary, I would respectfully suggest to him that he park the private plane.
Why don't we ground all of the private jets that we, the people, pay for all of these cabinet secretaries? Now, you know this little truth. I don't think most people do know. We've got whole fleets of private jets, don't we, Senator, that we, the taxpayer, pay for, the people of Louisiana pay for? You're talking about walking the walk. Well, if they're going to ram this climate change nonsense, a new Green Deal down our throat, why don't we ground the whole fleet? Maybe we can sell them off, or maybe, you know, if we don't want to sell them, someone else will use them. Maybe we can just, recycle the parts.
Well, I think there are a lot of private planes in the various agencies. I can tell you, for the reason that we just talked about, when I fly back and forth to my home, to my state, I always fly commercial, and I always ride in coach for that reason, because people see you and judge you by your actions. I don't mean to wax too philosophical here, but the famous existential philosopher Sartre used to say, to be is to act, that all we are is the sum of our actions. And what you do is what you believe, and everything else is just conversation. So you do, Sean, have to lead by example. And I
don't
think
buy the premise, though, Senator. I'm not believing we actually have a net reduction in CO2 without the Paris Accords. I see China as emitting more of these gases than anybody. Same with India. And we're bearing the brunt and the burden of the entire world. I'm not buying that.
Well, here's the irony of all of this. The three largest emitters in the world of CO2 are China, #1, the United States, #2, and India, #3. And only one of those three countries has actually reduced over the past decade its greenhouse emissions, and that's the United States of America. I think most Americans believe in an all-of-the-above energy policy. Oil, gas, wind, solar, nuclear, hydrogen, geothermal. But they're also commonsensical enough, Sean, to know that we can't run the greatest economy in all of human history without oil and gas. And I think that President Biden, in that respect, is living in la-la land.
I think I agree. I think he's struggling cognitively, weak and frail, too, which apparently annoys the hell out of the media. Senator, good to see you. Thank you. Walk the walk, John Kerry, and the rest of you liberals.
Hi. I like violence. I know, it's the best, right? I mean, the more violence we have, the safer we are. Organized violence, insurrections, takeovers of the Capitol.
Okay, so this is apparently, he's saying what liberals think all conservatives are like. This is what liberals think conservatives are all like.
Hi. I like violence. I know, it's the best, right? I mean, the more violence we have, the safer we are. Organized violence, insurrections, takeovers of the Capitol, they're all effective ways to uphold the peace. You look tired. Are you okay? I didn't sleep well last night. Why not? Well, the gun that I use as a pillow is kind of hard. Ooh. Yeah, I think I just need to get another gun and put that underneath my other gun pillow for some extra padding, and then I'll sleep better. Have you been watching the news? I don't believe anything the news tells me. They're all corrupt. You must be a conspiracy theorist. Sure am. Me too. Which ones do you believe? All of them. All of them? Literally all of them. Wow. How about you? Same. Anytime a new one comes out, I automatically believe it, and then when I look deeper into it, I only believe it more. No matter what I think. Exactly. And each theory becomes even more believable when it conflicts with a conspiracy theory that I already believe. Then I believe them both even more. Speaking of which, the election? Don't get me started. Do you think there was a little manipulation happening with the vote counts? I don't think so. I know so. Like at how big of a scale? I am confident that all the votes Biden received were fraudulent. Yeah, my estimates are Trump received 100% of the votes. Any other result is obviously fake. There's not a single red-blooded American that would want Biden in office. Good point, but what do you make of the people on video saying, I voted for Biden, and then you see them on video celebrating him being in office? CGI holographic projections made by Antifa. Watch the videos. You'll never see any of their internal organs, and you can't live without internal organs. A heart, liver, rifle, kidneys, you need all of them. CGI. I don't know how to not believe that that's true. Where do you think Trump ranks in the history of world leaders? Well, you got liberals, then you got Stalin, Dick Cheney, Mother Mary, Jesus, then you got God, and then you got Trump. I've seen the fossil records using carbon dating that proves that's true. What's most important to you about America? Free speech. Most important thing. Ooh, why do you love it so much? I just want to use it to hurt people's feelings. Of course. Is there any other use for free speech? Not that I'm aware of. Only thing it's good for. Thank Trump we still have it. Lockdown's been happening for a year now. I strongly don't agree with them. Is that because you think they're a disproportionate response relative to what they're combating, and that you think they're harming society because they're destroying the economy, taking people's freedoms, degenerating human connection, and causing a massive amount of deaths of despair? No, I just want everyone to get sick. Same. Needlessly wanting people to get sick is the only reason I can think of for why people wouldn't agree with lockdowns. I wish I'd lift the damn lockdown so we could enjoy watching more people get sick. I could start going back to my QAnon meetings. Ooh, you're in QAnon too? Aren't we all? I achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. Oh, congrats. Thank you. Oh, you know the Constitution? Love it. And you know how it has amendments? Love them all. And it has a Second Amendment? Love that one too. Oh, you do? Yep. You like all the rights and you also like that right? Yeah. Why? Because I want maniacs to be more dangerous so me and my family can be at a higher risk for a tragedy. You don't support the Second Amendment so you can protect your family in case of danger? No, I don't think guns can be used for that, can they? Not that I'm aware of. Yeah. I'm just trying to get them in the hands of dangerous people. I'm glad that's what we stand for. Do you believe in climate change? Yeah, but only because I want more of it. What do you think we can do to help the world get warmer? Well, I'm starting a Warmer Earth initiative that'll help replace solar panels on people's roofs with piles of burning coal. That's innovative. Yeah, one of my concerns has always been people getting frostbite at the North Pole. But if we can get enough carbon into the atmosphere, then we can melt the polar ice caps, and then we won't have to worry about people getting frostbite at the North Pole. Also, if we start fracking in the oil fields and drilling for oil in the fracking fields, we should be able to make a quantum leap forward in changing the climate. Change is good. What are your views on immigration? Against it. Could you expand? I don't think anyone at any time should be able to immigrate ever again. That's what everyone in our party believes. I also think we should ban tourism. Letting people vacation here from other countries is basically just amateur immigration. Teaches them bad habits. I'm not even sure if I support US citizens being able to live in the US. Good point. Deporting all US citizens would send a very strong anti-immigration message to the world. I'm glad we could clarify what all of us think. Me too. Well, I gotta go pillow shopping. Enjoy being a redneck. I will. What's up, my friend? Hey, thank you for watching this video and welcome to my office. I want to take just a second to invite you to join me on my Awakened Warrior newsletter list for a couple of reasons. One,
Apparently this kid's about to have like a brain tumor removed, and the cop came up and prayed for him.
Father, we just come to you right now, Lord God, asking for your words of encouragement and strength today, Lord God. Lord, we know that it is your will and it has been your divine intervention that has made this day possible and put the doctors into place, Lord God. Lord, be with them in the operating room today, Lord God. Guide their hands, Lord God. Lord, we just pray for Jalen right now, Lord God, that you'll heal his body, Lord God. Heal him from the things that are hindering him right now, Lord Jesus. Lord, you know the things that are going on in his body, Lord God, that no man can understand. But Lord God, we know that your touch and your blood can heal him right now, Lord Jesus. Lord, we just pray for the family, Lord, that you'll guide them and protect them and keep them safe. Give them strength throughout this trying time right now, Lord Jesus. Just let them know that you're with them everywhere they go, Lord. Your words tells us, Lord, that you'll never leave us nor forsake us, Lord. And we call out to you and cry out to you right now, Lord Jesus.
Ew, then they have the guts to flash CBS at the end there. Ugh.
They froze a mannequin. Freezer fraud. That's freezer fraud. Quit yelling. I'll fight you. I'm gonna do a fight. I'll fight you. Really? I'm not scared. I'll flick a plant into your eye. This is the kid's couch, and that badger's skin is now on my neck. I'm disappointed in your wrist size. Mom, I have to tell you who's awesome.
Hold me.
All right, man.
Hold me.
Come on.
Hold me.
Are you serious, man?
Hold me.
I mean,
Hold me.
just run toward the other side, then I will pitch it to you. I thought there was an angel on top of the car, and it was just a mutant goat. Ricky? Where's my bunny? Ricky! I meant to tell you, I forgot what I was going to say. I better sit back down. Crimson DeLowry, the Earl of Transylvania. Fresh Mountain Sweet Roll. Cankle, Chafer, Swell Crotch. I might need to use the bathroom like about that much. Uh-oh. What are you talking about, worms? Seriously. Quit it, guys. Oh no, quicksand. Ah, quicksand. Ah! Can I wipe you? Wipe me? Egg Todd! Egg Todd, it was you! You're going back to your hole. Her heart is fictional. Hey, listen to this fable. Then I said, Cheryl, I think you reversed over the pumpkin. You want me to compute? Everything's worse under a lens. I'll do anything you're asking. Do you have a knife on you? No. I like to pretend I'm a creature of the night. More flavorous. The amazing Zazu. Audio tone golem. Oh, you can feel the wind, man. Oh, the wind. The wind, the wind. Yeah, literally zero wind. Y'all know I used to babysit? I want the Papa Duke's rotten enchilada. Yeah, I'm gonna make love tonight. Hey guy, I don't know your name, but here's some paper. What are humans? We don't know. I made the children cry. You need variety and cheesesteak. Hey, that pottery class, like, it is so fun. You ought to be in it. It's like a fun waste of time, you know? Jazz fingers. X-rated kissing machine. Tetrario typhoid. Just wood sack. Hey, I'm pretty human. Handsome. Kill it! When you're on a team, what is happening? Lost a quarter in my foreskin. Will y'all get my dad?
Sorry, I was talking to a bat. He's gonna be okay.
I really like this. Hey, Snow Blood, Tan Joey, Little Toe Cancer, let's go. No! The slime! The slime! No! No, Odin! Odin, I'll be fine! Yeah, I get it, he's tall and a star and married to a goddess. I'm like, what does he do in the bathtub? What does he do in the bathtub? That is a beautiful crane. That's the XJ8, XJ10. I'm gonna get a crane. Colonoscopy. Go ahead. Huxley Ice Fish.
Quislin Magoo.
Governor Gucci. You are locked in a zoo. What do you do? Hunt. A zoo's got zebras, right? Taco Bell potato pale. Equinus decay.
Tumor stuff.
Street cat. Sponge clump. Glands. Bean money. Enema. Wooden shoelace. Tra-la-la-la-la. Don't be a tool belt.
What?
A tool belt. Like, be yourself.
Oh, okay.
Not a belt. Mild whisper James.
Socks.
Buck Tasty.
Drizzling flamenco baton.
Shalimar Slimps.
Johnny Marvelous.
Hey, his dumplings are down too low. Jeez, how doesn't he get that those dumplings are too low? His dumplings are dangling there. We all know what I do when I go home. You always have got good burps.
Do I really? Yeah? You really think I do? Uh-huh.
On a scale of 1 to 10, easy. I have to survive. Guess why? I'm pregnant. I have to survive.
It was made out of cedar. I know that wood. I was thinking maybe I could read you some Bible verses.
You guys, Johnny Appleseed had a really thin thigh bone. A puny thigh bone.
I'm so humble. Good job, man. I know.
I know one. A snowman?
No, you don't.
Uh-huh.
A snowman, man.
He's right down there.
On. I'm one of those guys where you just laugh and I'll do whatever you want me to do. Grocklin, sandpaper. Baba O'Reilly, bone slaw, duct tape.
Scope snake.
She got pushed in the fountain, then she stabbed her legs. Obviously, she was carrying a lot of assorted tools.
Oh, whoa, Rico, come smell.
There better not be anything stinky. My baby likes to stink. I should be enough. Risk is really risky.
Are we gonna do this today?
Hey, my homies, have you ever seen a frightening toddler baby? He's about to make a Frankenstein. I collect exotic metals. Squatch, honcho.
Tiny morning rash. Borkzimmer Shasta.
Rocket tall, wingnut.
Silky bidet Jorgensen.
Wart candy.
Bow, 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 bow.
Act right and limp, sort of. That's right, limp sort of for your flag friend. Dang it, Wayne, limp sort of.
Hello, what are you dying? Hello, hello, hello. Hello. Oh, hell no, who's that? Who's the new idiot? Who is that? Oh, hell no. I feel quite bad for this weakling. I'm gonna mess with him.
Dang, you're getting some crow's feet. Sorry, man, I'm just playing.
You come back here, kid. Brain cramp, crankling, symbolicious.
Hotel tour, mosaic, quail ovaries.
Ladison, landpiper.
Hotel tour, mansions, whatever.
Dream nuts.
SJ1, awesomer tattoo. Oh, well, may I offer to text your girlfriend? I could show her all the rings. He talked to my girlfriend? That's mean. Boy, that's mean. Tom Brady, that's so mean.
Bingo. You see, heartbreak is like ice on your naughty naughty. It feels good, even though it hurts. Precisely.
I need to pay you in cash. Better warm my towel. I'm a bird.
Oedipus duplex.
Ox twins.
Oopsie, I tore your skin.
Alive in the devil's oven.
When your soul feels sad, just do a little dance.
You know I like to lick everything.
Lip sync when you can't sing.
Why's there no ring up in here when I need it?
You can do anything.
How'd Frank get a frittata?
I'll do anything you're asking. You know I'll bring that crinkly juice. I'm gonna make y'all sing. I'll do anything you're asking. Freckles on the sand. I hurt my skin again.
Is that doll making you nervous?
Yeah, man, it haunts me.
What doll? Are you a doll? Now, what was your question again?
I'll do anything you're asking. You know I'll bring that crinkly juice. I'm gonna make y'all sing. I'll do anything you're asking. Freckles on the sand. I hurt my skin again.
Joe Rogan may be a pretty, mild, reasonable guy. He's fairly libertarian, but he is fairly left on a lot of issues. And so he might, he'll end up coming, and then what happens is, with all of his good intentions, he'll vote for someone who seems moderate, libertarian, which will be further left than the traditional Republican who runs in the area. And then it's just it's a slow process where the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah, didn't someone compare him to Rush Limbaugh today?
Yes. Yeah,
Who was
Washington Post said
My
that
goodness.
Joe Rogan is the next Rush Limbaugh.
It was making
What? Are you kidding me? It's
Do you want to talk about it?
I could see it.
Yeah, I mean,
both bald.
Sometimes. So check us out. Okay, so we do have the story from the Washington Post. It says Rush Limbaugh is ailing, and so is conservative talk radio industry. It's from Paul Farhi. This guy. We know Paul, and in this, he actually brings up this one point about basically the article is saying that talk radio is on the decline, and that means conservatives are in trouble. But he says one very important thing. The shift makes someone like comedian Joe Rogan, a libertarian with a hugely popular podcast, quote, the next Rush Limbaugh, says Paul Matzko, the author of The Radio Right, How a Band of Broadcasters Took on the Federal Government and Built the Modern Conservative Movement. Well, okay, so Farhi isn't himself saying that Joe Rogan is the next Rush Limbaugh, but that is a heck of a statement to be made.
I mean, like, in terms of impact, maybe. I mean, Rush Limbaugh has been a force on the right in conservative
But Joe Rogan's
radio.
not a force on the right.
No, Joe Rogan's not a force on the right, but he is a force.
True.
But, you know, I guess in the idea of influence in talk shows, but Larry King had an influence in talk shows.
yeah, it's a wild stretch. I mean, he could have said Howard Stern. He could have said Larry
Right.
King.
Yeah,
he could have said other
People
prominent
listen to
people.
Rogan like a spiritual guide, kind of like how Rush Limbaugh was.
The problem is
exactly.
Rogan doesn't puppeteer the talking points. He doesn't go along with the agenda. He actually questions things and tries to rationalize them instead of just pushing up propaganda. And that's why he's such a battering ram.
Exactly. That's why it's so dangerous, is because you get someone who inspires you to question the narrative and question things as they are. Questioning authority? Who in authority wants that?
Rush Limbaugh is a conservative with conservative opinions, and when he tells stories and he talks, he's talking. It's not, for the most part.
But you did explain to me as off the show that there's no such thing as the left and right anymore. It is it is the woke cult.
It's the cult and the not cult.
And then the not cult. So right now we're looking at the example of Joe Rogan's part of the not cult. But he has his own cult-like following, if you want to make that comparison. And then, but he's challenging everything within that woke cult for the most part.
Right.
So
yeah. So I guess in that stance, you're probably right. Isn't it the weirdest thing that left and right has nothing to do with? I don't even. You know, look, we were talking earlier. You know, I said there's no real left and right anymore. You agreed. You said it's a horseshoe, and I said it's a Jackson Pollock painting. It's just, I don't know who's what, who's where. So I can come out and be like, all of my, policy positions have been traditional liberal, but I think the Democrats are manipulative and they're lying to people and the media is lying too. And that's a right-wing position, apparently. So I guess that...
I think we'll be all, like, by 2069, we'll be all a homogenized, like, we talk about the mixing bowl. That's when we'll all be homogenized. Everybody literally has a position, takes every single position on everything, like Hillary Clinton.
What do you mean? Like,
she takes a position on everything.
Yes,
yeah. I mean, there are a lot of things where I'm like, I don't know. Keystone Pipeline's a good example. The left says it's causing oil spills, and it's like, okay. And then the right says freight delivery causes more oil spills. So Keystone actually is an improvement. We mentioned this on the show the other day. There's this meme about the U.S. government spent millions of dollars developing a pen that can be used in zero gravity so they can write while they're in outer space. The Russians used a pencil, and then everyone laughs. And these leftists share the meme saying it was such a simple solution and America wastes all this money. And then the new meme now is someone writing a correction saying using a pencil can get particulate matter from the pencil into the air, which can be dangerous for the filtration system and what you are breathing. And so because they need a purified environment, it is dangerous to use a pencil. So the U.S. created a pressurized pen to use in outer space for safety purposes. It makes a ton of sense. When you don't understand and you think you're smarter, the simple solution sounds like it's right. But in reality, it wasn't.
Makes me keep thinking about this, where when a new person goes from California to Texas, they want to impose what they think is right. And often what you think is right isn't. So that's when, like, when you want to push your beliefs, whatever they are, you got to, like, look at history and look at the patterns and think of yourself as part of a pattern.
I just think of myself as a dumbass.
You're not a dumbass, Luke.
Because, again, you have to understand there's a lot of stuff we don't know about. And a lot of people think that they know everything. We don't.
We can
learn about it.
Let's talk about the subtle erosion when it comes to politics. With Joe Rogan being the example of, like, the new right. If we're talking about the left being the cult and the right being the not cult, then yeah, I guess, as strange as it might sound, Joe Rogan may very well be the next Rush Limbaugh. The only difference is Joe is talking to people. He's not, for the most part, getting up there and for hours talking about how he feels about what's going on. So there is a difference. But in terms of policy changes that's going to affect this country, you know, so we're out here in the middle of nowhere. I've gone to a few gun shops, and I was talking to this one guy, and he was saying, oh, we got all these liberals moving in now, you know, because since COVID and the riots, and now they're coming to buy guns. And I'm like, ugh. And I laughed, and I'm like, I'm one of them. And then he gave me this look. He was just like, oh, and I'm like, here's my, you know, former ID from this, you know, very blue place. And I was like, no, don't look at me, man. I'm not voting. And I was like, because I don't know. I lived in this place, and it got bad. And now I'm coming to a new place. I'll defer to you guys. And then he was like, no, just vote for, you know, the people we tell you to vote for. And I was like, I'll just leave it to you. I'm not going to get involved. But here's what happens. Joe's a good dude. He's got a lot of good ideas, and he's fairly rational, right? But he'll come in, and I mean this with the utmost respect. I don't think his intention's going to be, I'm going to turn this place deep blue and make it as bad as California, because he fully understands why California is bad. So he's probably soured on a lot of the policies of California that are deep blue. However, there are probably some things where he's like, look, I like that Texas does a lot of these things, but there are some things I think should change.
Legalize weed. That's
the slow erosion. There's issues pertaining to family. There's issues pertaining to, you know, marijuana, for instance, that can lead to bigger changes down the road. And as an individual person, you might not realize the correlation between one policy and the next. So you might think it's no big deal that I'm saying we should allow or not allow this one particular thing, not realizing it is just one domino being knocked over, which eventually ripples down the line. So let's say you think marijuana should be legalized. You vote for it. Now all of a sudden you get a bunch of dispensaries popping up, and a bunch of industries from California and Colorado, blue areas, move in and set up massive businesses and relocate their employees, sending in more deep blue voters. There's things like that. It's not so cut and dry.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to get Republicans to start smoking weed, and you got no problem, right?
They'll become libertarians overnight.
Yeah.
Psilocybin.
Yeah,
I'm into it.
You know, you just gotta like slowly push that on them. Just be like, it's okay.
Like, you can. I laugh and joke, but like, if everyone took a dose of psilocybin, I think this world would be like drastically altered for the better.
I don't know about
World
for the
peace,
better, man.
Communication,
or they could freak out and have a total like.
That will probably happen.
Again, when you're talking about psilocybin, your own personal decision. Some people have
Yeah.
really great, amazing, eye-opening experiences like Bill Hicks. Some people freak the hell out and have horrible experiences because their self-control is trying to limit their kind of expansion, and they're fighting each other, and that fighting is hurt. It creates a lot of conflict and pain.
This idea that
they're already insane. They're already out
sure.
of control and crazy.
But listen,
so like,
that's oversimplifying war. That's oversimplifying war. We don't have war because someone's just crazy. There are reasons behind why they declare war, and typically it's over resources.
True, you could have
Always
the
resources.
berserkers. The history was they would take like crazy
But
psychoactives and then go into battle.
But the point I'm
so you can have a society that's on psychoactives and violent. So you're right about that.
Right. But no, the point I'm saying is, you said there would be world peace if people did psilocybin.
Well, communication is what really brings it, and
I'll tell you,
learn communication skills.
You could take a world leader and have them take shrooms, and they're still going to say, "But my country needs oil."
Maybe not though. I don't know, man. You see outside the box on that stuff.
So you think that a country that's heavily sanctioned, like Iran, for instance, and their people are starving and their currency is hyperinflating, that the Ayatollah takes shrooms and all of a sudden he's going to be like, let my people die?
He'd probably be like, well, oil is feeding my people, so I can't stop right now because they'll die, but...
Yo, Steve, appreciate the raid, man. Excellent timing, because we're about to have a discussion group in a little bit here, about 30 minutes or so. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeet, yeet, gang. God, man, y'all make me feel so loved every day when y'all come in like this. Like this makes me feel really good. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for the confidence boost.
As opposed to maybe the butt wasn't there before.
I think it's like saying a father would sacrifice his kids if he took shrooms. I just don't see it.
Sacrifice them? Why?
Let them die? Like a leader of their people in their country are not going to abandon them simply because they had a trip. You know what I mean?
No, but those are two kind of extremes, and you really kind of have to experience it to understand what kind of happens to you. There's a lot of possibilities in this kind of larger spectrum. But there have been a lot of scientific studies, especially with microdosing, showing that it does actually help your mental cognitive functions increase and help cure a lot of PTSD and a lot of other internalized kind of...
Basically, what they're chatting about right now is that they're reviewing an article that is comparing Joe Rogan to Rush Limbaugh and saying that Joe Rogan is the next Rush Limbaugh. And we all know that on Timcast, they kind of like, they start with the original question, and the next thing you know, they're down the rabbit hole, and they have to get back on track. So I don't even know if they're still talking about this at this point. But yeah, the original thesis here was Joe Rogan is the next Rush Limbaugh. I think he's a trendsetter. I don't think he's going to be a traditional right, moderate. I think he's going to be more of a libertarian. I see him more of a centrist.
Depression-linked issues
Sure.
that couldn't be solved with other issues.
He's too linked into wanting to have social programs, and I want some social programs, but I want them to be adopted in locally. I want your communities to accept the tax that they are, putting on themselves. I don't want it to be federally mandated, right? We don't want it to be a top-down kind of social program. But, yep.
But mushrooms.
I just don't think that I don't think that Joe Rogan will ever be. I don't think he'll ever be close to Rush Limbaugh. But he's his own flavor. It's like comparing apples and oranges, or like, I don't know, oranges and tomatoes or something.
Specifically did in particular studies.
So, but the issue I see is, if you've got a nation and they're being besieged by another nation repeatedly, and their people are being killed, doing shrooms won't change that fact that they're being threatened and attacked, and they will respond in kind.
It won't change the fact, right, that there is a siege. They won't, lift the siege, but...
Well, that's the thing, Lobotomy, is social programs and socialism are completely different. Social programs can be funded by the most selfish forms of capitalism if they're progressively taxed. But we have subversion happening on the left that's hiding social programs as what socialism is, and they're not the same. As a matter of fact, you can have socialism and not even get one social program. They can just take away your property rights. They can take away your ownership of your business. They can give it all to everybody and never give any social programs, never come through on anything as far as providing basic level assistance from the state side. They can do that, all while taking away rights. So I don't want to see socialism come here, because the only way socialism is upheld is by communism. You got to have authoritarians that force people to, all the extra people that don't, myself and others, a lot of people in this chat, we don't want to have our, property rights, our inaliables taken away. So the only way they would get us to do that is with guns. And so I'm cool with social programs. I'm cool if your community wants to vote on it and it passes, because then people can move out of that community and they can go somewhere else if they don't like it, or they can move to a community that has the, economic breakdown that they want. But federal top-down social legislation like what's happening right now, 2A in danger, 1A pretty much on the way out the door with government hiding behind corporations, we're headed towards full-blown socialism. And you know what's crazy is our government still has not given a social program for all this relinquishment of rights that were slowly being impeded and being just handed to people that come here illegally. They're just being given those particular rights. Those same rights are being taken away from us. And if anything, we're being discriminated in the name of what's called equity. Equity, not the same as equality. Equality means the same opportunity. Everybody's given the same opportunity and you're not discriminated against. Equity is you are, no matter how much work you put in life, how much you give a shit about your family and your community, that the state is always going to make sure that you get an unjust basic, allotment. And so equity is, equality of outcome. And equality of opportunity is what we want. We don't want outcomes to be equaled out, because if I put hard work in, and you guys put in hard work, think about it. And then we got some other guy in the corner of the room. He's just getting all of our extra hard work so that we can all, in the name of equity, have the same equal outcome. You can't legislate that. You give 10 dudes $10, 10 different dudes $10. They're going to spend that $10 different way. You have some that are going to go buy beans and rice, and they're going to put some of that money away. And then the next time they get $10, they're going to do the same thing, and they're going to get ahead. You're going to have some dudes that see the $6 box, and they're going to go get an extra Gordita Crunchwrap Supreme, and they're going to max that $10 out. Everybody's going to do different things with the opportunities that they're given. And our government wants to start negating bad decisions for people now. Not only did it want to negate the bad decisions of corporate establishment businesses that have terribly managed their money, terribly managed their resources, and now in the face of a pandemic are facing total bankruptcy. Our government started bailing them out. Now our government wants to bail out people for bad decisions. I wish that I could just talk one-on-one with a metaphorical government and just get across the point that you can't play Captain Save-A-Ho. You can't. The people have to want to be saved. You can't just save somebody. People have to want to work hard and get ahead and apply themselves and do things. That achieves an indirect outcome. All that work. All right, let's get back to them. Sorry, y'all. I tend to rant a whole bunch. Sometimes I even start stuttering. That's when you know I'm really on it.
It will change the way you view and your tactics.
So let me ask you, if I was throwing rocks at your face, would you stop me?
Yeah.
If you took shrooms, and then the next day I threw rocks at your face, would you stop me?
Mm-hmm.
So how come there's no peace? There's external factors in war that's not related to what you do with your shrooms. Someone taking psychedelics.
Hey, by the way, our women's discussion is going to start in 23 minutes. If you do the Discord command, you'll get the Discord information. You can hop in there. I'm in the lobby, but I'm completely deafened and muted. If you want to get in there and socialize with people and get to know people, you can go ahead and do that for the next 20 minutes. The Discord is open. We do have the discussion group is open. It's at the bottom. We have a yes and no room. Basically, as I ask questions, rather than us cluttering up the Discord, we'll have everybody go into the yes room or the no room, and then I'm going to go through and just, and we'll discuss it. Then we'll get everybody back in the discussion group, and we'll discuss why we chose yes or no. I have some other ideas for. I don't know if y'all have ever seen a show on YouTube called Jubilee, where they have these discussion groups pretty much like we are. They just do them in person and then pre-record it. We're going to do something similar to that. I have a bunch of questions that I'm going to ask. And then, like I said, after I ask the question, y'all take over. This is not about me talking. I get all my talking done the rest of the week, the rest of the month, the rest of the year. The platform is for one thing and one thing only, and that is getting voices out that aren't being heard, a different point of view, a traditional point of view. And you know what? If you're not cis-norm, if you're maybe biologically born female and you identify as he and you're transitioning, anything like, you're welcome to come in here as long as you can be peaceful and civil. We totally welcome anyone and everyone of all walks of life to be in our discussion groups. But I'm going to try to finish this Timcast right here before. This is just a little clip.
I think depending on the situation.
I just
you'd build a wall.
I might grab it and stand up. I might throw it back at you.
You get a bag to catch it, or you'd build a wall with the rocks that you're throwing in there. I have a simple statement that I saw today in a meme, so it's now my philosophy that I live by, and it says, "Do no harm, take no ish." And I think, you know, yin and yang, I think if people have reasonable approaches like that, I think they could go about things, especially if they have their minds opened up to new perspectives. It could go along in a way that could be a lot more productive and conducive than doing it just the old-fashioned way. And when you look at psychedelic mushrooms, they usually help people realize those other possibilities. But again, not a medical doctor, not recommending it to you. I know a lot of people that had
who I may well be voting to impeach.
Donald Trump has already done a number of things which legitimately raise the question of impeachment.
I don't respect this president, and I will fight every day until he is impeached.
That is grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Those are grounds to start impeachment. Those are grounds to start impeachment proceedings. Yes, I think that's grounds to start impeachment proceedings.
I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to call for the impeachment of the President of the United States of America.
I continue to say, impeach him! Impeach 45! Impeach 45!
So we're calling upon the House to begin impeachment hearings immediately.
On the impeachment of Donald Trump, would you vote yes or no?
I would vote yes.
I would vote to impeach.
Because we're gonna go in there, we're gonna impeach the mother.
But the fact is, I introduced articles of impeachment in July of 2017.
If we don't impeach this president, he will get reelected.
My oath requires me to be for impeachment, have an impeachment hearing. He needs the scarlet eye on his chest.
Representatives should begin impeachment proceedings against this president.
It is time to bring impeachment charges against him. Bring impeachment charges.
My personal view is that he richly deserves impeachment.
I'm here at an impeachment rally, and we are ready to impeach them!
You ain't about to do shit. Next!
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silence.
Next! Bitch, when have you ever heard of a Democrat keeping silent?
Mr. President, in a moment, I will call up a resolution to govern the structure of the second impeachment trial of Donald John Trump.
Jesus. Damn, Chuck, do you even know who you're trying to impeach?
It's our solemn constitutional duty to conduct a fair and honest impeachment trial of the charges against former President Trump, the gravest charges ever brought against a president of the United States in American history.
And also the most bullshit charges on a president in American history. Next!
Because our case is based on cold, hard facts.
And what facts are those?
And if you agree with those arguments, the suggestion that the 14th Amendment applies here is ridiculous. And if you come to that conclusion...
You a stupid motherfucker. Next!
I mean, let's understand why we are really here. We are really here because the majority in the House of Representatives does not want to face Donald Trump as a political rival in the future.
They know they stole the election once. Damn it, they ain't gonna steal it twice.
That's the real reason we're here. And that's why they have to get over the jurisdictional hurdle, which they can't get over. But that's why they have to get over that in order to get to the part of the Constitution that allows removal.
In other words, they got to cut out the middle law to get to the law that fits their narrative.
Nobody says it that plainly. But unfortunately, I have a way of speaking that way.
Me too. Straight to the motherfucking point. Next!
It's all about the facts.
No, it's all about the lies.
President Trump has sent his lawyers here today to try to stop the Senate from hearing the facts.
And the Democrats send you motherfuckers there to stop the American people from hearing the truth.
You know, the Constitution is a document designed to protect the rights of the minority, not the rights of the majority.
Because if we didn't, we really would be China. Next!
They want to call the trial over before any evidence is even introduced.
And you want to call it impeachment before any evidence is produced. Ain't that a bitch?
On the day following the January 6th riot, the House leadership cynically sensed a political opportunity to score points against the outgoing then-President Trump. And the Speaker demanded that Vice President Pence invoke the 25th Amendment, threatening immediate impeachment for the President if Mr. Pence did not comply with this extraordinary and extraordinarily wrong demand.
Nancy Pelosi wanted Mike Pence to say Donald Trump was crazy. and she wanted Mike Pence to take Donald Trump office.
4 days later, on January 11th, 2021, the instant article of impeachment was introduced in the House. Speaker Pelosi then gave the Vice President another ultimatum, threatening to begin impeachment proceedings within 24 hours if he did not comply.
Ain't that something like a quid pro quo? The Democrats just can't help themselves with threats and bribes and lies.
Vice President Pence rejected Speaker Pelosi's demand, favoring instead adherence to the Constitution and the best interests of the nation over a politically motivated threat.
In other words, Mike Pence wasn't messing with that crazy hoe. Next!
On January 12th, Speaker Pelosi announced who the 9 impeachment managers would be. And on January 13th, 2021, just days after holding a press conference to announce the launching of an inquiry, the House adopted the article of impeachment.
In record time, too.
Completing the fastest impeachment inquiry in history, and according President Trump, no due process at all.
And due process is the only word that's in the Constitution twice. I don't know if it's a word, but it's the only thing in the Constitution twice.
A review of the House record reveals that the Speaker streamlined the impeachment process. House Resolution 24 to go straight to the floor for a 2-hour debate and a vote without the ability for amendments.
Because that would be too much like right. You don't want to give Donald Trump any amendments, now do you?
The House record reflects no committee hearing, no witnesses, no presentation or cross-examination of evidence, and no opportunity for the accused to respond or even have counsel present to object.
Damn, that's damn near like sexual assault. Donald Trump got fucked and threw away like garbage.
As the New York Times recently reported, there were no witness interviews, no hearings, no committee debates, and no real additional fact-finding.
In other words, there is no investigation because there is nothing to investigate.
House managers claim the need for impeachment was so urgent that they had to rush the proceedings with no time to spare for a more thorough investigation, or really any investigation at all.
Because if they did any investigation, I wouldn't be doing this damn video right now.
But that claim is belied by what happened or didn't happen next.
And what that bitch Nancy Pelosi done.
The House leadership unilaterally and by choice waited another 12 days to deliver the article to this Senate to begin the trial process.
I'm lost.
In other words, the House leadership spent more time holding the adopted article than it did on the whole process leading up to the adoption of the article.
So what do that mean?
That intentional delay, designed to avoid having the trial begin while Mr. Trump was still president, led to yet another egregious denial of due process.
Yeah, what he said. Next!
And you don't need to be a constitutional scholar to know that the argument President Trump asks you to adopt is not just wrong, it's dangerous. And you don't have to take my word for it.
Good, nigga, we won't. Next! Donald Trump's due process was violated more than a 16-year-old runaway on Epstein Island. Wait a minute, was that too far? I would have said 14, but that would have really been disgusting. 15 was borderline, but 16 was a little less disgusting.
I'll be quite frank with you. We changed what we were going to do on account that we thought that the House manager's presentation was well done.
Me and my hitman changed what we was going to do on the account that we thought our phones got tapped by the police. So we got to go with a plan B. And I'm not talking about the pregnancy plan.
And I wanted you to know that we have responses to those things.
And I don't have a plan C if we don't accomplish plan B.
I thought that what the first part of the case was, which was the equivalent of a motion to dismiss, was going to be about jurisdiction alone.
Well, when have the Democratic Party ever stuck to the script?
And one of the fellows who spoke for the House managers, who's a former criminal defense attorney, seemed to suggest that there's something nefarious that we were discussing jurisdiction and trying to get the case dismissed.
When you was only speaking facts, which the Democrats are apparently allergic to.
But this is where it happens in the case, because jurisdiction is the first thing that has to be found.
Well, when they find my baby mama, hopefully it's her head. Next!
Over 150 constitutional scholars, experts, judges, conservative, liberal, you name it, they overwhelmingly have reached the same conclusion, that of course you can try, convict, and disqualify a former president.
Well, them motherfuckers lied, or they'll know what the hell they talking about. Next!
It is well established that a term, as a matter of statutory interpretation, that a term appearing in several places in a statutory text is generally read the same way each time it appears.
Meaning it can be misinterpreted.
Only a sitting president is referred to as the President of the United States in the Constitution. And only a sitting president may be impeached, convicted, and removed upon a trial in the Senate. The President in Article 2, Section 4, and the President in Article 1, Section 3 identify the same person. If the accused is not the President in one, he is not the President in the other.
Next! Did the scholars cover that part?
Clause 6 of our Constitution, of course, provides in pertinent part that the Senate shall have the sole power to try all impeachments. When sitting for that purpose, they shall be on oath or affirmation, and when the President of the United States is tried, the Chief Justice shall preside.
That mean not no old racist-ass Democrat that's been put on the board just because he old as shit.
As a result, the requirement that the Chief Justice preside isn't triggered. Instead, the normal rules of any impeachment of anyone other than the sitting president apply.
So you admit this impeachment is not normal?
And under those rules, the President pro tem, Senator Leahy, can preside.
And under those rules are the only rules you can try to impeach Donald Trump on.
And of course, this makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. You gotta cheat him to beat him.
Their argument is that if you commit an impeachable offense in your last few weeks in office, you do it with constitutional impunity. You get away with it.
Next! Nobody said that. That's a motherfucking lie.
So this idea of a January amnesty is nonsense.
That's not what the Democrats' lawyer said. They said it's the Constitution.
If my colleagues on this side of the chamber actually think that President Trump committed a criminal offense, and let's understand, a high crime is a felony and a misdemeanor is a misdemeanor.
And your ass can go to jail for both.
After he's out of office, you go and arrest him.
Lock his ass up if he committed a crime.
And so far, I haven't seen any activity in that direction. And not only that, the people who stormed this building and breached it were not accused of conspiring with the president.
Bring their ass in as a witness.
This argument is a complete canard. The Constitution expressly provides in Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7, that a convicted party following impeachment shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law after removal. Clearly, a former civil officer who's not impeached is subject to the same.
That means the DOJ or the popos.
We have a judicial process in this country. We have an investigative process in this country to which no former office holder is immune.
I guess some of the Democrats' lawyers up in there must have missed that part on purpose.
We will also prove that his dereliction of duty, his desire to seek personal advantage from the mayhem, and his decision to issue tweets further inciting the mob, attacking the vice president, all compounded the already enormous damage.
Well, if they was looking for Mike Pence, why in the hell the Democrats were so scared? Their life was safe.
Now, virtually every American who saw those events unfold on television was absolutely horrified.
That was a lie. Some people thought it was patriotic.
But we also know how President Trump himself felt about the attack.
We do?
He told us.
He did?
Here's what he tweeted at 6:01 as the Capitol was in shambles and as dozens of police officers and other law enforcement officers lay battered and bruised and bloodied.
And when the protest was over about 2 hours ago.
Here's what he said. These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly and unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and in peace. Remember this day forever.
We got to, because the left will never let us forget this day forever.
Every time I read that tweet, it chills me to the core.
Who gives a fuck? Next!
Regardless, President Trump's process arguments are not only wrong on their own terms, but they're also completely irrelevant to the question of whether you should hold this trial. That question is answered by the Constitution, and the answer is yes.
And what part of the Constitution is that?
This is our nation's sacred Constitution.
Well, you should give that nigga a copy.
He relentlessly attempted to persuade his followers that the peaceful transfer of power that was taking place in the Capitol was an abomination that had to be stopped at all costs.
By using your voice, not by using your force.
He flirted with groups like the Proud Boys, telling them to stand back and stand by.
If that was the case, what about all the shit the Democrats been flirting with Black Lives Matter and Antifa and what they've been saying? They've been saying a lot of shit too that could be considered adding gasoline to the fire.
We have to make a clear distinction between protesting and violence. To be clear, as Vice President Biden has said, though, burning communities, looting communities is not protesting. That's violence. And we condemn that in all forms. But protesting peacefully is necessary. It's American, and folks should be raising their voices.
Is your party striking the right balance right now in responding to the unrest and calls for racial justice?
Our job is to make sure that peaceful protesters are able to exercise their right, guaranteed under the First Amendment, but we also have to make sure that those who break the law, those who exercise violence, regardless of what side of the political aisle that they're on, must be held accountable. And in this country, Martha, we can do both.
If we want to create safe communities, one of the smartest ways we can do that is invest in the health of those communities, because healthy communities are safe communities.
Would your hand still shoot up if somebody asked if you would want more police officers on your streets?
What I would say now is what I would say then, which is I want to make sure that if a woman is raped, a child is molested, or one human being murders another human being, that there will be a police officer that responds to that case, and that there will be accountability and consequence for the offender.
He has yet to condemn Antifa, a group that is behind a lot of the violence. Specifically, why?
Brett, the Vice President has been very clear. He condemns all forms of violence.
While America was going through civil unrest in all 50 states, quite frankly, America was on fire. We had a president, a commander-in-chief, who was walking around with a gasoline can.
So the Democrats is adding fire to the gas that the fire Donald Trump is adding the gas to the fire on, or something like that. Next!
At trial, we will prove with overwhelming evidence that President Trump is singularly and directly responsible for inciting the assault on the Capitol.
Me and the rest of MAGA must have missed that, because I think it would have been more motherfuckers in the Capitol building than that, if that was the word. Next!
He summoned an armed, angry, and dangerous crowd that wanted to keep him in power and was widely reported to be poised on a hair trigger.
And the authorities knew and refused to prepare. Ain't that a bitch?
He then made his heated statements in circumstances where it was clear, where it was foreseeable that those statements would spark extraordinary, imminent violence.
If that's the case, the National Guard should have been there before the insurrection, not after the insurrection. What good is the troops at Washington, D.C. now?
In summing up, let's be crystal clear on where we stand and why we are here. The singular goal of the House managers and House leadership in pursuing the impeachment conviction of Donald J. Trump is to use these proceedings to disenfranchise at least 74 million Americans with whom they viscerally disagree.
The left wants to erase MAGA.
And to ensure that neither they nor any other American ever again can cast a vote for Donald Trump.
And silence the movement. Ain't that a bitch?
And if they convince you to go forward, their ultimate hope is that this will be a shot across the bow of any other candidate for public office who would dare to take up a political message that is very different from their own political point of view as the direction in which they wish to take our country.
Yeah, to communism, the left trying to turn the United States into China 2.0.
These aren't just niceties. I make no apology for demanding, in your name, in the name of the Constitution, that the rights to due process guaranteed under the Constitution are adhered to.
And I make no apologies for not being able to pronounce Sayyid Abbasi's name. But I do thank you for your donation. I hope I got that name right. Hopefully I was close. Next!
Senators, Mr. President, to close, I want to say something personal.
Nigga, this is not therapy. This is an impeachment. You need to keep your feelings at home or leave your feelings at the door.
Distinguished members of the Senate, my youngest daughter, Tabitha, was there with me on Wednesday, January 6th.
And my daughter was somewhere probably in the boys'
This is
bathroom
pathetic.
impersonating
This dude goes full diva. Watch this.
Camilla Harris trying to get ahead in life, literally.
It was the day after we buried her brother, our son Tommy.
You mean the one that committed suicide? That is not Donald Trump's fault.
Our new chaplain got up and said a prayer for us, and we were told to put our gas
His
masks
son,
on.
oh my God.
And then there was a sound I will never forget.
I don't care how much of an enemy that you are of me politically or anything like that. Like, I never wish death on family members or anything like that. That's terrible. That's terrible. Regardless, that is a tragedy.
The sound of pounding on the door.
It's definitely not Donald Trump's fault, but yeah, that's terrible.
Like a battering ram. The most haunting sound I ever heard, and I will never forget it.
You never heard my baby mama make any sex noise.
I just hope that this guy, who I think politically is a piece of shit, I hope that this guy is not straw manning his own son. That would be the lowest of the low. Utilizing your son's death politically as motivation here, or, indirectly being a cause of being caused by Trump. Like, that is, I don't know, man. I have to mute my mic.
I will never forget that for the rest of my life. I am scarred.
My chief of staff, Julie Tagan, was with Tabitha and Hank locked and barricaded in that office. The kids hiding under the desk, placing what they thought were their final
That's exactly what he's doing.
texts and whispered phone calls to say their goodbyes. They thought they were going to die.
Who in the hell the insurrectionists thought your daughter...
Yo, this video ends in 1 minute, and then we're going to kick off the discussion part, okay? So if you guys want to, or gals want to hop in the Discord. Sorry, y'all. I'm the worst at pronouns. I'm trying to get better, but hey, it's 2021. We're all learning, right?
Was Nancy Pelosi? Wasn't nobody worried about your damn daughter. Hell, they didn't even know your daughter. Your daughter could have played like a insurrectionist.
And hey, look, if you want to stay anonymous, you don't want to go in the Discord, you don't want to make yourself public, you don't want your answers to really be public, you want to stay anonymous in chat, that's cool. There is a yay and nay sign, I believe. And when we do our votes, I'll add y'all's yays and nays to the Discord group. And what we'll do is we'll start compiling statistics on it. And it'll just kind of be like an overall, overview of what, statistics based off of our community have to say about these things. And I'm going to do the same things with every other group that I have a discussion with. And we'll compare the data. That's also, there's a debate. It's like a comedy club, but it's a place where you go and debate. And then they have tablets. Everybody votes on the debate whenever it's over. And then they declare a winner. There's no real prize or anything at the end. They just it's kind of like Whose Line Is It Anyways? It's part of the entertainment value. So I figure we could do that. Have some fun with it. And then, like I said, compile it into the data and see how the data moves as we get different groups in. You're going to want to hop in the discussion group. And I'm about to be there in literally 1 minute.
And when they were finally rescued, over an hour later by Capitol officers. And we were together. I hugged them, and I apologized, and I told my daughter Tabitha, who's 24 and a brilliant algebra teacher.
She's an algebra teacher?
Wait, she's 24?
Oh, that's why she thought her days was numbered, because she know how to add good.
So she's a grown woman.
I told her how sorry I was, and I promised her that it would not be like this again the next time she came back to the Capitol with me.
Because there's a million police at the Capitol building with fences and barbed wires and dogs protecting it. You ain't got to worry about that problem.
And you know what she said? She said, Dad, I don't want to come back to the Capitol.
Nigga, wait a minute. Is you about to cry? Case closed. Part 2. See you tomorrow.
All right. Let's do this. Boom. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the discussionary group today. This is going to be our first one ever. I'm a little nervous, personally. I don't know how the structure of the show is going to really go, but you know what? We're going to kind of do our very best and see where it leads and takes us. It's going to look like I'm typing a novel while you're talking. It's because I'm compiling stats and data based off of counting all the yays and the nays of the votes. And I'm about to hop in the Discord. Oh, look, Lotus is in here. Yo, Lotus, what's up? Lotus is an OG of the OG of the OG. So.
Okay, just a second. Something's happening.
Cool.
Just a minute. I'll be right back.
Cool. Yeah, if y'all want to hop in here and just chill, get associated, and we'll get everything going here. All right. So we're going to have a bunch of basic questions. This is how the format's going to go, okay? If you have a search engine near you right now, look up Jubilee, Jubilee.
Okay.
On hold on here, I'll mute so that I'm not talking over you. Hold on one sec. But yeah, Jubilee, it's like a discussion group. Get a bunch of people of competing thought together, or a like-minded group, and ask them complicated questions. And we just kind of gauge the group's response. We'll be working to also get the statistical data as we ask the questions. Today is going to be being a traditionalist cis-norm woman in 2021, essentially getting the vibe of what it's like being just a traditional woman in America, identifying as the classic she, her, believing in, for the most part. I mean, and that's the thing is, I'm not going to speculate what I believe anybody's going to say, so I think I'm just going to leave it up to y'all to answer the questions. I was just about to spill off into speculation, but I don't even want to speculate, because most women have their own opinion. They might not be traditionalist or fully traditionalist. They might be, to some degree, a mix of this, a mix of that. They may not want to ever get married. They may not ever want to have kids. They may not, or they may want to do those things, but they may want to do it while transitioning or something like that. These are things that I'm interested in learning about, and I know that people within our community are probably interested in learning a little bit intricacy of what women are thinking overall in the crazy times that we're living nowadays, because as a cis-norm male, somebody who is waiting for the day when I can become a father and I can paternally raise a child and just do the classical traditionalist way of life, American way of life. That's something that I look forward to. Not everybody's looking forward to that. And that's one cool thing about living in America, is you don't have to go the classic way. You don't have to be a traditionalist. You can be whatever you want to be. You live in the greatest country in the world. It may not rank first in every stat, but I think it's the greatest overall country in the entire world. We may not rank first in education. We may not rank first in this, and that. I'm just talking about in general. I think this is the best overall place for a human being to get started. So I'm going to ask a question. If people want to hop in as I'm asking the questions, maybe it's a topic that you're privy to, something that you're interested in wanting to talk about, that's cool. So let's kick off with the most basic of questions. And like I said, we're going to be going off of chat feedback and our Discord. So I'm going to unmute now, and I'm going to be asking questions. And as I ask a question, I'm going to hover over that question for a while, give everybody a chance to really, if you want to put your 2 cents on it, what you think, then hey, hop in. Everybody's welcome. And then, you know what? If we're lacking participation, I'll get some guy point of views. As long as you're not disrespectful to terms of service or the chat rules, you're welcome to participate as well. But I want to make sure that I give all women first chance to be able to speak in this. Seeing as how we're recording this, we're going to separate this into its own little republicized, it'll be up on YouTube. And I'm really sorry about the crappy green screen. I get paid on the 15th, and we'll get a real one, so I won't be like slowly amalgamating into an amoeba. But yeah, I'm gonna hop in here now, and I'm gonna ask the most basic of questions here. So let's start off really, really simple. Do you believe in gender roles? And expounding on that, the second question is, do you believe in cis-norm nuclear families? Meaning, do you believe in gender roles, meaning a paternal father, a maternal mother? Depending on who's the economic breadwinner, I think nowadays there are some people where the female might be the breadwinner, and you have a Mr. Mom at home, and he's taking care of everything, and he's doing the maternal, instincts, the maternal, provision, while the mother is out maybe making all of the primary breadwinning. And also, do you believe in cis-norm nuclear families, meaning man, woman, and child? I'll let anybody, just first off, if you want to say like your screen name, that way we can kind of differentiate the opinions, and I'll let y'all take over. I'm going to mute. Okay, so let's see what we have. We have some chat people, and they're answering first here. We got, what is cis? It basically means that you believe in the traditionalist, a man is a XY, woman is an XX, man, woman, make baby, daddy, mommy, and this could be your personal beliefs, and it also could be like what you believe that the law should be. Who should be included in that? Here, I'm going to remute. Here, Lotus, it looked like you were unmuted. Did you want to say something?
I kind of think it's a bit of a generalized thing that you said, because there's a lot of things to it. I believe there is a biological male and there's a biological female. I do believe that in a family society, that one parent should work and the other parent should stay at home and help, look after the children, teach the children values and things like that. But what's happened is that they've made it so both families have to go and work, and that your child is essentially parented by the government. So I think when I heard someone was talking about how, it was really easy, because my mother was a stay-at-home mum and my dad was the worker. So it was, and we made enough money to live. We bought a home, and a car and all that stuff. And then it all just changed where they made it so, a woman's empowering and they could go out and work too. But then they made all this inflation and all, where it made it hard for someone to be, a stay-at-home mum or a stay-at-home dad. So they've totally fucked that up. And I do believe that there can be as many friggin' genders as people want there to be, but in reality, there's only two: an X and an XY, and then there's the hermaphrodites, which is a deformity. But well, they have a nanny and stuff. You know, I don't hate women who are single mothers or anything like that, because my best friend is a single mother, and the way how she brought up her kids was fantastic. You know, those kids ended up really, really well. But can I stop you there for a second? Everyone's saying in chat that you're muted.
I am muted. Oh my goodness. I was muted. Okay. So basically what I was saying, chat, sorry, let me go back over this super quick, is that I believe what she's alluding to is there is strong statistical data that proves indirectly or directly in a child's success in having a nuclear intact family, regardless of what the two parents are. I think what she's alluding to is, and not saying absolutely, she's just saying there's statistics that show that indirectly or maybe directly that children have a better chance of surviving and not getting in trouble if they have a nuclear intact family. And we're talking about equity as of late, equality of outcome. Well, having kids have the opportunity of having two parents and having, and regardless, like we say, the gender role, the economic and social role that both parents choose to include. We've gone over the fact that both of them can have a job. It just makes it a little tougher. The fact that they both now have to juggle and make sure that the kid is always taken care of, i.e. maybe a daycare plan, family member, or if they just have to have yin and yang work schedules like that, like my family did it. My grandfather would go work for 2 weeks, and then he would come home for like 5 days. And whenever he was home for 5 days, I was primarily with him. And my grandparents, they took care of me. I was raised by them. I had great nuclear intact family. It wasn't my original parents, but it was my grandparents. They had the same fiduciary responsibility, and they took good care of me. And they did the same thing. And I'm never been to jail, never been in trouble for anything, never knowingly broken the law outside of maybe forgetting to put my seatbelt on too late, or maybe running a red light here or there, or almost maybe like swerving in traffic. But I've tried to keep myself somewhat clean, and I accredit that to having a nuclear intact family, regardless of whether they were both working or they did this like cis norm traditionalist, the mom stays home, makes sure that the children are reared, and then you have the father outgoing and busting and breaking his neck, retiring at 60, and the process repeating. I don't even think that I necessarily, putting my 2 cents in, I don't think I necessarily fully believe that it has to happen that particular way. I mean, the way that industry is so fickle, you never know who's going to hit it big in the family, and when it does, how volatile the markets are, you have to kind of, ride whatever gravy train that you get. So If Selena hit it big and we had a child and she was like making it hand over fist, I would stay working, but I would make sure that because she's the primary breadwinner, I would make sure that I'm taking care of the kids, and I would just do that. And it wouldn't be anything against alpha maleism or anything like that. It's just common sense. I think at that point, I'll let somebody else pick up from here. Shwelly, if you want to get in.
Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Okay. Just making sure. Okay. Well, basically, studying criminal justice, one of the things that has been stated over and over is the research done on basically young males are the ones who get in trouble with the law the most. And what they have discovered through the research is that a majority of them do not have a father in the home. Okay. Not even a stepfather, a male role model to follow. So when you look at something like that, criminal justice aspect, a nuclear family is better for any child. Girls get in trouble too, of course.
Of course.
But if you have two parents in the home, then basically you have a role model for each gender of child you have.
Yeah.
As long as they do it, are good role model.
It's funny that you say the word role model, because that was going to be my next question for everybody in here, switching off of the nuclear family. And I think we pretty much hammered home that it doesn't have to be a specific combo. I think caring and being there is the most important thing. A lot of us here feel for children that are in single parent homes, and let's say they're maybe floating in adoption or these foster homes. And I mean, we'd all love to see everybody be in a two-parent home, and no disrespect to anybody out there, the single dads, the single moms, y'all are the real MVPs. Y'all are holding it down. Y'all are two parents. Y'all are the two-parent household. Y'all are the ones that are there. Y'all are the ones that are there in first grade, and y'all are the ones that are there on graduation day. Y'all deserve all the same praise. But I think we all have agreed that statistically showing young men especially need a male role model, somebody that can be a little tough around the edges, because men, like speaking in my own personal experiences, I tried to get away with what I could get away with, especially, knowing that you're bigger and stronger quicker as a male, younger in life. And you have some of these 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds, maybe even. There was one kid, if I remember correctly, in like the second grade in our high school, or I guess BCIS teacher, business computer, her son was in like the second grade. He was already 6'2". He's a fully grown man in a child in a fully grown man's body. And that's why you need a male role model, because that male primitive instinct will take over, and that leads to chaos. When they don't think that they need to follow the law, and they understand that they can physically intimidate people, they start joining brotherhoods, gangs, and they start getting in gang violence, and it leads them just down. They start looking for that male role model somewhere else if they don't get it in the family. And so let's move on here. So female role model and male role models. I'll let everybody that's in here, if you would like to say what your female role model is and what your, if you have one, and a male role model.
She's asking what mine were. Basically, it was my mother and my father.
Yeah, that's my grandfather, the hardest working person that I knew, and my grandmother. I'll give it to her. We butt heads a whole lot, but like it's tough love, But yeah, they're
and
great people.
My role model was my grandfather on my mum's side and my grandmother on my dad's side. When I was born, her husband passed away, my grandfather, so I didn't get to know them, but they stayed together until, one of them passed away. And my grandfather couldn't be with my grandmother because my grandfather was blind and my grandmother had really bad complications, so they couldn't look after each other. So they kind of split up, but they were still living with each other. And I give a lot of credit for them doing that.
Yeah, that's a whole new level of respect. That's like when two people that have brought children into the world, and those children have brought children, they disagree civically between the two of them, and they want to break up, and mutually they do that, and they can still maintain good faith, even though they may even dislike the heck out of each other, right? Or maybe they love each other, unconditionally. They don't like each other anymore. Those people that can get it together in front of the family provide for less dramatic times. Because I've seen some people, just because Soad isn't married to Soad anymore, those families don't hang out anymore and civically don't get along anymore. And so you have bad blood between the cousins, and then you have, sometimes you have people leave one side of the family and go to the other side of the family. They think they're the black sheep. I just think it's terrible politics. When everybody can get along, that's really good, even if you don't like each other. It's a more important situation is the relationship of the children and the grandchildren.
It wasn't more that they didn't get along. It was just that one couldn't look after the other. So it was better if they kind of broke away to maybe bring in another person that could help with the, with the brain of the children, or love, find love that they could. But yeah, they stayed together until more or less they died. So.
Damn. Yeah, that's how my grandparents, my grandma, I think it was my grandma. Maybe it was my grandpa that left my grandma. Maybe my grandpa left the grandma because she was acting crazy or something. But he was like, man, I left her for 3 weeks, and I stayed in that hotel, and I sat there, and I was like, man, even the chaos, I miss the chaos now. And he's like, I can't live without her. I came back. Crazy story. Anybody else got a male role model, a female role model? Anybody in chat? Anybody in chat want to throw something up? Don't be shy, y'all. Y'all are welcome to come in the Discord and fellowship with us. We're literally just having a discussion. This is the first kind, or first type of this kind, so I'm going to be terrible at it, but you know what? We just keep going. The show must go on. So let's see here. Let's see. Okay, so let's do, yay and nay emotes in chat for if you believe in this. And Min, you can jump in on this as well. How many people have children? Yes or no, if you have children? Let's say yes if you have children, no if you are currently abstaining, or you chose not to, or let's say that you can't have children. See what we go here. And if you want to stay mum on it, I totally respect that. These are new topics for me, so if I'm going too sensitive, please, y'all let me know, okay? Y'all, today my right eye has been giving me a lot of problems, so if I'm rubbing it a whole lot, I'm sorry. It's just my right eye, if you can tell. It's just my right eye. I think I rubbed it and scratched it or something. Let's see here. Seems like a lot of people do have children. So it seems like a lot of people here are trained in their parental ways. So you guys are educated and have expertise and skin in the fight on an opinion on children and households and the whole topic we were just talking about. So let's say here, okay, so let's do yays in the chat if you're pro-choice. No's in the chat if you're pro-life. Okay? No means you're not pro-choice. Seems we got a lot of pro-lifers. I'm personally pro-life. I would never, ever abort a child, ever, personally. But I just can't cast judgment on someone else. I don't know the sensitivity of what their situation is. I don't think it should be an option. after the 3rd month. So there you go. You can hate me on that. I don't think it should be an option at the end of the 3rd month. On day like 93, what is it? 92. Man, my eye hurts a whole lot, y'all. Let's see what we got here. So I'm going to give Shwelly or Lotus an option to, if they would like to speak on their stance on being pro-choice or pro-life. I know it's a very dodgy type subject, so if you don't want to say anything, you're totally welcome to stay mum.
Bambi Rose, you might want to have a say something.
Bambi, let's see. Oh, my eyeball. Bambi. Bambi, are you in here? Oh, Bambi. Bambi, come back up to the discussion group. I'm glad that she hopped in the yes, though. If you want to, Bambi, you're welcome to come up in the discussion group. Just click on discussion group, and it should pop you in our room. But hey, if you don't want to verbally say anything, I totally get it. You can type something in chat if you'd like to instead. Wear a condom. But hey, best advice of the day. Wrap it up. If you're not ready to take care of it, wrap it up. That's the way I'm looking at it.
On this.
Go on ahead.
I'm pro-choice. Even though I'm a woman, I will not do it on my own just to get rid of a child. I don't have the choice to make somebody else's decision.
Exactly.
So if somebody else wants to do it, then that's their prerogative.
I don't think it should be nationwide or funded.
Clinical abortions, the surgery type, is only needed in very few situations because we got the morning after pill out there, and we also have an abortion pill. That the morning after pill, you take it, pretty much the morning after, as it's called, and the abortion pill is up to 11 weeks. It does not require surgery, does not require ripping a fetus out. It is miscarried, basically. So, and only have the clinical abortions for medical necessity, in the life of the mother, something something major there. Or if they did try another abortion method and it did not work, and they're adamant about, having the abortion, then only then.
Yeah.
There's no reason for all this medical, surgical abortion.
Well, not like no fault divorce where you can just do it. You can just divorce yourself from the baby for no reason at all. I think there need to be clinical implications. And if we're so adamant about protecting lives, if lives matter is like the token phrase of 2020, then every black life needs to matter. And if we're aborting like 600,000 fetuses a day or a year, not a day, holy cow. A whole year, if we're aborting 600,000 black fetuses a year, how can you say you're the party for Black Lives Mattering when the most secret genocide of all is happening right now, and you're doing nothing about it? But at the same time, we have to we can't make it absolute where we just go, you can't abort, because we might be killing a mother by doing that, and we never know. I can't make somebody, like you said, we can't make somebody else's decisions, and I can't live their life for them. I'm the state.
The other thing, Brent, is there enough birth control measures out there for both men and women that if you're not ready to have a child, then take charge of yourself before you go have sex.
Exactly, and men have options too. One of them.
Yeah, the option for a man, they have pretty bad side effects. And also going back to the thing, like if I was to have a child, I'd have to abort it because it would kill me because I've got very bad complications.
Yeah.
So
that's how my girlfriend is too.
Sex, really.
Yeah, that's the main reason me and my girlfriend haven't created a child yet, is because she has a congenital disease. And if she were to genetic defect, basically, it could kill her. And so we have to really intelligently think about how we're going to do it. And so, it's something I really don't talk a whole lot about. And it's the reason why I stick close. That's why I stick close to the pro-choice argument, is because I would never purposely abort a baby, but me and her have abstained from making children for that reason. And that's the best form of abortion, if there could be a sentence that ever existed, is preemptive prevention and stopping yourself from creating a world of hurt for somebody, creating a life that is now suffering along with you. And that would be, it'd be terrible.
I really, really hate the idea of aborting a child and the way how they abort a child. But it's there, it's being used. What are you going to do about it? You know, you can't go around, you know, because I'm more of a libertarian, so I can't go around saying, well, you shouldn't have an abortion and you shouldn't have an abortion. You know, and saying that too is that if they would have known what happened to me when I was born, because in the 80s they didn't have ultrasounds and stuff, you know, 70s, 80s, I would have been aborted. So, and I'm here alive. So there's a lot of complications, things there, and I'm not a doctor or anything like that. I you know, I do believe after a certain amount, you know, maybe the third trimester, the child feels things, hears things, you know, and the way how they abort the child is unhumane. They kill baby chickens better than they abort human.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Like PETA has pushed these chicken companies to like these humane chicken deaths and stuff, and then we're literally like vacuum sucking out children. It's crazy. I don't know. I just feel like there's so many preemptive things. I would be much on board with all the funding that goes towards abortion to go towards preemptive sexual education in schools. These public schools are wanting to have a hand in how they teach our children. You want to minimize how much money you're going to have to spend cleaning up mistakes. Then why not preemptively educate people and educate a generation or two, get them back on track instead of, I mean, and you have to add like the hip hop industry right now. The music is just not the piper dancing everybody out to their doom basically is what's happening right now. It's all I don't know, a million children aborted a year. That's insane. 1 million cases of justified murder. It's crazy to me.
And the other crazy thing about abortion is that they sell that aborted fetus to do things with. And
do you think that's the reason why they allow it?
I think that's a big reason why they allow it.
I think so too.
But what does the mother get out of that? Do they get anything out of that fetus being bought for a couple of $1,000s? Does the mother get
that? Actually makes so much sense to allow this abortion to happen, because now you have a free industry of like unique genes and stem
they're making
cells.
a lot of money out of aborted fetuses.
I know I've probably been told it 1 million times. I just never put thought to paper there. Holy crap. Yeah. That's crazy. All right, let's get out of that. Holy goodness, we'll go down in a crazy rabbit hole. All right. All right, so let's wrap it up on this. What stance should the government hold? So basically what I'm asking, anybody wants to come in here and chat about it, what stance should the government hold when it comes to abortion? We could talk about local government, we could talk about state government, we could talk about federal government. However you want to talk about it. It could even be the neighborhood. If you're one of those people that's like Ann Capistan.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I think the government should stay out of healthcare.
Yeah.
Okay, and if a person, basically a woman, wants to have an abortion, she should have been responsible in the first place to make sure that if something, pregnancy happened, she has the money to take care of it.
Yeah.
Why should other people pay for her mistakes, if that's what she considers it?
Yeah, that's a continuation of the dismissal of accountability. That's one of the main things of socialism, is to get rid of a singular person. That's the reason why capitalism can exist, is because there's accountability. When somebody creates a product and they fuck up, then what happens is they are liable. They're the person that's liable for it, right? Then now you have publicly traded companies, right? When they get in trouble, the investors just sell off a majority, they get out, and it's like a whole new board of people. You can't even be mad at the company anymore, and then they continue on right where they left off. And so there's singular accountability when it comes to that, and that is something that is making this whole laissez-faire sex life of the I would say since like the 90s and the 2000s, where it's just gotten rampantly, they've declined how much sexual education they put in schools now, and it's just laissez-faire craziness. I mean, you can't talk politically about your beliefs being against murdering children on the internet. You're considered a terrorist. But look at what the #1 songs are on the chart right now. And it's like, how are they allowed to pander this? And I can't say this. I can't just speak what my beliefs are here. It's just the dismissal of accountability is what all of this is, what you're talking about.
I
think it's... Sorry.
Oh, no, I do think the government should offer birth control.
Yes.
Okay. In the aspects of helping with birth control pills, the patches, stuff like that, on an income scale. In other words, if you can afford it, you can do it on your own.
It's cheaper too. It's cheaper in the long run too.
And if you're in poverty, the government can help with that, because that way then basically people are being taught to take responsibility. Now, if a pregnancy happens, I have 3 grandchildren from one son that the woman got pregnant 3 times on birth control.
Yeah.
They were trying to space them out, but her birth control just didn't work for her. Okay, so I can understand that, but she kept them. I have, got 3 wonderful grandsons. So if the person that happened to, and they can prove that she's on birth control because, yes, it shows up in a blood test, then basically I would say that would be a case that if she wanted an abortion, morning after pill, the abortion pill, or the clinical, she's too far along.
Yeah.
Okay,
at that
can see
point,
that.
I can't, I can't, and it's hard for me. I can't cast judgment. I'm not saying that they should legally be extradited or anything like that. What I'm saying is I still have the belief in my heart that anybody that after 3 months of having a child inside of you, you knew it at some point. You had to, and you missed 3 periods. You're like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of things there that go along with that are indicative of you got a baby inside of you. I mean, you're on that diet, but you're still gaining weight. Like, it's like all these things that are happening. Like, and then it's like, oops, I'm 7 months along, and doctor, can you help me? Like, can you help me get rid of this problem? Like that, even that type of rhetoric, that to think that there are places in America where that could happen. I mean, because there are babies that get born at 4 months, and then there are babies that are aborted at 8 months. So
I do know a person.
I think that there are certain rarities, like if someone is raped, or it's going to kill the mother, which will kill the baby anyway, or if the child is that deformed that it will live through agony for all its life, kind of things like that. Yeah, like it's a medical thing. Then I think the government should pay for it.
Yeah.
Well, if you're painting, like, just say in my country anyway, we have sort of social hospital and things like that, universal income. Why not? It's a medical procedure that will save the life of someone.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like it's about protecting life, liberty, and property, right? So, like, let's say there's one life that hasn't fully been delivered, and it's going to be detrimental to both lives, which is the new incoming life and the mother's life. Then there's the evictionist theory as well. An evictionist basically means that we should take any and all precautions in getting the baby out of the mother before considering abortion. So that could be taking the embryo out and freezing it. That could be delivering the baby at 4 or 5 months and putting it in one of those little chambers that they do that represents the womb, and they try to keep the baby. Let's see what the youngest baby is. Let me look what the youngest baby is, because it'll blow your mind, the technology that we have nowadays. youngest baby.
I was a month premature. If I was
21 weeks. Somebody was born at 21 weeks. Yeah, 21
there's
weeks.
a lot of new things. You know, they've got that artificial womb and things like
5
that.
months.
That's happening. You know, they had that cow fetus, and that was in that artificial womb.
Wow. Yeah, that's the future too, is like once we start peeling back the efficacy on cloning and once we get into that technology, I mean, it's at some point traditionalists are going to be at a crossroads here scientifically. But at the same time, people that are the hardcore pro-choicers are going to be put at a crossroads as well. And that is when evictionism, essentially getting the baby out, when we can take a baby out of you, an embryo, and we can raise that child completely from the get-go, from a pile of primordial soup mix to full-term baby. When we can do that, it's going to be at a crossroads for both choicers and lifers, because it's going to be everybody can live here, and it's going to be an argument of the Constitution and what the Constitution means, and protecting life, liberty, and property. And property versus life then is going to really take on. We're going to really get into some crazy talks whenever technology gets a little further.
A crazy thing where they make sperm out of, I don't know if it's just women's.
Oh yeah, they can make it.
Women's bones. Not bones, bloody. Yeah. You make sperm out of that. That's really crazy.
Yeah, they can make a woman out of two men.
Out of marrow. They can literally make sperm out of marrow.
They can take one X from one man and one X from another man, and they can make a female baby from two men. And
that's kind of a bit weird with that, that biblical thing where Eve was created out of Adam's rib, rib. when they're talking about, they can create sperm and things like that out of marrow.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing is as we get the technology that can back up these provisions wanting to protect the baby right, it takes a lot of the argument of, well, we just don't have the technology to do that. You're like, no, well, now we do. There's a big incubator right there. Why are you still killing your children inside of your womb? What we're going to do is, now that you made that baby, what we're going to do is we're going to put it in that thing there. It's going to raise your child for you, and you're going to get it on the 9-month date, and you're going to take care of it because you created it. It is yours. And if you don't, you relinquish your property to the state, probably is what they'll say, or something.
It's also really weird because I was into researching alien abductions and things, and a lot of these people that were being abducted by aliens were saying this same shit 20 years ago.
I just thought of something too. You know how I said like God made Eve from Adam's rib or something like that?
That's what I'm talking about.
Whoa, yeah, that's crazy. Maybe God was a scientist. Maybe he literally was. They always say like God is the ultimate scientist. Like that's an actual thing that a lot of religious people say.
Now, literally, you can have virgin births. It's just,
How did we get on a rabbit hole? That's so awesome. I love that shit. All right, let's see if we can. I keep saying let's get off of it, but it's like it's such a magnetizing subject. Let's see what we got here. All right, so parental control in 2020 versus 20 years ago. If anybody here was a parent 20 years ago versus today, if anybody want to come in here and explain the stark difference between being a parent, let's say in 2000 or 1980, 1990, and now, and what are the parallels? Do you notice a difference? Do you notice that your parental powers are less or more? I mean, the obvious answer is less.
20 years ago, the parental powers are being taken away. So you have to actually go back a little further than that.
True. I think about it like my grandparents
my
went and got parental custody of me by deeming that my parents weren't responsible enough, and then I was.
My sons will
adopted by them.
be 33 and 35 this year.
Oh, word. So they're my age. I'm 34. So.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and it was when they were probably close to getting about 10 that basically some of the parental rights are being taken away. That literally, when it comes right down to it, the government owns your children.
They
you
do.
Get the chance to raise them.
No, you
If
just
they-
get the
if they-
responsibility of having to pay for all the stuff and do
Yes.
the things, and you're doing it because you love it, but you're also doing it because you feel a connection with the child, and you feel as though you and the child ultimately rule your lives. But really, that's not the way the hierarchy goes. The government rules your child, and you get stuck with the bill. And that's basically what we live in nowadays. And that's why we have an entire radicalized generation of children right now. We have no parents, right? Or your parents are maybe very much not in the picture, or maybe you don't have a father in the home like we were talking about earlier. And now the state's raising you, and the state does a piss poor job of doing anything. They can't even take care of their government employees the right way. And it's just like, now your children have been radicalized, and especially with the mainstream media being in the pocket of the establishment now your media is telling you these people are bad. This is what you should be afraid for your life. You need to fear the police. You need to fight back. You need to burn down your local Chili's. All of this shit that they're basically saying and sending out the verbiage for, and to let them know that there doesn't need to be any accountability because they can be considered just part of the movement instead of just being a person who has accountability and has to pay for their crimes. They get to hide behind this social justice-y, essential gang that they're in.
If you really want to see the difference, you need to go back before public education came about.
Yeah.
And the mandatory attendance in school. Okay, that's when the state got involved with raising your children.
Yeah, the Mormons are sitting here laughing at us like, ha ha ha, we got those people out of our lives a long time ago. We're out here trying to reproduce the revolution. I don't know what Mormons really are doing, but y'all got big families. I know that. Much love to y'all.
Like I said, when the state got involved with public education and enforced all kids to attend, that was the first right taken from parents. That basically you couldn't, back then it wasn't charter schools. There were some private schools, okay, but that was it. And, your kids had to go, and your kids, like Pennsylvania, they have to go between 7 and 17.
When
Where the
did
parents
public
get
schools
involved.
come about? Let's look up when the first, official public, national mandate, I guess,
Don't know.
schools.
Would you be able to try and see if just
Only
say
100
Bambi
years
Rose
old.
goes
They're only 100
Bambi
years old.
Bambi Rose goes into yes. Would you be able to drag her up into
Oh,
the
I could.
discovery
You're
list?
right. I don't know why I didn't do that. Just tell her to come back in. Yo, Bambi, I can drag you in. I don't know why I didn't think of that. That's how I'm a boomer, y'all. I'm young, but I'm boomer minded because I'm just so behind on this tech. I forgot. I can so do that. Mother goodness. Bambi, come back in. I got you. I don't know why it wouldn't let you in, but 34-year-old boomer. Yep. Y'all, I scratched the crap out of my eye. It hurts so much right now. Ah, damn it. So, I'm going to kick off this next subject with essentially my experiences, and then I'll let y'all go with y'all's. We're on the subject of parental topic, and that is discipline. I grew up in a home. My grandfather was a Air Force mechanic. My dad was Army infantry, and my grandfather was pretty tough. And my grandmother she always kept a switch in the purse. She would do that mind, psychic shit to your brain. She would tell you to go pick a switch. You go pick one too small, then she go picks a big one. And I got my rear end blistered a lot of times. But I'm a good person now, and I understand the reason why parents discipline their kids on the butt. I don't think you should hit your kids in the mouth. I don't think you should hit them in the head. I don't think you should be choking them, slamming them up against the wall, locking them in closets, locking them in their, rooms with the lights off, or any type of deprivation, whether it be like sending them to bed without dinner or anything like that. No. A hand or a switch or a little paddle on the booty with a message. With a message. You don't just hit your dog, right? You always put a message with it, or you tie it in together, like you rub their nose in the shit, right? And then you give them a little spanking, and then they don't poop in the house anymore, right? When the little boys are 9 or 10 years old, they really start taking advantage of it. And if you don't have a strong male role model or a good punishment plan, if you're against spanking, hey, I'm okay with it. That's cool. It's not like I'm telling you you're weak. I'm not saying you're a failure of a parent or anything like that. But on the booty with a lesson explaining to them what they did wrong and why, when they're older and they do something like that, they won't get the luxury of a little butt whipping and getting to go home. They'll be somebody's prison bitch, and society will have to pay for them to be there. And so therefore, it's not going to be a pleasant experience for them, and nobody outside of mama and daddy are going to really care, and there's nothing mama and daddy can do for you. I am pro-discipline. I think it shouldn't be all the time. It shouldn't be the go-to, right? Punishments are pretty, for first-time offenses. It's for when people are belligerent. It's to prevent your child from going to jail. But if anybody wants to debate me on it, that's cool. If you want to discuss it, that's cool. I don't believe in hitting any kid in the face. I don't believe in anything extracurricular like that. That is child abuse. But spanking a kid on the rear end because they hit another person, it teaches the child that they can't do that. And also not adding a lesson teaches your kid it's okay to just hit people just to get your way. So you have to add the lesson.
Bit careful with spanking kids on the bottom too. What happened with my sister when she got spanked on the bottom was that, how you sort of hold the kid so they don't fall when you spank them.
Yeah, well, I'm not talking about like catching them in stride.
Dislocated her arm.
Oh, well, yeah. No. The way I got swats was you lay over the bed, and you get 2 or 3 belt on the booty, and then you sit down on the bed and you go, hey, this is why you got a spanking. You don't put gum in your sister's hair. You don't lock your sister in the closet and turn the lights off. You don't steal something from the store. You don't hit someone. You don't hit the neighbor. You don't burn the neighbor's trash can.
Okay, you know what happened when? Okay, I'll tell you this story. I was 5 years old, and I wanted these Easter eggs, and my father said, "No, you can't have them. You got to wait for Easter." So I went and got some Easter eggs and some gum, and I took them out of the store. And my brother's like, "Where'd you get that from?" And I said, "Well, here, have this. Just don't tell Mum." And next minute he's going, "Mum, can you open this up for me?" And she's like, "Where did you get that from?" And she's like,
no.
Lotus. And you know what they did? They took me straight to the cop shop, and they said, that policeman over there is going to know that you stole that, and they're going to take you away from us, and you're going to end up in jail. And that stopped me from stealing. I didn't need to be spanked or anything like that. They, my mum and dad were pretty abusive, too.
I mean, I got my butt whipped all the time.
Out of being,
I was a bad kid.
Out of being bashed with a jug cord, and have scars on my legs and stuff like that. Going to the cop shop and being told that this is what will happen, scared me more than actually getting bashed off. But every child's different. I know.
I mean, I just don't believe in pulling. I don't believe in pulling on kids or anything like that.
That are smart ass. Like I've got one of my sister's kids are smart. It don't matter how much you spank them or how much you try and tell them. It just won't work on them. There's nothing. He's just one of those child.
I'm just saying, I got my booty whooped. And it would be like 3 to 5 swats on the butt, right on the butt cheeks, and you take your licks, and then you take your lesson. And I never did that shit ever again. because I knew what was coming. I knew what would happen if I burned the neighbors' trash cans again. If I lit their styrofoam from their Christmas, if I lit their styrofoam on fire again, that fire would be struck off my booty.
We wouldn't clean our room. We were pretty messy kids, and one day we came home from school and everything we owned was in the bin.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the next step is just take away all the things you bought for them, right?
Yeah, some people would call that abuse. I don't think that's like that. Then
taking away privileges, nah.
But that's what I did with my
that's my
sister's
first
kids,
step. That would be my go-to.
If they were naughty with me, I'd buy them gifts, and things like that. But if they started to become naughty, I'd take that gift away.
No, I'm just saying. Every time I got my butt whipped,
why should I give you anything?
Yeah, every time I got my butt whipped, I deserved it because I'm the type of person back then that if I could get away with it as a little kid, I would do it. And I think most kids are kind of like that, but most people didn't push the buttons like I did.
If I had kids, maybe I might. I don't know, but I won't discipline another kid by spanking them or hitting them.
No, I don't think that you should discipline a kid that isn't yours.
No.
Yeah.
Like,
no.
Just say I wouldn't take their toys off them if they if someone else bought them. I just say don't bring them around to my house.
I see some people that
but
aren't even
if
like.
I bought them something, I would take them away from them.
Yeah. Well, I see some people that just like jerk their kids around regardless. Like it's not even discipline. They can just say like that's standard movement of their child when they're in a restaurant. When I worked at Olive Garden for years, man, the way that the parents talked to the kids was even screwed up. It's like, man, that's the way you talk to an adult that you don't like, that you're almost ready to fight. Why are you saying that to your kid?
Bambi Rose, you're muted, so maybe if you're unmuted,
you
might have to
put it on open talk. Go to your settings and set it to not push to talk. Put it on open talk. That way we can hear you. Yeah. You should be able to stay in here while you do it.
And also, Cow Ticket wants to be unbanned in Discord.
Oh. Man, if you're banned in Discord, what'd you do in Discord, man? I don't know, Cow Ticket. I don't think so. If you were banned in Discord, I'm gonna give you the straight up. If you were banned in Discord, you probably deserve to be banned.
I seem to get along with him pretty well, or her pretty well. I've known him from a long time. Or her, or Shin.
Are you gonna be good, Cow Ticket? If I unban you, if you're banned in Discord, it probably means that he was saying some really bad stuff. Discord's like a lot more lax. I don't know.
A lot of people do say that he trolls or her trolls or it trolls.
Yeah, I don't know who they are, and I don't want to.
I just, sometimes I see it. I think it's more to do with he's pretty far left.
Yeah.
Compared to, say, a classical liberal.
Yeah, exactly. Classical liberals are basically right nowadays.
Yeah. Well, you look at us in Australia, the Liberal Party is left-wing. And they're usually classical liberals.
Yeah, Cow Ticket, you're one of 7 people banned. I've only in the 7 months I've banned 7 people. I'm gonna revoke your ban, but you're on a very short leash, okay?
Yeah, Cow Ticket's pretty much banned everywhere.
Yo, Bambi, talk. We can hear you now. If you're talking to your microphone. You were in there. So look, you have to join the server, and then you pick which room you want to come in.
Okay, maybe she needs to go into. Okay, so she might need to go into user settings, and then into voice and video, and she might need to change the input device and the output device. Maybe.
Yeah, you got to set your input and output. Input's your microphone, and output is your headphones. If they're the same thing, just set both of them the same.
Yeah, I've had to set it every now and then because I'm using a TV, so it'll go to my TV.
Nice.
Instead of my
school choice, universal education. I guess we can skip that. We kind of already talked about that. I mean, what do y'all believe in? School choice, or do y'all think that everything should be public?
I believe in school choice because if you're stuck in a crappy fucking school for all your life, you're just not going to care. If you go to if you know, for instance, where I went to, I got picked on and everything like that, and my true potential didn't show up. When I went to a school before that in another town, I was doing really, really well. I wasn't being picked on and stuff, and then I went to this other school and I started getting picked on. If I didn't have that, if I had the choice to go to another school to not get picked on, my life would have been a lot better, because the first year of high school, I ended up coming first in the whole year of English and all that stuff, and I'm dyslexic. And then people from that school started to pick on, started picking on me, so everyone else started picking on me, and all my grades just went to shit.
You know what's crazy is I was put in remedial English class in 6th grade, and then I basically got to skip 7th grade because my grandmother pulled me out of public school. She put me in a private school for 1 year, and they doubled up, and when I went back to school, I was in the 8th grade.
Well, when I went to
that's why I graduated when I was partially 16 for part of my senior year. And that's if school choice wasn't an option, I'd be fucked. Go ahead.
When I decided to leave high school, I went, fuck this, I'm leaving. And I went into a community college or whatever. I think community colleges in Australia are a lot better than the American ones. And I was treated like an adult, and I ended up doing advanced this, advanced that, because people weren't picking on me. I was being treated like an adult, even though I wasn't an adult then. And also it was better. People helped me through my dyslexia a bit. Both me and my brother had the same issues. And we ended up doing, a year or two above than what year we were doing then.
Yeah, that's what they told my grandmother in the public school. They said, ma'am, we're going to have to put him in the slow classes because he has problems paying attention and staying on track. He doesn't concentrate. That's the word. That's
concentration.
That's what my grandma kept like parroting back to them when we came back, and I was in the 8th grade, and she was like, basically like, yeah. Does he have trouble concentrating? In 1 year, he just took 2 grades. Yeah, is he trouble in concentrating? They hated that crap.
I look back at like I've got some of the note cards and that from when I was from kindergarten through to high school, and a lot of it had to do with concentration. And I said, well, you wouldn't concentrate if you just kept getting picked on all the time. Oh yeah, they get. Yeah. I was in some special class for a little bit, and then they said I was too smart. I shouldn't be in this class, and then I'd go back into the normal year, and I wouldn't do shit because fuck them. Like I started rebellion, I guess, at a point. I just like, I ain't gonna learn anything from you guys because you're not helping me. It is. I come from a very, very poor family. From generations, third. I'm third generation immigrant or migrant or whatever you want to, fucking. I just came colonizer or some shit. Whatever the fuck they want to call it nowadays, depending on what color you are. And we all come from poor families. A lot in Australia, families were a lot of poor kids were actually taken from their families in England and shipped to Australia.
Yep.
So you can't say that black people are the only ones oppressed when that's what happened here in Australia, where a lot of, and I'm sure in America too, they took a lot of poor kids from.
Oh yeah. Irish, they did that with the Irish. They did it with a lot of people.
That a lot with the Irish. A lot of Irish children come over here.
Yeah.
They were kidnapped, I believe, kidnapped by the government and brought over here. But yet, you know, and a lot of them were forced with what they'd do. They'd steal the half babies from the Aboriginal people and mix them all in together in this school, and then they were the ones that end up being farmers and on cotton fields and things like that. So it wasn't just black people that were oppressed and chained up.
Yeah,
you know, a lot of
Don Lemon better not hear you say that, or he's gonna guilt trip you for the next 90 minutes.
A lot of people that came here on chains stole a loaf of bread.
Exactly. It's like,
and they were forced to
thrown
work
away.
the land.
You were thrown away, basically.
In chains. So you can't just say it's black people that were in chains.
Right. All right, so let's see what we got here. We wrapped up school choice. Okay, so this is a broad topic, and I think a lot of people are going to want to get on this. I got the juicy questions coming up right now. Let's get back on image. Where do you, and this you is anyone in chat, if you want to hop in Discord, do the Discord command, you can hop in here and drop your 2 cents if you want to. This is just kind of an open discussion on being a cis-norm woman in 2020, traditionalist. And so what I want to know is the opinion of libertarians, conservatives, moderates, people that have not bent to the will completely to the radical left. And if you're a radical lefty, that's cool. If you have your 2 cents you want to throw in there as well, just to get some contrast, that's cool. Where do you see the image of women projected today, and how do you think they are projected?
Do you want me to answer that in?
I'll let you kick it off, Lotus, and then we'll get other people. I'll read some comments if people want to say things.
See, I think people have got the right to change their gender if they want to, but people have got to know the difference between sexes, I guess, and what they're calling genders these days, and know that men do have an advantage over a woman, no matter how much hormones they put into their system to change their body. There's still, even from a young age, you know, it still can, because a man's a man, really, biologically, and I don't see how a woman. I don't see how a man, a biological man, can go into women's sports, regardless of how much testosterone or other gene therapies. I just don't see it. It's going to backfire big time, because women are biological. Like, okay, you're gonna get some women stronger than men, and some men stronger than women, because I'm stronger than probably the average woman or whatever. But if it comes to competing the best of the best, it's always going to be a man. Yeah, so.
Even within men's sports, there are weight divisions.
Well,
it's not like a small man. It's not even like a small man can fight a big man, right? It wouldn't be considered a fair fight. So if you're not even going to do that, why would you put a man with a woman?
Did you hear that there was a biological woman becoming a man that was taking the testosterone, stuff like that, and they would not even put that person in with men's sports because they were afraid that person would get hurt.
Yeah. The girl that kicked for Vanderbilt, the female American football player, college football player, they were having a terrible year. They needed some press time. They wanted to give an opportunity, a social opportunity, so they put a female kicker in. I think that she scored a couple kicks. They lost the game terribly. They lost the game terribly. I think they may even have went. I think they went defeated the whole season. I don't think they even won one game. Maybe they won a couple of games, but it was more of just like a feel good, like, you know, a female. It's actually two things. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not like she's defensive lineman or nothing, you know.
Yeah, why don't you put her in defense and see what happens?
Right? Yeah, put
Like
her as,
I have been.
get her out there snapping the ball, right?
It's competitive.
Well, I mean, we want things to be inclusive. Why not make a third category?
Well, you have to have 4 categories then, because then you'd have to have men transitioning into women's category and a woman transitioning into men, because they're still
4
not
then. That's fine. And if they want to keep, if they want to do like a 5th one where like you can just compete in that one, doesn't matter. It's just a full-on autonomous. They can do that. We can give 5. It's like rather than trying to dictate the lane, the other traditional lanes, why not just create new ones?
As someone said there, like maybe you can have 10 categories, you know, 1 for each gender. You know, it's just a big mess. There's a slip. You got to have a cutoff line there somewhere.
I mean, I'm about compromise. I'm a businessman. Like, I'm about wheeling and dealing. I'm about compromising, making a compromise here and making sure that we can. That's why I'm about social programs. I'm just not about socialism. And that's why I'm like I'm a minarchist. I believe that capitalism is, and having a truly transparent free market is what makes things fair. And social programs are something extra that we can use the energy generated from capitalism to pay for, and we can all agree to it rather than federally mandating that we have this, you know, certain allotment that we all owe, depending on how successful that we are.
Someone just said, why not 3, male, female, and modified?
Yeah. And hey, however they vote to do it.
I don't know how. I really don't know how.
All right, so
maybe they need to just do it. Maybe they need to scrap the men and the women's sports, which would be a bad idea. But maybe just scrap it all and just put it in weight, height, size.
because right now we have a dichotomy, and that's like you can literally magically and authoritatively become whatever you want, meaning you can force others to, you know, identify that as well. And then you have the other the classic Hollywood unobtainable image that women are basically tortured with every day, chasing unobtainable beauty standards. And that's the classic image that I don't know if it's fading. I don't know if the left's hypocrisy is eating that, but it seems as though there's 2 things here. There's like you can be anything you want, you know, and then also like unobtainable Hollywood perfection. Every picture that you see has been photoshopped by 9 different editors, and you know what I'm saying, taken with the best cameras, that, you know, the biggest and best models that are out there. And that just is terrible for the image of women, because they're competing between that and then the other image, which is where if you can't be unobtainably beautiful like Hollywood tells you that you need to be, well, then you can just change. You can be completely changed and morph. And one created the other. The chase for Hollywood perfection created this settle that a lot of people, in my opinion, are, and that is that they would just, you know, you this thing where I can become whatever I want. I can change science.
I'm just saying what Vape said. He said, for instance, we don't let people with synthetic leg springs compete against normal runners.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we have the Paralympics for a reason. We have women's sports for a reason. We have men's sports for a reason.
Even legally, within one gender, we have weight classes. If I'm not going to put a 300-pound man with a 100-pound man, why am I going to put a 250-pound man with a 100-pound woman? know what I'm saying? It's just weird. Hey, by the way, thank you, Faithful Patriot, for that follow. Thank you for all the new follows, everybody, and welcome. We're just kind of talking about what it's like to be a cis-norm woman in 2021. And that's from both sides of the fence, whether you're looking over the fence at it or you're on this side of the fence.
Oh God, I don't know what to think of it. I really believe it's going to backfire.
Yeah, I think it is too. The way that hypocrisy usually works is it circles back.
Women are going to become oppressed. Didn't we? Women wanted equality at one stage. Now,
yeah, women wanted equality. Women wanted equality. They did not want equity. Women didn't want equity. Women wanted equality. This new march for equity is poisonous cancer because it feeds off the productivity.
Going wild.
Yeah, it really is.
It's crazy.
Okay, so all right, I'm gonna let everybody in the chat, and this is your cis norm qualities that you find in a male or a companion. If you're a same-sex relationship advocate and you are in a relationship right now, what are great endearing qualities that you find in others, either cis norm or whatever relationship that you're in? What are great qualities that you find in a person? You can type it out if you don't want to have to say it, or if you want to hop in here and say it, you can. Because there's a lot of people out here that they're under the whim of what the media tells them and projects them every day. All the advertisements are telling them. Wouldn't it be great to get feedback that lets you know, like, these are the qualities that conservative women, libertarian women, moderate women, and men find attractive and something that they find value in? Like, what are these things in? Men, if you're in chat right now, listen, because you're probably going to be schooled at least once or twice here on something that you didn't think that women find something that is...
What I find the most attractive is their sense of humor.
Boom.
Okay. Out of everything.
King of the internet says booty and teeth.
Even looks or anything like that, it is a sense of humor. Damn. And then their smile and eyes, and that's the next features.
Right.
Is their smile and their eyes.
Yeah. Smile, eyes. We got sense of humor. Sense of humor is a big one because whenever the looks go away, like, do we have anything to talk about? Is it interesting still? Can we find new interesting ways to, like, keep each other, just happy about life, happy about the day? Maybe take your mind off of a crappy day. That's my main attribute. Is if somebody, especially Selena, she's more of a cool head than I am. Somebody that can, like, calm me down and chill you out and bring you back down, and it's cool to have somebody that gasses you up, but, like, it's really great to have a polar opposite that can neutralize you like a base.
I think what Sniper Shot said is the truth. A sense of humor is an indicator of intellect.
Oh yeah, it takes a very big brain to think improvising on the fly. What the fuck is going on?
I love to laugh. I can't live without laughing.
Yeah, that's why I think right now a lot of America is unhappy, is because there's just not a lot to laugh at, except for laughing at ourselves. The fact that as a nation, we look clownish. That's the only thing to really laugh out loud about. Other than that, it's scary.
When I was going down to town the other day, this guy was looking back at me and he started laughing. I'm thinking, what the fuck is he laughing at? And then I noticed the shirt. It was the clown. I've got a Clown World shirt with Pepe on it, with the clown going honk honk. And he's like, "Yeah, I love it. At least I'm not the only one in this town that thinks this bullshit that's happening." And I'm like, "You're the first. I've worn this shirt for about a year, and you're the first person that's actually come up that commented on it. Yeah, everyone else don't know what the fuck it means."
I used to have a shirt from when I lived in Arkansas. I was going to school up there, and it said, "Welcome to Arkansas. What's the pig deal?" Because their mascot is a razorback. It's a hog. It's like, what's the pig deal? I used to get so many comments on that shirt. That shirt slayed. All right, chat. Let's move on here. What we got here? Best president of all time. Chat, what's the best president of all time? We don't care which one it is. Who's your favorite president?
In my lifetime, or
Just overall, one that you most, most people are going to recognize ones that they've been alive for, right? Because they'll have something to go off of. Some people may have studied a particular. My favorite of all time, y'all, Thomas Jefferson, Democratic Republican, who
I
proved
like JFK and Trump seems
he
to be
doubled
pretty
the size of the United States. He proved that we could exist without a standing army. He was all about very limited government. He was very, very weary of tyrants. He fought against them. So it's like my favorite. We had Andrew Jackson. We had Calvin Coolidge, Reagan, then Trump. The best ones all got assassinated, true. Majority of them. Anytime there's any change that's going to happen, Trump in my lifetime. Honestly, Trump's one of the top ones in mine. I think I had Trump at 4 or 5 in top 5. I don't think he's as bad as people says, but I don't think he's the greatest president of all time. Our spending was terrible. We printed up a lot of new money that we didn't need to. Who do y'all think? Okay, let's break now. It's 9:25, so that I can see now what the worst president of all time. So that way I don't mix up whose answers are which. Worst president of all time. Starting at 9:25 here, so I'll make sure I get this. Worst president, y'all. Who do you think is the worst president of all time? Whether it's Joe Biden right now, all the way back to if you think George Washington was the worst one. The Clintons.
I think for me, it would have been Bush and Joe Biden.
Yeah. I think Bush was one of the worst. I think original George Bush was one of the worst. George W. you can't be too mad at a dumb idiot. He told us every day he was dumb, y'all, with his words.
Obama was,
Obama was the most corrupt. Obama was the most corrupt.
Obama was very good at hiding things.
I'd go like Obama, Nixon, probably.
He came out as charismatic and this wonderful person, and then when I heard that he won the Nobel Peace Prize, I was like, what?
Yeah. He won it 6 months into office. They just gave it to him. They're like, it's a black president. Hurry, okay, it's first one. Let's get a medal over there now.
I really don't think any president should, because most presidents, I guess Trump, because he did do that piece in the Middle East, but I don't think any politician should get a peace prize.
All right, so who do you think are your favorite women in politics currently? Do you have any favorite women in politics? Do you have like a favorite presidential candidate or someone who ran historically in the past? A female candidate, maybe somebody that's still doing public works to this day?
I would say, yeah, Tulsi.
Tulsi, I think, is going to become Republican, to be honest, y'all. I think she's going to become a progressively... I think she's going to be a progressive Republican.
She's a classical liberal.
Yeah.
Isn't she? Yeah.
Yeah, but she's a little too progressed for a full-on classical liberal. She does believe in a lot of universal things, which could be funded by a progressively taxed capitalist society. We don't need socialism to make social health care happen. Social health care, social program, not socialism. So,
as I say, you always run out of someone else's money. So.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, once Bill Gates realizes how many people that he's paying for to keep alive, when his whole plan was to keep them not alive.
I tell you what, with that Bill Gates thing, I thought, nah, there's no way he said that. And then when I actually heard it, him saying that a good way of reducing population is better reproductive health care and vaccines, when he literally said that, and I'm like, holy shit.
Reproductive health care that reduces the population. That's not really health care. That's like death care is what that is.
vaccines. You said, and vaccines. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You really said that?
No, he straight up said it in front of an audience of people that paid to come hear him say that.
TED Talk for anything. It's just like it
It'll be
went
online
into
for
every
eternity.
out the other. Well, that video, I was trying to find it the other day, and it was very, very hard to find just that clip of the video. You had to go and watch the whole video about the, they're talking about to save the environment and stuff, and it was, that was like completely gone. You had to go through and watch the whole video to find it.
Nice. Yeah, way to go, YouTube algorithms. Gotta love
That
it.
was crazy.
Yeah, we live in crazy times where a lot of the evil evidence is right in front of us, and that's how you know people are sheep, is the evidence is right in front of them.
Oh, okay. I can drag people in too.
Yeah, you should be able to. You're a mod. She just needs to program an input button, and then she'll be good, I think.
Bambi Rose, maybe try and go into user settings. Then you go into voice and video in the app settings. And then you could change the input to, if you got a microphone there, and the output to whatever speaker you want to use. Like either try not to use default.
I was a big Joe Jorgensen fan, but as of late, like Joe Jorgensen posters are literally just camouflage for me. I put them up so I don't get fucked with, to be honest.
Should I bring our ticket down?
She's a yeah, you can bring him down. I don't care.
I
think she's just an anarcho commie. I think she's a commie of a different flavor.
There you go.
I mean, Spike spent a lot of time with BLM and Antifa to be against the rampant property crimes.
After you do that, you will need to talk to Bambi Rose. After you do that, the settings, you will need to go out of the chat and then back in again, or do it while you're not in chat.
Yeah.
Or
all right, let's see what we got here.
Have to log out and log back in.
Advice. Okay. So let's close it out with this. This is an easy one to close it out on, because we've been going for about an hour and a half. We don't want to linger too far on it, right? Let's go with this. Advice that you can give to any other cis-norm conservative individualist woman or man that are watching this, that are traditionalists, that are watching cis-norm traditions be demonized. Anybody in chat want to type up something nice and heartwarming? I'll probably say something in a minute here.
Get woke, go broke.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Yep. Bending the knee to something you don't truly believe in is just exchanging one form of slavery for another. That's all that it is. It's thought slavery.
It's what's happening with the BLM movement with Antifa. They want to get rid of a fascist government, which is very authoritarian, but then they want to bring in their own authoritarian government. So it's still taking away everyone's rights.
Yeah.
It's just their form of fascism / communism or authoritarian. It doesn't matter at this point if it's fascist or communist. It's all friggin' the same anyway. In reality, it's controlling the masses.
Well, I used to think politics was like a XY chart, where like north and south were how much government are in your life, and left and right are like your rights, basically. And I used to think that is, like far right, far left, completely opposite of each other. But really what it is, if you take that XY chart and you take let's start with the x-axis, and you connect those two ends and make it a circle, and then the top part you do the same thing, that is really what politics is. Because at any point you start drifting away from moderation, you have to be authoritarian, because that's the only way you can uphold that ideal.
You have people who are far left and far right, but they're very low down on the libertarian scale, which will mean that they're more anarchists, which
But
means complete chaos. They don't want order at all. You know.
But that's the thing as well, is it takes a level. This is what's weird about it, is the furthest point south on the chart takes absolute authoritarianism to uphold anarchy. So it takes authoritarian forces by your community to make sure that no government comes and sets up shop and yada, yada, yada down the line before you're back with a statist society. So even though you think you have less government, you still have authoritarian type actions that have to be completed.
That might be what the authoritarians used, was the chaos to bring in their authoritarianism, because that's kind of what Hitler did, didn't he? Because everything was in chaos, you know, with everything there. And Hitler goes, well, you know, I can bring back law and order and all this sort of stuff, and he went for one.
Well, basically what Hitler was doing was creating a real Portland, and all the other nations were appeasing him. They figured, well, we just appease this guy, his social cause will end, and he'll stop here. And they're like, well, and he started spreading more, and they're like, well, if we appease him a little bit more, he'll stop. We appease him a little bit more, he'll stop. And then they realized it wasn't going to stop. That's what's happening now in Portland. Well, they just keep doing this over and over again.
Didn't they let him into the parliament thinking that they could control him at first? Is that
something like that? Yeah, they figured he would be a representative of him. They didn't realize they would become representatives of him. Like he would be representative of them, they thought, but then it was vice versa. He ended up unifying. He ended up getting the people that he wanted to hired there, and they ended up all gaining paranoia, understanding that their life for treason could be at stake if they now betrayed the supreme ruler, which they had already surrendered the full power to. They were merely just the service of the floor manager. He was the general manager. If he told them to do something, even though they were the commander of, let's say, the ground forces or something, he truly was the commander of the ground forces. They just had the job of having to do all the work. He had the power. And what's weird about that is even a supreme fascist ruler requires participation of either corporations or the state. It's still a state thing. That's why when you think of fascism, you think of just one person, one supreme ruler. But it still takes an entire state and entire armies of people that are willing to follow these unjust tyrannical orders. It still takes them doing it.
The Volkswagen was created was because everyone was not getting the things that Hitler said, you know, because he was pandering to the working class and stuff. So he made the family working class car that was affordable called the Volkswagen.
So like the difference between fascism and communism is fascism has one guy that like the rest of the world probably hates. Communism, there's so many people that are corrupt in it that most other countries don't want to get involved. Because how do you change? Like there's a fascist dictator, we take out that dictator, problem solved. But if communism has crept in and the state controls every aspect, has its hand in every glove, it's hard to peel back all of that stuff. So most countries don't want to go get involved in that shit.
I know a Polish lady, and she was telling me that when Hitler first started coming in, he was promising a lot of wonderful things and everything, and people just started loving it, you know. And then
he fed off the chaos that the liberals
started changing the school system of bringing in propaganda into the school system, and then he put propaganda into the news and everything like that. And it didn't start out with the Jews. It just started out with the opposite side of the parties and everything like that. And then he sort of brought in. Then he started bringing in, no, well, if you hear anyone say anything different than this, go and dob them in and we will handle them, you know, and then put them in camps. Everyone's like, you know, it's fine, they're in camps getting re-educated or they're criminals, and then they ended up friggin' gassing people and shit. You know, it starts out where people will slowly accept these things or slowly think, well, the opposite sides are bad, so we need to do something about it, you know, because of these extremists that commies and whatever that started blowing up shit, which was really Hitler that was doing it. That let them do it actually. And then it started to get, then they came for you, as that thing. First they came from the Jews, it didn't worry me, and then they came for the Christians, it didn't worry me, the Catholics, it didn't worry me, and then they came for me. And it was too late. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah, it wasn't just it was like you're saying, it wasn't just Jews. It was all kind. The topic just kept changing. Cancel culture. It was like cancel culture of like an apocalyptic type.
Burning books that were controversial, and then they started burning books that didn't play into the propaganda. It didn't happen like at a snap of a finger. It slowly progressed.
They said they said like 100 generations or some shit was destroyed with Kristallnacht.
Oh yeah.
100 generations. Like we're talking like back to Moses almost. Like we're talking way back there. A lot of information destroyed probably, and it's like personal stuff, anecdotal stuff. It's not like it was like theoretical knowledge or science that was backed up in multiple. These were personal anecdotal writings and stuff, and just because they were controversial or they didn't fit the narrative, they were all destroyed, just all together. Some of that stuff might not have been even what they wanted to, but they just figured destroy it all, and then we don't have to worry about it. And that's what could happen on the internet. That's what's going to happen soon.
People slowly start to accept all these things that are happening, and other people to be radicalized and to force it, dobbing your friends and family and stuff like that, and you're fucked.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, best thing we can do is hopefully learn from it, but it seems like we're very quickly just trying our best to repeat it.
That's why they stopped teaching that in schools?
Yeah.
I remember when I was at school, I learnt the history about...
The Democrats were like, wait a minute, social change is happening too quickly. We need this problem more.
How dictatorship started and things like that. They don't teach you that at school anymore. They just carry on about white supremacy and racism, and that they don't, that America somehow created the whole world or something. It's really weird.
Yeah, like we're the original and only colonizers.
It's weird because you read books about tribal enemies with each other.
Dude, I can't wait till they start going after canceling like the Egyptians or something. It's gonna just get insane. Like we're canceling Cleopatra. Okay, she owned thousands upon millions of slaves. Okay, and that was wrong. Like we needed to be told that.
Oh no, they'll wipe out that she had slaves in the first place because
CNN said that's wrong. Don Lemon yelled at me last night and told me that's wrong. So I don't want him to yell at me again, which he's probably going to do. So I'm just going to be ready to be wrong about the other things that I think too.
You need to learn about the good and the bad in your country to see how well your country is doing. Like you look at America, for instance. Yeah, okay, they had slavery in that, and they were the first ones to get rid of slavery. So what does that tell you?
Right.
That they were one of the first ones to have women's rights and stuff. You look at our country, they stopped that. Women were able to vote. I think after my grandmother was an adult.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, my grandmother was the first in her family, the first female in her family to vote. Because, like, you think about, like, women being able to vote, it's only, like, 100 and something years old.
A lot of females didn't want to vote, and then slowly, naturally they started voting. It's the same thing with pushing all this, people don't want the earth to die. People don't want to see garbage all over the place. People want to have something that is not going to destroy the earth. But if you keep pushing it and pushing it and pushing it, it's the same with everything else. You keep pushing it, people push back.
Yep.
Let it come naturally. We have done so much since the start of the industrial era with helping the environment and things like that. And now they're carrying on that it's got to be zero emissions, and even that's not going to help.
Somebody was telling me to take somebody was telling me, like, if we had a time machine and we took 10 marginalized community members of any ethnicity, if we took them back 200 years from right now, and then we took 10 marginalized community members, aka probably slaves, indentured servitudes from 200 years ago, and we brought them back here today, there would be a stark contrast in the appreciation that the person from the past to the future now has for the future, and there would be a big wake-up call for the people taken from the future back to the past on what true discrimination is and devaluement is. Yeah. Like I heard somebody talking about that. They were given like a speech on it, talking about taking people back, and they went through all of it. They were talking about how even during right at the Civil War and in Reconstruction, even after the Civil War, marginalized communities had the highest nuclear family rates in their entire history, and it's only gotten worse. It's gotten worse since something called the Civil War. Families have gotten worse since something called the Civil War. And it's just, we were supposed to have had a war that was supposed to fix our domestic problems and give equality and justice to the people that needed it. And we ended up enacting social programs and state-based regulations and addendums that have only added to the detriment of families. And it's only stifled the progression of America. It has not helped in any way. And that's something that we need to pay attention to. This didn't just happen with Trump. This didn't just happen with Bush. This didn't just happen with Reagan. This didn't just happen back in World War I. This has been happening for a long, long, long time. And
I think that's what's meant to happen, this cycle that just keeps going, that gives people a bit of hope, and then all of a sudden they're like,
it retrogrades.
bam, we're going to fuck you up. Then we get people to have a bit of hope again, and then bang, they'll fuck you up. It's to stop the little man from getting too big. You know, they want the slaves to be smart.
Well, they don't want the problem to ever be fixed, because then they don't have anything to lobby on. Then they have to actually go do their job and be like, and work on the little things that can get us ahead, rather than these big things that are holding us back, that we pretty much handled, but we keep harping on a past rendition of it. And we also have the media propagating a version of it that's making people, I mean, if you're young and you've been told for the last 10 years, you're 20 years old, you've been told since you're 10 years old that the police are bad, all this stuff, it doesn't really surprise me that you freak out when you're, pulled over by the police. It doesn't,
Yeah, a lot of people do freak out when, I believe that's true. A lot of black people freak out when they're pulled over by the police. It's what they're being taught. Like,
but a lot of that is fear-mongering from the media.
I think a lot of that is.
Yeah, I mean, because I hear a lot of prominent black conservatives that just say, look, comply. You will have your day in court. If you are unjustly done, you will have your day in court. All you're doing is adding charges when you resist. You are adding charges. And if something happens to you and you are made a martyr, justice will come and it will happen for you. I can't think of really anything when somebody didn't resist that we didn't look back at as a completely tragic and something that needs to be investigated. The thing is, the media gets on, if it happens tonight, the media gets it tonight and airs it in the morning.
Every killing or murder or anything has to be investigated regardless if it was an accident or not, because you need to know the truth.
Yeah.
People need to know the truth. That's why I really like those body cams.
Yeah.
Was it I read something where a lot of this hate against the police started when someone started, I think, was it Live Leak and things like that started doing police brutality combination videos that really...
Sorry, my video went out there.
That were really fucked up.
Yeah.
Just, that clickbait stuff, because people like...
I hope they do something about 230, though.
Scary shit.
I don't know about completely repealing it, because I don't want to be liable if I just make an opinion. I would like for it to be based around committing an actual crime. And that that only these editors can only get involved, or not editors, these social media companies can only get involved if there's actually a clear and present danger or an actual crime. Like sharing underage photos. Why had they not cleaned that shit up? That's one thing that upsets me, is I can't talk about God or being pro-life or all these things, or being pro-choice. I can't even give out an opinion without fear of being censored. Yet there are pedo rings that are literally on Facebook under crazy names. There are people on YouTube making videos that like hypnotize your children that say the most terrible, vile, vulgar things. There are toys that were put out that Tickle Me Elmo. That's telling kids to like kill themselves and stuff. Like, dude, and it's everywhere. The world right now is. I know people have been saying it forever. I sound like a broken record. I probably sound like your neighborhood pastor that always preaches hellfire and brimstone, but we are going further and further away from just dignity. That word that Joe Biden says all the time. We are going so far from dignity. We have the dignity is the last thing that we have.
Just a sec. Cow chicken. Cow and chicken. Remember the cow?
Oh, dude, yeah, I love that shit.
Cow ticket. Are you going to say anything or just keep with your Knox plan?
All right, I'm gonna kick him.
Yep, kick him.
Yeah, I feel. Yeah. I'm just gonna ban him. Sorry, take it. It didn't work. Kind of weird, to be honest. I got a little cough in my chest. Wait for those anal swabs, right? I know. Yeah, dude.
Oh, I'm sure they're coming.
Oh yeah, it's y'all. They probably already got them packaged up. They're producing them right now. I guarantee it. Put a 1 in chat if you're gonna get the swab. Some of you are like, I don't even care if it's a COVID test. Swab me. I'm a happy little sheep. All right, y'all. Well, look, let's wrap it up on that. There's no better subject than anal COVID swab to end on. I had fun. I want to do this every Wednesday. Next Wednesday, we're going to have a bunch of conservative dudes. Conservative males, libertarian males, moderate males. We're going to have the same conversation. I'm going to ask the same questions roundabout.
And you'll probably end up with 50 people showing up.
Yeah. It's going to be just a bunch of dudes probably smoking cigars and drinking brandy, talking shit.
Yeah, Trump 2020.
But everybody put some hearts in the chat for Lotus. She came in here and helped me run this. All the other participants, Schwelly that came in, anybody else that participated in chat. This is the first one that we've done. I know it was kind of a shit show. It was off the cuff. I promise the production value, especially by next week, will be good, hopefully. As soon as I get my paycheck, I'm instantly going to go and get the green screen, so we won't have to do the faux green screen anymore. We're going to have a real one, and I'll be able to go at 60 frames, so everything will be looking nice. I appreciate...
Yeah, I think we need more chicks in here. Come on.
No, we will. Okay. We'll get some more. I think most people are nervous.
I can't speak for American, what's happening in America at the moment. I can only tell you my perspective from Australia.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about after we get done with all the identity groups. Once I get done with male and female, and I think I'm gonna have a Christian atheist stream as well. And there's going to be a bunch of different discussions that we have. We'll probably do even some stupid stuff like people that work out versus people that don't work out. Maybe people that are cardio versus people that lift or something. Just have some fun with it. I want to start doing these like Jubilee. And we're going to start making the yes and no room a lot more involved as well. Thank you, by the way, for all the contributions. Farm Girl, Bowls Dip. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate that.
Bambi, can you speak yet?
Bambi, talk to us.
She probably would have had a pretty
good... she probably would have had a whole bunch to say. Bambi, we'll get you fixed up for next time, I promise. I promise you. But yeah, next Wednesday, 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's going to be being a traditionalist, patriarchal white privileged male. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding.
I do have a friend who is a black conservative, but she's female. Maybe I could try and get her. Actually, got
Yeah,
a
if you got
few-
friends that are outspoken, y'all get them on here.
I have actually got a few black people, color conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
I've even got some trans people I know, but I don't know.
Nice. Yeah, I want to open the discussion up to everybody. It's inclusive to everyone. Your 2 cents matter. Both 1 and 2. Both of those cents matter.
I can ask them if they want to come in and have a chat. Give their perspective because they're African American and conservative, and they're female.
Yeah. They hit what would consider a political statistical conundrum, basically, compared to the left. The liberals would say that if you don't vote for me, you're not black. Americans on the right are just like, you're American, you're just an American. You're voting for me. I'm your Republican nominee, and I'm pandering to Americans' populism. The left goes, this group deserves +2 points. And this group is bad. We got to take points from them. Like, that's what the left says. And if you give me power, then I'm going to do this point switch for you. Okay, let's do this. Let's get this started. And somebody really wants to know. Okay, yay or nay? Pineapple belongs on pizza. Yay or nay? We're going to do this.
Yay.
We're going to do this every week, just so that it's new tradition, because everybody always asks that. Yay or nay, y'all? Yay or nay emotes, or you can just type it out. Yay, it belongs. Nay, it does not. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
I love fucking.
Lots of yeps. I'm a no person. I'm a no person. I'm a no. I like, if it's gonna have pineapple, it can't have marinara. I just can't have those 2 things together.
You can have pineapple, seafood on pizza. Oh, yum.
Ooh, seafood sounds great. Yeah, dude. Shrimp and scallops.
Barbecue sauce on pizza.
Put either like pesto or like a garlicky Alfredo as the sauce. Gets you some mozzarella.
Yeah, it's really good. We've got my brother used to make this mixed seafood pizza. It had prawns on it. It had oysters, had mussels, it had calamari.
That sounds
Yeah,
good.
oh fuck, it's beautiful. And you can have it in some sort of garlic sauce or tomato sauce or barbecue sauce or anything like that. It just depends on your taste. It's just.
Let's see. Let's update our title, y'all. We are now jumping. Let's see here. Why do I do this? How do I do this? And boom. Let's watch this. Let's take away La Discord.
Oh, my brother makes wonderful pizza.
Oh, dude. When you can make good homemade pizza, that is the
He's
stuff
so
right
good
there.
at it. He's so good at it. I miss it because I'm someone who does keto and stuff like that now, so I stay away from carbs.
There we go. All right. Cheers, Lotus.
Cheers, biggies.
Y'all, Lotus is great. She's been with the channel for a really, really long time, and I love getting Lotus involved. Now let's laugh like we weren't already always laughing in here. Let's see.
It is the dawning of an age where we need to repent your bigotry, repent your phobias, cast down ableism, and cast down sexism. No, the Church of Woke is just like any other church, except our God is intersectionality and our devil is intolerance. Thou shalt not listen to the fiery bigotry contained within podcasting. Now, just like some of the other churches, we believe that blasphemous ideas that cause dissent to our cause should be removed. Remove problematic language from your vocabulary. We're actually doing a book burning later. I mean, we have Harry Potter, Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life, which is basically our Salvador Rusty's The Satanic Verses. Just sacrilege. A goal of mine would be to get a little closer to Islam's influence. I mean, when they tell you not to make a cartoon, people listen. Dismantle the patriarchy. Never let opposing viewpoints stifle your faith. While religious mothers of the past have had their sights set on deplatforming Howard Stern, we're more focused on the new generation's Howard Stern. Hello, hello! We've sort of designed it to be a bit of an echo chamber. I mean, if our viewpoint can take us to the promised land, should we not try anything in our power to get there? This is one of our many Bibles. Cast down the vile comedy of Andrew Dice Clay. And though other religions in the past have gained control of the printing press to stop the spread of misinformation, we've seized control of the social media platforms. It is not enough to not be ableist. You know, this is the booth where you confess anything like sexist thoughts, phobias. It's not anonymous, and we've actually removed about 20,000 members after learning of their impurities. But while some other religions allow you to repent and ask for forgiveness, we prefer you to repent in the form of a formal apology, and then we cast you out anyway. It is time to recognize your internal bigotry, your internal Islamophobia. You know, we're working on some of our own hymns, like NYPD suck our dick. You want to create like an unreachable puritanical standard, you know, keep them on their toes. Truth be told, I'm actually against organized religion, which is why I make a point of our ideas being very unorganized. You know, some churches say everyone's a sinner. I mean, we think everyone's a bigot. Thou shalt not appropriate. Thou shalt not use another's identity in vain. Now, some people try to say the Church of Woke isn't a real religion, but Durkheim defined religion as a unified system of beliefs and practices relative to sacred things, that is to say, things set apart and forbidden. You know, and we're doing our best to fulfill that requirement. And thou shalt put their pronouns in their bio. Right now, we're working on having our beliefs intertwined with the state. Get our teachings into schools, workplaces, the rule of law, sort of the unification of the state and woke. It is time for you to shut your mouths and listen, but it is also not my job to educate you. You want to confuse them a little bit so they just stop thinking and defer to you on everything? One day I'd love to have one of those super churches we get to smash all the girls. Those guys are living. I'm thinking about doing like a reading of the ADL's new ads so they know who to stay away from. The Christian church has reigned supreme in America for far too long. Now it's our turn. And the woke crusades will take place on the internet. And cast down homophobia. When I do it live, the guy on stage faints.
Cast down homophobia, he said. Good Lord. Oh, God.
Thou shalt not question the government's COVID protocols. Trump Pence out now. Obviously, we'll have to modify that one a little bit. And I would do anything for love, but take off my mask. Won't do that. Won't do that. As an out-of-work intersectional feminist cover band, we thought it was very important to let the world know that we are in full support of the lockdown. Don't stop quarantining. Give us some rules, Mr. Science Man. Just lock me down. With live music being canceled, we have not played very much.
Yeah, but you know, women have it harder.
Women obviously have it harder. It's been more difficult for women. Some people say that it's the Chinese to blame, but I know it's all Trump's fault. Yes, it is. Ain't that the truth? I got fired from my job as a barback. Don't tell them that. Yeah, okay, I don't know. I work as a barback, okay? I'm sorry. I'm not going to pretend I'm a famous feminist icon right now.
No, that's not. He actually owns the bar. He just works there for fun. Like, kind of like, you know, when Bill Murray bartends. It's Fauci's plan, Fauci's plan, Fauci's plan. I only love my mask and my mama. I'm sorry. Things are not great in my relationship.
I only love my mask and my mama. I'm sorry.
Shut the fuck up.
Whoa, whoa.
Fuck you, what you tell me? Fuck you, fuck you, motherfucker! What would you do when you're trapped with your girl? Every day with this stupid bitch.
What? Stupid bitch? What the fuck, man? You can't talk like that. That's
you know I support women.
That's the mother of your
children.
children.
I support women. You haven't said the same shit.
Apologize.
The camera's off.
You better
apologize. The camera's off. You don't say the same
Never.
shit. When a man zooms his woman, you know that keyboard's getting sprayed.
Apologize. You apologize right now, or I'm gonna have to denounce you on the spot.
Fuck you.
You're
I see you with the group messing girls on the internet. Fuck
Turn that shit off. Turn that off.
When I get that feeling, homosexual feeling, homosexual. Literally hit a girl. I've seen what you do to those escorts. Turn that shit off. Hey there, Cuomo, what's it like in New York City? I've been locked up in my pantry and I haven't seen the city in a year. Can you just please distance from me? This isn't no distance from me. You distance from out of here.
Dude, this is so good.
This guy pays for escorts and punches them. What? When I strap a mask right on my face, maybe strap a second too. The mask is mine. The gosh darn mask is mine. You never see that shit in front of them again. You hear me? Never again. You know what a Colombian necktie is? You got a fucking cuck bitch. $600. Stay in your home tonight. Fauci, it's too sexy for his mask. It's too sexy for his vaccine. It's too sexy it hurts.
I'd like to formally apologize for my comments that I made 15 seconds ago. They don't represent me or the band.
It takes a real man to apologize.
A real man?
Spat on my rain. I'm still gonna rat on my friends. I just want to apologize for insinuating that apologies are only something real men do. Women can do them too, and for that I am sorry.
California's closed. Yeah, this compilation is not going to make any money, is it?
New song saved my life tonight. Lock me down, lock me down. You'll never see me going out.
This sketch has been brought to you by ForbiddenClothes.com. This is Forbidden Clothes.
Well, guess who's out of a job?
What?
What, pandemic? PC culture takes another victim, bro. So you can't even make a joke anymore.
What was the joke?
So, you know my boss, Deborah, who I've always been nice to? We're at this meeting and she starts like yapping her gums. So I stand up and go, raise your hand if you think Deborah's a fat pig.
Nice.
That's a joke?
Yeah, which apparently is body shaming now.
What did Deborah say?
Oh, so get this. She says, excuse me? And I said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you without you being hogtied at a trough with an apple in your mouth.
Cool.
And then I started oinking at her, you know? I was like,
Holy shit.
Wait, this is your boss.
God damn.
yeah, and nobody had my back.
What
you know,
the
there's a whole
fuck?
place.
I'd have fired your ass too.
I blame the universities and colleges, man.
Exactly.
You should probably apologize.
Well, I guess you agree with the snowflakes because she gave me one last chance to apologize, which is so 2021. Everyone's on an apology tour now. So I told her she should apologize to me for making me smell her fat ass's rank BO for the last 6 months and for eating all the hay because she's a fat fucking pig. And while I'm talking, I'm doing the Chinese eyes because she's Chinese.
Comedy.
Exactly. And now I'm out of a job because she's triggered.
Female entitlement knows no bounds.
Dude, you said it, man. That is so true. And these SJWs, they don't even give you a reason. They just said that I'm not fit to work at IBM.
Generation of people who got participation trophies.
Exactly.
Do you have like a joking relationship with her?
No, we hate each other. She's a fat bitch.
Yeah, he just told you that. And now he's got to censor factual information for some snowflake's feelings.
Are you out of your mind? I would have fired you too.
Oh, I forgot we're here with Huffington Post.
Dude, what happened to when jokes were jokes? Do you remember in the before times when you could just make jokes? Like when I was at your dad's funeral and I took the ashes, threw them in the air and yelled, 52 pickup, bitch!
My family didn't talk to us for a year.
Triggered. This guy's just pandering to save his own ass. Remember when you got in trouble?
Quinn.
Because your girl said you were mean to that lesbian for being a lesbian when you actually just thought she was annoying?
No, that girl genuinely sucked.
Everyone's a victim.
Well, basically the same thing just happened to me because I'm at my girlfriend's mom's house, who's apparently a lesbian now. She's got one of those IV bags because I guess she got in a car accident.
Of course she does.
So I poke a hole in the IV bag, and as I'm pissing in it, I say happy yellow birthday to her grandmother.
Yes!
Which is a classic, but I guess you're not supposed to say that anymore either.
You should do that, period.
Then they try to physically remove me from the party.
It's 1984, bro.
Yeah, it turns into a whole altercation.
This shows how people that are offensive are over-triggered, that other people are offended.
Bringing me home in handcuffs.
No, that's the actual police bringing you home in handcuffs.
You gotta
Yo,
watch
what's up,
out for
Janet?
this PC shit, bro. First they come for Cosby and
All right,
you
hang
say
on a second.
nothing.
All right, you know what? Shut up. Do me a favor. Both of you, get the fuck out of my house.
I guess we gotta leave Jack Dorsey's apartment.
Sorry I used the wrong pronouns in your safe space.
I got you. No,
They're showing how offensive people don't understand that they're being offensive. It has nothing to do with hate speech. You're at an office party and you're being like that. You're gonna get fired, dude.
My name is Dave.
And I'm Wayne.
And together we are a gay inter-radical political protester couple.
Look at your boy Washington's stupid hat.
Who is Sean King? Are you f***ing him?
At first our political differences were kind of hot, but lately it's just become too much.
Oh, very funny. Oh, and what you've been doing all lockdown hasn't been. On paper, we do have the same interests.
We both love costumes, marching, wrecking property.
We both have bad tattoos, like my flaming American Eagle back piece.
Yeah, I'm thinking of getting a stick and poke of a bottle of beer. We both think there was election fraud. We just disagree on which election. What are you doing?
Just looking for a few more votes. They're here somewhere.
Let it go.
You let Russia go. I think he was agitating in my protest.
I think he was agitating at my protest. If you weren't at the protest, then show me your GPS history for January 6th.
I'm not doing this again. I told you I was at my mother's. I guess the root of the problem is we both just changed a little bit.
I used to think destructive protesters were terrorists, and now I think they're patriots.
I used to think the cops were cold-blooded murderers, but now I think the lady who got shot at the Capitol got exactly what she deserved. Guy will do anything Trump tells him to.
You'll do anything the media tells you to.
Tell him when I caught you singing in the shower yesterday.
Okay, I can't sing in the shower now. Wouldn't you know that Trump's my hero?
His hero is a threat to American democracy.
Like you care about democracy or America.
At least I know how to protest, you rookie. I do this. You're a hobbyist.
Okay, what did I tell you about using my poster board?
What? When I first met you, you didn't even like making signs. You're just copying me.
You're an NPC.
You're an NPC.
As a matter of fact, I love protesting, just waiting for Trump to get back on Twitter to tell us where to go.
The guy should be impeached.
Well, how'd that work out last time for you? We did one protest and we broke into the Capitol. Wayne's wrecking some deli in Brooklyn.
You broke in and took selfies. Even the Women's March got that place shut down.
Just looking at our news.
He was holding a black bandana going to burn it. Like, what?
This is called doing damage, Wayne.
I set a fucking cop car on fire.
Guy stole some knickknacks from Target. He thinks he's Farrakhan.
You know what? I do actually agree with him. Farrakhan has some good points.
Yeah, good points on choice issues.
I'm going to my sister's.
You know, I am probably going to jail, which is kind of crappy unless King Trump pardons us, which he probably will because he cares about us.
He only cares about himself.
He's the least selfish president. You know, I do want to make this relationship work.
Plus, moving right now would be pretty challenging. We're both unemployed.
Remember that time we agreed on the $2,000?
Low-key, I was a little jealous when they stormed those gates. I just barely get to protest anymore. And just for once, I wish you'd just acknowledge your racism.
Yes, okay, I'm a little bit racist. Sue me. This guy's been talking about black guys every day for the last 6 months. I get a little bit jealous. You know, truth be told, we both actually made support for our movement go down.
Yeah, it turns out normal people hate the chaos we cause.
Yeah, dude. Both of y'all are fucking crazy.
Oof. I was told by the Daily Beast that was a fringe alt-right conspiracy theory. Not allowed to talk about it. Well, far be it from me to push those crazy theories. That's the Washington Post. But then we were like, I don't know, maybe the impeachment thing is kind of important. We should talk about it. So then I actually made the title about impeachment. And then we all kind of just were like, I don't know if anyone actually cares about this because it's totally meaningless. He's going to get acquitted. Nothing's going to happen. It's like they're trying to distract us from what's really going on. So then I was just like, whatever, dude. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about what's going on with this double masking thing. It's ridiculous. They're telling people now to wear a disposable mask with a cloth mask over it. And I'm just wondering at what point they're going to start telling people to put a plastic bag over their head and just tie it in a knot. Because that's the best way to keep it from spitting on people, I suppose. But they're also saying that COVID is the lockdown's not ending until winter. Like we're going to do a whole another year. They're saying that even if you get the vaccine, nope, you got to still lock down. So what's the point of any of this? I have to wonder if they wanted the lockdown for some other reason, because there's this tweet from Zuby where he's like, if you think the goal, if you look at this as though the goal is to demoralize and destabilize people's lives and the economy, it makes more sense. And I'm like, maybe that's why they don't want the vaccine to work. Maybe that's why the media keeps putting out these stories to scare people. Maybe that's why they're saying that even if you get the vaccine, it's not going to work, because Trump actually pulled off something they didn't want to happen. Maybe they liked the idea. Now, look, I'm saying maybe. I don't know. All I know is it's still going to be bad. They're telling everybody to put masks on. They're doing butt swabbing in China, and it's just absolutely nonsensical. Meanwhile, they're trying to tell us that impeachment matters, and I'm not sure it does. And we're all just kind of tired of the absurdity of this news. So we're going to talk about this, but we're also going to talk about a bunch of other issues. We got the good pillow controversy, I guess. So David Hogg of Parkland Notoriety starting a company to sell pillows. But shout out to Cameron Kasky, who basically said, I'm sorry to all of the supporters. It's come to this. And it's a really interesting situation between, these kids. And we also have Gina Carano of Deadpool and Mandalorian. They're trying to get her canceled. And they've been trying to get her canceled because she's one of the few people working in Hollywood who is speaking out against a lot of this BS from the far left. And I think it's really important that we talk about it. Plus, we got Aunt Jemima. We got a lot of stuff to talk about. Aunt Jemima's gone. It's pearl milling company, like you're eating granite powder or something, whatever. Anyway, we'll start talking about this stuff. And joining us today is Matt Brainerd. Again, Matt, do you want to just briefly introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Matt Brainerd. I'm the executive director of Look Ahead America. I'm a political consultant who worked on the 2016 Trump campaign, helping him get elected by running strategy and data. And I kind of ran this little project called the Voter Integrity Project in the aftermath of the November 2020 general election. And be very careful talking about that because I don't want to get anybody in trouble here.
Yeah, because they're like, their finger is floating over the button that says ban, and they're like, come on, say it, say it. We also have Luke Rutkowski who's chilling.
Today's a very important historic day. I don't know if you guys realize what it is today, but today, officially, guys, racism is over, as of course Aunt Jemima syrup is now Pearl Mining Company syrup.
Milling
syrup, whatever. It doesn't matter. Forget about the falling wages. Forget about the collapsing economy, the loss of civil liberties, the huge healthcare costs. At least right now, an African-American woman, Lillian Richards, who was the goodwill ambassador to the syrup company in 1925, has been canceled. So, yes, racism defeated somehow.
Well, it's because the art of her. Wait, was that wasn't even her picture though, wasn't it? Like they changed the picture?
She was the official goodwill ambassador. I don't know if it was officially her, but she was like a folk hero in her community and looked up to by a lot of people.
Well, she's gone now.
Well, she's gone now.
Who wants to eat pearl milling? It's like you open the box and you're gonna get like talcum powder. You know what I mean? You're like, I don't want to eat that.
Yes.
No, I gotta be real with everybody though. You really shouldn't pour refined flour, high glycemic sugar wads into a pan full of grease and then literally take a bottle of their refined high fructose corn syrup and squirt all over it for breakfast. That sounds really unhealthy.
America.
We should be doing more health advice. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Luke Rutkowski of WeAreChange.org, and I release videos and sell T-shirts on WeAreChange.org. Thanks for having me.
Well, because COVID is such a very serious issue, we've specifically requested of Ian to take it more seriously than normal, and he is.
What up, everybody? Welcome back to the show. Ian Crossley here. I'm just excited.
I don't think anyone can hear you.
I can sort of hear the mumble.
Kind of hear it. I'm
There you go.
excited to talk about this Trump
impeachment
stuff with Matt. I'm wearing it because Matt didn't get a COVID test, so.
Okay, I think you can take it off.
Morse code.
Wait,
so
what-
use Morse code with
Tim,
your
what
nose.
was that anal swab we did when I got
Oh
here?
my God.
Ian administered it. Don't look at me.
Talk about that.
So
You actually bought these.
So I
so
bought those. I had
cool.
to do it. You know what? So these are these space helmets this dude made and sold. And it's like, I got to be honest. They say if you're on a plane, it's more comfortable to wear that than a mask. That's actually probably true.
see it.
When the ventilation is going, it's kind of
Yeah, it's got a fan inside and HEPA filters.
Cools your head down.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I could,
What
like,
the
it probably
fuck?
would suck to be on a plane for
Wow,
several hours
it's like
wearing a
an
mask.
air-conditioned
That
room in
thing,
your
you
head.
Just go to sleep and you get fresh air blowing in.
You can see
Probably
the
not that bad.
official unboxing on Tim's Instagram page.
Yes.
Very
Well,
cool.
Ian put it on. Well, Luke gave it to Ian upside down, and then he put it on. But I think it's absurd to wear the thing in public. Just wear the mask. But I can understand the plane argument. So yeah, we'll talk about all that too, I suppose.
I have questions
And
for
we'll
Fauci.
definitely talk about impeachment, and we'll talk about the CDC double masking. I wonder if you have to wear a double mask if you're wearing that space helmet.
That's what I was wondering.
Oh, that's a good
Probably
question.
not.
Yeah.
Who do we have to ask?
Oh, dude, Ian.
What's fucked up about that mask, though, is that it has fans that bring the virus in at a very high rate. Even with a HEPA filter, that virus is getting through, and it's got a machine that's churning, so it's working harder than your lungs are to generate basically fucking bacteria in your face.
You should wear a mask while you're wearing that.
You probably should. It's safer.
And then a mask over it.
That's right. Yeah.
All right, everybody. We'll jump into news. We also have Sour Patch Lids pressing all
Yes,
the
I
buttons.
am here in the corner laughing at these guys. This is an awesome space helmet. I've not worn one yet. They look pretty cool.
But before we get started, head over to timcast.com to check out our members-only content. These are segments and even some full episodes that are only available for those who are members of the website. We set up the website because we could get banned at any moment, especially as Matt just mentioned. There's some issues pertaining to the election that he's like, we'll be careful about because, one wrong word, like I said, their finger is hovering over the ban button. They just want to press that button, just nuke this channel. So go to timcast.com, become a member. In the event that happens, you'll get access to all of this content. But more importantly, we do have members-only content, and we're going to have a bonus segment up after the show where we'll probably talk about, I don't know, some spicy things that YouTube probably wouldn't like, and, the grifters will cut out of context, but hey, that's the way it is. Also, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Should we talk? Let's talk about impeachment first, just a little bit to go over some of these issues. More importantly, we were talking a moment ago, Matt was mentioning that there are many people who were involved in the Capitol, it's a storming of the Capitol, who had no idea what was going on. And now they can't get lawyers. So I do want to go over that a little bit, but we'll start with, where we're at with Trump, because the big news, I suppose, if you care about impeachment, and I got to be honest, I find it really, really hard to care about it, is that his lawyers are doing miserably, like really, really bad. And Trump is apparently really angry. We have this story from the New York Times that says, meandering performance by defense lawyers enrages Trump. The former president was particularly angry at Bruce L. Castor, Jr., one of his lawyers, for acknowledging the effectiveness of the House Democrats' presentation. Well, apparently the Democrats have put up some, like they're arguing over his tweets. They put up some edited video to make their case. I honestly just think it's a big waste of time because we know what's going to happen in the end, right?
Yeah, it's not gonna. There's not gonna be a conviction, and so the problem I think that the president's attorneys have is they don't understand what's going on. Is that they are making this very narrow constitutional argument. They're almost doing this in a very bad way, as if there really is something to be decided, as if they were in a courtroom, as if it was truly a case, and it's not any of those things. This is an old-fashioned Soviet-style show trial, but unlike in the Soviet system, you actually both sides get to do a show. So, and I've used this term before, it's asymmetric warfare. With the left, the Democrats are rolling in here with, it's just the loudest, they know they're not going to get a conviction. It's basically just about trashing Republicans, trashing Trump, trashing his supporters, and it's full-on propaganda. And they're throwing everything in there, like high impact video. Granted, it's edited and it's phony, etc. But then the Republicans walk in and they're like making like a legal argument, like it's some,
Man, Republicans are dumb.
Well, these attorneys, I'm not sure how committed they are to the party because they're Democrats. So I'm just saying. And one of them sued the president twice just a year ago.
What?
Yes.
Why did he hire these people?
I'm not privy to that process, but I will tell you, I've heard from many people, including very prominent Republican attorneys, more than one, by the way, who have just been dumping on the performance. And the thing is, look, if it's a show trial, you fight fire with fire. You roll in there with all of the instances of the left in provoking riots, like serious riots resulting in people getting murdered, cops being murdered, cities being burnt to the ground, Democrat politicians calling for people to stand up and fight, and you go whole hog. And you can go anywhere you want. You can talk about Chinese influence compromising President Biden and some of the steps he's already taken with his administration so far. You can do whatever you want. It's like it's a blank canvas to just get in there and paint the best picture you can. But these guys, the thing is, I almost feel like they're phoning it in because they know what the outcome is, and they're like, and they're thinking, a year from now this will be completely forgotten because it's,
maybe that's the right thing, and I actually respect that. It's a waste of time. We don't need to waste any time on it. They should walk in and go, Donald Trump has free speech, and he didn't do it. We rest our case.
That would be brilliant if they did that, but instead they're doing like a real legal, as if it was a real impeachment, trying to make a real case and doing a bad job of it.
I remember looking through Twitter. I forgot who said this, but someone jokingly said it was definitely the deep state that made Donald Trump hire inept lawyers, which is a very interesting point. The Independent also has a very curious article that reads, Trump's inept lawyers draws comparison to Joe Pesci's character in My Cousin Vinny. If you remember that movie, that was a pretty funny movie back in the day. I loved it myself. But again, a lot of people are criticizing these people, but more importantly, a lot of mainstream media people are treating this like it's the Super Bowl, like everyone cares, and in reality, no one really cares.
No. What else are they going to? But what else? What else is there to report on right now?
And you would think they would take this opportunity to move forward with their agenda, their causes, but they're stuck in this again, Trump derangement syndrome. They're stuck talking about Trump and
no,
and they're beating a dead horse.
No, Luke, they're the dealers. They're the dealers of the drug. They're the ones dishing out the Trump derangement tablets to all the unsuspecting towns-children.
Have they been dipping into their own stash?
A little bit, yeah.
Dang.
Yep. Yeah.
They're high on it.
They have been, but I think now they know they're dealing. They're dealing Trump derangement syndrome.
Well, here's the question we got to ask. Last time there was a phony impeachment, that was completely consuming all of Capitol Hill and the entire media. Right at the time, this little flu-like thing was starting to spread out of China and slowly reaching other parts of the world. Just no one's really paying attention to it. President Trump made comment about fighting it in his State of the Union speech that Pelosi tore in half and ignored, and then called him a racist for trying to limit travel to China. That was what was happening when the last impeachment trial was consuming everything. So I wonder, what are we missing now? Because this is what they're completely focusing on.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Joe Biden's weird executive orders, like the one that allows for Chinese propaganda.
52 of them.
Or 52 so far.
Yep,
wow.
52.
Hey,
Yep.
that's a record.
Honestly, that time story.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but they're bragging about that. They're not trying to hide it. No, maybe it's the electrical grid rule suspension. Joe Biden's allowing Chinese-made goods to be used in our electrical grid, suspending a rule from Trump for like seemingly no reason. And I've actually heard criticism from some people who are relatively, Democrats saying, I understand Trump's rules may have been bad, but shouldn't you review them and not shut them down first? Like, don't suspend the rule, just review it, and then if it comes, you come to the decision to get rid of it, then you do. Isn't it weird to like just immediately snap your finger and say, China, you can build stuff for our electrical grid. We're going to review if it makes sense.
Or more and more U.S. military convoys going through Syria.
Yeah. What's the status with that? I've heard about that. I heard it was debunked. It was Syrian propaganda.
No, there have been several of them at this point now, and nobody's really pushing it or asking questions.
Yes, there's been many kind of international organizations that have been detailing large convoys, 50 plus vehicles going into Syria, into, of course, the northeast region where the territory is contested between Syrians, Kurds, Russians, and now the United States that is permanently watching all the oil fields there as if it's theirs. So that's happening, and slowly but surely the reports that are coming in is that more and more troops are on their way there.
And it's always American troops coming through Iraq? Is that what it is?
Well, it's not just Iraq. There's also Jordan. The United States has bases all around, not just Syria, but of course Iran there. So there's a lot of troop mobilization and movements, not just by the United States, but also Russia in that region as well, that is also doubling down and sending more troops into that region.
I wonder what they're going to do with oil when the economy is shut down and nobody's using it.
Yeah. That's another big factor here economically, especially with America becoming energy independent. Now under these new restrictions by Biden, it looks like the United States is going to have more of a kind of appetite for oil. So this is why some people are saying we're going to be going back into the Middle East. I think it's far beyond that. I think it's far beyond natural resources. There's bigger things at play here, especially the geopolitical hegemonic power play that's being made between Russia, China, and the United States on the world stage.
Yeah, the shipping lane through the Suez Canal is not to be understated. That's like
of course
the central blood flow of the United States shipping.
Yeah, if you look at if you look at major conflicts throughout world history, they have taken place on shipping routes. So shipping routes are essential. This is why China also expanded its territory into the South Chinese Sea, because it's along a major trading route that, of course, usually sparks the largest conflicts when we look back at history.
Well,
it usually it concludes first the stopping of trade.
That's interesting because the U.S. is running drills right now under Biden in the South China Sea.
Yeah, with Japan and Australia doing war games. Of course, kind of saber rattling against China, who has been also doing a lot of consecutive war games, especially in the month of January. In January, out of 31 days, for 30 days, China ran drills and ran over the airspace of Taiwan, specifically drilling for its invasion.
So sorry, guys, but this sounds really important, but we've got an impeachment.
No, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's more
Very
important.
good point.
Yeah.
International war is meaningless.
No, forget about that stuff.
Extrajudicial
So he's getting
assassination.
impeached?
Wow. You mean he already got impeached?
Wait,
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh,
Second
he got
time.
impeached?
Yeah. Now they're going to try and convict him.
I can't even joke about this.
And who is this guy you say? They're trying to impeach the president of the United
He
States.
used
The
to be
former
president.
president.
Donald
wait.
Trump. Say his name with me, guys.
wait,
Donald
hold on,
Trump.
hold on.
It's all about Donald Trump.
He's
right?
not the president.
Right.
He's playing golf, and they're like, we got to convict this
Private
guy.
citizen.
I think that
Right.
before Trump, there wasn't that much news. I feel like maybe I'm desensitized to it. I can't tell. I'm in this warp world.
You got pulled into a vortex we've all been in.
Yeah, they were making so much news because his tweets, and now it's just kind of back to normal.
It's
where there's not that much news.
Well, this is Pelosi's priorities, but I will tell you that if they weren't doing this right now, their fundraising would just.
Yeah. I mean, even NPR was talking about this immense legal battle that's happening in Florida right now with the local county trying to kick Trump out of Mar-a-Lago, saying that he can't live there permanently. I'm like, why are we obsessing about this? Why
Yeah,
is
who cares?
NPR talking about this? And they went on for a full 30-minute segment. I love listening to NPR because I actually really like their science and technology sections when they talk about those issues. But politically, it's very interesting to see their perspective because I love to see how other people think. And they are nonstop obsessing about this impeachment. They're thinking it's the Super Bowl. It's a major sporting event. They were covering it live, play-by-play blows. And when you look online, there's not even a fervor. No one really cares. Everyone's over it. Everyone
care
wants
more-
to see. But this is the big moment that we're in because everyone wants to see what the Democrats can do for them. We voted for the Democrats. They
You
got
did.
elected. They're in there. What are you going to do for me? What are you going to do to make my life better? People are waiting there, and they're like, but we got Trump here. We're gonna beat this dead horse even more. And
what
people are like,
they're
we don't
saying
care.
is very simple.
Yeah.
I know, America, that you voted for the Democratic Party, and we Democrats are going to do everything in our power to get you exactly what you need in these trying times. By impeaching a guy who's not president anymore. Hey, put on the clown makeup, drop the circus tent, put on the music, and then, have a little car drive around, and people are swinging around in the trapeze and like, ooh, Donald Trump's getting impeached. Don't look over at the decimated small businesses. Don't look over at the mass evictions that are looming, because we've got a big old pile of bread and circuses right here for you on the TV.
I mean, the American people are hurting, just like I brought up in my introduction. Failing wages, collapsing economy, loss of civil liberties, huge healthcare costs. I don't see any of the Democrats dealing with any of these issues.
Have you ever?
At all. Of course not. But there's going to be a lot of disenfranchised new voters because, I mean, how many votes did Joe Biden get? He got more votes than any other president in American history. So there's going to be a lot of people who are like, I participated, I was a part of the system, I got evil Trump out, now things are going to be better, and now they're going to be slapped in the face with reality. No, here's corporate globalist America screwing you. Family-friendly show. I got other things I want to say here. We're going to save it for the post show. But they're ramming you with their corporatism, and you have no other thing to do than submit to them getting their own way, and it's ridiculous and it's sickening.
We could talk about Mandalorian or WandaVision.
I still want to talk about foreign policy. I love foreign policy.
Yeah, I want to talk about the vestigiality of the political establishment at this point. It seems like they're no value. You know, when a gland in your body becomes vestigial, it's no longer used or needed. Right. It seems like they're just, like you said, meandering at some point.
Well, no, they are siphoning away our money to use for their lifestyles.
Partly because they're incapable of handling the money, because they've given the power of the money over to a private company, and they're just letting the Federal Reserve run with it. So they can't fix monetary policy. They can't even audit the Federal Reserve.
But let's not underplay when they're like, I must have $10 million for Pakistani gender programs and speedboats in Sri Lanka.
Giving themselves raises, of course, they're good at that.
The raises thing, I don't really care that much about.
I do. I can't stand it. That should not be their authority. That drives me insane.
What, to get a raise?
To give themselves a raise with my money.
Well, so the problem is there's no real way to solve the salary problem of Congress. Like Andrew Yang has said, give them $1 million so they're not incentivized to work for lobbyists. But that wouldn't change anything. They'll still, the lobbyists would just offer more money. The companies would offer more money. And some have said, make it so they can only make as much as the median American job, and then they'll be taking the lobbying. It's like there's no real way to solve that problem. I'll tell you, the bigger problem is when they're like, we have to help America by sending $500 million overseas during a pandemic when people's jobs are destroyed. We'll give your dollars to someone else in a different country with different rules and less lockdown, or what?
We desperately need a new industry. I don't want to derail this particular conversation, but I think a lot about graphene, you know, and if we can make America like the graphene industrial power of the 21st century, I think that will allow
that's
our
just
economy
one
to flourish.
small component.
It's like
I mean,
the steel. It'd be like if we were the steel industry of the 1900s. Now we can be the graphene industry. But we have to do it. You know, with these politicians that don't understand it, it's not going to happen. We need new people.
Well, I think impeachment is dumb.
Sounds like you should run for office, my friend.
Yeah, that's right. The graphene party.
I'm behind you. Let's do it.
And the Fed. Key slogan.
Let's do this.
It'll get smeared. But let's go back to the one thing I asked you about earlier, Matt. So this is kind of important. There were a lot of people who went to the Capitol in DC. They went to the Capitol on the 6th, and they found their way inside the building through no storming of anything. There's videos where the doors have been opened and people were bumbling and confused and walked in while the cops nodded and tipped their hats and even took selfies with them. Some of these people are being charged with what, like misdemeanors?
Pretty disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds, unlawful entry of a restricted building. And, you know, it goes beyond just the charges themselves, because what the effect of this is, it's destroying these people's lives. A week ago, I sent on Look Ahead letterhead a letter to the acting attorney general and the FBI director asking them to drop all charges against nonviolent, basically trespassers, protesters who happen to find themselves inside the Capitol building, because this is a political persecution. This isn't just routine prosecution of crimes. This is persecution. The level that the federal government is going after these people and destroying their lives. And the test of it is simple: is that over and over again, when the left did this, they repeatedly did this during Kavanaugh's confirmation hearings. They stormed the buildings.
All of them.
Yeah, and they intimidated senators. They tried to interfere with what the Senate was doing. All of the people who did this were, if they were arrested at all, they were taken off site and given a fine of $35 to $50 and let go to do it again. But this happens, And the reaction, now granted, I'm not talking about people who did true violent actions or really tried to destroy property. This is solely targeted at the people who happen to walk in. And all of these charges require something called mens rea, meaning you had to know that it was a crime to do it. You had to know you weren't allowed to go in there into a building the public's routinely allowed to on almost any given day of the week outside of COVID period, right? It's a public building. They walked in, they took some selfies, they left. And this letter, it's on lookaheadamerica.org, the website. So I go through all the legal arguments. But here's a problem, and this occurred to me as I was researching this. I spoke to multiple Republican attorneys. One gentleman, Republican attorneys, one of the most prominent Republican attorneys in the entire country. And I said, well, is anybody helping these folks out with attorneys? Because I'm hearing some of them are getting trouble. And he told me that two problems. Number one, Republican or conservative-leaning attorneys don't have a lot of practice with rioters like the left does. Because the left, the ACLU, they're on site. They're wearing vests so you know who they are. The right has no experience with this, but he said there's another problem is with taking these cases. And he said there's a problem with optics. Then I talked to somebody else who was working with a conservative law professor. Many of these people, again, They just walked into the building. They didn't know they were doing anything wrong. They thought it was a peaceful protest. That's what got them in this trouble. This conservative law professor was trying to set them up with legal representation because these are serious charges. And he said that while there were conservative-leaning attorneys who were willing to take the cases, their law firm told those attorneys, you are not allowed to take those cases. And it's been a real problem. And, since I wrote this letter, about 5 or 6 of these individuals have reached out to me, and I have been able to get them representation. But it just seems, and here's the contrast. This is the one I mentioned earlier, is that Democrat-leaning white shoe firms in D.C. were cheerleading their attorneys going down to Gitmo to pro bono terrorists who set up bombs, killing civilians, killing U.S. troops, to represent them. And these people, these boomers who wandered through a building they shouldn't have and took a selfie with a cop smiling with them, are now facing pretty serious charges and having their whole lives destroyed, can't get legal representation. And that's absolutely abhorrent.
Republicans, man, sorry, it's the politicians, it's the leadership. They are pathetic, spineless losers. It's just that simple. They're like, oh, I'd like to represent them. Everyone deserves their day in court, but it's bad optics. Oh, okay. So when, Antifa was burning down, when Black Lives Matter was burning down cities, and Kamala Harris, the current vice president, tweeted, let's raise money to get these
them out.
People out of jail. And how many, 19 people is the official death count? It's actually substantially higher. How many people died during the riots? But as a direct result of riotous action, it's like 19. There are cops who got shot and paralyzed. And Kamala Harris literally can go on Twitter and say, hey, everybody, give money to these people who are committing acts of terrorism. And a Republican goes, that bumbling dotard of an old woman, she can't have a lawyer.
Now, just to make it clear, at Trump's inauguration, over 200 people were arrested for violence, like assaulting police officers, burning cars, burning police cars. They all had their charges dropped. All dropped. And here's what perplexes, and this is what frustrates me most. I run Look Ahead America. It's a voter registration organization, right? Why am I the one that has to write this letter?
Huh.
Why? I'm just some, a few, you have helped us out by bringing publicity to it. A few others have as well. But where's the Republican political leadership standing up? These are their people.
Mm-hmm. I think you just explained it very simply by uttering an oxymoron. Republican leadership. Sorry, it doesn't work. You look at what Mitch McConnell was doing, were any of these Republicans fighting for, just outside of impeachment, outside of Trump, outside of this, when do they fight for anything their constituents actually want, other than just tell people, no, wait, don't?
There was only one guy who ever did that.
And who's that? Trump?
It's the president.
Yep.
I mean, look, many fair criticism of, but he never sent anybody's son off into a war that he started.
Yep. He sent a lot of drones. We have this article from the Hill. I want to pull this up. Murkowski. I don't know how Trump could be elected again. Oh, Murkowski, please. People will be look. This is what I tweeted. You give someone the option between a ham sandwich and you, and a lot of people are going to take it. You put up Donald Trump, who's like, I'm going to fight for you and fight for these things. A lot more people are going to take it. That's why the guy won in the first place. He increased the amount of votes he received the second time around by what, 10 million? More than 10 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was like 10 or 11 million, I think. Maybe more.
Historic.
And that was the most votes a sitting president ever got.
In history.
In
the
history.
United States.
Yeah. So, and then Joe Biden, of course, the greatest president who's ever lived, sent just a ripple, a wave of charisma and energy across this nation that's really inspired everybody, garnering the most votes we've ever seen of any candidate ever. Remarkable man. That you know, his
YouTube page definitely reflects it.
It's true.
It might be signs of a trend that there are just more voters, more activated voters now since the
That's
internet.
exactly it. Look, early on, Ian, you mentioned that there was more news, and I've been talking to a lot of people during the election. There were a ton of people I knew who had no business in politics, like just literally have never been involved, and they were so active and they knew everything, and now they're gone once again, talking about nonsensical BS. You know, and I shouldn't be that mean. They're talking about just, you know, hokey stuff. The movie they went and saw and how their friend, you know, spilled a beer last night. And it's just normal stuff. But during the election, it was like, Trump is a fascist. We must stop him. Yeah. And everyone was cheering and dancing. And that was one of the one of the strategies of the Democrats and the left in terms of getting new votes, is making it a cultural movement. So that really did help. It doesn't help when the candidate they were voting for is this like bumbling old dotard who, you know, you can't really understand when he yells "True not a shot of pressure." But whatever, it's interesting times, to say the least.
Well,
I think
they took something seriously that the right has never taken seriously, which is voter registration. You know, putting aside, there's issues of illegal ballots. We're not going to talk about that. But after the election in Georgia, I went down and canvassed neighborhoods, entire neighborhoods, that Stacey Abrams, with the help of massive millions of dollars from people like Zuckerberg, went down and registered to vote, new voters, and turned them out. And on our side, and I say this as a nonprofit, on the patriotic side, there's nobody doing that. I mean, that's what I'm trying to do with Look Ahead. But that when people look at those astounding numbers, I used to go to a big meeting of all the people on the right, okay, nonprofits, some partisan groups, once a week in D.C. It's a very famous meeting. I'm not going to name check it. But every year at the beginning of the year, I would get up and read the statistics of, in key states, these are the number of new Democrats registered, these are the number of new Republicans registered. And the Democrats, every year, it was a substantially higher number. In all these swing states, higher and higher, higher. I would get, and these are very, the White House would be at this meeting, both houses of Congress, and I would get up, I would give that little talk, I would walk into the lobby so people could come chat with me. Nobody cared. Nobody paid it any attention because they were all focused on, you know, whatever was hot at the moment, or, you know, some minor controversy that was long forgotten. But those are the things that pay dividends in the long run, and the left has been doing it for, and you're right to point it out, the left has been doing it for a very long time.
They're not only organized politically with fundraising and with getting out the vote, they're organized in terms of the ability to riot and have legal observers present. They understand when they go and riot and destroy things, they wear masks. These Trump people who went to the Capitol building were like smiling and waving for cameras, just totally oblivious to what was going on.
Yeah, really interesting insurrection where in a country where everybody can or does have an AR, they didn't bring any. Well, the karate style insurrection, right? Open hands.
Well, not even that, the smiling, bumbling, and respecting the velvet ropes. When Donald Trump was being inaugurated, 250 or so individuals got arrested, mostly wearing all black and smashing windows and starting fires. And the police had no real way to charge anyone because they were wearing masks. So what did they do? They said, conspiracy. And the judge said, are you nuts? Wearing a hoodie and a mask in public is not evidence of a conspiracy. And they tried arguing it was because you know what they were doing. We all know what they were doing, but at a legal standard, they didn't have enough. And these people all basically got released, except for those who pleaded guilty.
Yeah, they took plea agreements.
Where's the ACLU on this? I mean, I know what
with
they're tweeting.
The left. What do you mean?
I know what they're tweeting. I know that they're partisan, but historically they represented. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Individuals and groups like the KKK. They fought for important values for free speech for everyone, regardless of that speech. And now they're tweeting about genders. And you would think, but this is important here. But this is very critically important for them to understand this, because this is essentially a right to regress, a right to protest that's going to be used as a way to stop other protests in the future. And if you care about protesting, if you care about speech, if you care about this huge hammer coming down on a group of individuals, whether you like them or you don't like them, yes, there were some bad apples. Yes, there were some bad events. Yes, there was some violence. It all gets deserved to be called out. But essentially, they're setting a precedent here that's going to be very dangerous for them in the future, as of course, predictively, as I've been saying, the Biden administration is going to use this Orwellian power, not just on the right, but on the left very soon as well.
When have they ever learned about how it comes back for them? They've been demanding censorship for years, and now YouTube is cracking down on progressive YouTubers.
Yeah, I remember.
Oh no!
Yeah,
Who
I
could have seen this
remember
coming?
Back in the day, even volunteering for the ACLU in New York City and being like, I like this organization. I like these people. They stand up for free speech no matter who it is, and they're fighting for individuals' liberties against the government. And literally, I remember meeting with them. I remember spending my time as a teenager being like, these are the good guys doing something that's right. And now, I mean,
and we know
so
exactly what had happened.
I'm so disappointed.
What happened was Donald Trump announced there was going to be a moratorium on travel from seven nations, and the ACLU all of a sudden saw a massive spike in donations. They were suing Donald Trump. So the left rallied around the ACLU. And then the ACLU defended the right of these alt-right individuals in Charlottesville, the right to hold their event. And the left went, how dare you, and started leaving the ACLU in droves. So the ACLU said, hold on a minute, guys. Should we uphold our principles or take money? And they took that sweet money because they didn't want to offend all those new donors who were pumping in those bucks. So now they've gone from the American Civil Liberties Union to the Anti-Civil Liberties Union, literally advocating for censoring speech. That's the opposite of civil liberties. Amazing.
The ACLU that you were talking about in your past, they got canceled.
Yeah, canceled and converted.
Yeah,
I'm
not happy about that.
It's infiltrate, destroy, rebuild. These woke cultists kick the door in, slowly start taking positions of power, and then once the woke mob on the outside cancels them, then the woke people inside say, see, here's what we have to do. It's what people want.
When you say
got to do it.
Canceled, were they like, did people resign?
No, it's that political pressure. They can't look. There was, you may recall, no one was really around back then, but there was American Nazi Party, and they would want to have a parade every year somewhere, and locals would say, we don't really want that in our neighborhood, but then the ACLU would show up and say, hey, they have a right to political speech, we're going to defend it. That takes a certain level of courage and fortitude. That integrity from law students through law schools to practice is gone. Everybody is terrified of not conforming to what is popular at the moment, and that the idea of somebody rebelling or standing up in opposition to what the masses or the woke mob thinks, it's pretty much disappeared on the left. It kind of disappeared, I think, with Justice Kennedy, because he was kind of the leader of that. And
well, you know the problem is, look, I get it. Collectivists are going to be collectivists. The problem is there's no counter to this. The Republican Party is basically the, old dotard sitting in a rocking chair saying, now hold on there, mister. And that's all they do. There's very few, I should say. There are a lot of people that are speaking out against this. There's intellectual dark web types. There's there are some leftists who are anti-woke. But for the most part, there's zero opposition. And what you have is a bunch of losers who, I love it, when people I know, even some of my friends, I'm very disappointed in them, will be like, I just can't stand all this cancel culture stuff and this weird these weird ideologies they're pushing. And I'm like, oh, have you tried speaking up against it? Oh no, not me. I couldn't do that. So well, then shut up and don't complain.
Preemptively canceled themselves because of optics. They don't want to look bad.
Well, you can do for those people they'll drive them nuts is bring back that old metaphor and say, well, first they came for Alex Jones and you didn't say anything.
But they don't care.
But they love that metaphor.
I've got a bunch of friends who are regular people, and they're just terrified and spineless.
That's pathetic, and it's the definition of pathetic. When you care what other people think about you, when you care what the audience thinks.
It's not that they care what people think about them. It's that they're like, but I'll lose my job.
Yeah, they're like, I can't speak out because of what they'll think.
People, I love this because I've been saying it for years. They think that as the woke mob goes door to door, kicking it in and dragging people into the street, they say, if I just don't say anything, my house will be the one they skip. They didn't skip any of the doors. They didn't skip any of the houses. No. They're going door to door after every single industry. You will get canceled, period.
Right.
The only problem is you had an opportunity to stand up and speak up, and you didn't do it. Now, I know a lot of people who watch this show probably did, because, if you're watching this, you're probably not happy with what's going on, but too many people don't. They won't, and that's it. There was a really horrifying Twitter thread from James Lindsay. Think you guys know James Lindsay?
Yeah.
He basically said it's over. They won. There's the best you can do is defend yourself, don't back down, stand up for what you believe in, and hope it doesn't last that long. But it could last centuries. Yeah,
don't fight it. It's not a fight to take. You can circumvent the problem and fix it from the outside without engaging in it.
The problem is You know, even if you look at the American Revolution, most people, like the plurality, are just scared and don't want to do anything. And that's really, really sad. It is. It's like you're watching a forest fire and there's someone saying, if you and I turn this hose on, we can make it go away. You say, but I might get burned. I'd rather back away and watch the forest burn to the ground than do anything that brings risk to myself. And yet these people reap the benefits of those who are willing to sacrifice to make the world a better place. And that is one of the biggest problems we face in this country. For the longest time, it's always been, there's that meme of, there's this beautiful, like, there's this like, I guess you can call it a cliff. There's this like loving looking couple looking onto this beautiful city. And then underneath, it's a bunch of soldiers in the dirt holding them up. It's always been those who are willing to sacrifice, who provide for those who aren't. Yeah, and that's and people need to accept responsibility for what's going on.
That word sacrifice is like muted. It's been diffused. The power of the word, what it really means to sacrifice your well-being, whether it's that you're ridiculed in public or that you have to suffer trauma by seeing someone bleed out next to you, like that's alters you forever.
It's not even that. It's that you might have to carry a rock. You might have to lift something. What's that? You got to pick up a heavy box. Something you don't want to do it. People would rather just lay around and be like, but it's so easy to do nothing and let evil people destroy everything. What's the saying? All that is required for evil to succeed is good men. Is that good men do nothing?
I think it's Martin Luther King, right?
I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think it's older than that.
Famous quote.
Shout out to Martin Luther King.
But here we are. That's it.
What's the answer, Luke?
I'm looking up Chomsky and seeing what he's up to, because he also a couple decades ago was very strong in favor of free speech and standing up for everyone. He has this famous quote that I just looked up that I want to share with everyone, and he said, quote, Goebbels was in favor of free speech for views he liked. So was Stalin. If you're really in favor of free speech, then you're in favor of freedom of speech for precisely the views you despise. Otherwise, you're not in favor of free speech. Right. And I absolutely agree with him. And he was a major important figure that was standing up for people's individuals' liberties and speech no matter what it was. And now he wrote an article that is comparing the coup attempt being closer to the center of power than Hitler's 1923
Chomsky did?
putsch. Yes, Chomsky. Wow. This is Truth Out. I'm reading the article right now, and I'm still trying to get to the kind of basis I was reading when you guys were talking about. But essentially, you know, he calls what happened a coup attempt, and he's comparing it to Hitler's rise in power.
Well,
so,
you know, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, I was talking to a friend of mine earlier who just, they don't care. Time magazine puts out an article where they're just laughing in the faces of everybody. And these regular people are like, well, you know, I don't care. And I'm like, have you asked yourself why it is that you're working 2 minimum wage jobs to try and pay your bills? Have you asked yourself why it is that your business was shut down and you lost your job for months? Have you asked yourself why it is that you're on your knees begging the government to please cut you some scraps? And there are a lot of people who aren't doing that. Do you wonder why it is there are a lot of people who are currently getting by and doing just fine, and you're the one who is being subjugated? Could it be that it's because the other people have stood up and walked away from this and found a way to be responsible for themselves and take care of themselves, but you just keep saying, please let me lick the bottom of your shoe? Okay, you know what? I'll tell you this. You're under no obligation to lick anybody's shoe. But if you really want to, far be it from me to stop you. So I'll be out in the middle of nowhere kind of just doing my thing and talking about what I want to talk about and playing games and skateboarding and all that stuff. And if you really want to live under the boots of these people and you refuse to do anything about it, then don't expect anyone to come and save you. When you get evicted from your apartment, you're living in the streets. That's what's coming next. The more
statement is even more hilarious unintentionally. Twitter are now advocates for free opening his big yapper after day one of this ridiculous impeachment farce that really nobody cares about at all. You would think, by the way, this would be the _1 story everywhere, all over the news, right? What have there been? 4 impeachments in U.S. history? We've had two in the last calendar, or not calendar, but chronological year, 365 days. We had 2 of them. Nobody cares about this impeachment. It is the biggest farce ever. It's hilarious in its stupidity, trying to impeach in a trial a president that's no longer president. But Bill Cassidy, alleged Republican senator from Louisiana, Joe, after just, a couple hours of opening statements, granted, that weren't particularly great by one of Donald Trump's lawyers, but I think David David Schoen did another one of Trump's lawyers. I thought he did an excellent job. Bruce Castor did all right. It wasn't great. So Bill Cassidy decides he's an impartial juror as a senator. You know, the senators are going to obviously judge the Senate trial. So, Joe, he's an impartial juror, Bill Cassidy, which is weird because impartial jurors usually wait till the trial is over before they open their big flapping mouths to the media and start bad-mouthing people in their own party who are fighting the free speech fight of their lives. That's what I would do.
Yo, Palomo. Thank you for the tier 2, man. Cheers to 3 months. Thank you, thank you.
But I'm not Bill Cassidy. He's a senator. He's smarter than this idiot Armacost and this dope Bongino. He knows more than us do. So Bill Cassidy ran right out in front of the cameras to virtue signal everyone and tell them what an impartial juror he is, despite the fact that he's opening his mouth, showing his impartiality after just day one of hearings. Check out this spineless coward, Bill Cassidy.
I said I'd be an impartial juror. Anyone listening to those arguments, the House managers were focused, they were organized, they relied upon both precedent, the Constitution, and legal scholars. They made a compelling argument. President Trump's team were disorganized. They did everything they could but to talk about the question at hand. And when they talked about it, they kind of glided over it, almost as if they were embarrassed of their arguments. Now, if I'm an impartial juror, and one side's doing a great job, and the other side's doing a terrible job on the issue at hand, as an impartial juror, I'm going to vote for the side that did the good job.
What a sleazeball this guy is, huh? Look at this cat. That'll make sense in a few minutes. Everybody's laughing because they know where I'm going. If you saw the cat video, you know what I'm talking about. What a sellout. Joe, you know that line we use often in the show? Remember that movie G.I. Jane, one of the worst movies in the history of humankind? But I can't stop watching it. It's like that Sylvester Stallone arm wrestling movie, Over the Top. It's terrible. It's so terrible. It's great. So I've watched G.I. Jane. I've seen it probably 50 or 60 times. It's always on like TNT or whatever. And there's a line in the movie. So Bill Cassidy, Spineless Bill, Jellyfish Bill, wants to make a statement about how he's an impartial juror and gives a statement about how he's not an impartial juror. How he's already out there he hasn't even seen the end of the trial, and he's already talking about it. And it reminds me of that statement in G.I. Jane when she runs into the SEAL base, the CO, his office, the commanding officer of the Navy SEAL base she's trying out for, the Demi Moore character. And she's like, I'm not trying to make a statement here. And he's like, he gets up. Are you in here barking at me? People who don't want to make statements don't make statements about not making statements. So my recommendation to Bill, and I'm going to move on because this impeachment thing is stupid. There's nothing to cover. It's dumb. They're impeaching a president who's not the president to try to remove him from office, despite the fact that he's not in office. I'm gonna waste maybe a minute of the show on this every day, and we're moving on. But people who want to make statements about not being impartial, don't make statements that are not impartial. Just shut up. That's my suggestion to Spineless Bill. Your soup cooler? Zip it. Maybe hear it out first before you jump to conclusions. Nice to know we got such strong GOP senators, right, Joe? Such loyalists on our side, so eager to throw the president under the bus. All right, moving on to more substantial stuff rather than this ridiculous impeachment farce. So this is one of those tough blocks because I like to give you an overriding narrative and kind of dictate how we're going to go forward here in this segment of the show. And the only thing I could really think of here, because this is important given this already disastrous Biden presidency, is if you are still one of the suckers out there on the left, or even a weak-kneed Republican, or, kind of a middle-of-the-road Democrat, and you still believe the hoax that the Democrats are in it for the little guy and they are not the party of the elite and connected. I covered this last week when I was in Houston doing the road shows. Then you are insane. I'm very sorry. I don't mean to insult you, but if you're really buying the scam that Democrats, we're in it for the little guy. We're a champion of people who cannot be heard. That is such garbage, belied by the facts, that I'm really sorry you're immune to common sense.
By the way, to anyone that says that I haven't streamed 180 something, or no, what is it now? 197 days in a row. Here it is. That's all 2,500 hours of my career right here. 2,500 hours. It took me 6 months. So it means that I streamed about 360 to 400 hours a month for over 6 months now, covering all geopolitical, economic, political, social, political, anything political. We've covered it. I've been streaming my balls off. Yep, that is true. Thought I would share that with y'all, though.
So I've got 3-4 stories I want to motor through and some video of Milton Friedman entirely annihilating these stupid arguments at the end. So story number 1, again, keep this in the context of how Democrats are not in this for the little guy. It's all a marketing scheme. It's the pet rock all over again. Look at this. You all need a pet rock. Why? I can get a rock from my garden. You need our pet rock. It's a special pet rock. Huh? Remember all the people who fell for that scam, Joe? The pet rock. Yep. People loved it. To buy a pet rock. Here's story number 1. Democrats, we're in it for the little guy. We're taking care of these struggling college students. You are? Really? Because the data doesn't support that assertion at all. Wall Street Journal article today. The great student loan scam. Democrats lobby Biden to write off debt for affluent borrowers. Affluent borrowers? I thought the Democrats were the party of the little guy. Ha! You fell for that? What a dope. Screenshot from the piece. So who is this student loan forgiveness proposal? Who is this really going to benefit? Well, let's go to the numbers. Joe, they're the party of science, the Democrats. So let's go to the science of actual numbers and arithmetic and things like data and see who this student loan forgiveness, air quotes, is actually going to benefit. Quote, Wall Street Journal, University of Chicago study in December estimated that the top 10% of households. Wait, am I reading that right? Is that the top 10%? It doesn't say the bottom 10. No, it says the top. Okay. It estimated that the top 10%, Paul, is that, can we get a double on that? She's giving me a head nod. The top 10% of households by income would receive 7 times as much of a benefit from a $50,000 student loan write-down as the bottom 10%. Doctors and lawyers with 6-figure salaries should be able to repay their loans and don't need the $50,000 write-off. I thought they were in it for the little guy. So then we do a study on who this student loan forgiveness proposal would benefit. We find out it would benefit I'm not attacking the wealthy. I don't need the write-off. Don't give it to me. I don't want it. But it would do it at the expense of the bottom 10% who are going to pay taxes to support a student loan write-off for people with the most debt who are at the higher end of the income scale. And that makes sense to you because why? Because we're in it for the little guy. The little guy. You're full of things that rhyme with hit. You're just making that up. There is no data at all to support your assertion that your student loan forgiveness is fighting for anything other than wealthy families. Please stop the nonsense. Stop telling us transferring our money to the government and the government then taking the money I've worked for and others and you have worked for to pay off wealthy families who took out a lot of student loan debt. How is that fair again? And I'm going to get these Milton Friedman videos in a minute where he entirely annihilates this stupid idea that somehow giving money to the government to redistribute to others is ever fair. They're classics. All right, second article. Democrats are in it for the little guy. Really? Here's another one. Americans for Tax Reform. Elizabeth Warren. This was in yesterday's show notes. Please subscribe to the show notes or the newsletter. It's the same thing. Bongino.com/newsletter. We'd really appreciate it. Allows us to communicate with you directly. Elizabeth Warren introduced a $2.75 trillion wealth tax in the Senate. You may say, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. We're really going to tax the snot out of those wealthy folks. Really? Because when you do actual economic studies of these wealth taxes, you find out that the wealth tax accumulates year after year on assets you've already paid taxes on. So if you happen to be wealthy, and the definition of that changes all the time, which is convenient, and you've bought a house or assets and you're taxed on your overall wealth, even though you bought those assets on taxed income you already paid taxes on, and then every year you have to pay taxes on those assets, well, what's going to happen, folks? People are going to start selling assets quickly, right? And moving their money into various other entities and other countries maybe and other places where they're not taxed. No, you didn't really think of that, did you? And what happens when that happens? The jobs these evil, wealthy people support, the same ones, by the way, you're giving a massive tax benefit to the student loan forgiveness. They don't see the irony in that at all, though. The same ones you're taxing, you're then giving a benefit to from the student loan thing, are going to take their jobs and their businesses and go elsewhere. But don't worry. The Democrats are in it for the little guy. Don't you worry. Don't ask any questions. Here's another one, Wall Street Journal today. The costs of killing the Keystone XL pipeline. Even their Democrat allies are asking Biden to reconsider his executive order. Remember, they're in it for the little guy. Killing jobs, giving a student loan benefit to wealthy people who don't need it. All about the little guy, folks. Killing jobs to a wealth tax. So this Keystone Pipeline, I thought they were about the little guy.
Can you imagine being taxed because of the words, you are wealthy? Like, what does that even mean? A wealth tax.
And solid middle-class union jobs, because that's really weird, because when Biden signed an executive order canceling the Keystone Pipeline, he, in fact, de facto fired union workers with solid middle-class jobs, but I thought they were in it for the little guy again. What is wrong with me? Why can't I get my story straight? Well, here are the facts again. 14 Republican state attorney generals wrote to Biden asking him to reconsider his Keystone diktat. The AG said said that Montana will lose $58 million in tax revenue with the cancellation of Keystone, and quote, 5 of the 6 impacted counties are designated high poverty areas. Gosh, that's weird. Again, I thought they were in this for the little. What am I missing here? Quote, so your decision to shut down the project means less money for schools, less money for public services, and the elimination of business and job opportunities in those areas where they are most needed. So again, I'm just having a tough time making sense of this. So on one hand, the Democrats are fighting for a SALT tax exemption to be reinstituted in high tax liberal states that gives a tax break to very wealthy folks who pay high state taxes because they have high incomes. So the Democrats are fighting for that SALT tax. They're also fighting for a student loan forgiveness program that benefits wealthy households 7 times more than poor households. So they want to fight for tax breaks for the rich, the SALT exemption and a student loan plan that helps them, while simultaneously taxing the rich to pay for the rich's own tax benefits, do a wealth tax, and canceling middle-class jobs that pay into a tax pool in Montana that benefit the poor. But don't worry. The Democrats said they're in it for the little guy.
Yeah, even though all of the actions prove that they're in it for the big guy. Jesus. The Democrats, look, we always think that the Republicans, because they usually are free speech advocates, so they're pretty hot on the mic, right? We tell it how it is, short and sweet, even if it hurts your feelings. The Democrats will be real nice to you and then fuck you right in the public. Right in the public. Right in front of everybody. Say, well, we're going to do this, we're doing all this, this is happening, and then, oh yeah, by the way, fuck all y'all, like, with our actions. Yeah, it's all about you guys and taking care of you, but this legislation. Yeah.
Here's my final gem of the day. And the Democrats are now the party of the elites and the anti-science party. The New York Stock Exchange isn't moving yet. They want to revive a stock transfer tax. You're like, oh, that sounds great. We'll hammer those rich stock traders, those bunch of idiots. A revived stock transfer tax that is moving in Albany could force us to find a new home, the New York Stock Exchange. Probably saying to yourself, that's a great idea. We need one of those federally. Sell a stock, you rich stock losers. You should pay those, you wealthy Thurston Howell-like zeros. Lovey. You should pay that transfer tax. You deserve it. Yes, Lovey. Right? Well, what's that transfer tax actually going to do? Remember, science, Joe, science. We're doing science and facts. So let's see what it is. There you go. Is that what the pop culture means? I actually used to like that song. Science. Well, here's actual science and facts. Of course, this is going to be immune to Democrats' skulls where this information won't process. They don't have to think past the talking point. Stock transfer tax. That'd be great. Hammer those rich people. Quote, Wall Street generally won't bear the burden of the stock transfer tax. The end investor will ultimately pick up the tab. The levy would be explicitly passed back on customer orders. Oh, gosh, liberals, you didn't really think of that, did you? They're like, I don't care. Those customers are wealthy losers. I hate them all. Not really. Quote from the piece. There's also an implicit cost as market participants forced to pay the tax incorporated into their prices, raising the prices paid by individual investors.
You think they're going to end up paying that tax in the end? Hell no. The cost is going to go up to cover that tax. Fucking dummies. That's one thing that's the thing is they never think about a shrewd businessman and what he'll do not to take the new losses that have been implemented in. That's the one thing lefties always do. They just don't think that much. They always think, oh, just because we'll make it a law and we'll put it, we'll authoritatively pass it and make it a thing, everybody's just going to do it. No, they're going to find legal loopholes. They're going to take any and every legal way to get out of it, not truly paying their social dues or the ones that you've designated as social dues. They won't pay it. They'll get out of it. And the people that get stuck with it are the ones that are really paying for everything. So your whole message of the rich paying for it and eating the rich, no. We're eating the productive, less legally fortunate, meaning the people that have less money in a retainer. The less money for a lawyer to be able to defend themselves, or an accountant to make sure that their numbers are nice and round for the IRS.
This is getting bad really fast. Vanguard estimates that a financial transaction tax of 10 basis points would force retirement account investors, oh my gosh, that sounds like me, to work roughly 2.5 extra years before retiring to reach the same savings goals they might have achieved without the tax. Damn, that blew up in your face quick. I thought they were all about fighting for the little guy, the Democrats. But now you're telling me this stock transfer tax, which is going to eat those rich, is actually going to help hurt the retail investor and his pension fund, and they may have to work 2.5 years longer.
When you change the rules for the owners make the customers pay the new penalty. They never pay the penalty. Democratic dummies.
To reach the savings goals they had to...
Take that from a free market capitalist enthusiast, someone who, the one thing I study is the market. The one thing that I study is supply and demand. The one thing that I study is how do you offset in rising overhead costs. And the only way you do that is by raising your product price. Maybe, or at least maybe decreasing the overhead you put into making the original item. Maybe lowering your MVP. There's a lot of ways that you can do it. MVP being minimum viable product. The most effective, simple version of what you can get out. Without all the bells and the whistles but wait, there's more,
Survive. That doesn't sound good, but liberals, again, don't let facts and science... Don't let that get in the way of your stupid talking points. We're dealing with an imbecile class. You understand that? I'm not kidding.
Y'all, my stomach's kind of acting up. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Some of you, I know. You don't have to always read the audience feedback. I do. It's your show. I get emails once in a while. Dan, I wish you'd be less harsh on the liberals. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm angry at their stupidity. It is rank stupidity. I was a conservative when I had no money. I was a conservative when I was middle class. I'm a conservative now that we've been successful thanks to you. Because I believe in facts and economics and data. Liberals just don't. And I'm just tired of the stupidity. All right, let me get to my second sponsor. On the other side of this, though, I want to play for you 2 cuts from a Milton Friedman clip where he explains to you why this Democrat approach that the government is going to solve all your problems by taxing and giving your money to other people is just purely idiotic. Idiotic. It will... You pay attention. These 2 are the best clips you'll ever see. Miss Brophy, and she was my 6th grade teacher. Pay attention, Daniel. I think her and my mom are the only people who call me Daniel. All right, today's show also brought to you by, I love this spot, but I quietly worry about reading it because I always get hungry when I read this spot because I love their food so much. All right, Joe, let's try to get through this without salivating because I love this food. Have you ever wondered what makes Omaha steak so darn good? It's the aging process. Omaha Steaks ages their steaks at least 21 days because that's the sweet spot. It's where the magic happens. It's that meat juicy and tender. Cut it with a plastic butter knife. Cut it with the side of a spoon. You can try these mouth-watering steaks in the Butcher's Bestsellers Grill Pack. Get this today. Treat your taste buds to a glorious feast of 4 of their iconic. I would put that in there. That was cool, right? Omaha, I'd like some feedback on that. Yeah, Paula's like, I don't see that in the read. It's a glorious feast for your taste buds of their iconic and fork tender Butcher's cut filet mignons, 4 ultra juicy, savory burgers, 4 beautiful, delicious pork chops, desserts, and so much more. How do you get this incredible deal? Go to omahasteaks.com, enter Bongino, Bongino, into the search bar for a special price on this Butcher's Bestsellers package. Plus, you'll get 4 more chicken breasts and 4 more of those delicious burgers for free. Omaha Steaks been the leader in gourmet steaks and food since 1917. No one matches their flavor, tenderness, and the value. Every order is flash frozen, vacuum sealed, safely delivered in a cooler with dry ice, stays ready to cook in the freezer for months. Our freezer is packed with it. Go to omahasteaks.com. Type Bongino in the search bar and order the Butcher's Bestseller Pack today. Do not wait. Treat yourself and your family. Don't forget, you get 4 free chicken breasts and 4 burgers. That's omahasteaks.com. Keyword Bongino. Send a pack to your neighbor and then go eat over your neighbor's house for dinner. Buy one for yourself, too. It's a great way to roll. omahasteaks.com. Keyword Bongino. All right, thanks, Omaha Steaks. I got through it. Believe me, in my head, I'm thinking of a burger tonight. We should do that. Throw that in there. She agrees. All right, folks, here's these videos I was talking about. Milton Friedman was just a master of the ability to relay an idea. You know, some of the greatest players in sports and human history became terrible coaches because they weren't very good at explaining why they were very good. Maybe their genetics, they never had to practice that much, right? But Milton Friedman explained things like no one else, God rest his soul. And in this block, I've been trying to explain to you why Democrats' policies of taking your tax money, expanding their power, redistributing and using their power to take your assets and give them to others will always fail. It is never for the little guy. It always winds up crushing the little guy. But no one explains it better than Friedman. Here's cut 1. I want you to pay very close attention to this key takeaway from this Friedman clip. It's about 1 minute and 12 seconds. He's answering a question from a liberal gentleman who asks it nicely, but he says, hey, if we just tax people and take away their money, it's a really great idea because we tax them and then we make them work really hard to get their money back. And therefore, they're working extra hard and we get to give away their money to people who need it. Now, if you're a liberal listening, you've stopped listening there because you don't think critically. You're like, that makes a lot of sense. That sounds great. No, it doesn't. It's really stupid. And listen to Friedman explain why. Check this out.
Isn't there some benefit to having the government steal our money, which is what they do effectively? They'll hold a gun to our head and say, pay us 40% of your income or go to jail. They take this money and they give it mostly to government employees. Well, the government employees spend it. The marginal propensity to consume is pretty high. So the people who were robbed have to do something creative to get the money back. And isn't this creative activity the real wealth?
Well, I take it that they would have to be still more creative if 98% were being spent by the government. No, the third part of your thing is just pure fallacy from beginning to end. Because if those people who are now government employees were employed in creative activity and productive activity, they would also be spending their money. And we'd have a greater total around. All you're doing, let's suppose for a moment, take the extreme case, that 40% is being used just to have people sit around. The fact that they spend their money doesn't alter the situation. The only product there is what the 60% produce. And that 60% is divided among the 100%.
Poor guy. Don't ever ask Milton Friedman a question you don't know the answer to, because these videos are everywhere on video formats out there, and you can see them. And Friedman never, ever loses a debate. And the reason he never loses a debate is because, again, liberals never process facts and data. They don't. They believe in talking points. This guy, very gentlemanly question, asked in a respectful way, but he gets owned by Friedman because he doesn't know anything. That made actual sense to him, Joe, that if we tax people and take 40% of their income, it incentivizes them to work more because they have to work extra hard to get the 40% back. Meanwhile, sane people like me and Joe actually work for a living, unlike that guy. He may have, I don't even know if he's still alive, whatever, I don't know his name. Say to ourselves, well, that doesn't exactly make sense. If the harder we work, the less money we make because the government takes more, the incentive is to do the opposite, is to work less to make less money so we don't have to pay as much taxes and can actually keep relatively the same amount of money, because if we worked less, we'd move into a lesser tax bracket. That's the sane person approach. Friedman makes another point as well, that taxing a group of productive citizens to pay others not to work means less production of the stuff that makes us wealthy. So taxing people excessive confiscatory amounts tautologically doesn't make us better off because we'd produce less stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, what makes us wealthy is not talking points. What makes us wealthy as a country is stuff. As terrible as sounds to say, it is true. We are wealthy because we produce cars and homes and medical services, legal services, digital services. We produce tech products. We produce stuff. That's why we're wealthy. The difference between us and third world countries is they don't have stuff we have. So taxing people who make stuff to get them to make less stuff, to give the money to people who don't make stuff, is a recipe for poverty. Think it through, man. Taxing middle class and poor people, taking their money to give to the sons and daughters of doctors and lawyers to pay off their kids' student loan bills when they can pay it off themselves is insane. Here's the second part of this clip. It's about another minute or so. There's a line I use in the show often about the great fallacy of government spending, where people think, oh, it's not that bad. You know, government spending is great because they think, don't worry, they're just spending my neighbor's money. Well, it's interesting because the neighbor thinks the same thing about you. This is where that came from. You've heard it on my show often. Check this out.
If those 40% are also producing goods, then there are more goods to go around among everybody. You are just involved in a fallacy of looking at dollars, which is important sometimes, instead of looking at the real product, the goods and services that people produce and people consume. Spending isn't good. What's good is producing. What we want to have is more goods and services. And as I say, the obvious indication that that's clear is that if your logic were right, it would apply it for 50%, 60%, 70, 90, 98, 100%. And obviously you would see that that would be a bunch of nonsense at that stage. It is desirable to have some money spent by government for those things, those services that we believe we can get more usefully and more effectively through government. If people are getting their money's worth, fine. That's why it's very desirable to have governmental expenditures take place at as local a level as possible. Because you, as a citizen of a small community, can judge whether you're getting your money's worth. You can decide that you want to spend it. But when it comes to the federal government, you tend to think that you're spending somebody else's money. And you are in a way. But he's spending yours.
The man's a genius. What else? The man is a genius. A real life lived in our time, well, some of our time, lived in my genius. Genius. There is simply, maybe outside of Thomas Sowell, who was probably either, I don't know, tied or a close second, there's probably no one in our time in this generation who did a better job explaining common sense economics than Milton Friedman. Of course, that's the attitude of liberals. Don't worry, I'll, student loan stuff, pay off. Yeah, that sounds great. Let's fight for the students. Don't worry, it's not my money, it's the neighbor's money. The neighbor's saying the same thing about you. Genius. All right, moving on. This is the the comedy block of the show, Block C in TV lingo. Now, let's first start with they're both kind of unintentional comedy. This video I'm going to show you is classic. You probably, if you've seen it already, forgive me. I really wanted to be the first to put this, because my podcast usually launches first before the big guys, Ben and the other ones. I really want to be the first to put this video we're going to play in a minute up, but Tucker beat me last night. I was really miffed about it. But first, from the unintentional comedy portion, here's Twitter. Twitter, apparently the government of India has demanded they block certain Twitter accounts. Twitter's saying, we're really pissed about that. And here's what they tweeted out. This is not a joke. This is an actual tweet by their @Twitter safety account. This is not an attempted humor. This is a real tweet by Twitter. However, we've not taken any action, talking about the demand to block Indian accounts, on accounts that consist of news media entities, journalists, activists, and politicians. We will continue to advocate for the right of free express. Oh my gosh, this is really hard to believe. We will continue to advocate for the right of free expression on behalf of people we serve and are exploring options under Indian law. Folks, I mean, this really, how do you describe this other than shameless? Isn't there a show on HBO? Is that an HBO show or Shameless, or is that Showtime or whatever? How do you describe this? Are they even reading their own tweets? So on the same day, literally this morning, they announced that they are banning Trump forever. Trump is banned forever from Twitter. He will never be allowed back on, even if he runs for office. They announced that this morning. They dramatically missed some of their estimates, Twitter, for DAUs, daily active users, which I've been telling you is the key metric. Forget about accounts. It's daily active users. They get none of it. Without an ounce of irony, after banning President Trump, conservatives, libertarians, and liberty lovers all over the world, Twitter actually sends out a tweet suggesting they are, quote, advocates for free expression. That's hilarious. And candidly, folks, I don't know why to this day you still tweet there. I don't. I'm sorry. I mean, everybody should go on a 1 month Twitter hiatus. They don't have to close your account. You may want to go there. I go there sometimes. That's how I got that. And I read some news. But while you're providing to them your valuable thoughts and free content, a site that really, really hates your guts, I don't understand. I don't get it. Here's some more unintentional comedy up with Twitter really, you talk about a faceplant, sending out a tweet saying they're advocates for free expression. You're probably all laughing at that one. Have you seen this? This video will go down in history. I'm sorry, I don't usually do a lot of these lighthearted cat stuff segments, but this is one cat video you all have to see. This is a video from a Georgia courthouse. I believe it was maybe federal, I'm not sure. But you're going to hear a judge talking about the beginning, and they're doing a Zoom hearing, a hearing over Zoom, the electronic teleconferencing platform. And there's two lawyers there. And you'll see if you're watching on Rumble. If you're not watching this on Rumble, please, the video is 1,000 times better than the audio. You're missing everything. Go to rumble.com/Bongino. One of the lawyers in the hearing, it opens up with the judge. He goes on to the Zoom, and I guess he was using his assistant's computer, who must have been Zoom chatting with someone else and had a cat filter up. This is real. Watch the hilarity that ensues here. This is just as funny as Twitter's tweet about being advocates for free expression. Check this out.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take a look.
Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. Filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I can
I'm not a cat.
The greatest line ever in the history of America's funniest home videos. Although I'm dating myself.
Only an old man would have to prove through the internet that he's a real human and indeed not a cat. A cat with humanoid type tendencies.
We used to use camcorders, right? I'm here live. The guy's voice is, and the guy's been a real saint about it. The guy with the cat filter on. He's like, listen, if you all need a good laugh, have it. So God bless him. I think his name's Ron Banton or something like that, the lawyer. But the best line of the whole thing, I'm really here, Judge. I'm not a cat. And
I'm not a cat,
judge
man.
goes, yeah. I can see that. It is. I saw that last night, and I rarely do this. I saw it online, and Paul and I, yesterday was a very busy day. A ton of stuff happened. I got some really big news yesterday, by the way. Some good stuff is happening. I'll be able to relay to you over the coming months. Everything's about to explode for us, which is really good. But it was a busy day, nonetheless. And rarely do I keep a website up for an hour or so just to make sure I don't forget to show Paula when she came in. That you all needed a laugh. Now you got it. I mean, that's a real video. Poor guy had the cat filter up. And you got to see the cat's eyes. And he's like, Judge, I'm sure I'm really here. I'm not a cat. But then he says, too, well, I don't mean to belabor this, but this is hilarious. Paula, did you hear the part where he goes, I can't figure out a way to turn it off, but I'm willing to just proceed with the cat filter. Can you imagine if that hearing went off? Your Honor, Mike, I object. A few good men. I strenuously object with the cat filter on. Can you imagine that? Or even better, if it was like a code red situation, like a few good men. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth with the cat filter on. Would have been the greatest trial in the history of legal action, deserving of its own Matlock episode. With the cat filter. You can't handle the truth. Did you order the code? You're damn right I ordered the code red. And the cat's arguing back. Listen, it's copyright DMCA stuff, so I can't do it, nor would I try. But if someone goes out there and redoes A Few Good Men with Tom Cruise and the cat filter, I'm just saying, I can't do it. It's copyright stuff. I'm just saying that might be really funny. Here's an even better suggestion. There's an account on Twitter, Cat Turd. We love Cat Turd. He's the best. I don't know who it is, but there's a Twitter account, literally Cat Turd. I think it's Cat Turd too. Cat Turd has made a career out of cat memes. Maybe Cat Turd should get involved in that. I'm just throwing it out there, just a suggestion. Let's get back to the center here. I'm not a cat, Judge. Yeah, we can see that. All right, I got a serious. Let me get to my third sponsor. More serious topics coming up next. I've got 2 town hall pieces that are must-reads today. They'll be in the show notes, bongino.com/newsletter. First, which can be coming up next, we have to rethink our strategy on the right. We have to start adopting the tactics of the left. Oh, my gosh, they're evil, awful people. Yeah, and they're winning. So I'm going to get to that. You're going to want to miss that. And I also want to get to how we have some good news coming up. All right, today's show brought to you by Helix Sleep. Peace. Again, you can access it through the show notes. I encourage you. It is the same thing. Please subscribe. Allows us to bypass the tech tyrants and speak directly to you until they shut down email, which will probably be next. So here's article number 1 from Town Hall, and it is very, very well done. And it talks about how we need to rethink our tactics. I've been talking about this over the past 2 weeks. Joe, you can attest to this. How the left has adopted Saul Alinsky's rules of organizing and winning, and conservatives are always hesitant to do it because they feel like, oh my gosh, if we just talk about bigger, higher order principles and ideology and facts and data all the time, we'll win. That's important. I just did it with the Milton Friedman segment on how government taxation doesn't work and actually hurts the little guy. We just did that. And it is important for us to know more than the left, because it allows them, and I'll cover this in the second town hall piece, to get them out of their comfort zone. I'll explain what that means in a minute. It is important to be smarter than them. Ignorance is not bliss. But it's also important to realize that talking constantly about marginal tax rates, student loan tax redistribution schemes and other stuff, knowing about that is not enough. We have to understand strategy too, and strategy and ideology and 2 + 2 = 4 mechanical thinking is not going to win elections. I'm sorry. Town hall piece number 1. No, that's town hall piece number 2. We have to rethink our strategy right here. Headline, Rachel Alexander. The right needs to start thinking in terms of chess moves and less going in defense mode. Bingo. You're darn right, Rachel Alexander. Read this whole piece, but here's a screenshot from it. Again, how we need strategy and not just mechanical, well, our ideology is better. Yeah, we know that. We have to start thinking messaging and strategy too, and those aren't always the same things. From the piece, quote, the left comes up with harebrained schemes all the time. It's overdue to start labeling them as conspiracy theories. Yeah, that's right. Put them on the defensive, wasting time trying to refute the label. That's what they do to us. It won't be easy for us. You can't just come up with this kind of thing off the top of your head. The left has well-paid politicos sitting around in think tanks pouring hours of time into this type of opposition research. Our side tends to rely on volunteer bloggers. Once we decide one of their criticisms is a conspiracy, Spygate, collusion hoax, we have to be ready to defend our argument with a list of evidence, including analogies to real conspiracies. Otherwise, they will defeat us with Saul Alinsky's rule number 3. Whenever possible, go outside the expertise of the enemy. I was going to say bingo, but I already said that. And it's a very overused word on television. Eureka! There you go. Ronald Reagan went to Eureka College, didn't he? What does that mean? Folks, how did we beat down the left over time? Messaging-wise. I'm not saying it was a tactical victory, but messaging-wise, how did we beat down the left on the collusion hoax? Well, we never stopped calling it the collusion hoax, despite every new shred of fake evidence they produced. Remember the fake evidence that Mike Flynn contacted the Russian ambassador when he was the appointed national security advisor? That was fake. Remember the fake evidence that WikiLeaks leaked some secret information to Don Jr.? Fake. Remember the evidence that Michael Cohen went to Prague to take money from the Russians for the Russian collusion scam to go on? That was fake. No matter what fake evidence they produced, we beat them back. You may say, all right, was it a total messaging victory? No, probably 40% of America, maybe 50% still believes in the collusion hoax. But in the past, it would have been 90%. How did we do it? 2 ways. By doing suggestion number 1, Rachel recommends, by calling it what it is. It's a conspiracy theory, and make them waste their time fighting back on that. But secondly, we have to know the case better than they do. It's our obligation is twofold. To understand messaging. It's a conspiracy theory, it's a hoax, and never ever deviate because it was. They do it to us and they force us to defend ourselves. Let's let them do the same. But secondly, we have to know the case better than MY. Saul Alinsky's rule number 3, whenever possible, go outside the expertise of the enemy. Here's what I've found in my now 10 years in politics. And I'm not kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, the left knows nothing. Whether it's been my debates with liberals on Fox News, my debates with liberals running for office, I can tell you with a straight face, I can't think of a time, egomaniac. I'm not being an egomaniac. I'm trying to honestly think. I cannot think of a time I've lost a debate where I've walked off a stage and been like, gosh, that hurt. I can't. And it's not because I've been gifted with intellectual powers far superior to anyone else. That's not it. It's just leftists don't know anything. It's like debating a kindergartner. Everything is out of their comfort zone. Saul Alinsky's rule number 3, get the left outside of the expertise of the enemy. He would say the enemy's the right. I'm switching it around. Let me give you a quick example. Remember the Spygate panel, Paula, at the Politicon in Los Angeles? I'm on a Spygate panel at Politicon, this liberal event, but they asked me to go out and debate the whole Spygate scandal, which was real. The collusion hoax was fake. So I'm on the panel with 2 total zeros, David Frum and this guy, Jason Johnson. Folks, they had no expertise on the Spygate scandal, none. They had no answers at all. So within 5 minutes of the debate, when I start spouting facts about the Trump Tower meeting and who was actually there, people who are working with the Clintons, they lost their minds. The moderators dropping F-bombs on me, cursing at me. The panelist, David Frum, is like scratching his head in fear. He doesn't know anything. Jason Johnson's going off like a lunatic. They couldn't handle it. They had no expertise on the topic whatsoever. And I'm telling you, 90% of the people there, if they were liberals or conservatives, after 5 minutes of this debate, realized what a clown show these collusion hoaxers were. Call them conspiracy theorists, which I did. Hit them with facts they don't have. They have no response. When we walked off the stage, by the way, because the moderator decided to drop an F-bomb on me, that was never going to go over well. I think how many people were left, Paula? Like 10 people? The whole room left with us. It was great. Know the case, know it well. Understand your ideology, understand Friedman's talking points, understand Friedman's logic, understand why this stuff doesn't work. And then secondly, on the messaging, whenever they bring this stuff up, attack them fiercely with this conspiracy theory line, because it's true. Most of what they say is a theory of a conspiracy that's fake. Here's Alinsky rule number 2 in action. Town hall piece number 2. Brad Slager. Democrats are challenging 2 election results while somehow not attacking our democracy. Wait. How exactly is that? What's another one of Alinsky's rules? Make your political enemy abide by their own rules. So what was the rule we all heard, folks? What was it? Facebook, Twitter, liberal media titans, they said you are not allowed to question elections. It's anti-democratic. Okay, well, let's let the left now abide by that same rule. Look at what's happening now in these congressional races. Strangely enough, the left is challenging elections, and yet there's no call by Facebook to shut down the left. I thought that was anti-democratic. Hold them to their own rules. From the town hall piece. A motion was filed last week to stall the confirmation of Republican Claudia Tenney in New York, she's a congresswoman now, for reasons we've been told are troubling and offensive. This is the Democrats' case against this Republican congresswoman who won in New York. In this case, there's a reason to believe that voting tabulations machines, hundreds, if not thousands of valid votes and undervotes, and that these tabulation machine errors disproportionately affected Brandisi, the Democrat. What? In a filing made by Mark Elias, Democrat lawyer guy. Amazingly, the town hall piece goes on, there were no blaring headlines and columns, inches of it dedicated to this treasonous behavior. On Friday, after 3 months of counting, recounting, and suits being filed, the courts ruled in favor of the Republican Tenney. Brindisi has since, I believe, conceded. But I don't get it. I thought we were told by Facebook, Twitter, and the intellectual scions in the media that questioning elections and blaming vote tabulations and machines was anti-democratic. We were told that, right? Joe, did you? We were told that, right? Joe, here's what's funny. Me and Joe were allegedly going to be fired from a company we don't even work for. We only work with. If we dared mention the election, remember that hilarious story that we just love bringing up because it's so humorous. Joe and I laugh about it all the time. It's really weird. Now you have a Democrat lawyer, Mark Elias, blaming voting machines for the loss of a Democrat congressman, and yet Facebook isn't banning it. And Twitter, gosh, that's just so strange. That's so strange how that happens. Make them abide by their own rules. I would expect everyone today would be sending out social media messages on various platforms calling out the Democrats in this New York congressional race for being conspiracy theorists. They're blaming voting machines. That's a conspiracy theory. We've all been told that. I would expect you to do that. It's fair is fair, right? All right, let me get to my next sponsor. And Paul, I'm going to throw a little wrinkle into the show today. We're going to do, can we do that Florida and Washington Post block? Washington Post block, what's coming up next? Oh, even the Washington Post is starting to acknowledge that the 2020 election may not have been as bad for the Republicans as everybody heard. Everybody's making it out like, I'm not doing the catastrophe stuff. We're all going to lose, forget it. I'm not voting ever again. I'm not doing it. I'm sorry. An enemy is only vanquished when he considers himself so. I cannot give you that quote enough. Who is it, Aeneas who said that? I don't consider myself vanquished. If you do, that's up to you. I will fight until I got nothing left to fight for. I have to go there.
I mean, that's almost as crazy as Gronkowski showing up to a party with a bag of water.
Since I went out of order. But all right, today's show, this is going to be a funny read because this is, so here's the story. Magic Spoon is a sponsor today. It's the best tasting cereal I've ever had. So I like to show the product on the show. You know, if you go to rumble.com/Bongino, you can check it out. So I said to Paula, you know, I love Magic Spoon. You know, cereal was one of my things growing up. I love cereal, but it was full of shit. I could eat it right away. Grab this. This is not a joke. Wait, spoon. None left. Here's strawberry. This is not a joke. No, there's another one. Not a joke. Here's another box of strawberry. Look at this box. Empty too. I mean, there is... There's like 4 O's in here. Send us some more, please. Because now there is no more magic spoon left in my closet to eat. All right, let's go to this Florida.
Like, God damn, he's going out for some freaking magic spoon. This dude loves magic spoon.
Story from the Hill, because I want to leave you with some good news. There is good news, folks. I know it's really dour, down times. Really, I get it. You know, between the disastrous Joe Biden presidency and some of the abominations legislatively coming out of this White House and the Democrat-run House and Senate now, you're like, I'm giving up for a while. Some of you, please don't. Let me give you 2 good stories. First, the Hill. This will be up in the show notes again. I encourage you to read it. Florida Democrats mired in division and debt ahead of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, this story is important because it's not just about Democrats in Florida. It's about a national strategy to move back, dust off. We lost in 2020. We lost. Joe Biden is now sadly sitting in the White House. It stinks. But it's time to dust off and get up and think about 2022 and 2024. I know a lot of you don't want to hear it, but I got to talk about it anyway because it's the right thing to do, not the easy thing to do. What's happening in Florida right now is exactly what we did in the Obama years after 2 disastrous losses to Barack Obama, to not only build back the party, but to get us to Donald Trump in 2016. We did it at the state level, and that's happening right now in Florida, where the GOP is wrecking the Democrats on the ground. 2 things here about this story, and you can read them for yourselves. There's 2 takeaways. This story about the Democrat Party collapsing in Florida is a roadmap. Any rebuilding efforts of our party that you think are national have to start local and in the state. They have to. Because you can only vote in your state. There's very little you can do nationally outside of sending money to politicians you like on the national level running for the presidency. You have to start locally. These state rebuilding efforts, there are 2 takeaways. The GOP is doing a very good job here in Florida. Number 1, rebuilding in the state. It allows us to elect majorities of Republicans in those states who then can go do things like change election laws so we have free and fair elections, like forcing actual voters to show an ID to vote, a common sense thing. You have to show ID to buy Allegra in a drugstore. We can change election laws for the better, change tax laws in the state to grow economies locally, change immigration laws within the state. We can change the composition of state courts in some of those elections to get conservatives on the court who actually believe in the Constitution. This all starts locally where your vote matters more. Remember what Friedman said in the beginning of the show in that segment. The reason local taxation and local rule matters is because if you're taxed locally, you can see if the money's being spent efficiently. You don't know what happens to it when it goes to D.C. Act locally right now. My elbows don't bend. Dust off. We need to get back up and start thinking, what do we do with our county councilmen, our local mayor, our state representatives, our state senators, our congressmen, congresswomen, senators at the state level, governors? How do we start that now? So takeaway number 1, any national change is going to happen at the state level. How do I know that? Because we did it in the Obama years. We built intrastate momentum in the Obama years. The only thing Obama was ever good for was Obama. He got reelected twice, and at the state level, there was a near wipeout of the Democrats' base. We took over mayorships, county council seats, city council seats, governors. We had 3 Republican governors in Illinois, Massachusetts, and Maryland in the Obama years. We wiped them out. It starts local, where your vote matters more. Your city council race, your vote is far more effective by simple math than your race for the presidency. It's time to start there. We already did it during the Obama years, and it gave us a strong base to get to the Trump 2016 election. The Florida story about the Democrats is not just about Florida. It needs to happen in Texas. We need to start rebuilding the GOP in Colorado, get New Mexico back to a swing state. That's where it happens. So some good news. Here's some more good news. Rarely do I put a piece by the Washington Post up in the show notes, but this is worth your time. Aaron Blake, Washington Post. Republicans came within 90,000 votes of controlling all of Washington. Republicans? Did he get that title wrong? No, he didn't. Democrats are finally starting to acknowledge, after licking their chops and celebrating their defeat of Donald Trump, I say that with air quotes, look at us licking our chops. You dopey Republicans, we kicked your cabooses all over the place. Now some Democrats in the media are starting to realize that this victory may have been Pyrrhic. It may not have been the victory you thought it was. Well, let's go into some numbers, right? This is from the Washington Post, not Bongino.com, by the way. Quote, Aaron Blake. While Biden won the popular vote by more than 4 points in the Electoral College 306 to 232, the result was much closer to flipping than most would suggest. Biden won the 3 decisive states, Arizona, Georgia, and Wisconsin, by 0.6 percentage points or less, which was similar to Trump's 2016 victory. Meaning, folks, if you flip fewer than 43,000 votes across those 3 states, the Electoral College would have been tied 269 to 269. In that case, Trump would have probably won the presidency, given that the race would have been decided by 1 vote for each House delegation, which is run by Republicans. Interesting. 43,000 votes. Democrats are licking their chops about how wonderful their decisive national mandate. National mandate? Certainly wasn't for the presidency. You got by with a sliver. Barely. Well, what about the House races? Surely they did a lot better in the House. It was a real wipeout there. Not so much. Republicans picked up a whole pocket full of seats. Here's from the Washington Post piece, where they start to acknowledge even that race wasn't that great for them. The race for the House of Representatives. The number of votes to flip the result, in other words, if it would have been a GOP House, was similar in the House of Representatives. Cook Political Report notes that in light of Claudia Tenney's win, that congresswoman we were just talking about in New York in the town hall piece, fewer than 32,000 votes could have flipped the 5 seats the Republicans would have needed to win the House majority too. Illinois 17th District, Iowa's 3rd, New Jersey 7th, Texas is 15th, and Virginia is 7th. So just to be clear, we were 43,000 votes in a country of 330 million people from winning the presidency, according to the Washington Post. Only 32,000 votes from taking back the House of Representatives. Now you see why I'm not ready to quit anything? And I'll give you one more. We were only 14,000 votes away from taking control of the Senate. Certainly doesn't sound like some national mandate and a wipeout to me, does it? I'm not giving up anything. Not even close. Liberals are obsessed with me and my show, and we get hit every day with all kinds of new nonsense. And you know what? We keep coming back. Every single time. It only feeds me further, man. But not with Magic Spoon, because we're out. So please send us some more and replace those empty boxes. All right, thanks for tuning in. I want to get to this segment tomorrow on the teachers' unions. It's important. They have totally overplayed their hands, and they are just right now licking their wounds. It is really bad. I want to get to that story tomorrow and a lot more. Couple of requests. Please subscribe to my video show at Rumble, rumble.com/Bongino. Are we at 1.5 million yet? No, we're not there yet. We're almost close. We're at 1.35 million subscribers. There it is on my phone. Rumble.com/Bongino, the damn Bongino show. It's free. It is of no cost to you. Free. You watch the video. Watch that cat video today. You're going to love it. And please make BonginoReport.com your new home for news in the morning. It's like opening up your morning newspaper on your computer. The best conservative news stories of the day. You're going to love it. It's your alternative to the now liberal Drudge Report, BonginoReport.com. Thanks for tuning in, folks. It was a little hyper today. I'll see you all tomorrow.
You just heard Dan Bongino.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Why is it that people love Donald Trump so much? Why is it that a man with so many obvious character flaws was so beloved by so many people? It's honestly one word, and one word alone: transparency. And now that we're in the dark era of the Democrats and their rule of Washington, well, that transparency is gone. When Democrats are confronted with hard questions, or real questions to explain what they've said and what they've done, they obfuscate, they lie, and probably more often than anything else, they run away. Every single time a Democrat is asked a hard question, poof, they just vanish in thin air, almost like a character from a video game dropping a smoke bomb and disappearing in the cloud. And of course, you read the title of this video. AOC is confronted on the streets by a reporter asking a real question to address what she has said, and what does she do? Run away from the camera. How many times have we seen this before? A total refusal to take responsibility whatsoever, a refusal to explain oneself. More importantly, something we spoke about before and something that we keep noticing about AOC is that she refuses to take responsibility whatsoever and just blames everyone around her except for herself. So let me show you guys exactly what I mean. Then I have some other stories that I think are somewhat related, not 100%, so we'll kind of just jump around today rather than having a coherent theme throughout the video, but you guys will see it's still somewhat related. We got a lot to get into, but before we do, please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible, and with that out of the way, let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so it's no secret, everyone knows exactly what AOC said recently that was just so exaggerated, so egregious, so hyperbolic in nature, and of course it's her statement that Ted Cruz is an attempted murderer and almost had AOC murdered 3 weeks ago. She literally said that. Now, when questioned about it, here's the interaction between AOC and a reporter.
Tweeting that he tried to have you murdered at Capitol, the Capitol riot.
So that's not the quote, and I will not apologize for what I said.
Guys, I think we're completely done this morning. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
And so you see exactly what I mean. Democrats do this over and over again. They say something, they're on the record as saying something, you question them about it, and they just lie to your face. I never said that. It's like someone walking up to you, stealing $5 out of your pocket. They say, hey, why'd you take my $5? I never took your $5. You didn't see anything. AOC says she never said it. But wait, AOC, this tweet has 800,000 likes. Nearly 1 million people like the tweet, meaning, considering like to view ratio usually being like 10-1, there's a distinct possibility here that nearly 10 million people saw this tweet. That's some serious coverage. That's also some serious eyeballs that now know you are overtly lying about what you said. AOC said on January 28th, about a week and a half ago, I am happy to work with Republicans on this issue where there's common ground, but you almost had me murdered 3 weeks ago, so you can sit this one out. We have the receipts. Yet socialist queen AOC denies reality once again. And this is something that we see from Democrats on a near non-stop basis. I mean, just think about all the things that Joe Biden said during his entire political tenure, and then when being confronted about them throughout the political campaign, the peak of election season, saying, hey, listen, Jack, don't believe your lying ears. And so this is exactly what I meant during the intro of the video, is that Donald Trump was a different breed of politician. And what I mean by that as being a different breed of politician is he wasn't a politician. This is essentially the status quo. This is just what they do. They either say something that's completely outrageous and then question about it, deny reality, deny the existence of reality, or they do the exact opposite. Take what you said and twist it and then attribute some sort of malice or ill intent to the person who they attributed a twisted quote to, aka what they did to the president for 4 years straight. And the worst part of all of it is that they do it right in front of our faces and then call us heretics or conspiracy theorists or kooky folk when we point it out. Just think about it. It's a very, very, very frustrating dynamic. And speaking of very frustrating dynamic, speaking of another far lefty seeking Twitter fame, just like AOC, we've got Mary Trump. And I question myself, why is it that Donald Trump's cousin, I think it is, I don't know, maybe it's his niece, what's her deal with constantly coming out in the media and playing these political games? Especially now that her president is out of office and the media just uses her as a tool to continuously go against him. What's her motive for putting herself out there and attacking her own family on air? I mean, very recently, here she is, not only attacking Donald Trump, but attacking Ivanka and Don Trump Jr.
By the way, how do you think this all affects Donald Trump Jr.'s and Ivanka's dreams of being President Trump, the Kennedys of the right? What do you think? Is it going to impact them?
You had to go there, didn't you? Well,
you're from the same family. I'm just curious. What do you think?
No,
Sorry.
I don't want people to know that. Let's see. I think it's over. I think it's completely over because and they have their father to thank for that.
Well, the reality is, Mary Trump has gone down the path of far-left Twitterati lefty grifter. It's all about me, me, me. Pay attention to me as I attack the orange glorf man and attempt to build a career on it. None of it is genuine. None of it is done to be virtuous. It's not about being on the right side of an issue. It's not about being right in general. Well, I guess to a certain extent it is. For them, it's about being on the right side, being in the club, being part of the social democrat elite. And what's cool right now is the revolution and evil orange glorf bad. And of course, speaking of far lefties, being completely detached from reality, let's talk a little bit about Jen Psaki. Have you guys seen this moment from one of the most recent press conferences? Not the moment where she stumbles to answer anything about jobs lost by Keystone XL, but rather when she was questioned about schools not opening up and Joe Biden taking the side of the teachers unions refusing to go to work. Look at what she had to say.
Goal of opening up schools swiftly and safely. Could you help us understand what the White House's or what the president's definition of open schools is? Does it mean teachers in classroom teaching students in classroom, or does it just mean kids in classroom with a remote screen? Help us understand.
Sure. His goal that he set is to have the majority of schools, so more than 50%, open by day 100 of his presidency. And that means some teaching in classrooms. So at least one day a week. Hopefully it's more. And obviously it is as much as is safe in each school and local district.
When you say some teaching, you didn't use the same majority qualifier there. You just have to have some teaching in school, some teachers in school, not the majority of teachers in school and the majority of classrooms.
Well, teaching at least one day a week in the majority of schools by day 100.
Okay, and that's in-person teaching?
In-person teaching, yes.
All right, so there you have it, folks. Official Joe Biden spokesperson. The official message from the White House is schools aren't opening up, but apparently they're opening up for one day a week? What is...
She probably should have circled back on that one.
The point of that? Schools are dangerous, so we're going to keep them closed. No, but actually, we're just going to open them up for one day a week to introduce all of the potential threats that we're scared of, but only one day because we want to be cautious. It's mind-baffling. It makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, but it does make sense because it's kind of exactly what you'd expect from the left at this point. Nonsensical policy grounded in naivete, idealism, and probably worse than all, emotion. And so that's pretty much what I got for you guys on this one. Like usual, if you enjoyed it, please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. We are still shadow banned by the YouTube algorithm, hidden from non-subscribed viewers, meaning YouTube is no longer promoting our videos to non-subscribed viewers, to people who aren't aware that we exist. Therefore,
y'all know what time it is. Can we get some tinfoil hats in chat? Everybody put your tinfoil hats on. We all know what time it is. Let's get it. Uncle Alex, inform us. And also, please peddle a bunch of snake oil to us today.
And you watch that first lawyer that got up and groveled like a dog with its tail between its legs that rolled over and pissed all over itself and just, oh, you're so powerful, Schumer. I love you, sir. Oh, you're so much better than us. Great job with your presentation on Trump. And he was just shaking because there's not men in this country. I told you Trump was surrounded by a bunch of damn cowards, not by invincible 5D chess. And that's what runs this country is...
By the way, remember, Alex Jones is satirical political theater. Sometimes he's dead on, and sometimes he's way out in left field with all of his quackery. So take with it what you will, or take from it what you will, and enjoy it for the political theater that it is. Alex is a great political entertainer. You know, don't take everything he's saying as absolute science. It's all theories based off of correlating anecdotal evidence.
I mean, every morning, the last 2 mornings, it shows the Democrats strut in their mask and their suits like some cheesy lawyer ad. You see all these lawyer ads where they strut in and they're all confident and they're going to take care of you. These are the scum of the earth. So, of course, his lead lawyer sabotaged him. Who do you think these people are? These are the worst people on earth that went and sold their soul to the system. And the system came, and like you get a piece of fruit or a vegetable and you squeeze it, smell it, look at it. You want a nice, juicy one that's ripe? No, they see worms coming out of it. It's ugly and pathetic and scared. And the Satan goes, I like this one. This will do anything I tell it.
From the front lines of the information war, it's Alex Jones.
Aborted babies incinerated to heat UK hospitals. Soylent Green, ladies and gentlemen, is made out of people.
But now children are literally being passed through the furnace in order to fuel hospitals in the UK. They're being sacrificed on the altar of efficiency and prosperity.
What is the secret of Soylent Green?
The powdered flesh from dead babies. Some people believe they can cure disease.
Because of its enormous popularity, Soylent Green is in short supply. Remember, Tuesday is Soylent Green Day.
The supply of Soylent Green has been exhausted. You must evacuate the area. Today is Tuesday!
The federal court ruled that the shareholders of PepsiCo, big builder...
But you promised us universal health care. How come you won't see my sick child? Ma'am, your children haven't been designated as, valuable to the state or in the state's eyes.
Bird Group Company are not allowed to know what they're using the baby parts for in the flavoring, but we already know. So enjoy the flavor.
We're going to get the real solution, which is going to be a combination of death panels and sales taxes.
I'm consistently pro-death. I'm for assisted suicide. I'm for regular suicide. I'm for whatever gets the freeway moving.
Is spending $1 million on that last 3 months of life for that patient, would it be better not to lay off those 10 teachers and
you watch
to make that trade up in medical costs? But that's called the death panel, and you're not supposed to have that discussion.
They told me to say that they were sorry, but that you had become unreliable.
Is this the kind of society that you want to live in? Any kind of society that would do this to its children will do it to its senior citizens. It will do it to its dissidents. That kind of society will also eventually turn on its police, on its army, on its prison guards, on the quislings and the collaborators who make that possible. This is nothing but a suicide cult.
The scoops are on their way. The scoops are on their way. I repeat, the scoops are on their way.
You will find out why Soylent Green means life. You will find out why Soylent Green means death.
We gotta stop them!
What is the secret of Soylent Green?
Soylent Green is people!
Next thing they'll be breeding us like cattle for food. You gotta tell them.
In the midst of the worst health crisis we're facing in more than a century, don't tell your supporters, don't be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Don't tell your supporters, don't be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID.
They came in peace.
I just want to say they gave me Regeneron. We have hundreds of thousands of doses that are just about ready. And if you're in the hospital and you're feeling really bad, we're going to work it so that you get them and you're going to get them free. And especially if you're a senior, we're going to get
Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID. Everyone should be afraid of COVID.
This is CNN.
Is there no one who can tell them don't do this?
Well, there you go. All right, we're...
Dude, look at this dude's studio, y'all. That is something to be envious of. Look how sick that looks. This dude is broadcasting from the Matrix.
Live, and boy, have they created a fantastic background for the show today. I think this may be the best one yet, with those great artists in there. I'm going to give you the full lowdown when we come back. I'm just going to let you have it, because I think you deserve to know the truth and get ready. They are coming for all of us. But all the sitting on the fence is over. We are not supposed to be on air right now. We were supposed to be shut down long before they launched this operation. If you saw my film Endgame, also a green mist on the cover, you will notice that I specifically say they're going to release bioweapon simulants to practice a lockdown, and then that they would launch stronger attacks each successive wave while posing as the saviors, while it will be the United Nations that launches the attack. Will you guys just type into a search engine, in-game blueprint for global enslavement, and click images? Or maybe go out on the bookshelf and bring a DVD in. I want to show you the cover. It's the UN building in New York City, paid for by the Rockefellers, and the land it sits on, paid for by the Rockefellers. Strangely enough, well, I won't get into that story. Well, I might as well. It doesn't really matter. My ancestor, my mom's side, owned that land, sold it to then come start the Texas Revolution. That was the Ayers family, but that is a side issue. Owned slaughterhouses on it. Yeah, that's right. Back in the 1820s, that's how the family were Yankees in New York, folks. Anyways, so you can't really count me as a Texan. My family's only been here on both sides since the 1820s, because once you're from New York, I guess you're always from New York. But I am digressing, sorry. Let's get deadly serious here. You notice on Endgame, it's the United Nations building. And it's a skull missing the lower mandible looking down on you. Blueprint for global enslavement. And then you turn it around and it says, they want you dead. For the New World Order, a world government is just the beginning. Once in place, they can engage their plan to exterminate at least 80% of the world's population while enabling the elites to live forever with the aid of advanced technology. For the first time, crusading filmmaker Alex Jones reveals their secret plan for humanity's extermination, Operation Endgame. Now, how did I know they would do all this? Because they told us how they would do it, and they always do things in the same formula. And so let me just give you the bad news. They are never going to end the lockdowns. They are never going to stop the mask. And it's only going to get more intense and only going to get worse from here. Unless we say no. That's why they've announced emergency centers where people will be taken secretly by contact tracers that are of the political, cultural Marxist training, whether you're in Germany, Australia, the United States, Canada, England, it doesn't matter. England is always 5 years ahead of us on average. They're now announcing 10 years in prison if you leave your house, if you've flown back into the country. Unless you're an illegal alien, then you're above the law. Same thing here. Within a year, things are accelerated now. It's normally 5 years ahead. Within a year, you'll be hearing 10 years in prison here. And they say the police will come to your house to check on you daily. And, of course, there'll be special fines you have to pay for them to come to your house. This is just normalizing spying on each other, normalizing medical police coming with a little computer the size of a credit card, mobile scanner, mobile checkout kiosk, fits in the palm of your hand, and they stick it up your nose and stick it in, and whatever they want, they can pre-program that machine to do. If they set it at 40 times, which is the average in the UK, about 100% come up false positive. And they admit it's all a giant fraud. So they just, like a corrupt cop in Dukes of Hazzard, that's fiction, but you know, the cop's been caught doing it, rigging the radar guns, setting them 5-10 miles faster than they are. Well, this is just a totally rigged system. And of course, Australia, many other nations, South Africa, Merck have all pulled the vaccines, saying they don't help and they hurt people. But Facebook put out new rules 2 days ago saying any criticism of vaccines, period, and you'll be banned. Just period. And they said again in the statement, I read it to you yesterday, they said only the WHO may speak, not doctors, not members of Congress, not senators having hearings. And they also said you don't talk about election fraud, it doesn't exist. See how those dominoes, you ever seen the YouTube videos where they show a little bitty domino and then the next domino is a little bigger and the next domino is a little bit bigger,
absolutely
and the next domino is a little bit bigger, and suddenly a little bitty inch tall domino is knocking a 5-foot domino over. That's successive approximation. It couldn't knock over a medium-sized domino. A 1-inch domino couldn't knock over a 6-inch domino. Couldn't knock over a foot-tall domino, much less a 5-foot tall domino. But when it knocks over a 2-inch domino, that knocks over a 4-inch domino, that knocks over a 8-inch domino, that knocks over a, you see how it works? So the first domino was the KKK and the white supremacists, most of them run by the Southern Poverty Law Center and the ADL and the FBI. That's come out in mainstream news. And then the next, like, oh, I'm not for the Nazis, so let's take their speech away. Let's take their bank accounts away. And then next, it's Alex Jones. Let's take everything he's got. And then 2 years later, it's the President of the United States. And so, just wear these masks for 15 days. Just stay in your house for 15 days. Sounds reasonable. It's the little domino. Then it's all 6 months. Then it's all 2 years. Well, just take this COVID test. Well, just have a contact tracer in your house. Well, it's 10 years in jail if you're seen outside your house, period. I got the video. They announced it yesterday. In Parliament, 10 years in prison if you're seen outside your house when they tell you to quarantine, even with a false positive. So it's an arbitrary technocracy. What is a technocracy? A technocracy is ruled by a oligarchy of scientists that use technology and computer systems to manipulate and control every facet of life. And the computers and robots make the decision for what you're going to go, what you'll be able to do, what job you're going to have, all of it. And they go, it's fair, a computer did it. The COVID test is fair, it's a little computer. It's science. Hey, I don't want to take your vaccine. It was not tested. They skipped the trials. People are dying. Shut up. Doesn't exist. You're not allowed. Are you the United Nations? Actually, I'm a medical doctor. I have a big practice. We've had some of our patients get really ill. Actually, my mom runs a nursing home, and she said they vaccinated 100 people, 5 of them died in a week. Well, just shut up. Don't talk about it on your Facebook or we'll ban you. So see, first it's the KKK, then it's Alex Jones, and now President Trump can't have any platforms, not a YouTube, not a Twitter. You try to build your own, they try to come shut it down, they come up your bank accounts. We're going into the night, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the end of the night, it's the beginning of the long night. So I liken this to getting caught in a riptide. And I one time, foolishly, when I was a teenager, they had red flags out. I'm like, I'm a great swimmer. I mean, hell, before I quit doing it when I was 13, I was a champion swimmer, won all the blue ribbons in Dallas. And I thought, I can get out there. I'm 18 years old. I got grabbed in one of those things.
That's why his back is so big, is because he used to be a swimmer, dude. He's all lats. That's all lats. That is all lats.
Well, let me
lats and belly.
We're already being pulled under. So there's not time to even get air. No, you're just hold it and relax, baby, because you panic, you're going to die. So this is not negative. This is biblical. It's all going to happen. And it's going to get so bad within a few years, you're just going to be totally blown away. They're going to tighten, release a little, and then clamp down even harder, and then release a little and clamp down even harder. Mass suicides, death. There'll be COVID deaths from the vaccines everywhere. It's already happening, and they'll just normalize it. And then all these college students that don't have jobs are going to have government paychecks, their own uniforms. They're already coming to your house armed. The communists are coming armed for you and your family, and they're going to kill you. So get ready. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Alex Jones Show. Now, I was sitting there this morning at about 8 a.m. thinking about what I was going to come on the show today, and I've got all these incredible clips and all this news and your calls, and we've got election fraud just pouring out incredible evidence from Michigan and Pennsylvania and Georgia and Arizona and Nevada, and Jim Hoff's going to join us, and Joe Hoff's going to join us. About what got them banned off of Twitter or blocked on Twitter, just the dramatic footage of the vans and the operatives illegally bringing in the votes at 2 a.m. when everything's closed and the monitors have been kicked out. Our republic being heisted right in front of us. But I'll just go back to this. I was sitting there in April of last year at my parents' house for breakfast, I think on like a Saturday morning when I went and visited them with my wife and kids. And my mom is sitting there talking about things. And I said, Mom, you understand they're going to do cascading lockdowns forever. It's never going to stop. And this is the takeover. And the tests are fraudulent. They're going to have contact tracers that come to your house. And she's like, well, by the time it gets that bad, I'll be dead. And my mom cares. She's a historian and a smart lady. But, to her, she's even punting into the future. And I said, no, Mom, you're not going to have to, get out of this by dying in 10, 15 years, whatever. She's 71 years old, and she's in good health. I said, nobody's going to escape out of this. And she said, I know that. It's just a saying. But we're talking about the death of our species here. We're not talking about being conquered by something. So my film Endgame, I think we still sell DVDs of this at InfoWarsStore.com. I'm not even sure. It's still on YouTube. They took it off a bunch of other places. Amazon actually called it Nazi. They said it doesn't matter when the Endgame cartoon or movie came out. I guess it's not a cartoon, but it's all green screen. It might as well be a cartoon. It's all CG. When the Marvel comic show came out, Men the Soap Opera came out, people didn't like it because my film was already one of the top documentaries for over a decade. It was already listed in the top 10, and then it just shot this film to #1. And hundreds of thousands of people were downloading it. And I didn't even make a big deal about it. I knew if I went, oh, hey, a couple 100,000 people just downloaded this film off Amazon, if I made an issue out of it, they would go ban it right away. But, of course, Vox and the New York Times, they all did articles about it, like, oh, let's go get this movie banned. And they did. And that didn't hurt my feelings that, we lost the hundreds of thousands of dollars we would have made off getting paid $1 or so per download. It was just the issue that here is a film with all their quotes, all their statements of a plan to slowly poison, dumb down, and kill every one of those New York Times writers, every one of those Vox reporters, every one of those Politico reporters. I mean, it was hundreds of articles saying ban Alex Jones on Amazon videos, don't let his films be there. And they banned them. This is a film distributed around the United States. It won a major film festival awards. It was made in 2007. And I'm not even talking about the film itself, but I will assure you, in 10 years, you will watch this film, and instead of 70% of it coming true, it'll be 100% coming true. It will be illegal if the enemy wins to even have this. This, if we ever make it out of this, will end up being famous across human expansion, because this is the testament. This is their plan. They want you dead. You understand that? So, to kill you, they have to get control of the medical system and train the medical system to do whatever they're told. And then by increment, to get used to, well, send people with COVID into nursing homes to get the death number up and to see if people will follow orders. And yeah, no, you can't have hydroxychloroquine, you can't have this steroid, you can't have this drug, you can't have that drug, because it's so easy to beat a common cold. We've got it where the United Nations says what you can have, and the United Nations says what you can say, and the United Nations controls through this big tech psychological straitjacket what you're allowed to hear and see and read. And think. And so this is a total takeover. And it's accelerating from this point out. Everything else was preparation. It's like raising the horses and breeding the horses and training the horses and finding the jockeys and having the riders and then, you know, getting into the business of the horse races and going up through the ranks. And after your company's been around 50 years, suddenly you're at the Kentucky Derby. It's the same thing. Now the gates have opened. The horses are loose. The 4 horsemen. I don't need to go read Revelation. I can go read what Klaus Schwab and Bill Gates say. They tell you we're going to set up world government and forcibly reduce the population. Ted Turner says we're going to forcibly hold it at 500 million people. That's a 90+% reduction, boys and girls. Yeah, this is Endgame 2.0. I don't know where you guys found that. I didn't even know that was, I tried to find that. Who just found this? Because this is Endgame 2.0, which was just a thing I released on the internet that exposes it all. Yeah, that's not Endgame, folks. That's Endgame 2.0 before Kaufman died. He's a professor exposing a lot of this. So I'm going to say this. I'm going to come back and cover all the news that ties into this. I'm sitting there this morning, and I'm thinking about the job I've got to do. And I'm thinking about how tough it is to come up here and tell you all this, but you deserve the truth, and you don't deserve lies. And I told you, Trump's totally surrounded. He's going to be removed. I told Joe Rogan 3 days before the election, I said he'll win in a landslide, which he did, and then they will steal it from him. And then we'll have the 79 days of hell, and they will remove him, and they will install the dictator. And that's what they've done. And then they'll start the persecution of the military and the purging of the military. All that's happening because there's a handbook they follow in authoritarianism. They just got high-tech means of deploying it and carrying it out. So you integrate those two systems, you have a total picture of what they're going to do next. So we're just here watching them, and now they tell us, hell, that report that Greg Reese did that's so important, and I hope you share with everyone you know, the end game is now. The end game is now. It's got 400,000 views on Band.video, needs 10 million. If it had 10 million views, we'd turn this around probably. In game now, 376,000 views. So, it's 7.5 minutes of them on the news saying, we're going to arrest you, we're going to drone strike you, we're going to kill you, we're going to re-educate you in camps, we're going to take your children. We're going to come in your home and take you. We're going to get you. And then Jones is up here saying, hey, they're going to bring in martial law using medical tyranny, world government, the UN will be in charge of the response, and now it's all here. And so I'm sorry, that's the way it is. So a lot of people are going to get scared and just go back into denial. But that's okay, because you're going to learn very, very quickly that it's not going to get better when you're in denial, it's going to get worse. You got to admit how much trouble you're in to turn the tide. We're going to do it because we have God's help. And God is in control. We'll be right back.
And God is in control.
We interrupt this program with a special bulletin. America is now under martial law. All constitutional rights have been suspended. Stay in your home. Do not attempt to contact loved ones, insurance agents, or attorneys. Shut up. Do not attempt to think or depression may occur. Stay in your home. Curfew is at 7 p.m. sharp after work. Anyone caught outside the gates of their subdivision sectors after curfew will be shot. Remain calm. Do not panic. Your neighborhood watch officer will be by to collect urine samples in the morning. Anyone caught interfering with the collection of urine samples will be shot. Houses will be inspected for trace elements at noon. Anyone who fails to display the required embossed black velvet Mexican painting of Alexander Haig on their living room wall will be shot.
equipment will be posted on all lampposts and streetlights. Anyone failing to attend required worship services on Sunday will be promptly arrested and dispatched to a re-education resort. Stay in your homes. Remain calm. The number one enemy of progress is questions. National security is more important than individual will. All sports broadcasts will proceed as normal. No more than 2 people may gather anywhere without permission. Use only the drugs prescribed by your boss or supervisor. Shut up! Be happy. Obey all orders without question. The comfort you've demanded is now mandatory. Be happy. At last, everything is done for you.
You will have nothing. You will own nothing. You will be happy. You will have it all delivered to you by drone. Klaus Schwab last year. That was Jello Biafra from the Ice-T album, Shut Up and Be Happy, that first came out in 1989. That's why you heard the Alexander Haig statement. And boy, did Jello Biafra, who I got a chance to meet in Austin like 25 years ago, didn't he nail it with that? Anyone interfering with the medical tyranny coming to take samples from your body will be shot. He was extrapolating the tyranny of that time, in his view, with the phony drug war, to what it would be like in the future. But you see, it was medical tyranny under the Soviets. It was medical tyranny under the Nazis. That's how it always begins. And once you've got them on your side, well, it's very easy to take over the population. Now, I said some really negative, scary things the last few segments, didn't I? And I've already played in the last few days the video, the special report, The End Game Is Now, where it's 7.5 minutes of all the different globalist leaders saying, we're going to kill you. We're coming to kill you. We're coming to take your guns. We're coming to put you in a FEMA camp. If you're outside your house during a lockdown, we're going to kill you with a drone. That's the same woman that interviewed Brennan when he said we need to use the military against the American people. We need to use the CIA against the American people. And then the very same female reporter goes out the next week on TV and says we need to start using drones to kill Trump supporters.
And signed by a member of the House of Representatives.
See, I should tell you, they're coming for you and your family. You think I was just saying that? Oh, Jones's film, Endgame, is a bunch of fear porn, the New York Times said. They said Jones is at Bilderberg or at a hotel imagining that there's Secret Service and troops, and he's completely psychotic and completely schizophrenic, and there's no one there, they said in the New York Times review. That's right. Helicopters, Marines, troops, Secret Service, police pulling us over, questioning us. They're all there. Videotape of David Rockefeller on super zoom cameras, up close. Queen Beatrix. All of them. And it doesn't exist. The New York Times said so. Kind of like the New York Times said Joe Biden doesn't plan to shut down the Keystone Pipeline a year ago, even though he said he did. Or kind of like, oh, there's no problem with the vaccine. Anyone saying it's not effective, anyone saying it is dangerous, even though the damn insert says that, will be banned off Google, Facebook, Twitter, all of it. Only the UN can give us orders. See, we're in the UN. We're under world government. The UN is the boss, and it's the most bloodthirsty, evil group you could ever imagine. And it takes orders from Bill Gates and Klaus Schwab, and they say that. And here's Klaus Schwab, and here's Bill Gates. I remember 5 years ago, the Davos group said, we need to just get where presidents and prime ministers are appointed and are like bankers and technocrats. The quote was, we need world leaders to be appointed by the corporations for a technocracy. And now that's basically what it is. Oh, here's Bill Gates. People are like, who died and made this guy God? Who made Klaus Schwab God? Well, he used to run the UN Sustainability Project. That's who made him God. You're under a United Nations. Let me give you a parallel. Will you guys type in Pablo Escobar's hippos, please? You know, Pablo Escobar down in South America got, 4 hippos, something like 40 years ago, back in the 80s, back when I was a little kid. And now reportedly there's just thousands of these hippos running around. And by the way, if you didn't know, the hippo is the most deadly animal in the world. It'll kill an elephant, it'll kill a lion, it'll kill a grizzly bear. There's nothing more powerful than, on land than a hippopotamus. Everything runs in fear. The 20-foot crocodiles run in fear. You can watch videos of a hippo just grabbing a 20-foot crocodile and just throwing it around like it's a toothpick. Okay, they're the most so now.
And the real reason is because they're durable. They're thick. Like a lion trying to hurt a hippo doesn't do much.
All over where Pablo lived, there's just giant hippopotamuses everywhere. And so now they want to cull them. Now they want to cull the hippopotamuses. And I'm like, yeah, they don't come from there. Yeah, they're killing everything.
That's
okay,
like a baby hippo,
see, I'm
too.
a human being. I don't need to be culled. But see, the globalists, they say, Jones, you notice you're telling people this and they don't care. That's because they're not conscious. They're just eating food and their genetics are bad and they're breeding and we need to get rid of them. And we're not racist. We're going to kill the dumb black people, the dumb white people, the dumb Hispanics, the dumb Asians. And that itself's playing God as evil. And I don't support that. But there's an argument there. But then you say the globalists, they're into Satanism, they're into playing God. Their real documents are they want to overwrite everything and not save the earth and believe they're going to just be able to make all the planets they want once they become AI, artificially intelligent, singularity, godlike. And they're just in a mad race sacrificing the earth as a testing ground to this ascension. And so that decision has been made, and then they actually run programs that are not finding the best and the smartest to promote them from all the groups. They are suppressing the best and making sure that that doesn't happen because they don't want a human biological system, a carbon-based system, to threaten whatever it is that they think they're building, that they say is a post-human silicon creature. So see, when I say this is an alien takeover, whether it's a program in our brain or we're so creative that the dark side has this plan, obviously it's being implanted there. They are building a system that is post-human. And they're saying that's their goal. So that's the only news there is. Post-human, 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 post-human. That's all there is. And this isn't like you get to opt into this, folks. If you do everything Satan says, then maybe you become the silicon creature. I mean, what type of insanity is that? No, take control of your destinies now. I love humanity. For our whole history, we've been fighting with each other. We're sure good at killing each other. But I love humanity. Every shade, every color, every size. I'm on Team H, Team Carbon. And I've analyzed this thing from top to bottom, and I'm going to explain something. If you get a jigsaw puzzle that's got 500 pieces and you put it together, you know what it is. Now, 10 years ago, there were 30 pieces that hadn't been put in place, but you could see what it was. Hell, 20 years ago, most of the pieces were in place. You could see what it was. There's only 2 or 3 pieces left to put in place. There's no debate now. And that's why this is such a heavy moment. Because there's not just evil in the universe, there's good as well. So I've just spent 48 minutes giving you horrible news. Hey, you got cancer. It's really malignant. It's very bad. But the good news is it's not metastasized, and we've got a 98% chance of removing it, and you're going to be just fine. But see, if you don't recognize you have the damn cancer, we cannot turn this around, ladies and gentlemen. So people ask how I'm doing. I am totally committed. I have no fear. I've gone way past everything. I'm not worried, even about my family. I love my family, but I've just had to turn it over to God because the enemy's done horrible things to my family, horrible things to me behind the scenes that you don't even know about. And I've just said, hey, it's okay. It's God's plan. I'm not mad at God. I appreciate it. I understand. Because my children don't have a future anyways if we don't beat this. You don't either. None of us. It's okay. And you watch that first lawyer that got up and groveled like a dog with his tail between its legs that rolled over and pissed all over itself and just, oh, you're so powerful, Schumer. I love you, sir. Oh, you're so much better than us. Great job with your presentation on Trump. And he was just shaking because there's not men in this country. I told you Trump was surrounded by a bunch of damn cowards, not by invincible 5D chess. And that's what runs this country is, I mean, every morning, the last 2 mornings, it shows the Democrats strutting in their mask and their suits like some cheesy lawyer ad. You see all these lawyer ads where they strut in and they're all confident and they're going to take care of you. These are the scum of the earth. They are literally trash. So, of course, his lead lawyer sabotaged him. Who do you think these people are? These are the worst people on earth that went and sold their soul to the system. And the system came and like you get a piece of fruit or a vegetable and you squeeze it, smell it, look at it. You want a nice juicy one that's ripe? No, they see worms coming out of it and it's ugly and pathetic and scared. And the Satan goes, I like this one. This will do anything I tell it. They're not the power. They're a joke. Trump's lawyers, they're lawyers, but the Democrats are 50 times worse. And they will do anything to dominate you. They have even no idea how things even work. They are told by the corporations and governments that control them how to operate. Most of the Democrats have Chinese spy handlers of Chinese intelligence. So secret, the name of Chinese intelligence is not even known. But I know its name. And you all know its name. Because everything hides in plain view. America is the red, white, and blue. China is the red dragon. The old snake. The old serpent. Diablo. So let's talk about some positive news here. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. Newtonian physics on the third dimension is real. It's documented. It's science. And so as the abhorrence of the enemy gets so obvious, as their two-facedness gets obvious, as the fact that they don't live as we live gets more obvious, as we learn everything they do is poisonous and evil and has a Trojan horse in it, if not more, there will be a breaking away from this and a rediscovery of God. But it's got to happen once we divorce ourselves from the gadgets and the Hollywood and the idols and the diversions that we have made our gods and our kings. As Bob Dylan said in many interviews, he said, I sold my soul at the crossroads to Lucifer, the God of this world, the master and the commander. And he goes, and you don't get where I got unless you bow down to Satan. And he opens up all the doors. I had the same Hollywood people try to get me to pledge myself to Lucifer. They asked Mark Dice to do it too. It's real, folks. As real as God, the devil's just as real. And you get all this power and the fancy $400,000 Mercedes, but you don't get your soul and you don't get communion with God and you get cut off. And so to all the people serving the system, you got to serve somebody like Bob Dylan said. And you think you're betting on the right team. You think Lucifer is going to create this advanced technology that makes you live forever, so you cheat the next dimension. Does anything coming out of Satan ever deliver in the end? No, it doesn't. Why, if everything else the system does is a lie and is rotten and breaks before you take it out of the box, why would you keep feeding into the scam? Why do you keep buying the lottery tickets when they're a scam? It's the same mentality. When being good and honest and just and upfront will absolutely deliver you, not just in this life, but into the next level. And believe me, like everything else, as above, so below, everything in life is levels. This is levels. I've seen it, and the enemy knows that. You see, I have epigenetics, so do you, and I've unlocked my epigenetics. And let me tell you something. It ain't of this world. And I mean, it's like Helen Keller trying to figure out what something is. But I've seen it, I know it, I understand it, and I know way more than the enemy knows. The enemy is scratching around in the dark trying to become God instead of being part of the God that created them. So here's the good news. We have people coming out and saying no to the system. You have Governor DeSantis saying the mask is a fraud, it's all a hoax, celebrate, have a great time. You shouldn't be arrested by these tyrants. They want to take your rights. You've got Senator Cotton coming out and saying, hey, the borders are wide open. They let the illegals in with no testing. It's all a fraud. It's all a scam. Yes, it's called leadership. It's called not bowing down to the UN and the New World Order and finally deciding to turn away from Satan. The only question is, how far is he going to take us down this rat hole before we understand it's bad and start pulling out? They want you by increment to get caught by this and it be to be too late. You've got the whole blueprint, folks. The blueprint for global enslavement, the blueprint for global extermination. You have the enemy operation. You have it in Revelation. You have it in Daniel. You have it in Ezekiel. You have it all around you. You have it in your soul. All you've got to do is decide that you don't want to be part of it and make the metaphysical decision to cut yourself off from Satan. Then God will extricate you out of that. You need God to do it, but God says you've got to let me in, and I come knocking, let me in, let me in. But you've got to open the door, because God isn't like Satan that rams down the door and lies to you from the time you're a child to steal your essence, to steal your will, to steal your ability to interface with God and your free will. God doesn't touch that. Satan's all about encasing you from birth in a matrix so he can fool your soul, because it's the only way he can win, because he's not a God. He's a fraud. He's a liar. He's a devil. I'm going to come back. It's a little short segment. Some stations don't carry it. I'm going to play Cotton. I'm going to play DeSantis. But this is what we need, is men to be men and to not be scared, to not be little cowardly, piss-legged, yellow-bellied lawyers, but to do the right damn thing and to recognize the takeover. Because when I say it's an alien takeover, what do you think all this GMO is? What do you think computers designing new life forms with nanotech is? It's alien. It's not of this world. They're telling you in Newsweek and Time and CNN and the Wall Street Journal and NBC News that the post-human world's here. And Klaus Schwab says, we're not going to change the environment. We're going to change you, your genetics. He's telling you he's coming. He's not even denying it, because metaphysically he has to be honest about that. This is the emergency transmission. This is what you must get out. This is what you must take action with now. Your mortal soul. Your actual energy is at stake. Your energy will not die. It will go on. You must choose to resonate with God. Let yourself go. All right. I let myself go. I tell you, I'm not lying down to these globalists. I don't give a rat's ass what they think of me either. Cool it, baby. You ain't got no place to go. Good music, man. I love Elvis, don't you? You're like, that's not Elvis. I know, but it is Elvis. He admits that. He's just, you gotta have the voice to be able to do that, though. Let yourself go. It's evil Elvis. All right, let's get serious here on some positive news, because it is important. Tom Cotton technically knew that Trump was walking into a trap, fighting the election fraud, but still Trump just did the right thing. That's what 5D chess is not 5D chess. It's just actually doing the right thing. And then in time, it outs over evil. But he's absolutely right that the border's wide open. They let people in with no testing. But when you come in, you've got to be tested, because they're dog training you. They want new slaves to come in. They want new roaches to get into the Roach Motel, because roaches don't get out. So American citizens are seen as roaches by the globalists. We're in the Roach Motel. They just want more slaves to come in so they can exploit them and control them. So here's Tom Cotton laying out the facts. Next time somebody says, wear your mask or take your test, to go see a Dave Chappelle show with a rapid test at the door. I mean, what kind of science fiction frickin' nightmare is that? Here it is.
Yeah, Dana, it is crazy. The Biden administration has put in place a moratorium on deportations, all deportations. So murderers, rapists, drug dealers who shouldn't be in our country to begin with are not being deported. They further are proposing that they will ignore serious crimes like assault or DUI when it comes to deportations. And just recently, we've learned that they are letting illegal aliens who show up at our border into the country without any coronavirus testing, unlike what you have to do if you want to fly into this country on an airplane, or reportedly what Joe Biden is thinking about requiring all Americans to do to fly domestically. Just think about that. Illegal aliens can come into our country without vaccination, without even a negative test, but we may not be able to fly in our own country without a negative test. Joe Biden is keeping America closed, but he's keeping our borders open.
Well, that's the essence of tyranny. Globalism opens your borders, but then puts you on house arrest. But we shouldn't, as conservatives or nationalists or common sense people, play the game of, oh, look, you're not following the COVID rule. Oh, we need to enforce it. It's all a fraud. Here's DeSantis saying, of course you should celebrate and go out and have a good time as Americans. And again, get back in their face. Stop laying down to them. I'm going to arrest you for not wearing a mask. You're bad. These are just leftist tyrants want to be able to bully you and imprison you and come in your house and take your kids away. That's all this is. Here it is. Virus.
Some of the large maskless crowds around Tampa Bay during the Super Bowl is worried that there's not being enough dozens down the stretch before vaccine.
The media is worried about that, obviously. You guys really love that. You don't care as much if it's a, quote, peaceful protest, and then it's fine. You don't care as much if they're celebrating a Biden election. You only care about if it's people that you don't like. So I'm a Bucks fan. I'm damn proud of what they did on Sunday night. And so in terms of the UK variant, here's what we know. We know, based on all the evidence, that these vaccines are going...
Dude, I'm going to be honest. This DeSantis guy is going to probably end up being the endorsed candidate. Governors usually run for president. That's usually the way that it goes. Governors and senators. It's usually some type of judge, right? So I see like DeSantis Cruz. I see that going hard. Or maybe DeSantis Gates. Or DeSantis Rand Paul. I forgot his name almost.
Going to be effective against that. And that's really the main concern. I mean, we're getting our seniors vaccinated.
And see, he goes with the angle of get us over it, reopen things, don't let them have the lockdown. You can't do that because they're going to keep the lockdown going anyways. And by the way, we've got somebody coming on who is not just an expert in election fraud, but he's been one of the leading people exposing the whole COVID hoax. So Joe Hoft joins us. They've now been getting restricted on Twitter for showing surveillance camera footage of the vans and cars in the middle of the night when stuff shut down in Detroit, bringing in those ballots. So not supposed to show that or show people grabbing the suitcases from out front of the tables. He's coming up. And then his twin brother, Jim Hoft, is coming on in 30 minutes to give his take on it as well. We'll be right back. Well, I really appreciate Joe Hoft joining us. He is a big international corporate auditor, fraud researcher for Fortune 100 companies. And he got drafted in the last year in the wars by his brother, Jim Hoft, that heads up the amazing Gateway Pundit with all of their print journalism, their video journalism, their investigative journalism. And so we got both the twin brothers coming on today, one for 2 segments, the other for the next 2 segments of the hour. So Joe joins us now, thegatewaypundit.com, to hit the fact that they actually go do FOIA requests and they go do the research. They do the hard work and get the surveillance footage of those vans coming in the middle of the night when things are shut down, bringing in the boxes, the cars. They start doing research. You're not supposed to do that because none of this exists. Well, the video that got Gateway Pundit banned from Twitter, TGP's Jim Hoft joins Jack Posobiec on OAN. They did a great job yesterday breaking it down. We'll show you some of that video for TV viewers. Radio listeners can, again, find it at Infowars.com or GatewayPundit.com or on OAN, of course, as well. But you need to share that because we're not supposed to look at election fraud. It doesn't exist. We're supposed to go to sleep.
Hey, now that I know that he put the green light on that, he's not going to be. It's probably going to be Gates Cruz.
So, Joe, thank you for joining us. Please break down the latest not just on this, but all the news since you were on a month ago. There's just so much fraud coming out. The investigations are moving forward.
Yeah, thanks, Alex, and it's great to be in here again. Yeah, I was thinking about the last time you had Jim and I on your show at roughly the same time was back in March, I guess, where we were saying, hey, this COVID thing is not what they're saying. It's there's no way it's going to have a 3% mortality rate, and sure enough, we were right, and it's been proven now again and again and again, and yet. And even another study was reported this weekend where they basically say that the CDC's been totally just invalidating the numbers that they're reporting. And so we'll be sharing more about that, I think, in a post later today. But we were right on there. This thing was never going to come.
Well, let's dive into that first, because you've been on both these topics, spearheading things. But absolutely, you were one of the first, because you were in, I guess, Hong Kong and Taiwan, living over there at the time, to lay out the real numbers, to lay out that it was all a fraud, to lay out the PCR test was BS. How did you know that back then? Now you've been vindicated. Now suddenly the numbers are dropping because they're now admitting the fraud.
That's right. Well, the thing that they did when they originally came out with these numbers, and this was coming out of the WHO, as you remember, this Tedros guy who's linked to China and to radical Muslim, who we don't even know if it's real, what sort of doctor degree he has. He's not a medical doctor, and he's running this WHO. Anyways, he came out and said that this thing's going to be 3.5% compared to 0.06% for the flu each year mortality rating. And what I discovered when I just started, looking into the numbers was that here's what he's doing. In the flu scenario, we always include people that we don't know had the flu, but we expect they did because they never went to the hospital or whatnot. So in the U.S., they add about 25 million people to the number each year of people that are confirmed with the flu and people that eventually die from the flu, and they come up with a mortality of 0.6 or maybe 0.06. And then when we compared the same to the WHO numbers, they were not adding in this gross up of 25 million or so individuals that got coronavirus that we don't know about. And so by eliminating 25 million from their calculation, they grossly overstated the mortality rating. And we could see that right away. And we got attacked for that. We were hammered. There was a number of fact checkers that went after us. Media Matters went after us. And they were saying, this is not true. This thing's going to be horrible. I think you might recall we had another guy on your show who had a different opinion, and that was fine. But we were proven true, because this thing is not even close to the mortality of a 3% at all. They've tried to make it look as bad as they can through faulty reporting, through including cases and factors into the reporting that they've never done before. And that's a report that came out this week. So just the deal is, and what's hitting me this morning, Alex, is just the massive amount of censorship that's going on now. I mean, since the election, it's just been grotesque. It's taken on a new level. I don't know if you've noticed that. I feel like since the election and a bit before, boom, huge new level. We're not going to talk about election fraud, election theft, stolen election, massive overcounts for Biden. And if you try, then it's going to get censored. So yesterday, I put up a great video, and maybe you've already seen it. I expect you probably have. It's called Unmasked.
Yes.
And 20 minutes long, great video covering some of the exact things that we brought out early on, right after the right after the election. We were on top of this. Within about a week, we uncovered this, and it was the fact that what happened overnight in these swing states was Trump was way ahead. He was crushing Biden, every state, including Virginia. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, something happened, and we get these dumps of massive amounts of ballots. And then what happens after that, though, that nobody's fully refuted, is the fact that every state that we looked at, in almost every entry, there was a percent calculation. So for every chunk of ballots that came in, Biden would get a certain percent and Trump a certain percent. And in all cases, it was more for Biden than Trump. And so there was no way Trump was going to pass him, because they'd already locked in the lead. And then after that point, every single entry got these same percentages. And that came out in that video yesterday again. And sure enough, this morning it's censored.
And they've had a lot of other top mathematicians, inventors of the QR code, others. They just go to the state board numbers, these different states, and it shows at different times the exact number popping up in different precincts. And you also see where they're cutting votes in half, which you're not supposed to be able to cut a vote. I guess that's called fraction magic.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. And that was the thing that was unique about this video yesterday. And I did find another version. We've inserted it in our post at Gateway Pundit. But the fact that in California, there was one vote that was added at one time, and that vote went 60% to Biden and 30% to Trump. And it's like, did the person vote, I want 2/3 of my vote to go to Biden and 1/3 to Trump? Or is there something else going on?
And this is on computers. This is on the official record. But they just stonewall and say, no, it doesn't exist.
Yeah, and the evidence right there. I think that one vote, I wrote about it yesterday, I think it's one vote matters. It was my thinking. It's like, this proves that there was massive fraud going on behind the scenes. And that's why Dominion and the Democrats and everybody involved in this thing is doing all they can to cover it up. Because quite frankly, if this were all brought up, if we had a Department of Justice and FBI, these people would be going to jail and maybe even worse.
Oh, absolutely. Let me raise this just briefly, because I know you guys had to put up big disclaimers. You know, you posted Mike Lindell's My Pillow Guy thing. I think he's a great guy. He means well. A lot of what he says is accurate. But when some of it's not, that's going to be used to shoot it all down. So we're not against Mike Lindell. It's just that there's so much real evidence out there. If you help him and say, hey, this isn't as strong as the other, then that's how we're actually going to win this fight.
Yeah, you're right. And Jim and I had some long discussions about this before we put anything up, because I feel like, you know, Alex, there's just so few of us that are fighting for the truth. Maybe there's more than we know, but it seems like sometimes we're very limited. And the last thing we want to do is harm somebody who's fighting for the truth. And Mike Lindell is certainly there. He's in the middle of the fire. He came out with, in my opinion, a great video up through about an hour and 36 minutes. And then he had this piece on from Mary Fanning where we hadn't written about before and we hadn't been able to confirm. And so we tried to, you know, state that in our reporting on the video, but I loved it. And I love that, you know, Lindell did so much work.
And listen, it's the globalists that did all this stealing. So that's going to make everybody get concerned, but it's okay for all of us to critique each other. I make mistakes sometimes. Like I said, he gets like an A+ at 95. I make mistakes when I'm on the wrong path. People help me out. And so that's what that's all about. I mean, and we also know what went on. And we know what Karl Rove did, famously sticking in the National Guard thing some fake news in Bush's file to then discredit the whole thing. And so that's why we need to all help each other. None of us are perfect. We'll be right back. Let's talk more about election fraud and more about the COVID lockdown and what you think's coming up next with Joe Hoft. Monday through Friday from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. I'm here live. Owen Schroeder's got the War Room, comes on 3 p.m. every day. And remember, only way this show gets out is your word of mouth. And on Rumble and on Gab and all over the place, spreading the articles, spreading the videos. Everything we do is copyright free, free to air. Edit it, re-upload it, share it. I don't care. Just get it out. Because conservatives and patriots...
That's one major reason why Alex Jones is so huge, is he's not selfish with his content. He shares the fuck out of his stuff. And because he understands the impact of global reach.
Christians are so conservative. I get letters all the time. Am I allowed to re-upload your videos, or can I paint on the side of my barn, Infowars.com? Well, I hope you do. Whatever important site you think is doing the best job informing people. Speaking of that, we got Joe Hoft here, GatewayPundit.com. Again, drafted in the last few years in this fight as a big corporate fraud investigator and auditor, working with his brother, Jim Hoft of GatewayPundit.com, that's joining us next segment. There's so much to talk about, but big picture, wasn't it illustrative of just how surrounded Trump has been with this Bruce Castor lawyer groveling and pissing himself and worshiping Schumer, saying, you guys did a great job with your presentation on Trump. And it just shows what Trump has to pull from this vat of cowards. And these are the guys that were willing to actually defend Trump. But really, they're not. They're dropping the ball on purpose. It shows how isolated Trump was and really why they were able to steal the election from him, in my view, and how they were able to block a lot of his reform agenda.
Yeah, absolutely, Alex. It was it's just shocking in their whole plan of attack going in. For me and for you, I'm sure it's like, why wouldn't you bring up the election fraud? This is the biggest crime in world history. The implications of this could last centuries. If we have voting machines where we can't vote, basically where the the winners are already chosen, well then that's not democracy. That's something else. And if we can't
but
share
wait,
what we
CNN
think,
said there is no fraud. But they said when Trump wins, we're going to break up the country and we'll never concede. So I mean, again, there's so much paradoxical hypocrisy here.
Yeah, and it's and so that's why I've it's challenging. I know you know this as a to try to deal with this. What do you do? And somebody even asked me that, and I think the answer is, well, we just have to keep sharing the truth. We're not going to lie. I can't. That's against my constitution. I don't want to lie. If something's wrong, then we'll fess up. But we've got to share the truth about this. And the media, their censorship and the big tech, this is not America. That's what I was saying to myself this morning. This isn't America. I put a video up yesterday and it's down today. It's the truth. What's going on with this country? This isn't.
We'll talk about that because you're right.
The country I grew up with.
Congress's failure to act, and that is one of the things Trump couldn't get done, has now emboldened them. I agree with you, and you're smart. I mean, break down, because you're involved in IT as well. How are you saying it's intensifying? Because I totally agree. It's like massive. It's total. It's like AI watching everyone.
Yeah. Well, I think a big component of that was Fox News on election night. I've hardly gone back there since. I'm appalled by that place. But the way they put, of all people, up there like Cavuto and Chris Wallace.
And the way they said Arizona went when it didn't. Yeah, they literally, I predicted it'd be Fox that would stick the knife in. I predicted they would call the election for Biden first, and I was right.
Yeah, you're right. So we lost Fox, and then after that, they're not saying, they're joining the team. They're not saying boo about the election being stolen. Nothing. And it's all, they're not permitted. So that was the one outlet we had on mainstream media that would often, be great, and their numbers showed it.
And now they fired their number one host on Fox Business, Lou Dobbs.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we love Lou Dobbs. What a great man. One thing, I look back at one video that he did. Not only was he intelligent, not only was he a Trump supporter and an American lover. I remember when he had that truck driver on, this young man, husky guy from Pennsylvania, who had driven that truckload of ballots that he found, that his job was to pick it up in New York and drive it over to Pennsylvania, and there was something funny about it, and he let the Trump people know, and he had 100,000 illegal ballots on his truck, it turns out, and
that's smoking gun as it gets, already filled out, crossing state lines, violating law, on record, and instead the FBI came and threatened him. That's right, and that's what we're facing. And the media doesn't say anything about it. And this poor guy is being harassed by the FBI. And the thing that really moved me is when they introduced this guy, they said, this Klein guy mentioned, this young man was in prison, and he's now got 2 or 3 girls, and they didn't know it. And he knew if he came out, this would be in the air. And the media would use that against this guy. And yet he did it anyways, because he knew he wanted to, he wanted the truth out there. He couldn't live his life knowing that he had this truckload of ballots that he figured out there's something not right about it, because he couldn't drop it off. And then that night they told him to park it somewhere, and he went to go get it the next day. The trailer he'd driven around for years, it wasn't there. That's when he knew something's going on. And so, yeah, the FBI attacks him. It's just like, what's going on? So we had no FBI. We had no DOJ. We had no big media. The Republicans are horrible. McConnell, it looks to me like, and you probably feel this way too, that he's going to try to do something to encourage the impeachment of Trump. I expect what they'll do is try to put it under a vote where nobody can tell which person voted for what. They'll keep that sealed for years, and a bunch of Republicans will vote for Trump's impeachment, whatever the hell that means. It's not even and having the Democrat up at the front running the show. This whole thing is just the Constitution doesn't mean anything to these people. It's all power. They've broken every law imaginable with the election. And here's one thing that Jim and I, Jim put up yesterday, I think this morning actually, and it's on the ballots
and the fact that you have to have chain of custody on these ballots. So my auditor background would say, okay, whenever, especially in the banking industry, if you have something that's important like money, you don't want one person just walking around with that. If you're transferring, et cetera, you usually have a dual control. 2 people sign off on the money that was picked up, 2 people sign off on the money that was dropped off. And so that you've got more than one person's word that this is what happened. Same thing with ballots, and they're just as priceless. And they didn't obtain this information. In Georgia, we know 460,000 votes never had that documentation associated with it in Georgia alone. And
that's why they're so desperate to say we're not supposed to talk about it. How un-American is that? Even if we were wrong, we have a right, but it's overwhelming. That's why they even have major radio networks trying to threaten talk show hosts and saying, you don't discuss it. I mean, it's just absolutely amazing. And of course, they're trying to codify election fraud now in this H.R. 1 bill.
Yeah. Oh, scary. It's just really scary. That's why the implications of this election could last 1,000 years. Who knows? How are you ever going to break out of it? If you go and vote and your vote doesn't count anymore, it's already been somebody picked, which maybe has been going on for a while.
Well, Joe, I was about to say, I live in Austin. I was there. I fought this stuff 20 years ago. I watched them admit we caught fraud. They still certified local elections with Ded Dubois. She's the only person that matters. Whoever they want, whoever Soros wants, there's no real elections in Travis County. And that's a problem because in blue states and blue cities, people get to knowing that. Once they take over, it's permanent, then we stop voting, then it makes it easier for them to cover up the fraud. Say hi to your brother. Let's talk about how we still get people to vote, even though we know it's a fraud. Should we keep voting when we come back, or what is our recourse? I mean, is it the cartridge box? I hope not. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m., 3 p.m., we're here live. Of course, you got the American Journal with Harrison Smith, 8 a.m. weekdays. War Room with Owen Schroyer and all the special reports we do throughout the weekend and on Sundays. 4 to 8 p.m., myself and Owen Schroyer are live for 4 hours every Sunday evening because freedom is important. But
dude, Alex Jones is a fucking bullfrog in real life.
Getting Jim Hoft on. He's having some technical difficulties. We got Joe Hoft, his brother, on. And I tell you, if the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl, in the last year, fighting the New World Order, exposing COVID as a fraud, exposing election fraud, I would give most valuable player in the fight to Gateway Pundit. And it's good to know there's other great folks out there. But there's also a bandwagon effect. That's why when the Dallas Cowboys win the Super Bowl or the Buccaneers now win the Super Bowl, they estimate that it goes from maybe just a few percentage of the sales being that team to it being over half. There is a bandwagon effect. And well, now that Trump had the election stolen, so many people are dejected. They are saying, I'm not going to vote anymore. I'm just going to give up. And I think that's wrong. You should poll watch. You should vote more. You should expose the fraud. And you should get state laws to block the fraud. So just giving up is what they want you to do, in my view. So it's the apathy that has to be fought. That's my view. Joe Hoff, what do you think?
Yeah, that's a huge fear, and it's probably natural. It's human nature. And so I think the answer is we fight for the truth. We don't give up on this last election. We point out every single instance of fraud. We make it so clear that there's no, that there's just no opposition, no matter how much the left tries to stop. And a great example right now is what's going on in Maricopa County, down in where Phoenix is in Arizona. There's this group of board of supervisors that continue to stall, to prevent an audit to be performed, to choose to bring in their own auditors, to lie about those auditors' credentials when they said they were certified and they were not. And my understanding is they were supposed to hand over their ballots to the state treasurer some time ago, and they haven't done it. And that's according to the law.
And they're acting extremely, extremely suspicious.
That's it. So we keep hammering people with the truth until there's nothing else that they can say, and that's the kind of work that we've been trying to do. Jim's done some great work here recently. So
and we just got Jim. Let me raise this. He did a great interview yesterday. It's posted on Infowars.com and GatewayPundit.com. The video that got Gateway Pundit banned from Twitter. And again, it's illegal. It's closed. The state law is clear. It's been closed for hours. Same place they're putting cardboard up on the windows. This was on election night, election morning. Last Friday, Gateway Pundit published footage of vehicles delivering over 50 boxes of fraudulent ballots, because it's illegal after that point, for Joe Biden at 3 a.m. in Wayne County, Michigan on election night, prompting big tech to retaliate against the publication with a permanent suspension from the platform. So congratulations. I wanted you to have a chance to say hi to your brother, Joe Hoft. Jim Hoft is here. It's kind of bittersweet, but congratulations getting your full Twitter ban. That really shows you're over the target.
That's right. We're with InfoWars now, Alex. So we joined the club over the weekend. You know, what's interesting about this, Alex, is story that we put up. I hope you can hear me. But,
yes, I can. You sound great.
What happened was on the day after the election, Wednesday morning, November 4th, I get a call from my friend who is actual poll observer inside the TCF Center in Detroit. She says, Jim, I just heard that there was a van coming in the middle of the night dropping off boxes of ballots. And so we were the first ones to report on this on November 4th. 2 weeks later, we interviewed several witnesses inside the TCF Center that night who gave us the same story, that a van drove in the middle of the night, drove into the TCF Center, unloaded 61 boxes of ballots, and then brought them inside the center. We have one witness who said that the ballots they unloaded in the boxes were all perfectly aligned. They were all looked the same, like they came from a printer. They all only had Joe Biden checked off and the Senate candidate who was the Democrat. All the rest of the races were left open. This is also a big red flag for fraud. So this is what we reported in the middle of November. We finally get this video now about 10 days ago, and we comb through it and we find the actual video. I mean, after we had like 2,000 segments of security camera footage that we had to go through, and Cassandra Fairbanks, who writes for Gateway Pundit, did an excellent job. We found, she found the video here of these guys unloading the 61 boxes in the middle of the night. And not only that, they came back an hour later with more boxes full of ballots at the TCF Center in Detroit. So we busted them. It's exactly what our sources said in November. And yet today, even, we have USA Today writing us. They're going to do a hit piece on us over this evidence. No one has done the research we did on this. No one bothered to contact the TCF Center except us. And now they're going to attack us for doing the legwork. It's unbelievable what's happening in our country today.
And that's how it works. Old dinosaur legacy media, after you're banned and can't on the open internet on these major platforms show your proof, then they come in and lie about you, and I guarantee you they're not going to show the footage. So I remember it was you guys that broke the news just a few days after of the guys outside in the vans with the dollies bringing in the ballots. Now you have them inside doing it and have confirmed they were let into the secure area, which again violates the law, and the place was closed. And we know those ballots were counted, and we have those spikes for Biden. I mean, this is hand in the cookie jar, open and shut, in my view.
Right. And one other thing, Alex, for the mainstream media, the only source they have is an actual city of Detroit official named Chris Thomas. He's their only source. And of course, he says, oh, it's all good. There was nothing wrong done here. This was completely legitimate.
Same thing in Georgia. So we have the Secretary of State. He says everything's fine.
Exactly. And so we have several witnesses who were there who are, testifying with us and give a certain story. And instead, the media takes the hack from downtown Detroit who gives them a different story. And then they fact check us as putting up fake news. You can't make it up.
Well, we're going to come back and talk about a battle plan to fight back against this, the fake trial of Trump, and more with Jim Hoft, again, the founder of Gateway Pundit. His brother's been here. Just want to give you guys a chance to say hi to each other. I know you're in different areas, and you both do a wonderful job. I'm glad that you've joined the team the last year or so. Anything else you want to say to your brother, Joe, or Jim?
Well, it's great to see Jim. Yeah, you too, James. Being identical twins, that's a nice compliment. You give one to yourself as well. No, thanks. Thanks for being here.
Do you guys compare you guys to the Hodge brothers, the Hodge twins?
I haven't heard that yet, but
well, I mean, you're both. You're both identical twins, and you're both patriots.
There you go. That's all right.
For sure.
That'd be good.
All
like
right,
to be on there.
Joe, thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. Getting
Thanks,
back
guys.
to Jim. Jim, we're about to go to break in a minute, but give us a preview of how you think we should be fighting back.
You know, we put something up today, Alex, and I think it's very important for your audience, and that is that during this election, what we saw was violations of the custody. It's the chain of custody laws. I'm sorry, I'm cheating and looking at my website. But we saw this in several states, all the swing states, they violated this. The Democrats violated this. You're supposed to have Republicans and Democrats sign off whenever you're moving these ballots around, whenever there's ballot counting going on, whenever there's questions on if a ballot is legal or not. You're supposed to have these chain of custody rulings with both parties involved. This was violated throughout the election this year. They locked Republicans out of the voting centers in Detroit, in Philadelphia, in other places. They brought in ballots in the middle of the night in Georgia and Detroit, Michigan. They were moving.
Let's talk about it when we come back. And the fact that Trump really should be presenting this right now would devastate the globalists. Well, we cover such epic information here. Welcome back to the Alex Jones Show. Joe Hoff, GatewayPundit.com is here with us, thegatewaypundit.com. But, I mean, they've proven it. We've proven it. I traveled all over the country. I went and saw it for myself. I went and looked at the election files. I went with forensic people and actually looked at, at the Secretary of State's. I talked to top Trump lawyers, and they're like, we shouldn't go after random foreign governments breaking in. It's ballots, fraudulent ballots being fed in at the machine level. And the media wants to distract off into other things, and that's what happened. But we have them. I mean, we have illegal truckloads being driven across from other states into Pennsylvania and the truck driver going public. We have the video in Michigan. We have the flipping of the votes and the missing votes and the stuff in Georgia. It's just really insane. And thank God we've got Infowars.com and GatewayPundit.com. But yeah, they already had Gateway Pundit shadow banned for a while. But now because Gateway Pundit is putting out such hardcore evidence, they've been blocked on Twitter. That's why when I tell the listeners, please share these articles, share these videos. If you don't do it, no one will. And it's only going to get worse. They wouldn't be censoring us and making these bold moves if the information wouldn't bring them down. So I'm ranting. We have limited time with it. Jim Hoft here. But this is so huge. I mean, the radio listener's not seeing the van illegally pull into the building, it being offloaded, the same Chinese dude. I mean, the Chinese planes landing, reportedly with the big things of ballots. You've got them being printed up. You've got them in the same order, scantroned out, not done with a pencil, not done with a pen. I mean, this is ridiculous how nakedly and really ham-fistedly they did this in these at least 6 states. So I guess they just knew they controlled the FBI, so it didn't matter. What do you think about this? Where does this go now? How do we fight back?
Yeah, Alex, it's a travesty that this is happening, and I'm with you and your audience. We're wondering, where's FBI? Where's the DOJ? Obviously, we don't have them right now, and it doesn't look like we had them for 4 years under Trump either. So we're going to have to do different things. And I think one thing is to get involved and demand that these chain of custody rules and laws are that people are following these laws, because Democrats can't cheat if there's a Republican standing right there. And I knew some people who were inside the TCF Center in Detroit who were being blocked by these bullies. They said they were only there to harass Republican observers. So we need to have Republicans inside. We need to have Republicans and conservatives and populists stand up and volunteer for some of these roles that we have. We have to have people outside.
That's the key. What you're saying is, instead of people pulling back because of fraud, we need, including myself, I've done it before, I'm going to do it again. Everyone has to volunteer locally, and these people are so ham-fisted, they will thug out on you. They will expose their criminality. I agree. We need to see an army of people where we outnumber them.
Absolutely, and we have to be organized, and we have to have people outside of these drop boxes. If that continues to record everything, that's the only way that we're going to be able to win again. We know that Donald Trump won in such a landslide that they had to stop the counting and refinagle things and print out more ballots to feed into these machines in the middle of the night. And, we're not going to have another candidate like that for a while. Donald Trump was, a once-in-a-lifetime candidate. So these Republicans better wake up. And I think it's also imperative that a lot of these rhinos get replaced by other pro-Trump populist candidates in the next primary. We have to get rid of some of this dead weight in the Republican Party.
Let me raise this point. I know you've obviously been covering and watching yesterday and today. That first lawyer, Bruce Castor, was obviously batting for the other team and was congratulating the Democrats on a great job, great presentation. Oh, Chucky Schumer, you're so amazing. He was totally in fear. Trump can't get any good lawyers because they're all scared. He should have had Jay Sekulow or somebody, or the folks from Judicial Watch. They would have done a good job. But sitting there watching this, they make it a fraud that he's falsely claiming that there was fraud, so he caused all this anger and he lied. So they opened it up, bringing up that he lied about fraud. So now he can bring in the evidence of why folks are upset. And the fact that they're not doing that just shows that Trump literally cannot even get lawyers that will do what he wants because they are such a disgraceful pack of scum.
Absolutely. And you're not the only one saying this, Alex. I saw Steve Bannon, the former chief strategist for Donald Trump. He was on this morning saying the same thing. They have to bring in the evidence that there was fraud. And if you watch the proceedings this morning, that's what the Democrats were bringing up, that this fraud was somehow a hoax. I mean, talk about sticking us in the eye. Here they were right in front of our face stealing this election in several states. And now they demand that we refuse to speak about this anymore. And it's just outrageous. And that's why they have to block Gateway Pundit from Twitter, because we're putting up the video. I mean, we actually have video, Alex, not just pictures, but video of them trucking in a van full of ballots.
And let's explain. Once it closes state law, no more ballots. This is not. Explain that to people.
Yeah. So in Michigan, they have laws there, and we have some people say that these were absentee ballots that should have already been in the center. If that's what they were, then they should have been there before 8 p.m. on election night. There also should have been some calls made saying how many ballots are yet to come over. Instead, we have these late night deliveries, right? And also a couple of things to note is the gate opened for this van, so they were expecting this van to come in. And another thing is, when they brought these ballots in, they waited till the next shift to start counting these ballots. So there's a lot that needs to be investigated here. Unfortunately, the Gateway Pundit is the only one in this instance that has sought out this information. We don't believe the FBI or the Department of Justice is doing nothing on this. So it's a travesty. But
well, do you remember it is in all the old Westerns, the guys are pinned down by the Native Americans, the Indians, and all of a sudden you hear. And here comes the cavalry in all these states. They freeze the voting, they freeze the counting, everything closes, they put up cardboard, and then out come the suitcases and in drive the vans. And I mean, this is ridiculous.
Right. You'd think the cavalry would be coming for the good guys who would want the honesty and integrity and to have the fair election. Instead, the cavalry comes and they're a bunch of thugs who put up cardboard on the windows so you can't see inside after they push you outside of the room when you're supposed to be an election observer.
Well, you were right there in the row right beside me when we saw Trump's great speech, and Don Jr. said be peaceful, and they got me to go out and try to lead it. You can't lead a million people. A few hundred idiots and some provocateurs did all that, and now they're calling it the new Pearl Harbor. Nobody's buying into it, and as negative as this all is, it's causing a massive awakening. Jim, do you agree that this is going to backfire on the establishment in the long run if we hold their feet to the fire?
I think absolutely. And I think you're right. Trump has to bring out the evidence of fraud. And I think another thing that's hurting the Democrats is they believe that most Americans want Barack Obama's failed policies. So Joe Biden has pushed through 40-some executive orders. Nobody wants that crap. That's why Obama lost votes in his reelection. They complete failures. And I think Trump, one thing he did was he exposed all of this. Americans are not fooled by this BS that the left is pushing and the bubble they live in. And I think people are just simmering now, watching all of this play out, and I don't think it's going to help Democrats at all.
Absolutely. Here's a little side story. I hadn't had a doctor's appointment in years. I got a checkup, and my doctor, the rotating doctor, is a female doctor. She's a listener. I've met her before at the clinic. But she was at the event, didn't go in the Capitol. FBI visited her at the doctor's office. So that's the level of intimidation. Jim Hoff, thank you, and thank your brother, and thank your great team at Gateway Pundit.
Hey, thanks a lot, Alex. Good to be with you.
Good to have you. All right, we got another guest coming up next hour. Got a bunch of news I haven't hit yet. Got some highlights of the ongoing trial. Please remember, everything the enemy does is about shutting us down. That's why we built Band.video. That's why we updated Infowars.com, Newswars.com. Paul's got his Summit.news. She promote us more on there, but whatever. Still love Paul. The point is that we're in a fight to get the truth out. We're in a fight. They want to suppress us. So please, every day, go to Infowars.com and Newswars.com. Go to the Greg Reese section. Those are my favorite videos. Go get the Darren McBreen ones. Go get the John Bow ones. They're all excellent on informing people. This stuff's all Tucker Carlson good. I see that as like the platinum standard. So it's all there. It's going to wake people up that the only way the dog hunts is you do it. So upload it anywhere you want, from Rumble to Vimeo, whatever. I just wouldn't put the name Alex Jones in it or they'll block it. But it's all free to air. Just to show you, with enemies like this,
I got us past the vitamin.
well, imagine what your real enemies are like. Because that's the old saying, with friends like this, who needs enemies? When you look at just this foppish, preening, just classic BS artist lawyer in there ingratiating himself and groveling to Chucky Schumer, when all Schumer takes that as weakness, and congratulating him and just all of this, and then saying this will turn around and bite you later if you do it. Yeah, they're tyrants. They don't care about chivalry. They're going crazy. They want a physical war. And this is supposedly like the third round of lawyers Trump had to get. So here's some of this idiot. And this is how Trump is surrounded. And this is why we're in so much trouble. Here it is.
So senators are patriots. Senators are family men and women. They're fierce advocates for the great state in which they represent. And somewhere far down that list of attributes, way below patriot, and way below love of family and country, and way below fierce advocates for their states, far down, at least that's what I thought, anyway, and I still think that. Somewhere far down that list, senators have some obligation to be partisans, to represent a group of beliefs that are similar to beliefs shared by other United States senators. I think that I want to give my colleague, Mr. Sean, an opportunity to explain to all of us the legal analysis on jurisdiction. I'll be quite frank with you. We changed what we were going to do on account that we thought that the House manager's presentation was well done. And I wanted you to know that we have responses to those things.
Sack of garbage.
I thought that what the first part of the case was, which was the equivalent of a motion to dismiss, was going to be about jurisdiction alone. And one of the fellows who spoke for the House managers, who's a former criminal defense attorney, seemed to suggest that there's something nefarious that we were discussing jurisdiction and trying to get the case dismissed. But this is where it happens in the case, because jurisdiction is the first thing that has to be found. We have counter arguments to everything that they raised, and you will hear them later on in the case from Mr. Van der Veen and from myself.
Listen, I can't watch anymore.
But
Let's
on
turn
the
it off. It
issue
gets
of-
worse. It gets worse. I watched it last night from, earlier in the day. It was tape, and I just can't listen to it again. He is literally dropping the ball up front in his opening statement. This was an opening statement. A weak sack of garbage. The Chi-Coms just laugh at us. They just brush us aside. And the first thing you do is read the part in the Constitution where it says it has to be a sitting president. And you say 5-year-olds can understand that. That's why the U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts refused to be part of it, because this is purely a political fraud, and you know you don't have the votes. And you know that the political rhetoric your people put out was 50 times what President Trump did, and it's outrageous that you would try to saddle him with what happened at that Capitol event when only a few hundred people broke in that building and most of them stayed within the velvet ropes, and we're going to show all the evidence of that fraud, and you put your foot in it, New World Order, you globalists. When you got up here and you said there was no evidence of fraud and that Trump lied about that, you opened the door for that evidence to be brought in here, even though this isn't a court of law and it's a sham. Even according to legal high standards, now we can bring in the evidence of the fraud. You are in trouble. They'd have top ratings. It would destroy them. It'd be their Waterloo. But no, because the very belly of the country's rotting with rotting sacks of pinstripe suit, filth, lawyers that are stupid and stunted in their own sick club, and they're destroying everything, and they'll burn in goddamn fucking hell. Well, I'm a big fan of his, watch him many times online, see him at some of his big comedy shows, and of course, he also co-hosts shows with Anthony Cumia. Dave Landau is going to be joining us here in just a few minutes. I really look forward to that here in a second. I've seen him on Comedy Central, NBC's Last Comic Standing, really funny stuff. And he's one of these thought criminals, like Anthony Cumia or so many others that are very popular, but that the cancel culture is coming after. Now we learn this isn't some badly coordinated libtard thing off the universities. This is big banks, big money, big tech, all over the world, unified, shutting everybody up. Don't question vaccines' effectiveness. Don't question man-made global warming. Don't question carbon taxes that the West has to do, but China's exempt from. Don't question election fraud. Don't question anything. Wow, you wake up in a literal hell of this system. And here's the news. 8 million more living in poverty in the U.S., 9 million small businesses in danger of closing, 10 million people behind on rent for their homes. But hey, that's in the first world. We're just going bankrupt here. In the third world, ladies and gentlemen, they are starving to death. Extra 10 million people died last year, not of COVID, but of starvation. I want to play this clip here in a moment. Here is the UK health minister. Says if you go out of the country and come back in from any country, you've got to stay for several weeks in a hotel room or your house. And if they catch you leaving it, 10 years in prison. And it doesn't matter even if your tests say that you're negative. So the borders are wide open. They're bringing all these boat people that are coming in, out of Africa, everywhere else. George Soros funding it. All that's fine. All that's dandy. And it's the same thing here. It's the same thing that Senator Cotton, the same thing that I've pointed out, same thing that Tucker Carlson's pointed out. They're just waving the illegal aliens in now. They froze all the deportations. They don't test you for bubonic plague, for hepatitis. The big killer, kills millions in the last few years, is drug-resistant TB. So remember that when somebody's like, you wear that mask or it's $1,000 fine. Or you're like, oh, really? The illegal aliens are just waved in here. It's all BS from one level to the next. And 96% of the tests are, of course, false positive. So here is the minister, the health minister, there in the UK, laying this out.
People who flout these rules are putting us all at risk. Passenger carriers will have a duty in law to make sure that passengers have signed up for these new arrangements before they travel and will be fined if they don't. And we'll be putting in place tough fines for people who don't comply. This includes a £1,000 penalty for any international arrival who fails to take a mandatory test, a £2,000 penalty to any international arrival who fails to take the second mandatory test, as well as automatically extending their quarantine period to 14 days, and a £5,000 fixed penalty notice, rising to £10,000 for arrivals who fail to quarantine in a designated hotel. We're also coming down hard on people who provide false information on the passenger locator form. Anyone who lies on the passenger locator form and tries to conceal that they've been in a country on the red list in the 10 days before arrival here will face a prison sentence of up to 10 years. These measures will be put into law this week.
Okay, that's enough from Matt Hancock. So that's where we are. And remember, wherever the UK is, that's what we'll be in a few years. This is all a global system, all run by the UN. And I have this idiot saying it's the UN orders. I have Spain saying it, Australia saying it. And remember, what Facebook, Twitter, Google all announced 2 days ago in unison, no criticism of vaccines, zero. Do not say they're not effective. Do not say there's a problem. Well, my goodness, then you must have not looked in South Africa or Australia or a bunch of other countries where the vaccines killed so many people and weren't effective that they just pulled them. Or Merck pulled back both its vaccines and says it doesn't work. This is all a fraud. Who was the lady? I keep forgetting her name. I'm serious, I keep forgetting her name. She was the the big CEO lady. She had the $20 million company that could test for cancer, test for anything. It's like a piece. Yeah, what was her name? Yeah, your mic's so distorted I can't understand. You just put it on screen for me. Elizabeth Holmes. Yes, so Elizabeth Holmes, ladies and gentlemen, and it was a PCR test. Oh, we'll tell you got cancer, you got heart disease. It's magic. And all we had to do was have Toto pull it back with her company, Theranos, and it was all a fraud. Oh, here, you take this robot pill and you crap it out, and then we tell you everything about you. And who was she a protege of? Bill Gates. We're going to go to our guest here in just a moment. Dave Landau. I just want listeners to remember this. I'm not funded by George Soros or any sugar daddies. I'm funded by you. And it takes a lot of T-shirts and a lot of coffee sold, and ours is great coffee, by the way, at InfoWarsStore.com to fund this operation. We got back in stock our activated charcoal toothpaste that my dad's a retired dentist, an oral surgeon. Well, technically, he still has his license. The point is, he designed this. It's great. There's no additives. There's no BS. And it funds the operation. Clean the country up. Clean the world up while you clean your teeth up. And please don't forget, we have Winter Sun, super high-quality vitamin K with vitamin D3 taken under the tongue. And that's what you need to stop any type of serious issue. If you don't have it, you're insane. It is essential, meaning you'll die without it. Even that scumbag Fauci has to admit it. We have the highest quality. InfoWarsStore.com. And we're selling out of our liquid turmeric, which is also great for your immune system. Okay, hey, Dave, I really appreciate you coming on with us. We're going to break here in a few minutes. And I always love seeing you co-host with Anthony Cumia. And I'm going to kind of give you free reign here to talk about where you see all this going. But I mean, what do you want to strike at first? Obviously, cancer culture, this crazy trial. How do we fight back? I mean, this is nuts.
Well, yeah, thanks for having me, Alex. I appreciate it. Where do you start? Cancel culture. I mean, essentially, liberals went from questioning all authority to believing all authority, no matter how dumb or arbitrary. And I think right now we're just living inside of 12 monkeys, and it's just getting scarier and scarier. Now we have comics turning on each other. It's just become something that I can't wrap my head around. There's no reason that this should be treated like this. We've completely overdone it. Even the video you just showed where you're talking about spending $1,000, $2,000 to go to these countries or go to jail, I do not wrap my head around it.
And Glenn Greenwald wrote an article a few days ago that broke it down. He said it's like a mix of junior high hall monitor tattletaling with the Nazis and the Soviets. I mean, it's really insane. And you're right. They suddenly flipped. They love CCP. They love death camps. They love censorship. They say they want to kill anybody they disagree with. I mean, I've got like a 7-minute compilation from just the last week of high-level Democrats on TV saying, kill Trump supporters with Predator drones.
Well, of course, because we've went from George Carlin's 7 dirty words you can't say on television to 7 billion words you're not supposed to say ever. And the fact that comics are just fighting against freedom of speech is the craziest thing imaginable. It's the only thing we have. That's our last line of defense as comedians. It's the thing that's most important. It's why I love Anthony, because he doesn't care at all what you say. And that's why, I'm in the situation that I am now. I know I was a liberal, but I still consider myself to have certain ideologies. But at this point, it's so beyond red and blue and just to a level of control that I'm confused how people don't notice. You're walking around in masks. You're not allowed to go out. If you are, it's 25% capacity. We're all being controlled to a level we've never been controlled before, and people aren't questioning it. In fact, they're tattling on you to like federal agents online. It's
all Milgram experiment. I'm sure you're familiar with that, where they could get the majority of people to think that they were murdering other students in order to do so.
I don't know that one, but I'd like to hear it.
When we come back, I want to experience what you've gone through as a popular comic, the type of craziness you've seen. And of course, Anthony Cumia had the #1 show on terrestrial radio in the morning, got kicked off because he was too popular, then was on the #1 show on Sirius XM, got kicked off for saying Black Lives Matter sucks, which is totally true. It's just insane. So we'll be right back on the other side. I'm Alex Jones. This is the Info War. The only way this dog hunts is you spread the word. You're doing it, and they hate it. The show's actually growing in many ways, but not fast enough. So please spread the word now about any station you're listening to. You found it. Yep, the #1 most censored, most demonized, most lied about broadcast in the world. I'm Alex Jones, your host. Dave Landau is a very popular comedian, DaveLandau.com. He co-hosts on the great network that Cumia has. And people are like, man, what are you doing always for other people's networks? I love the fact that Cumia's got a popular network. I love the fact that Gab McInnes has his operation. I mean, I just promote all these people. I just look at Tucker Carlson doing such a great job, and I'm just like, I sleep better at night because I'm not the guy from There Will Be Blood who's like, I don't like other people doing well. It makes me angry. But what I really don't like is globalists trying to keep me down so that they can dominate me, because it's that There Will Be Blood type character that actually runs things and actually wants to control society. In fact, it turns out the author of the book that's based on was actually a proto-globalist and actually cooked up a lot of the modern globalist plans we live under. But speaking of history, they have the Stanford Research Institute study that's just as important. And then they have the other study that I was just mentioning as well. And in these different university studies that they've done, they could get the majority of students to shock people to death or beat people to death in these different studies. And it's not just those two universities. It's a whole bunch of those universities where if an authority figure tells you to do it, you do it. But I don't want to digress. Dave, continuing your experience for people that don't know, that aren't inside comedy, they hear Joe Rogan talking about how it's insane he left California. They hear about everybody tattling and snitching and trying to get others banned. And then the type of so-called comedy they want to push, I turn on Netflix and it's just nothing but Marxist, Leninist, vile, America-hating trash. Then they wonder why it gets half a star. Then Netflix takes away the rating service. I mean, YouTube's taking away the ratings for Biden because he's so hated. I mean, they're force-feeding this. What is corporate America thinking?
Well, I'm completely with you. What's funny about the Joe Rogan thing is they actually decided to listen to essentially interns versus their $100 million guy. And I'm so glad that, you know, Joe obviously won in that and he still has his show. But yeah, it just shows that we're paying too much attention to people that don't matter. And too many squeaky wheels are having a voice. The voice that's given to everybody, I think, does deserve equality. But we're living in a time where everybody wants to be liked and not for the right reasons. So we're just jumping on anybody for anything. And that's the biggest problem with being a comic. You can't say anything without pissing people off. You can't say anything without somebody trying to cancel you. You can't, like, if we make a joke on Anthony's show about the Secretary of Health, which is transgender, which seems silly at times, there's something that you might make fun of. People don't understand how we can't be sensitive to that. And it has nothing to do with being sensitive to somebody's mental state. It just has to do with what we think is funny as a comic. I mean, it's just everything that comes out of your mouth now is being watched by somebody. And there's so much jealousy in this bit. Like you just said with the guy from There Will Be Blood, there's a bit of that inside of so many comedians where they do just want to take out the other guy instead of work hard to get ahead. And now they have the opportunity. You just have to scream racist or scream sexist or scream homophobic or whatever it is, whatever will work for you, just to make sure that somebody else doesn't get a chance that you will never have.
What is it like to be somebody that makes their living talking to crowds, and there's that energy that's so much better than doing it online? What is it like to be told you're not essential?
It sucks. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But when you go to the clubs now, the ones that are allowed to open to, 25% people that are behind shields and 6 feet away from each other and sort of kills the roll of a room. It's a better feeling now, though, because people do want to go out. They're tired of this. They don't want to be held inside. They don't want to constantly be afraid. And I look at a lot of my friends in the blue states, and I just feel sort of bad for them at this point, because I see how much this has destroyed them, because they just believe it. And it's not that I'm so anti all of it. I mean, I understand that washing your hands has always been a good thing.
Sure.
But I did it before.
But I mean, they're in a cult, and and it's more and more and more, and they've inducted themselves into it because they all knew it's how they get rid of Trump, shut the economy off. But now they're freaking out. It's like, oh, you mean I stay locked down? Because a lot of leftists kind of wink, wink. Hey, this is us exercising our collective power. Hey, it's like Bill Maher said, we're going to shut the economy down to kick Trump out. I mean, I think a lot of them thought that this was going to go away when Biden got in. And I'm like, I'm sorry, it's going to get worse.
Well, yeah, you can't just light the entire house on fire and assume it's going to be, that's going to keep its value. That's essentially what they did. They took down the entire country. I mean, you can't just destroy everything and then put Mr. Magoo in charge and think that it's going to be fine while like, it makes no sense. Like, you didn't want old rich white men in power, so you put in Joe Biden with Kamala Harris, who's essentially what, a cop? None of it makes any sense for any of these movements.
Well, that's right. She would go. I mean, folks, we're not just joking. I've interviewed prosecutors. I've seen others interview the prosecutors and people that were also defense lawyers. She was like known to particularly go after black people because she's not black. Yeah. She's Indian, and it's all made up. It's all a lie. I mean, they might as well have just elected Hitler.
No, what it was they essentially liked the bottle, but they forgot to read the ingredients.
Yeah.
So you just get this this complete package of everything that I would almost say is anti-black, and that's who we have in office. And like you said, yeah, she's Indian, and that was after Elizabeth Warren claimed that she was Indian until she got a 23andMe test, and it's like, no, you're white, you're lily white. Yeah, 0%. There's no
that's like something like 90% of people whose ancestors have been here over 150 years have some Native American. I do. I've been tested. It's like 5% or something. These people, I mean, she had like less than 1/10 of 1%. There's like that. She's as white as you can get.
Yeah, she's never even met an Indian, according to the results. It's just unbelievable. It's that, and then there's just so many things that it just doesn't make sense. And it seems they throw something new to pile on top of it, so you forget about the last thing. And I just walk around, and I've been traveling this whole time, and I come back, I take tests, I do everything you're supposed to do because I don't want to deal with the, crap around it. But when I'm on a plane, during the summer, it wasn't that bad because it's 3 people on a Delta flight wearing masks. There's nobody to worry about. And now it's starting to open up again. And what do you see? People going crazy on flights. We're starting to see people going crazy everywhere more than they used to.
Oh, listen, I'm not usually aggro, even though I'm aggro on air. But when I wear a mask, I want to kill people. I mean, it's just so suffocating. My breath stinks. It's you get zits. I haven't had zits since I'm a teenager. Now I'm breaking out about wearing the damn thing. I just won't do it anymore.
No, you have Fauci going, you should wear 2 masks, and then 2 masks doesn't make any sense. You should wear, it's just unreal the amount of information. It's almost like he's just playing a game of Simon Says and seeing how bad he can fuck with you.
I want to ask you this question. We got a longer segment coming up, but I'm going to ask you this. How do we turn this around? How do we fight back against this? Because they're teaching us to be neurotic, to hate ourselves, to think of ourselves as dirty. All the studies show being around more people actually boosts your immune system. It's the opposite. Wearing masks lowers your immune system, causes bacterial pneumonia. I want to ask you, Dave, when we come back, how do you turn this around? Or if we don't turn it around, where do you expect it to go? Because as things escalate, as this neuroses gets worse, some are saying wear 5 masks. And so I'm actually seeing people now wear 3 masks. So it's like mask inflation. And some are saying, hell, just start wearing, an entire bubble over your whole body. We'll be right back on the other side of this break. It's Dave, LANDAU.com. That's how you spell it out. And we'll be back to break down the rest of the story. The truth is, though, every king, every emperor has been afraid of the court jester. And so they can control music, control literature, control the art, control the comics. They control the kingdom, and that's what's happening. And it's shameful. But the good news is it is avant-garde comics that are politically correct and the hottest thing around. Dave Landau, Cousins of Lando Calrissian, is here with us, a popular comic, co-host with Anthony Cumia at Daily Show. We've already shown this, but for TV viewers, I'm going to play it again because I was telling one of my neighbors about it. They hadn't seen the video. I sent it to them. They were shocked. And when I was out in the mountains just a few weeks ago, I should have done the same video because it shows the steam coming out and water vapor particles are much bigger than a virus, folks. I mean, it's like saying basically, you've got a field goal post and you just throw the virus through. The virus would be like 1 grain of sand through the fibers of an M95. I mean, it's a total fraud. It's a total lie. None of it's true. We already know that, but it's a sign of the slavery. It's the sign that you're under the control. It's a sign that you're dirty and you're bad. So here's that footage. And again, I'll narrate it for radio listeners because obviously you can't see this, but it's reposted. The video is reposted in a new article on Infowars.com. The CDC makes it official. Wear 2 masks. So, oh, you think you're getting out of one mask? No, 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 my dear. Mask police are going to inspect you and control you and put you on a no-fly list or fine you. And in England, 10 years in prison if you don't submit to our cult, like they used to wear black slaves had to wear masks over themselves. Roman slaves had to wear masks when they were being punished. So this is all just suffocating people. This video, again, is posted in the article. Here it is.
Hey, guys, does double masking work against coronavirus's transport? Let's find out. First, we're going to do the hospital masks, 3-ply. Here's one. Here's two.
By the way, hit pause for a minute. This is what my dad said, who is a doctor. He made the point that those masks are mainly just like a ritual thing they do. They weren't even sure 150 years ago, during the 180 years ago during the Civil War, why everybody was dying. Then they invented Listerine right after that, and deaths went down about 90% from infection. Before that, they would try to cauterize wounds when they chopped a leg off or whatever. And so they thought maybe it's something coming out of my mouth. And so, yeah, it's okay. So hair doesn't fall in, so particles don't go out. It does something. But it only stops you over a patient breathing into the wound. Instead, when you're in crowds, it shoots it out to the sides, if you really are worried about microbes, to a higher level. So again, it's beyond not even effective. That's why Fauci originally said in a paper he wrote in 2008, that we're going to our guest, he said you shouldn't wear masks because it causes bacterial pneumonia and caused most of the deaths during the Spanish flu were really dirty masks because they didn't know back then. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is all science. It's all facts. Listerine was the first thing. It wasn't until World War II they discovered antibiotics. That's what caused all the problems to stop, not the little dirty frickin' face diapers. Sorry, play the video, then we'll go to our guest.
Apply. Here's one. Here's two. Next, we're going to try a cloth mask. Remember, we want to stop this moisture that's coming out of our mouth because that's what COVID rides on. Here's one. Here's two. Next, we're going to try an N95 with a cloth mask. Here's one. Here's a cloth mask on the N95.
And it gets even worse. So instead of it shooting straight out and dissipating, it literally like a chimney shoots it out in all directions. What do you make of this, Dave?
Well, if it actually works, why not just make thicker masks? And wouldn't they have discovered it a long time ago? I mean, it's like you're saying, the medicine that they're using here and the logic behind it dates back so far to the days of like, oh, he's got a cut on his foot. What should we do? Cut it off. Let's just take it off at the knee. Like I think it's absurd. If people were meant to wear masks, we would have had them by now. The only person who wore a mask that was an American before this year was Michael Jackson. That should tell you something.
Oh, I forgot about that. He also made his kids wear masks. Remember that?
Yeah, he did. Well, not all of them. Some of them he needed the mouth, but he did have a lot of the kids. But yeah, it's the same as this. Why not just put a plastic bag over your head? I don't understand either how dumping alcohol on everything is beneficial. Because doesn't that make germs stronger? I mean, obviously, I'm not a doctor, but
yes, no. That's why overuse of pesticide makes everything, the bugs resistant. Absolutely. When you do that, it only gives rise to really resistant, dangerous bacteria. When you have a normal flora on yourself, all the studies show, it actually blocks the bad bacteria.
Yeah, like I remember my mom was a nurse and RN, so I grew up like scrubbing my hands, terrified of germs, learning about Louis Pasteur, all that stuff. So she would, if I was wearing a scarf, for example, for a day, she would make sure it was washed very, very clean, like would not let me wear it 2 days in a row if I was putting it over like my snotty nose and everything. And I just keep thinking back to that as a little kid. Like why are we essentially doing this with cloth masks too? Like that can't be good for you or anybody else to walk around in a filthy cloth mask.
Well, what you said is true. And I mean, anybody can pull the studies up. Even new hospitals get very deadly quickly because they use so many chemicals and so many disinfectants instead of just lots of hot water, actually boiling things, getting all the detritus out. Instead, they spray chemicals everywhere, and then only the toughest, meanest, nastiest superbugs both viral and bacterial, can live, so you get those dirty, infested hospitals.
Yeah, and you see this, and they keep saying, now there's a new strain of it. There's another new strain of it, and there's no proof of this. This is just what you're hearing. And I'm from Detroit, and I was watching the news in Detroit, and they were saying a news anchor actually asked. I should have sent the video in. They asked the doctor, "How many people have the flu this year?" And he said, "Just one case."
Oh, I saw that. Worldwide, it's the lowest ever because they're adding all the flu cases on as this.
Right. So there's one in the history of time during flu season where there's millions and millions of people that always have the flu, where we now have a doctor saying, "Oh, just one guy. That's the national average per state. One guy with the flu."
So, Dave, what do we do about this? Because you talk about the censorship, all of it goes together. The UN, the Davos Group, I don't know if you've seen the Great Reset. They admit this is a takeover plan. So, I mean, what are you doing in your comedy? Because they're all political in their comedy. It's not funny. But I guess you've already said some pretty funny, smart-ass stuff here. I mean, what are you doing in your comedy to fight back against this, or is that not your place?
Well, I mean, just by doing this show, being on Anthony's show, being on stage, I think it is my place to just call out all of it. I mean, it's not even so much taking that big of a stand. It's just telling people not to be completely blind. And I think the only thing that most people are really seeing is that this is going to end in some kind of bloody civil war. And the way that it's starting to look, I can see that. I can see their point. But I just think if people just calm down and stop turning on mainstream media, which I just can't imagine what it's like to sit in your house all day long, stare at the television and have fear pumped into you, and then just spend your days attacking people that aren't wearing masks, going online. And we had Lenny Bruce being arrested at one point as a comedian, and now we have people ratting out bricklayers to the feds on Twitter. It's insane. Like we just have to calm down as a nation. Like people are sheep. I mean, I hate to say it, but that's all I've learned from this last year is that we are very easily controlled and very easily manipulated. And I don't really know how to fix it. I think it's just a matter of waking up and realizing that this isn't a political, racist, any issue. It's just something that if it appears insane to you, it probably is. And this has been going on for over a year now. We don't even have the ability for, like, the pursuit of happiness has been taken away in this country over the last year, and that's never happened before. Why does that not alarm more people?
Well, I want to invite you sometime to host an hour of the show if you'd like. I'm going to come back and do one more segment where you can talk about any topics you want because I've been guiding things. Maybe you'll do some of your older comedy for us. I know people like to give their bits away on a radio show, but I'd love you to hear some of your politically incorrect stuff. Even if there's some cuss words, we can delay it for the radio and TV stations. But, I mean, I really think we ought to start hosting a virtual comedy show sometime, on the weekends here with a bunch of comics, because I've got millions of viewers and listeners, and I think it's important to celebrate the people that are speaking up and aren't backing down. And I'll also ask you the question that I asked last break I forgot to get to. Am I right, though, that this suppression is causing a major backlash and that the comics that are bucking this are the most popular, or is that just the sites I'm visiting? We'll be right back. Stay with us. Dave Landau, talk show host, popular comedian, thought criminal. He's with us. So, Dave, what do you want to get into in the last 10-minute segment, or you want to do a little bit of your comedy for us here on the Family Show? I mean, how you want to close this out?
Yeah, no, I mean, I enjoyed the conversation we're having. I think it's important to point out cancel culture and how you did ask the question about if we're becoming the most popular just by opening our mouths. And I think that there is a benefit to that, is the people that are speaking up are getting the most attention. And it shows in the number of followers that we lost recently. Like I even tweeted out, "Call me Jim Jones," because I lost 900 followers in a day. and I just, we're at this point where if there's nothing going on, why are you being silenced? And even as a comedian, that's what's scary. And now with cancel culture, you're not supposed to make any jokes except, like you said, like turning on Netflix and just watching somebody lip sync to Donald Trump and I'm supposed to pretend it's funny just makes me sad on every level imaginable. And I think the jokes I did on TV, like you were saying with some of my old stand-up, like I did a joke on Last Comic Standing, which is my wife has a friend who likes showing pictures of her kid to everybody. I just look at my kid, picture my kid, see my kid, relax. It's been 2 years. You're not going to find them.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And that one was aired on NBC, and people, people enjoyed it. And now we're at a point where I'm not sure if you could even get away with that. But a lot of what I talk about too is, like, for example, I'm sober. I was arrested 13 times, 12 before the age of 21. I was an alcoholic and drug addict, and a lot of my comedy is about that and helping other people. So I'm always open to hearing other people's sides of the story, listening to other people, wanting to actually have a conversation.
But that's it. They don't want to have a conversation. They want a conduit where you're in a cult and you accept whatever they're telling you to receive. And it changes all the time, too. There's always some new leftist thing. And I think you said at the start of the interview, you would count yourself as kind of an old-fashioned liberal, but now that's not the left. Now are like super hardcore fascist or communist. I mean, it's not what liberals. How did liberals suddenly flip? Was it Trump drove them so crazy that they just adopted every form of tyranny?
I think it has to do with being addicted to your phone to some degree, where you're looking at that constantly and somebody's telling you what to think, how to think, what you should blame. I mean, the country burned down this summer because we were able to shoot propaganda through this entire country and let people react to it. I think that that's part of it. We're an addictive species, and I even say that as somebody who is a recovering drug addict and alcoholic. I've treated myself. I know what it's like to be hooked on something that has control over you.
No, I totally agree. We are addicted. Well, I mean, that even came out with Facebook, that they are manipulating our dopamine to make us depressed, to make us only be with them. It's sick.
Well, yeah, and you have, like, look, I don't want to upset anybody in the porn industry, but you have that we know for a fact is addictive. We know that it releases dopamines. We know that it can affect your brain chemistry. We know, like, there's all sorts of things that we are aware of, and then apps are designed to be addictive to you. So if you get a bunch of junkies and convince them of doing anything, it's the same guy who would, like, suck dick for crack. There's no difference between that and what you going, I think I'm going to go light a cop car on fire, or I'm going to go burn down a black-owned bakery because I'm Black Lives Matter. It makes no sense. But as long as we're just following something and believing it, that's what addicts do. What they do makes absolutely no sense, but they just want to get their fix. And that's what I'm seeing going on in this country, is people trying to get their fix of likes and acceptance in the worst way possible. Sorry to be so serious as a comic. It's just I really do love talking about the elements that are going on right now, because it does affect us. There's articles that come out about Anthony every day. There's articles that come out about right wing and alt right and all this stuff that's completely untrue. If anything, I would say that I'm still a liberal, but liberalism doesn't exist anymore.
Well, listen, I've been listening to Anthony Cumia for 15 years, and I can tell you, I wouldn't even call him a conservative. He's just a populist, regular, fun guy. And that's what I would consider you, and they don't want us to have fun.
That's what it is. We just want to joke around like a couple guys hanging out, having fun. That's why Anthony's drinking the whole show. I'm making joke. We have a good time. And that is really what they want to avoid. It's just a bunch of people getting together and having fun. And look, they locked us in long enough that a bunch of people were like, hey, let's take down Wall Street. And they started selling GameStop stock. I mean, you can only mess with people so long until eventually they start fighting back. And I think the only way to actually fix this is by getting the right messages out there. We're convincing each other that we're racist and homophobic and that you should be aware of everybody and everybody's sick and touching anybody is wrong. Like, you not even being able to hug somebody it's detrimental to your health and your mental state. And we're leaving people locked up. And I think that at least with comedy, you're able to bring somebody out and shine some light on it in a way where even if you don't agree with the comic, you should laugh. And that's what I don't get about what's going on now. Like, I never had to agree with a comedian to find him funny. In fact, a lot of what comics say is completely immoral and baseless, but you would just laugh. And now comics it's come down to agree with everything that I say and clap. And then you have an hour-long special about sexual assault instead of about comedy. And that's what they're putting out now. And then you just kind of want to tell jokes or tell your side of the story. And it's like, nah, we need bravery. And by bravery, I just mean the exact same carbon copy of each special.
Well, I'm glad I shut up for a few minutes. You guys saying a lot of smart stuff there. How do we fight back against this? Because I was telling my family just last night, my children, everybody said, we got to put the phones away. We all know it's true. We got to lock them away. They just steal your day. Even though I want to keep up on what the enemy's doing, it's a paradox, though. I need to track what they're doing, but it also ruins my life doing it. So how do I do this show, fight what they're doing, but balance it out and not let it be my center? Because I actually worship these people. I hate them. I can't stand them. But I actually know everything about AOC, everything about Joe Biden, Kim Jong-un, Xi Jinping. I shouldn't be looking at Xi Jinping ever. I mean, what the hell's going on? But I have to because he's always up my ass.
Oh, yeah. Well, and you have to look at AOC because that's what she wants is attention, and she makes up stories about almost getting killed. I mean, that's just what.
And then she said she never said Ted Cruz almost got her killed. She said Ted Cruz almost got me. And then she said, I never said that. It's like new levels of lying. It's like Maxine Waters said, I never said go out and confront people.
Yeah, it's like, no, you typed it and we all saw it. And then with her, with Maxine Waters, it's like you're on film saying it. Like your whole idea has been forgive the violence and this is the voice of the people. Rioting is the voice of the unheard because Martin Luther King said that. And, again, I think you're misinterpreting what he was trying to say. I don't think he was saying rioting was a positive and how you should handle it. He was a peaceful protester and he was shot for being that way. Same as Malcolm X was killed once he realized that there weren't really, once he saw the world as no longer a color and all people, they were like, well, I guess we got to take him out. And
DaveLandau.com, DaveLandau.com. Well, I hope you'll join us again. And if you're ever in Austin, I'd love to have you in studio with us. Where are you living right now?
I'm actually in New York right now. So I'm just living not too far from our studio, which I'm going to go do at 4 o'clock. And
what are you going to do when Anthony moves to, what is it, North Carolina or whatever?
I'm still in the air about it. I don't know. I'm not sure yet, but he's definitely going to go down south.
What about you? Are you going to get out of there?
I'm getting the hell out of New York. I hate this city. This is the worst city. It's the worst city in America, honestly.
And by the way, I mean, I used to like New York. I had a lot of great restaurants, great museums, great everything. It had a lot of energy to it. Now I'm told it's like a ghost town.
Yeah, the restaurants are at the curb with 3 tables in them surrounded by a tent, and there's just homeless people having sex everywhere. I'm not even kidding. It's seriously.
No, I know. I was out in L.A. a few years ago on Skid Row, and I don't know what, I'm nothing against trannies, but there were like literally trannies that looked like undead, like vomiting and having sex covered in semen. And I thought, well, that's only 1 or 2. And I kept like, what's going on? They're all on fentanyl having sex. I mean, and then there's like dudes passed out everywhere and piles of feces. And I was like, and it's like, it goes on for miles and miles.
Yeah, fentanyl is definitely the thing. I don't know what about it makes you just wear a wig and get covered in cum, but it is certainly one of the side effects. But I agree. I used to live in LA, and I remember when Skid Row was a small area, and it was very, very disarming. But now it's become a large portion of the city, all the way into like nice areas where there's mansions, and it's unreal. And nobody does anything about this. We all just ignore this giant crisis while people pretend to be woke.
Yeah, I thought I'd seen crazy stuff, but I mean, I was there. We got some of it on tape. And I turn around like zombies that were coming. It was 2 dudes, but one had like a bra on, and you could see his spinal cord. He was so skinny, and his skin looked like dripping candle wax. You know what they're doing? It's
all right. We'll move on from that. We don't need that, Alex.
It's still like, that's just Jones's opinion, When this is not my opinion, do you understand that I started the show with this, my film, and I don't even. Did you guys check? Do we even still sell this at InfoWarsStore.com? We do still sell it. Oh, well, see, things never go away on the website. It's on a wait list, which means it's never coming back. Like 8-pack Power Stack, you can't reorder it. They just, for some reason, once it's on the cart, you don't get rid of it for whatever reason. So
I'll tell you what, on that note, let's play some video games.
Yes, it has 100%. Oh, it because then I can come in here in the voice of the enemy and tell you all this. But then I'll never forget, we lost like 200,000 subscribers in a couple days. 10 years ago, it must have been, on YouTube, because I put on Joker paint and I said, take fluoride, kill yourself, world government's good. When I was showing you kind of the enemy's archetype, and listeners got so freaked out because let's just face it, I was way better than the last couple Jokers in the movies. I mean, I'd blow them away. And
holy shit, that scares the shit out of me. Let's get the flag going on in the background. Look at this guy. Holy hell. That is way too much.
So, are you ready for the Antichrist? Hell, we might even, I don't want to be blasphemous, but you call the character Jesus and just come in here and tell you how, You're going to merge with machines. It's going to be beautiful, but all the rest of you need to just fade away and just kill yourselves for Gaia. And it's beautiful and it's good, but really we're going to erase Gaia and erase the earth and play God. Because, I mean, that's what this is. It's a dystopic nightmare. And if you look at most of history, these evil psycho groups come along that want to play God, and they do this all the time. But now they've got nuclear weapons and 5G.
Man, choking on ice cream cone.
And little computers that follow us around and track everything we do and brainwash us. And so I'm sitting here telling you the truth, and I know the majority of you get it. And I don't want you to be depressed about it, because it is, as Tom Brady said, not about the destination, but the journey. The imperfection is the perfection. People go, well, that's cliched. Well, it's cliched because it's true. We have cliches and stereotypes because they're true most of the time, right? Oh, don't believe the stereotype. Oh, don't believe the cliche. Yeah, go ahead and move those gypsies in next door to you. See how that goes for you. Go ahead and take that vaccine. Have a miscarriage. Be right back. Live from Austin, Texas, broadcasting worldwide. John Rappaport's about to take over. You know, there's a post-human takeover taking place, the plan to cull the planet, and they're just normalizing killing old people, normalizing killing young people, normalizing, you know, giving the pregnant doctors shots, and, you know, their kid dies, and they still say, I still support the shot. They're just getting us normalized to accepting our own destruction. They're getting us to adapt to our annihilation, like that big banker head told me on the American Airlines flight when I was flying to New York 14, 15 years ago, and I've told the story probably 5,000 times. And he said, Jones, you don't get it. You're going to adapt, and the public's going to adapt to being enslaved and controlled.
Important speech. Thank you. This may be the most important speech I've ever made.
Well, it's about time.
It was a massive dump, and to this day everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive dump, wow, in the Senate, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. Massive dump, and to this day everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive dump, wow, but I went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. We used to have what was called Election Day. Now we have election days, weeks and months. Lots of bad things happened. What can I say? Wow, it was a massive dump. Our country cannot live with this election. Right now, we're worried about the present and what went on with an election that we won without question. In Pennsylvania, large amounts of dump. All over the country, dump. Nevada and California said dump. Right here in Washington. It was a massive dump. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive dump, wow, in the Senate. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Massive dump. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive dump, wow. But I went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. So many got ballots, they didn't even know what they were for. And again, so many received more than one ballot. In some cases, more than two ballots. What? If you were a Democrat, we're gonna fix up your ballot, make sure it's perfect. If you were a Republican, don't even talk about it. Can you believe this? The hardest thing I have to do is dump. When they're irregular, dump. Let's go on to the next dump. It's because they know they are hiding. They massive dump. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive dump. Wow. In the Senate. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. Massive dump. And to this day, everyone's trying to figure out where did it come from. Massive dump. Wow. But I went from leading by a lot to losing by a little. What the fuck, bro?
Thank you so much for having us. You're over here, Mr. President. Thank you. Okay. Mr. President, thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you taking the time, and we appreciate your commitment to answer our questions.
Sure. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I think it's under control. What you say? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. We are doing everything we can. What testing does, it shows cases. It shows where there may be cases. You take a test, you have to send it to a laboratory. You test, we show cases.
55, 60 million people very soon. We're lower than the world. Lower than the world. You can test too much. You do know that. Who says that? Oh, just read the books. What books? Other countries test. You know when they test? They test when somebody's sick. That's when they test. Because we tested so many people, we show cases. It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. I think it's under control. What you say? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. We are doing everything we can.
I love you, dude. I love you, but you gotta let me talk.
Highest level military intelligence. Tell me more about it.
Are you waiting for your turn to speak, sir? Are you listening?
Tell me about the highest level military intelligence.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying. You're full of shit. All of it, dude. And I'm sick of it. I'm not knocking people that are into Q. I'm just telling you. Oh, he's part of a larger thing of Q. Is he Q? I understand magical powers. I'm happy with your wizard powers. Oh no, from some small part of the larger Q universe. We're now learning the secret of Q power. He is a Q priest, he is a religion. Q told us that Hillary was in a prison. He's a well-meaning person, but he's a lightweight. Jake the Barbarian, I guess, was his earlier incantation or incarnation. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard. A Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Go ahead, Q shaman.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying! You're full of shit! I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying! You're full of shit! All of it, dude! And I'm sick of it! Q is like people that look at clouds. One sees a giraffe, one sees an elephant. Highest level military intelligence. The almighty Q Lord, and you are his priest. I don't know if he's for real or whether he's hired in a kite. And it's always, oh, there's energy. So you got a bunch of Q-tards into the Capitol. Oh, Q told us that Trump was invincible. You said he was the Messiah. Trump's a regular guy. He's not Jesus Christ. They'll never, when they're wrong, say they're wrong. We have Q on the line. Q shaman. Listen, you're a Q wizard. A Q shaman. You are a shamanic wizard. We get that. A Q shaman. Really? No, you're full of crap.
You keep interrupting me.
Because you're lying. You're full of shit. I will not suffer your Q people after this. Because you're lying. You're full of shit. All of it, dude. And I'm sick of it.
What the fuck, bro?
All right, let's play some video games. Good transition out of that, right? Little lighthearted song time. Let's relax a little bit, cut loose. If anybody wants to play, you can. I think the command is btag. Hold on, let me make sure. Yeah, right there. If anybody wants to add me on Activision and play some Warzone, I'm going to be playing. And, yeah, I got to unmute the game. There we go. Yo, Deuce, you hear me?
Yes, baby.
Nice. He does. He got his mic fixed. Hell yeah. The Discord's always the quickest, like, don't use your brain up that night trying to figure it out and sweat it. Like, Discord on the phone is like the best backup ever.
For some reason, it sets it to default sound, and it wasn't going through my DAC for some reason. I didn't even touch that setting, which is kind of weird. I had no idea.
Actually, that's not my B tag. That's my Activision. Let me fix that really quick. Fix that command. Here, we'll queue up. We'll get a rando. I just want to get warmed up. I don't care who we're playing with. Let's see here. Commands. Custom.
Dude, I struggled this morning.
You played some games? Oh, you're just talking about being awake. You're talking about, yeah. I see what you're saying. It makes sense now. Yeah, dude. Staying up and then having to get up and be on your legs is like, it's tough. You start getting that headache and stomach ache. It's really hard to explain. It's really weird. You feel it in the back of your ears on your neck. Just like dehydration and the lack of rest. The lack of REM that you did not get.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Alright, that's enough fucking about. Now we do this for real.
Let's get it. Third guy, do you have a mic? Oh, he's not here. Third guy's an asshole already.
Battle Royale. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point on your team.
Oh yeah, I like that.
It's a big building. They'll at least have one gun in it.
I'll go to the building right next to it.
I'm going top down.
I fucking missed it.
You missed the building.
Watch the skies.
Nobody else came in here with me that I know of.
Target identified. Slot the bastard. You're being tracked by an enemy team.
Team of
Stay sharp.
three.
There's one.
30 meters. There's a team of three.
Building right next to us?
Oh yeah, there they are right there.
Oh wait, you're pushing?
I'm just shooting.
I got the window on the left. You jumped down?
Go to their building. Go to their building.
Yep.
I'm gonna lay C4.
That's
I'm coming. Sorry. What the hell? Are you kidding me? How did that not hit him? Whoa, he was snapping target, dude. He was losing the fight, so he snapped target. So that's how the kids do it. I'm losing the fight, so I'll just snap target.
I'm gonna watch it. Oh shit.
You see him snap target at the end?
Yeah.
Watch, he starts shooting, he runs, he turns around. Yeah, that's you can see it. There should always be a tracer line of you auto-correcting and overcorrecting and undercorrecting until you get the right shot, right? That's recoil control. When it blinks, that's not good. Especially blinks and autocorrects on dead center mass. That's when and it follows them. It's like a magnet. It's like stuck to them. Not only is it predicting every micro move that you make, but it's like moving and adjusting with it. That's not human error.
I need to stop thirsting. That's the problem I have. Thirst.
No, I need to quit picking up that gold gun. That gold gun has let me down a lot of times, man. That blue gun is better. Also,
Yeah,
there
I
are
think it's a
some skins in
growl.
this game that are an actual cheat skin. The one that's like all black with a really thin avatar where you're completely blacked out and gear. That's a cheat, dude. That's super cheat.
Yeah, I bought the pack from the store, thinking it shows that you get those skins, but you don't. Skins receptive.
What a talented dude. Walked up behind me and shot me with a shotgun.
I'm walking on water like Jesus.
Nice. Jesus mode activated?
Alright, bro, where we going?
Yo, bro, what's up? You tell us, where are we going? I'm just kidding. We'll go here. We'll go to the quarters.
Battle Royale. Right, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team. Avoid the gas.
One guy. Downed him. Incoming behind us, Let me get a death certificate. Don't be peeking, don't be peeking. Oh my god, I'm kidded. Kidded and pitted.
Really?
Oh, Deuce.
How the
Fuck.
No, it's all good. I'm
Where
on
did
the
you get
roof
shoot?
here.
Where did you get shot at? Oh, they're on.
Right there. They're on the roof.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
There's another AR down here.
Shit out of me.
LMG over.
That person's aim was terrible.
One on the roof right here.
Nope, yep.
Careful, they're gonna land on our building.
AK-74 with that, Behind us! This game. Dude.
What the? Oh,
He's upstairs.
Behind it.
What the fuck was that?
What was that? We had a dumbass teammate that just was like, didn't know his fucking ass from a hole in the wall. Like sitting and calling out things and shit, and he's, what was going on? Like, dude, you don't know what's going on? Just stand where all the other people are in your team and you'll know what's going on. I promise. What is it? What's going on? What are we doing? We're playing
Oh
a
man,
game.
I got sniped through this
Dude,
window.
we're playing a game. Like, holy shit.
Yes, we can.
Friends. monitor setup. I don't know what I don't know about y'all, but I have like I got to be sitting in a particular way, monitor on a certain position for maximum.
Stick it in.
Yeah. They picked the taller building.
Level 900. What the fuck? Play every day.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no, yeah, I think you're talking about me. No, I played a lot of zombies when there was double XP. I was leveling up max gun and stuff like that.
Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the war zone.
Boom.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I'm gonna blow that dude up.
Battle Royale. Set a drop point for your team, soldier.
Alright, we're going.
Fuck headquarters for a couple minutes. Or living quarters, I mean. Let's go construction. We'll go construction and we'll push back to the tunnel. And we'll go like under showers.
One just dropped on the bike.
There's two.
Really? Really? Really?
I downed one. He's reviving right now. Another one in there coming up.
There you go, there you go.
Oh fuck, man, that gun is so weak.
Oh yeah, I'm getting the fuck away with it. I'll just go straight to tunnel from there. The tunnel's open. It's all Gucci. Yeah, everything's open. Oh my god, kitted on drop. Don't you just love it when you drop and you just get You're like, instantly I am Thor again.
That was prison.
You
I
always
had
pick the worst places. It's funny. It's funny, dude. It's like, ah, shit, they got me on the roof. You're like, don't come to the roof, man. I hope they come down.
Moving. The bounty target is down. Well done.
Got him. Bullshit.
Really wanted that finish.
The whole team. Yeah, I just wanted to get a kill because I knew he was gonna revive him like a little bitch, and I knew I was gonna die. There's like 4 of them. Still. Oh. As close as you are with a gun that kicks like that, man, just get close and go for the hip fire rather than trying to ADS in the hallways. Some of y'all I see y'all trying to ADS like on a stairwell. Ooh. They just went into that one little hallway that's in between the showers.
He's under arrest.
Someone's reviving.
For real, man. It's crazy.
Be advised, friendly
It didn't even let me get a shot. That shot not hit the fuck out of me.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
I'm gonna have to plate. What? Where?
Nah, they're all the way in the windows. I can definitely plate if you need it. Zombie is ruthless right now. What the fuck?
It's just people sit in windows, dude. That's all they do. There's no penalty for camping. There's no penalty for camping in this game. And there's no reward for being aggressive, so why would you want to not just camp, you know? Down below, yeah. I swear it's right underneath you. I'm just gonna make a shoddy run. Oh, at our
I don't know if that was a good idea to pick up this time. Behind.
25 remain. Solid work so far.
Nice, man.
Enemy soldier
There's another one.
Yep, I hear him.
That person sucks.
Gas moving in.
Nice, man.
Is that you?
That was me. Close. He's outside.
Should we try to push to the bathrooms? Oh, he's coming back.
2.4. He's like 88.
He's in this room to your left, to my left.
I'm trying to make it to y'all.
You want me to flash him?
No. Come with me, come with me.
Yep.
Coming to you, I got you.
Two.
Knocked one.
Another one? Oh, that's Brant. That's Brant. That's not...
Yep, that is me. I'm dead if they hit me.
One outside. He's up top, I think.
Fuck.
This is a sweaty ass lobby.
There's two there.
Where's Higgins?
Nice.
Of course, our loadout spawns outside us.
Yeah. Yeah, you can probably get some shit in the bathroom. Oh, yeah, there you go. Nice, man.
Only one guy. All the loot's on me.
Couple on the roof.
There's mad loot on me, like armor pouches and everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there. You're in the bathroom?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna get there with the fog.
Time's up. Get to the safe zone.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Seconds if you're gonna die. 27 seconds.
Clown is in the gas.
No, stay there, bro. One more. I downed one. Oh, there's a whole team. Whole team on the ping. Coming out of circle right now. They're on the line. Behind you guys. Right behind.
Hostiles in the area. I'm hit. Nice.
You got whack.
People to show themselves. Ready?
You got any hay armor you can drop?
Oh shit.
I knew it. Wait a second, I've got to see that shit again.
Two. Nice try, man.
I just don't know how it shows him shooting me before my gun comes up, but I don't see bullets hitting me until I'm already shooting him. The math on that shit does not make sense. He followed my head the entire time I ran, too. Could be just good shooting, I don't know.
Yeah, see, they had the power move because.
Oh shit, hold on. Where's Loki? I built an XM4 build last night. I'm not used to it yet. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it kicks a little bit. Yo, what up, Loki? You there, dude? See that right there? The skin that he has, that is really hard to see in dark hallways.
Hey, I have a fourth. Can you back it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a fourth.
Nice. Dirty dishes. Let's get it. Fuck with what?
Hello. Good day, mates.
Hello, mate.
Feeling like villains. So how was the day?
It was good,
How was
dude.
the day?
Classic, just regular typical day.
I feel
Little
it.
politics, little activism.
Yeah. I'm
Little,
taking
little Alex Jones.
Taking.
Oh man.
I'm
A little
taking
bit of Alex
a
Jones go a long way.
hiatus.
That's what's
I'll
up,
take
dude.
a hiatus from politics this month. I think.
It's all good, dude. Do it.
I'll be back. I'll be back next month.
Yeah, the impeachment's kind
I
of.
did so much
I don't even
acid,
really
I can't
cover
even
much of it,
comprehend
to be
this shit.
honest.
Yeah, I stopped watching
This is
it.
a big
I just
circle
stopped.
jerk for the Democrats.
I just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah,
I
it's just to make the Democrats
And
look
that
really
dude,
cool.
what's his name?
Oh, there's a lot of dudes that are that what's his name kind of people. Paris Accord was not voted in by Congress. It is illegal for Biden to create an executive order that binds the USA to it. Somebody just sent me that a little while ago.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Like I said, I'm taking a break this month. I'm pretty sure. Everything's gonna be a process anyway, right? And we're already midway through this shit. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
more
already,
worried about
we're already
the
less than a year away from the next election.
Damn, is Dirty in here? He didn't lag out, did he?
He's in here. I thought. Oh, I bet you he did. I bet you he did, actually. Here, I'll back out.
Back us out real quick. Yeah. Yeah. He said his game crashed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, is he here?
Yeah, he's here. He said his game crashed.
Okay.
He's gonna restart it.
But is he ready right
No,
now for me to
frickin'.
queue?
No, he's not
Okay.
in here. It's 3 out of 20.
Okay. Well, it showed him still.
Yeah, it's frickin' Activision.
Yeah. Freaking Activision, dude.
Really is Activision.
Well, I was trying to level up my guns yesterday in Ground Wars, and they broke the weapon leveling on it. So I can't even go in there and start getting like attachments for like other guns.
I just want to get warmed up. I was just like, I feel like every day my shoulder is tight when
Sorry
I
about
come
that.
to play. I feel like I just,
Yeah.
I got to get back to like that standard movement of the arm.
Oh, cause you're on mouse.
Yeah, dude, it's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing.
My little brother said he plays on mouse so much that like he can't even use a controller anymore.
Yeah, I can't. I fucking hate controllers now. Now that I'm a mouse and keyboard player, there's just so much more control and aim. And now that I've gotten really accurate with hip shooting, not using ADS up close, the benefit actually goes to the computer player, not because of accuracy, because the controller player will get aim assist. You get helped by that. But the cool thing about keyboard and mouse is I can run and jump shot and all that stuff. That's a huge thing on computer because it's so easy to do. Because both of them are independent hands.
So the aim assist on the controller will slow it down, right?
Aim assist on well, the controller just doesn't have good movement, as opposed to a computer has a lot of different range of movements. Like my right arm controls the aim, which also controls melee movement, a lot of different things, and then the direction of your slides and stuff like that, and then you obviously have WASD and all that stuff.
That's what I've always suspected.
Yeah. Yeah, the thing
You
that.
can start it
But,
down right
oh,
where
Okay,
on
cool.
here.
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot.
I got an Elite for Xbox, and it'll work on my PC, but I know it's not as good as the fucking mouse and keyboard though.
That's sad truth. We all know it.
It sounds like your voice mic is coming through slow on my computer. It's like slowed down 10% what you're saying. It's crazy. How can it even do that?
I'm just gonna go ahead and shut the old computer down for the night and stay to the old Xbox.
Same.
I primarily function through a computer.
Bro, you're 1,000? The hell?
Yeah, I know. Deuce, he did
Yeah,
the
I've played a
double
lot of
EXP.
zombies.
Yeah, he did double EXP.
Yeah, zombies.
What did you
I
do,
mean, if you think
glitch?
about it, look,
What did you
I'm 388
No,
and I barely play.
Home from work because I tore my meniscus.
Damn, dude. I didn't tear it, but I bruised it really bad. It bled. And it was also that like sac that's behind your knee of fluid.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I fell.
I had to go in for surgery.
Yeah, I just like
rugged.
I wrapped it up for 3 days. I just kept walking and running.
My friend tore his meniscus in basketball and had to get a cortisone shot. That still hurt. Motherfucker's knee still hurts to this day, too.
I don't think I did any like irreparable.
I broke my femur when I was like 18 riding my motorcycle.
Jesus Christ.
That was stupid. I was running from the cop.
That sounds so hardcore.
Oh, my friend got his leg ran over by the getaway vehicle he was supposed to be in after he raided somebody else's fridge in their garage. Smashed his whole leg up. He had to get it all put back together and shit. Yeah, exactly.
That's fucking gnarly.
Yeah, dude. My girlfriend got ran over by an 18.
Yeah, they were raiding their neighbor's fridge. And they were grabbing like wine.
Yeah, my
and
girlfriend
bottles.
has a scar on every limb in her body.
Jesus.
You got ran over by an 18-wheeler?
God
Yeah,
damn.
yeah.
Fucking A, bro. Like, what the
That
hell?
takes the damn fucking cake.
Yeah, dude. We're just gonna go to quarry on that.
Intentionally.
Wow.
Yeah, she was running from the cops. And went in with an 18-wheeler head on.
Wow.
There's so many people here. Holy shit.
Yeah. They killed her.
I'm coming to you, Blue. Let's get it. Armor up. He didn't even see you.
Dirty's by himself. Left side of me.
I'm the only one who died. Oh.
Did you really die just then, right there, Dirty Dishes?
No.
Run, big doggy. Holy shit, I need a gun. Anything. Dear gun. Please.
There's people in here still. They're just hiding. Oh, y'all, it's y'all. Y'all some weirdos.
It's just us. I mean, we just went to town on a team.
Y'all are weirdos.
Yep. Bunch of people in masks.
Alright, where we going?
Dude, okay. Let's
Careful,
get it.
there is somebody. He ran off over the hill that I couldn't kill him with a fucking bullfrog.
They all pussed out or what? Damn.
You
Damn, Dirty, you already went through Gulag?
No.
Nice.
Got an armor box?
Yeah, I got friends with me, buddy.
You're gonna need an armor box, is what you're saying. I got a UAV for everybody. I got a UAV for everybody.
Oh my god, there's people at the buy station already. Holy shit.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Dropping in?
No, right here, right here. Mark. He has a king, last king. Money from killing him.
Most wanted target neutralized. Well done.
Dude, what are these shots that are happening?
I need plates, bro.
I know. Did we get him the sweaty lumber mill?
Go on, Brandon. He has
Yes,
no
he's
place.
cracked.
Fuck, am I gonna win or lose?
Really? Blue, come to me, Blue, Blue.
Let's go, baby.
Where are you at? Why are we not together? I'm dead.
Are you safe?
This bitch is literally camping the fucking corner.
Yeah, that's what everybody pushes in this game is actually trash. They don't punish campers. What they do is they for the people that give them money, they give them even better skin so they can camp.
Yeah, the skin I got was broken. It's invisible at 100 meters.
Yeah, basically.
Time to earn your freedom.
No, he really
Oh. Well, sounds like a good investment.
Alright, where am I going? You doing the king of the castle, Liv? Am I doing the king of the castle? Who's doing the king of the castle?
Here we go, I'm gonna get fucked.
He is the king of the castle. Low key, the king.
Oh my god.
Alright,
I don't wanna
I
die.
picked the wrong hanger. I love it. I'm just.
Oh, fuck.
Picked the wrong hanger.
I love it.
I'm going away from you because I'm the
I
king.
love being out in the open with a pistol.
Oh my god, someone has my idea, and they're chasing me now. No!
Oh god!
Oh no!
Oh my god, dude! What is this
This is the
game?
end for Woods.
Actually, no. Stay alive, okay? Stay alive. Stay alive. Stay alive.
What do you mean, stay alive?
Because if you live, I come back.
Take some hard corners.
Yeah. I come back.
Oh no!
Oh lord. Dude, there's just a bunch of.
Run it back.
Run it backwards.
Wow.
Yeah. That's what we get, boys.
Just for group notes, if you chalk a scavenger on plane line, it's usually hot.
Yeah. Yep. So
Oh, he grabbed the wrong one like I did that one time.
let's drop the same place every time so we can get used to like how we hit it, and we can get used to that area.
We fucking cleaned it out. With
There's
what's his
campers
name?
came
And
back.
You went to a totally different area.
No, I was next to you. Deuce was up in like the
you-
hallway part that was in between the buildings.
Oh, okay.
I was right next to everybody.
Because I was
No,
like, because there's fucking that king guy was right there. I was like, he murked me. And
Yeah. No, I wasn't.
you said you weren't next to. I'm confused.
No, I was tailing the king just like Deuce was. We got sniped by the same guy, and then we both
no
tried
shot.
to release so that we could get the instant revive. Get better. Not badder. Better.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch it.
Run up his ass.
Playtime's over, mate. You're going to the wall.
Heh.
Battle Royale. All right, soldier. Mark a drop point.
Cola.
Gas is closing on your
It's
position.
already cracked cola.
Oh man, we're going to quarry.
Damn it, Dirty! No!
Enemy dropping
Yeah. We'll go Corey now, but we'll make somewhere else, like maybe Stadium or something, so we can have some fun.
Alright.
Eliminate all targets in the AO.
Out on the roof.
I got a munitions box. I'm gonna drop it right here. Mark it. And you should get 2 weapons. Do the do. Oh my god.
Blue, are you good?
There's a guy in this building.
Bruh.
Coming.
I guess you found him? He's gonna run out.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Did the FFAR.
Don't pick me up yet. Oh shit, are you here?
Teammates in the gulag.
Positive 5. Okay. Yeah, that's how you're gonna do.
One more.
Oh no. Here I come with the pistol, guys.
Brain still up or no?
Yes.
Jesus.
Surviving earns them redeployment.
Let's just go sway spot on the map. Fuck it.
They're fighting somebody else, actually.
No idea where this man is.
Teammate is
Oh, he's behind me.
Oh, baby.
teammate's done in. They're returning to base.
Could have been a vantage point at the beginning. I need to find a heartbeat.
Fuck me, man.
Hey, we're
No, I
spread
don't
out
have any.
again. Everybody spread out. I'm gonna go get this scavenger.
Okay, Loki,
I'm
I'm
getting
coming with
chased.
you then. There's a team, dude. There's a team right where you are, dude. You're probably dead. To be honest, you might be a dead man. Unless they ran over here to this buy and I'm the dead man. And nope, looks like you found him. Deuce found him. Deuce, you are like a magnet to danger.
For death.
Yeah, I think I just have, I draw out the wall hackers.
Yeah. The algorithms. They're doing a recon. They're doing a recon right now.
Losing ground. Objectives updated. Move to the
Going
next
with you,
location.
Loki.
I know.
That's fun. Let's go get somebody back
around.
alive too when we get a moment.
I get it, but there's a lot of activity over there.
Oh my god, look at this last thing. It's like, now I want you to run 300 meters.
Go right of it. Go right of the buy station. You can't, unless we're gonna go backwards and pick them up, because it's just hot.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, you're hot.
If I see red smoke, they're getting fucking striked.
We're inside the circle. Stop up, get
Oh
set.
yeah.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
There's a guy here.
There's a guy parachuting.
Oh, yeah, he's probably like, oh man, this is nice. This is really nice.
Where's his teammates at buy station? Watch out.
Enemy precision airstrike.
No
Take cover.
Yep, he's looking at me. Told you.
Shit. I hope your stupid face pops up right here. Okay, I need really to get some money. Where the money at? Come on, money. Where are you at? No way, purple! Come sir.
I was in the house next to you.
Fight to our redeployment. Proper fighting. You can always have a go at
We
it.
just confirmed that somebody dropped the precision there. Did we not need to be together?
Smash their mugs with a well-placed start.
Where?
At the
Wait,
two
wait,
houses
what?
that we were just at. We needed to be together. We just got a precision dropped on us.
I mean,
And then
I
the
told
guy
you I was getting
pushed.
shot at.
Well, then that's another reason why we need to be in the same thing.
What? So you want me to come to you, or are you gonna come to me? That's really what it came down to. And we both stay at the same
You're
spot.
heading back to base. It's not over yet. Your team can still buy your release.
All right, we're here. What else is left? Nothing. You want to get this most wanted for him, or what? What kind of money? Fucking picking it up. There ain't shit else to do.
Keep them protected.
Let's go to these houses over here so we can get you something, because going back there is death. You need a plate dirty? Here, take my money, Deuce. Oh shit. There's more houses over here, too. I'm gonna go check it. My fucking guy first anyway. Oh, he's got money at buy station for you to buy him back, I guess. He's gonna turn around. Bit looted.
God
There you
damn
go.
it, I
Get
was
him.
muted this whole time.
Oh my god. Fuck you. Oh shit, they're sniping up top. Yeah, he's on him dirty or no?
I can't hear anyone but you.
I'm here.
My mic was on fucking mute.
Mine's not.
Yeah, man. Y'all are both on mute. No shot.
No, one of them.
I'm not on mute.
Dude, they're coming to kill me now. Wonderful.
Nice.
How good, man.
Man, how you get 3 kills off of 600? I don't get it. Somehow on
that
PC
was
you got to
crazy.
do twice as much damage or some shit to get the same amount of kills. Apparently.
My threat is high as fuck.
Yeah, dude, you're probably dead in the next 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, you're on the open too. It's like you don't even like have a wall to back yourself into.
Take their
No, no,
helicopter.
they're like in the woods somewhere.
Oh shit, I just pulled a Houdini.
Go pick up
Anybody, I don't care.
Dirty. Go pick up Dirty.
God, I almost ran into a tree because I have bad fucking aim.
You need to go cut that line. cut
Apparently
that
they're
line,
chasing me.
Yes, they are. They're very much.
I can't fucking get a good view.
How did I just get redeployed? Was it most wanted?
Most wanted.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
Oh my god, no, America. Savage.
On the buy station. On the buy station. I'm gonna push it.
Yeah, I have like. I'm fucked. Nice knowing you guys.
Going for it. dudes. I'm just a lonely fucking goddamn dude trying to survive a teammate.
Move to the target area. You don't have long.
Yeah, this guy.
What's your fucking problem?
Oh, I have a pistol now. Wow, dude, hella good.
Oh, Jesus.
Jeez, Green. Where are you at? I just. You are kidding me.
Wait, what? He just got my
Really?
back.
No. I'm not talking
What
about that.
the fuck?
What? What? Are you back? Where are you at?
Dude, me and Deuce get absolutely fucked on what we have to do to get a kill.
Dude, I
Both of us
literally brought
computer.
you back.
No. What
I literally-
I'm
okay.
not arguing with you. I'm not arguing against you. I'm talking about, like, look at the stats for
Damage.
what me and him, how long we have to shoot somebody, how much damage we have to do to get a kill. Look how much y'all have to do to get a kill. That's crazy. Look at the damage there, man.
4 kills.
I did 4 times as much damage as you, and I've done 1 more kill. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy?
I mean, how much damage down? That means you went through a lot. Somebody you were shooting at went through a lot of plays or something.
Dude, I shoot them, they go down, and then I move on to the next person, I down them.
I don't know.
I have no idea, dude.
I have no idea, bro. Just play the game.
I mean, look at the stats, man. Putting the damage on you.
None of the game is going on for you. I don't know.
Maybe it's all rigged against you, man.
Yeah, maybe. Stop the count. Stop the count.
Yeah, I'm pulling like Biden numbers and I'm getting like Trump results, you know? Too soon?
I don't care.
I don't honestly care either.
Everybody's abandoning the man. Just like they do anybody else.
I don't know, dude. You should only have to put, it's 100 hit points for the plates and 100 for their health points.
It's 150 for the plates, I thought.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it 50 per plate?
I think
Okay.
it's 250.
So
I think it's
250.
250 fully played.
Then that means that I have killed like almost 9 people and I've gotten killed before.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. They must have
fucked,
played it up and shit.
Whoa. What is
Dude,
that?
that was a major server.
Yeah, what the hell was that?
I told you.
This game, big doggy. #1 game in America right here. Nice, he does it.
No, why me?
No, it's okay, dude. Go back. Dude, get you some, dude. You got 2,000 damage right now. You're on. You're lasered.
Dude, I got
Oh,
killed
they're
by
in,
these fucking people up
they're in
there.
they're in the
Tower.
tower, yeah, thank you.
Dude, I don't necessarily want people to like just always res me. I don't care about that. Res whoever's on, res whoever's doing. It's all. Look at that. There you go. Dishes.
Yeah, I need to go with my
play
boy
the
over
game,
there.
man.
Yeah, make it. Whoever's on, whoever's getting it. Dude, yeah, left side. There you go.
Oh,
RPD
shit,
that
look at that.
motherfucker.
It'll take me an hour to pull it out.
Motherfucker.
That's what she said.
There was this one dude the other night yelled
That's what she
out the loudest motherfucker into my ears ever the other night. I killed some dude.
What?
Reminds me
You
of,
killed him?
Yeah, dude, the loudest one. It was almost like screamo.
Those are always the best.
Yeah.
I love
Oh,
screamo.
dude. Yeah. Oh, dude. Exactly.
I nut to screamo.
He was like really close to the mic, you know, just like
Especially when
eating it.
Especially when you're choking her.
Dang.
Choking her with corn on the cob or my dick. I don't give a fuck.
What the
Damn, Dirty.
God damn.
You savage, Dirty. You savage.
You're
savage. He said corn on the cob or...
Or I know.
Jesus. You crazy, crazy man.
Crazy.
No, where you at?
If anybody
Aw,
asked in the
no.
chat,
Hey, don't worry,
it's
don't
a
worry, I'm
it's a
dead.
rap lyric, okay? So that's what we were doing. We were just quoting rap lyrics.
Yeah.
If
all it
anyone
is.
asks, it's fucking 3 o'clock
It's
in
by
the morning.
Kyla the
All the kids
Creator.
should be in bed.
Yeah, exactly. Spelling test tomorrow, kids. You should be studying for that. shit.
Fucking, I don't give a shit.
Y'all remember?
Hey, plus
Okay,
you
were
gotta
y'all
get you-
are y'all old enough that like Friday was spelling day, like when the spelling test was?
I'm old enough that
man.
Friday was get my
Like-
girl pregnant day.
Dang.
Oh my god damn, shut the
Hey, where's the buyout?
Jeez.
Oh, there's
boy.
one over there.
That one's hot. The one that's lit up is freaking
Friday
Okay.
was pay $50 for Plan B day.
Dang. Hey, you know.
Friday was everyone throw in $5 from lunch to buy
that's not
$20
gonna work.
worth of weed day.
Dang.
Or Coors Light.
Or Coors Light.
That would probably get me stoned for like a millennia. $25 worth of weed.
You can buy 2.
Dude, and that was back when fucking Reggie, man. Reggie was. What's happening? Oh, you're dead.
Dude, Reggie, holy shit. Yeah. Stems and seeds, and then maybe 20% of it was actual.
Totally correct.
Oh, yep,
No
he's
lie.
right there. He's
Hey,
right there.
it was
big
still
doggy.
hotboxable.
Remember, you have.
Grade
A,
A from Mexico. Oh
Right
yeah, fuck
there.
him up. Damn, he knows. Man. How dare he? You got a grenade, I got a smoke.
yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That
dude.
was
Dude, you
funny.
run in there and you get him. Run in that smoke, boy. Boy, you better get in that smoke.
Man, what
Hey,
the-
go get that most wanted and run across. Actually, don't do that.
Oh, baby, look at that.
Oh my god,
Hell yeah.
Fucking
boy. Now go, get out of there.
He did.
Yeah, he definitely did.
Oh my god, there's a whole team coming.
What
I
the
knew it.
hell?
What's the
Wait a
max?
second.
Oh, we got 15.
No, wait
Sorry,
a
guys.
second. No, dude, it's all good.
Get the Mac.
Got you some
Dude,
kills.
no. It's Warzone.
I did 172 damage, okay? I can apologize.
I want to see if this guy's any good. Real quick. Timo, Mr. Timo.
Alright, go ahead, yeah.
Yep, never mind.
God, he's dead.
Yeah, he's bad is really what it is.
He.
Damn, dude.
I threw the smoke at him.
I almost
Hey, yo,
had 9
Brent,
kills worth.
Did you, hey, hey, Brent.
What's up?
Did you see that one article talking about how they put a patent on that fusion energy crap?
Dude, that's like Portuguese to me. They put a
I know,
patent on it.
dude.
Yeah.
But
Sounds crazy.
I figured you would watch it because I got a notification from it on YouTube and it was Tim Pool that was talking about it.
Oh damn, no, I don't. Maybe I didn't get to that. There's been so much politics on like minute little shit that I want to skip, but I feel like I'm fiduciary responsible to put that on the stream.
Fiduciary.
I felt like I had like an obligation. Yeah, dude, I feel like I have an obligation. Let me use some different.
Dude, fucking put alien shit on there too, bro. It makes the channel more fun. Come
Dude,
on.
do I need to do more alien stuff? Dude, I don't know.
Yes.
No, don't.
Yes.
Dude,
do
I feel
it.
like aliens is too much. Sometimes it's fun.
It's a decompressive subject.
Yeah. Well,
It
I
is
like
exactly
what
the
I really
opposite
like
of
is
that.
ancient history. Like watching. I would like to watch an hour-long documentary on like some fucking ancient Egyptian shit. I'd be down
So,
with
like
that.
mermaids. They have the mermaid
Yeah, yeah.
ones on
Well,
history.
That would be
That's
dope.
what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
It was
That's
called a
what I'm saying.
mockumentary, and
Nice. I thought you were gonna say something else. Dude, 170,000 views. Thank you so much, community. Holy fuck. That's so crazy.
what's your channel called?
It's the name of this name, Brand for Liberty. It's on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook.
Hey, like and subscribe to Brand for Liberty. Like and subscribe for more content, and don't be a fucking bitch.
Like that.
There you go.
I like that. I like that.
So it's so aggressive.
Ain't nobody say that nay or none or like you say that nay or none.
Bro, I got rug burns on my knees. And it's not because I was taking it. Yeah, I was giving it.
Damn, what did you do? Fall off the bed or what?
Bruh.
In there.
Bruh.
Alright. Let's get a W.
You ever can't nut?
Away from play line. Fuck.
Yeah, don't put us next to that window.
Hey, sometimes you can't nut and your knees suffer.
Let's go Storage Town. Let's lock Storage Town. Storage Town is fun.
On Hearthstone.
Just gonna keep fucking. Alright.
Got it on
everyone
Hearthstone.
follow Brent.
Got it.
Everyone follow Brent, because he's not gonna check mini-maps where we're at.
Nope.
So, yeah.
Oh, is that Randall?
He's just gonna. He's
Leaders
gonna
don't
die,
follow.
He's gonna be like, where were you at? He's gonna be like, where you at?
Hey, man. Where you at? Like, bro, do you not have a map?
Where the fuck are y'all? Well, I mean, we have a conversation. You guys get all tunnel vision on where you're going, and we're talking. I'm like, you know, there's a precision, for instance. There's a precision that's coming. Oh, look, now there's a guy. Then you're like, there's a guy shooting at me, and I'm like, okay, let's get together, you know, let's. And then all of a sudden I get shot in the back. I'm like, and I'm like, where you at? Where you at?
But our friend is chronic retarded.
I was about to check you.
Really
Our friend
does
Randall
go
is
down.
chronically retarded.
He just be like, going down. Why did you come over here?
Hey, man.
Try my loadout.
Hey, man. I'm going to use the scar with a fucking
Oh shit! Right in front of
underbarrel
me!
attack.
Front of me! Right here on this side.
Got him, got him.
Got him? Is that like a solid got him?
Not pushing too far. Right here somewhere.
Wow.
Look,
Team White by
magic.
me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you, Margaret.
Everybody on the same page.
No, it's just hope Margaret.
Well, he was
don't have
shooting
a-
at me while you were shooting him, so I was just like, well, I'll just fade in between this object right here, and you guys shooting with your guns. You guys.
Who the hell is... Follow Brant. Look at him. Follow him.
No, no, I'm just looking for
Oh my
stuff.
god.
I
Which
told
one's
you,
Grant?
look how fast he is.
Which one's Grant?
Oh,
Brant or
Brant.
Grant?
Brant.
Oh, okay.
The
I'll
one,
follow Brant.
the one with the B.
The one that's always sprinting away from us.
Nah, not me. That ain't me, boss.
Here, take the money.
Here, you take the money. I don't want to be doing that shit.
I don't want it. You remember
I'll
what
take
happened to
it.
me
You
last
think
time?
I'm a bag boy?
I fucking
I'm a
I got
bad
sniped as I
boy.
picked it up.
Alright, we need
We could
more
pop
money.
a UAV and then wipe a team and take all their money. I think you guys can
You want to do that or no?
I mean, there's so
Nah,
much
dude.
shooting around.
That'd be a
us.
good idea if we didn't just need like
All of our
$1,200.
Less now.
Yeah, I guess we.
Oh, wait.
Stay together. Stay together. Look, we just.
All we need is like.
I'm following you, bro. I'm not being
Actually,
the blame for
if
you dying
Brant
this
gave
time.
low-key money, we might not need anything.
Give money. Give money.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I did get money. How did I get money? Where did
I remember now.
I remember. Like I got the money.
I'm going to swimming pool. I found it.
It's not about jumping.
Nice.
Let's go.
Were you throwing that? Oh, right there?
I'll buy it.
I'm the biggest fan of Resurgence anymore.
UAV going up.
It's a little too autistic for me, man. It's too much action. It's like saying putting more food in your mouth is better or something.
I thought you were about to say something else.
Oh.
Whoa!
Documentary.
Good old mustache ride.
How old are y'all?
We
I'm in my
How old are you?
We're all in our 30s, dude.
Yeah,
we're all.
We're all old as shit.
Dude, to young people, we are losers in their eyes.
We're fucking losers.
Yeah.
No, we're not, dude.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we're not.
Okay, yeah, we are.
What are we, the
Because I
Ninja
don't
Turtles
say-
all of a sudden?
I
What the fuck are we talking about?
Dude, I just got a
I like
lag
pizza.
spike.
I do like pizza too.
I am lag spiking.
Are you spiking of the lag?
When the whole bag of Coke falls out, like
Whoa!
my Coke bag, I say cow, but
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wait.
Ray,
Sorry, 78.
Lagging too hard.
what? What the fuck?
What?
Dude, these guys are like fucking snapping onto me as soon as I step outside.
We lost them both.
Whoa.
There's two. They're coming up. Well, yep, you're losing.
Give me. Right there. Oh, outside of the wall. Ah, good try, dudes. Good try. Here, we'll push this, and then if I die here, then we'll just.
Sort them out or capture the.
How do we lose them both?
My God, how did I win that? That guy was squirrely. Alright, I got my kill. I'm gonna just push into a team. If I happen to just win the game going complete Conan, then let it be.
Dude, my shit is moving hella slow.
I'm alright. Then again, I have like a ridiculous computer, so I don't know how much of this is front end or back end loading.
But I always, ever since the mask, man, my throat, it feels like I always have something in it.
Yeah, because you're breathing bacteria in all day. Sadly.
Here comes a car.
There's also a person in that building right there, like a bush. I think it's just one person. I've only seen one thing. It might also be the gulag glitch. Also, the wall's moving in. Maybe we can cut these people off. Hold on. Let's just push. Fuck it, right?
Shit.
Behind us?
Hold on. He's on the roof.
What is
Holy
up
shit.
with that fucking storm? Do you notice that? What the hell? Bro, what was up with that? That was the fastest moving storm I think I've ever seen. We need to move. We need to go. I know, I'm just running, dude. What in the hell is this game? Right here?
Crack. I got sniped.
I cracked them.
He's probably reviving his own guy.
He was right here.
Hostiles in the area.
He's eliminated?
He's eliminated? That means the other guy ran.
Oh shit, on the bridge. Where? Where? He's in the bush. Oh, he's dead. He poured the shit out of me.
He got lost. He got lost. 5 kills, 1400 damage. That's better, I guess. Alright, let's see. Here we go. Got lucky.
Oh, look.
I hate Activision.
Yeah, it's so trash, man. It like PSA to any gaming company, just create a basic battle royale that has similar graphics to this, more realistic, not so cartoony, with realistic modern warfare type, I guess, what would you call it? Canon, yeah. And you would take the whole market. You'd win.
Yeah.
Make the center not. Yeah, I would even take
game crashing stuff is retarded.
I would take like 20% less on graphics if they would like double or triple the server speed. Like they're working on like an 8-tick server, and what's that? Valorant works on 64-tick. So that just shows you how much quicker. And that just means the computations that it can send and receive.
You're telling me that Valorant is better than Call of Duty right now.
Well, as far as connectivity, well, just connectivity-wise, not the graphics
but that's
and
still that's the epitome of a
yeah.
gamer's experience.
Yeah, exactly. True.
Just run Resurgence. I'm gonna play a couple, then I'm gonna get off and go to bed. I'm gonna.
Word. I have to run 1.0.
Yeah, but Battlefield. The new Battlefield's coming out. I'm gonna buy it.
I don't know.
Try it out.
Off, man. I'm kind of disappointed.
I'll try Battlefield out when it comes out. I'll try it out. I'll see what it's like. I need to be playing Rust. Right now is the Rust vibe is what's on Twitch. I need to be trying that out. I just haven't. I'd get a lot of easy viewership. I just don't like to make people like false promises like, yeah, I'm going to play this game forever, and then I just quit playing it one day.
Yeah, I'm not too busy about worrying about feeding myself and drinking. I already do that now and have a hard time doing it.
Surprised you don't play freaking Assassin's Creed Valhalla. That game's tied right here.
Maybe. I want to do first-time playthroughs, like story games like that, all the way through.
I'd watch playthrough.
Leisure Suit Larry.
Dude, also, I want some, like just unaffiliated with everything. I just want some, like, fresh fried chicken right now. Sounds so fucking good. Sounds so dank right now. Freshly crispy fried chicken. And that powdered mustard seasoning shit. Oh my god, it's so good.
Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Look how long it takes to put this shit in. Alright, we're ready.
Man, people are really getting upset about Tom Brady being sloshed drunk and all that. What is America?
white supremacy, man. What do you expect? White privilege.
I don't fucking know what privilege it is. It's just like literal like fucking America sucks ass.
Dude, they were hating on people walking into the Super Bowl like
without a
right
mask
before the game. Yeah, and they were getting pissed.
They were getting Karen about it on Twitter.
Oh, look at him. He's set a great example, and he's just walking in there with no protection. What a great example. While Mahomes is wearing his mask. You know, that is the dumbest thing. They take their mask off and when they play the game. It doesn't make sense.
They literally hit each other all game.
They're like breathing fucking sweat and ass out there all day.
Oh, you guys
literally
are going
laying on top of each other, talking shit.
Yeah.
Literally.
We got the gooch juice on there and stuff.
Jesus. Come with you, Green.
Target is up. Let's get it done.
Oh, you scared the shit out of me.
Coming in fast.
Yeah, same thing with basketball players. They're saying that, oh, basketball players can't dap up and make handshakes before they play. That motherfuckers just hit the same damn ball and post up on each other and shit. The fuck?
Enemy UAV overhead.
They're like literally grabbing on each other the entire game.
They
And
share the
lining
same
up within,
ball, bro.
Yeah. I mean, they
They
all
sweat on the
shower in the
ball.
same shower.
I like that.
Essentially.
Yeah. Constant.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Motherfuckers just quarantined out and bored. And some be mad at nothing.
Exactly. This told me to be mad, so I'm mad.
You're too good.
Got parachuting in over here. Want to kill him. Oh, I see him. He's running away from me. Read the display. He has no chance of survival. He's dead. His teammates are here with me.
They ran up the
That
stairs,
is-
Deuce.
You did not have a chance, buddy. Sorry. Oh, he left the money on the buy. What a loser. Oh my god. I know what he's done.
I'm so triggered.
Ooh, triggered.
That's
Ooh,
the way
triggered.
Behind us.
Oh, what the? Oh, he's gonna stop
Got him. You shoot my friend, I shoot you back, man. I got you.
Come on,
Long range.
lead down.
No, my fucking Mac 10. You gotta be joking, man. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Just joking, guys.
Go and go. I was following you.
Somewhere. We need a power. We need a power spot. Power position.
Position.
I mean, like
We
a,
need a
like
supremacy.
the jackhammer,
We
you
need
know.
authoritarian.
Yeah, can we have a pro-aggressive, overarching regulation passed, please, so that we can bust these doors down?
There are 24 enemies still out there.
I need all these people vaccinated and covered in 19 masks. Somebody just jumped out of
Did you
the
see where
vehicle.
Biden went? Oh wait, who the fuck just pulled up? The fuck?
Enemy UAV overhead.
He's on the buy. He's on.
I'm gonna watch this stairway. Are you guys jumping down?
I'm looking. I picked up this cluster strike and I saw. Oh, I see him. Whoa, no, I'm dead. I know I'm dead. He's right there in the shed.
Bro.
Shit, Brent.
Right here. Thank you. That's how you do it right there. Oh, that's how you run the
Oh,
quick
behind
run.
us. One more.
What
Throw
is
another fucking
that
squad in
guy
it.
doing?
Alright. Wait on y'all come back.
How did that one guy take us down, though? How is he hitting us like he was hitting us?
He was using his buddy as a meat shield.
They're all there. They're all
Are
back
you
there.
kidding?
You'll make it. Just hang on.
There goes my place.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, you're good. They're all running
Did
all
they come?
over her body. I don't know where they went. Are they coming upstairs?
I don't have guns.
Yep.
I think they left your guns down there if y'all want to jump off.
No fucking way.
Jumping off with you.
Nope, they're watching. Grab
Where?
a gun. Grab a gun. He's on second floor. Yep.
Shit, second floor of these nuts, same spot. No, clutch strike.
We're inside the circle.
I want my body back.
No way, dude.
Fuck.
You're kidding me, man. We're on the second and the third. Come on. Dude, we gotta quit popping the things out there too. Like that's just out in the middle of nowhere. We gotta go somewhere else with it. We gotta bring it to like a house or something, or maybe like prison and drop it in the dead center or something.
Come on.
Take me to the Waffle House.
Dude, I love Waffle House, man.
Good old Brady.
Good old Brady.
Such a waste.
Man, everything's a...
I bet.
Dude, Brady won the Super Bowl his
I
first
bet
year in
you-
the NFC. That's crazy.
I bet you he has a hood in his closet.
Yeah. I bet he says the N-word all the time. That he'll break his legs at 20 feet because his character apparently has celery stalks for legs.
Just because he plays with the African American doesn't mean he's not racist.
This guy had a fucking he had the bullshit, man. He had the bullshit on.
I swear, if this gun was like accurate, this gun would be such a great gun, dude. 2 hits.
Alright, that's enough fucking about. Now we do this for real.
The kickback on that gun is absolutely retarded. It's like the second shot was towards the sky.
Alright, boys, I need you to carry me all this during this game, okay?
Yep. I don't even know how to Warzone.
Is this the game?
Is this the preview? This looks real. Is this real? Old people looking at video games nowadays must be freaked the fuck out.
I just want you to know. why.
What? Oh, we're getting first.
What the hell is this game, dude? That is so stupid, man. Dude, the riot shield might be the #1 stupidest thing in the game.
I'm gonna go lay in bed and play now, cause I'm winding down.
Come on, one more game, low key, and then wrap it up.
Bro, I'm playing one good game, man. Top 2.
Top 2.
I'm not going to bed yet. I'm just turning my TV towards. I got a mount that can move, so I'm just getting ready to lay down.
Oh,
That's
yeah?
nice. Hell yeah. That sounds very convenient.
Yeah. Very, very convenient. Oh my gosh. No, my power went out.
Dude, as soon as the 15th gets here and I get my 3rd paycheck from Twitch, I'm gonna iron out that green screen that I'm gonna buy and put it behind me. I'm not gonna do this fake green screen anymore. And
bro, just all that you're gonna be able to do with that.
It's gonna be clean.
I'm excited for you.
Yeah, no. Do some fun
I
stuff.
heard iron that shit out.
You need to revamp your whole freaking Twitch when you do that. Like
I am.
Emotes, new emblem.
Well, the emblem's good.
everything.
I just need to like add a 3rd dimension to it, if that makes sense. I just need to like add a 3rd dimension to it, if that makes sense. Like make it
like a
3-dimensional and like an actual emblem and get it recorded into an actual graphic.
I think you should put something. I think you should take off Rudy Giuliani and put your.
Oh yeah. I'm going. Yeah. That was for election.
Yeah. It'd be cooler if it was your face or something like a cartoony. You know how everybody.
Yeah, something of me miming like her dancing or dabbing or something. Yeah, I told Selena what we're gonna do is we're gonna record like a 3 to 5 second clip of me dabbing, and then like every time somebody blew that dude up from the grave. Every time somebody subs or something, it'll make me do something funny. Have like 10 different ones.
Yeah, you should do you know what you should also do? Like after you go to streams, you could also do predictions, so where people can wager their channel points.
Nice. Yeah, what
And
do
then
you
you can give
think?
them
Like based off of what we did today, like do something based off of that. Yeah.
Like you could say like, am I gonna get more than so many kills this round? Am I gonna place in the top blank this round? Like if you're playing by yourself or something.
Is part of my VOD gonna get muted because of DMCA at some point?
Yeah, I mean that's extreme. But...
Yeah, it's funny now. It'll become the nail in the coffin later on.
It's extreme as fuck.
It's crazy as I'm not even. They should go after the main. If I share someone's content and they play it, then they should get in trouble through my channel for doing it. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright. On me.
Hostiles in the area.
Yeah, I got
Wait.
15.
Dude, how did he hit me around the side of the...
So. Very good though. Circle both there, so. Die, Brent. Come back.
I got a kill. 3 team. It was like 3 or 4 teams. Because they killed the person that I killed.
Everybody wants prison for no fucking reason.
Oh shit, yeah.
I might want to move out of that. That's no good. Missiles. Bombs. That's the main reason why. That's the reason why the big streamers don't play Resurgence, because it's just too much dying. They don't.
It's
like
unpredictable.
Well, they don't like being shown not dominating the map, basically.
Well, they do. I mean, like big streamers. I don't know. Whatever.
Some people do though. I mean, if you're really
Some
good,
people
you're
are
gonna
really
just
just
do.
good.
Yeah, like
some people are just good, like Swag.
Yeah, Phase Swag. Yeah.
Shad don't play this stuff.
Who
He
does
plays
it?
other games, and he's just good. Shad's just naturally good at all games. So, like,
You ever watch
Nick
Shroud actually play this? He's like shitting on people.
Yeah, he makes them look bad. Well, that's like why I wanted to start streaming this, is because those guys are really good, and I was like, nah, I could do that, but I can't.
I've been liking watching more Rocket League lately. That game's fucking hard as fuck. No money.
Oh, are we gonna do that? Okay. There's people in here. I wanna kind of kill them.
Someone has got loadout here, FYI. But you know.
Blue, where you at, big dog?
I dropped where?
We cracked like 4 people.
Down one. Could have played up. He's in a corner right there. He's probably gonna pick himself up.
Enemy soldiers.
Oh shit.
Oh, somebody's just praying on us.
My
People are just watching us, dude. People are literally just watching us and third partying. Just get out of there. They're up on that hill, low key to your right and to your left, dudes. Right there.
They're coming.
Oh, we're dead.
Okay. Alright, it's good that we failed there. We failed quickly, fail in 4 minutes, and we get it over with, you know?
God damn, don't say it like that.
I mean, dude, it's all about the... It's like in pool, right? It's all about the break. So, I mean, it's like if you don't get... When you get a good drop, and then, like, you get your weapons, you get your loadout, and you push, the first team wipe after that, like, that's an official landing. I don't count it as an official game until I get to that point. If I drop and it's like nothing but shotties and snipers and stupid bullshit. Unless it's a purple shotty, I don't want that shit. Give me an SMG and I'll dance on people. Dude, I'm telling you, any company that goes and makes a battle royale that has similar, maybe a little bit less graphics than this, but performs way better, you win. Same philosophy, just rename everything so you don't get in trouble for copyright. Instead of an N13, call it a M11 or some bullshit. Yeah.
Bro, let's do that fucking goddamn Lombardi trophy get done both again one more time on my Twitter. I'm gonna fucking delete Twitter, I swear to God.
Oh, come on, man. You gonna do me like that?
Like that.
I figured I'd give him a good audio plug. Sometimes it's fun to be the audio plug guy.
Now we do this for real.
Dude, I always love when you hear those little kids like eat thermites. They're like,
Little kids are like,
Oh my god, he pwned me, man.
That's the.
How did he turn on me? Dude, I think he's hacking. He's definitely hacking.
It's like, nah, you're 13. You're terrible.
Battle Royale. Set a drop point for your team, soldier. Gas is
Dude, the whole dog water thing. What's up with that? Drop security since we're late. Drop security. Everybody drop the same building. Drop back corner, back corner. Or actually, no, radio tower, my bad, sorry.
oh, there's somebody on there. Man, didn't even get it. Teammate sucks too, come here. Kill you real quick.
Can you imagine getting mopped up like that? On live television? Mopped up like some dog water? Oh. Now I'm gonna just overplay it until all the kids quit using it. That's how you destroy Zoomer trends. Is you invest into you invest against their little hedge fund of coolness.
Right.
And then we make it not cool anymore.
I'm pretty cool though. So.
That's dog water.
Gas
Young
your
Timmy,
money.
would you please define dog water for the class? I am not a sniper. That's one thing.
Money's
I
on
do.
buy.
What?
Oh, we're gonna buy. What are we buying? A loadout or something?
We are buying
Here,
a brand new loadout. Yeah, loadout.
All right, where am I dropping this?
Don't matter.
Here's good. Let's just move once we get it. I'm gonna go. I got a couple different builds now, dude. I got a couple different builds. I got an XM4 build. I got a. Let's go. M13 since I do have.
Oh shit!
I knew it. They wait till you get the layout. They always wait.
I don't even know who's shooting at me.
They're back towards east, pure east.
They're on the ridge. On the roof.
Somebody's on the roof up there, yeah. They're not fucking shooting.
Dude, how is he shooting me? How do I?
He's not missing either.
Yeah, I don't get it.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, dude. As soon as I get my plates on, I'm fucking murdering you. Hang on.
A 50 cal doesn't even break a fucking plate, dude. Fuck that.
Hostile RCXD in your AO. Primary objective accomplished.
We're moving.
Yeah.
I'm using RCXD.
Did we get out? Did we get out? Hell yeah. Let's push those pieces of shit.
I'm being shot at.
Pinche pieces of shit.
Friendly RCXD in your AO.
Fuck. Can I get up this fucking rock or no? Thank you.
Nah, I'm fucking pinned.
This fucking
I guess I can bait him.
Dude.
What?
Loadout drop inbound.
Can I get up this? What is happening?
Got him. Gas is inbound. Marking you.
What did I miss?
Dude, I'm Steven Seagal right now with M13.
I'm getting out of the fucking pit.
Dude, I found a
basically
really
what
good
it
spot.
is.
Dude, I found a really good spot to fuck people on. That sounds really bad.
Did we Did we complete that whole?
No, there's one guy that got
Who's shooting that pant?
They're headed out towards the right. They're headed out towards way right. I had no AR in that fight. Come on, AR. You got AR.
Dude.
Two buildings ahead of you, Loki, or one.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Trouble.
Like whenever, what the fuck?
Behind you as well.
Careful, you're on that.
Just live.
1 second.
What? Oh my! What the fuck?
Run.
Did you see that?
Yeah, you're like getting yo-yoed around and shit. Yeah, that was weird. Go inside of this.
Chasing us still.
A lot of weapons.
Bro.
Keep going, keep
Oh,
going.
you know what I think's happening? I think hackers are starting to like get into the servers, and I don't think that Activision's talking about it. Why would the #1 game in Battle Royale be?
They're dropping down.
Jeez. I can't aim with this damn pistol. This shit
Dude,
sucks. Here, play.
I have like no fucking ammo.
Because I'm trying to run
Hey, get another
all the way
loadout
to
or
y'all.
something.
I'm trying to run all the way to y'all.
Yeah, there's a loadout over here.
Hurry.
Oh fuck.
Fucking throw that shit down here.
Why is he hitting me with a pistol from the very top? What is going on?
Damn it, Brent, where are you?
Dude.
Oh man.
I'm right here.
The gas is coming in too.
Alright. There's ammo, free ammo.
Did y'all
Shit,
throw that
dude.
gas? I'm coming to y'all.
No.
Cover me.
There's ammo in here.
They're in the
guy,
gas.
there is
They're
a
in
guy,
the
there
gas.
is a guy, there is a guy in that gas.
God damn fucking gas, man.
Fucking sniping.
It's just people on top of the fucking water tower, dude. Literally the tiniest cocks that you could imagine that exist are in that tower right there.
He's gonna come back anyway. He can get his loadout.
Yeah.
Oh, fire cell. What the frick am I doing?
Yep,
Oh my
I
god.
missed.
I'm an
I
idiot.
missed. It's okay though. It's all good. It's all good, dude. 5 kills. I'm just absolutely destroying people, that's all.
Contact!
Don't you love when whenever the airframes get in your way?
Oh my god.
Where?
My left. Right here.
I'm coming in because I don't.
What?
We're inside a circle.
Are you? Dude, how did I not shoot that guy with bullets?
The car exploded? Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Yeah, dude. Dude, just then, this guy took a whole clip running around, me shooting him in the back. I pop him, and then I turn around, I put the same amount of bullets in him again. He must have ate 75 bullets. Yeah, dude, I don't know how that guy can even operate his organs, much less a gun.
Then he has a deal with stem cell technology.
I think armor should only add 50%.
They'll
and
just,
that's what I
they'll
think.
just buy new ones. They'll just buy new ones from the organs in China.
Headshots shouldn't go towards armor. They should go straight towards your, like, what do you have, armor taped to your head? What the hell? What kind of bullshit story are you trying to sell me, man? I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back while we're in pregame.
3 million dead, and then it shows how many vaccinated under it. It's like, what? Yale murder. What do you say?
Man, he shot me so good. I was just there.
Damn, it's supposed to be negative 29 degrees in Birdswick or Bims or Bims. What the hell, whatever it's called.
Dude, I juked that guy too. That guy didn't do shit.
How fast does 0 degree weather freeze a bottle of beer?
Alcohol will never freeze, right?
Oh, beer though.
Beer freezes.
I think
Liquor doesn't,
everything freezes eventually.
Yeah, everything has a freezing and melting point for sure.
Solid liquid gas. Solid liquid gas.
Where we go.
Oh my god.
So good. I like it.
So I get the shitty gun and he gets the fucking Jettas or. Nice.
Damn it. He's busted in there. Going up top for sure.
Yep, same guy.
Oh my god, bro.
I want to see this. I want to see this guy. I want to see this. What this guy does.
Garbage. He just has a gun. He has a gun. That's fucking.
And how the fuck does he have all those weapons? I
Hey,
have a fucking
I have a
pistol.
question. With Battle Pass, new Battle Pass comes, does our rankings get reset again, don't they? Ain't that some shit?
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
like
Yes. New season. Yes.
I'm gonna be pissed.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Being a level
I'm
one.
not
isn't
gonna be
fun.
mad. I'm going to be confused. How many more days do we have?
It's like one more month. I think this is the last month. I think.
Dude, I can't believe PT News has been hooking it up lately with the host and the raid. That's freaking cool. That's freaking cool.
One thing I'm sick of is the Mac 10, dude. That gun is so.
It's so good. It's too
Yeah.
good.
We didn't. No balance.
I'm the one with 120% field of view, but I, for some reason, can't see that guy. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, you play at 120?
Yeah, 120 field of view, yeah.
Damn.
I mean, I have the FPS to be able to support it, so why not have, you know, like... be able
I
to see
play at
more.
100.
Maybe 120. Maybe 120 is like deceiving or something. Maybe I do need to go to 100. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's like that makes no sense. The fact that there is such a thing as 120% field of view. I think that would just be considered the new 100%. Oh shit! I already jumped, but yeah, head back over there.
We're good. You jumped that early to get over there.
Damn it.
Wait, I gotta
go down.
Nice. Watch out behind
you. Oh, wow.
Alright, I'll keep you.
I took somebody with me.
Imagine running through 3 buildings and only getting a pistol.
Not getting a gun.
Stupid, man.
I killed someone.
Which one should I keep? Yeah, obviously this one, right?
Damn it.
Watch me get shit on.
Contact.
Sweet, I got the best gun.
Rockets in here? The hell? What the hell?
Are they still peeking?
I killed another person with my hand. I thought they need to get a gun around here. This is dude. What are you doing, Bray?
Oh my god, dude. Oh, they dropped it. Drop it out.
Got him.
Where's my remote? To my TV. That's the dude that killed me.
Damn, can you imagine getting rocked when another one pushed? Ooh. It's like going to your own ass whooping. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what it is.
Yep.
Oh shit, thank you. Scared the shit out of me, man.
Here you go.
Here's money.
Watch me, watch me.
I'm watching. You're doing good.
Watch me.
Looking good, looking good. Feeling good.
Oh, you put it in the.
Good.
Yeah, I'm started.
What gun am I
My
getting?
name's Jeff.
Man, why do I keep getting that? I need to quit getting this gun. Iron Science is great, but not for this map. If they're close enough that you have iron sight on your AR, then you probably should just have a really nice SMG out.
Yeah.
You need to be able to hit long over here.
Hey, yeah.
Now
You
my
want to go over here and push
range
this
is
building or
limited.
no?
Yeah. Gotta work on the jump
Oh, yeah,
shot.
they're fighting on there.
Loadout drop on the way.
Really?
Jesus Christ, what did you shoot me with?
Enemy soldier
It's right there to your right, in the corner through the walkway. My name's Dan. I need plates.
Here. Oh, no, no. I just put it on.
You're good. I'm just gonna stay here.
Hey, look, there's a custom MP5 right there.
SMG over here.
Huh. Let's check it out. Let's see what all the hoop
Was that you
is
guys?
about.
Sniping on the roof?
Enemies dropping into
No.
the AO.
They're landing on the roof.
Target right here.
Yeah. There's two people on the very top, like above the, you know, like when you go through the door.
Dude, a guy just came. You were like trying to tell me something, and it was like, dude, they're right here, homie G.
No, there's two people
Oh,
on the
that's
very top.
Deduce. Never mind. I thought you were Deduce. Or Deduce was you. One of the two.
Literally a guy right here, look.
Target right here.
On the very, very top, like above you when you walk out the door.
He's down.
What you get, bitch?
I'm gonna go buy some fucking plates, dude.
The guy that was
come on, get
camping.
him.
That's where I hear feet. That's where I hear feet.
Jesus Christ.
Somebody up there?
They're all back up here again.
Dude, why didn't you say in?
What do you mean? What are you gonna do? You already jumped
Well, when they
down.
shoot, like, that's like, maybe, I don't
What
know.
am I gonna do? Is yell and shoot?
Well, I
mean,
had to
like,
ask you for the update. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could be like, they're
I'm
all
already
up here.
dead. You're down there, and it's not gonna help.
Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna be up there if all of them are up there.
I'm sad.
Should be. Shame. Just kidding.
Anytime anyone says shame, I always think of Game of Thrones.
Now I think of Lindsey Graham walking through the airport and getting yelled
Secure
shame.
that position.
Lindsey Graham?
Yeah, dude. He got shamed in the airport right after the quote unquote insurrection, or for one of those dudes said it was an erection.
What? Free buyback. Or free, here
They're still on the roof.
Yeah.
Oh, and
they all went back.
Quest recon, send the fire over.
UAV entering the AO.
How did I just drop? Hey, there's a guy right here.
Hostiles in the area.
Holy shit.
Forget that. This will go.
fucking ridiculous, man.
Just keep looking, keep looking.
Imagine making a shitty ass game where you're trying to follow footprints in the footprint. Wow.
Target marked. Hit him
There's a
now.
guy right there, huh?
This is loader 2-0. Good
There's a
copy.
guy on my car. There's also a guy right here.
One's on the loadout. Oh, you should have put it on the loadout.
Motherfucker, dude.
Take him right through the bullets. He spent some. Throw a couple of these.
We're inside the circle. Stock up, get set.
No.
Oh my god, those iron sights are so AIDS, man. What the fuck are... What iron sights
Oh, behind me. I was like, what the heck?
I don't know.
God, supply drops. I can't even see. The fucking iron sights are so bulky.
Hell yeah, boosted. Hey, he's a good dude. I should add. I don't know why I don't already have him added to my. I should add him to my host list. Just out of respect. I want his content on my shit anyway, so it's good. Let's see here.
You're not coming back.
Right now?
Yeah, 5
but
seconds.
With the pistol?
No, this is your last respawn.
Yep. 1 second.
Here.
Oh, am I going? Okay, baby.
What do you want? Need your shit.
Go.
No, I don't need your shit. Slow down, open, Brand. If you hurry.
Just so that I get the guns that I want.
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
I know I had to get a plate. Let's move right now. Right now. So we can get ahead of everybody. Proactively.
Oh, there.
Oh, okay, we made it.
My.
We made it.
Time's up. Get to the safe zone.
Oh man, we gotta.
Don't worry about me.
Come on.
In game now.
You inside?
Yeah.
Careful. Steps.
Dude, I need.
Oh, he's right here.
Yes.
Another one?
Where?
I don't know. I heard him.
I feel like he's above us.
Hostiles in the area.
Yeah, he is. Oh, please go through the tunnel if it goes that way. Yeah, there's a tunnel that way, but I don't know if it's
Where
going to
is
stay
it?
in circle. I don't know if it'll stay in circle though. We'll probably have to go out the window.
They're gonna run through us. They're actually gonna run through us.
Time's up. Get to the safe zone.
Get outside, get outside. Get ahead of everybody. Yes. As people come out. No.
I'm gonna watch these.
Yeah, as they come out, let them run out, do their thing.
Oh shit, roof!
Told you, roof! Oh man.
Happens. It happens. Dude, that's why I said, man, roofs need to be off limits. That's a free win for them. They're gonna watch everybody come through there because they gotta make it through the gas, right? The thing is when you go on a roof, you should be able to go on a roof if you want to, but it should have no guns on the top. It should have no guns, and it should trigger precision strikes so that you get off the top of it.
Where the hell's my controller to my TV? Oh, there it is. Yeah, what movies are on tonight on DirecTV?
Debbie Does Dallas.
Maybe have like 2 spots on each end that you can get on top of, but that's it. And that way people know where to go, what to be looking for, and what to check down for. It's like people with no skill watch all the people running through trying to get kill streaks, actually improving themselves, and then they just play that stupid little soy strategy. Just sitting on the roof. Oh, do. Oh, look, I got you. Oh, goodness, look at me. I got a sniper scope on my M16. I'm so cool. My dad owns a dealership. My name's Topher. I drive a Mazda Miata.
Target down.
It's official, ladies and gentlemen. Taking sleeping pills.
Yep. You're just gonna trip while you play. You're not even get sleepy.
That's the fat negative. It knocks my ass out.
And that stuff makes you have weird dreams after a while too. Then it makes you like not have dreams at all.
It's not ambient or nothing like that.
It probably has a derivative of that. Dude, what's it called? Melatonin?
No. I'll message it to you.
Battle Royale. Mark the drop point here.
Alright, let's go this time. Let's drop on the headquarters. Not headquarters, that.
It don't matter. I'm following you. There.
Oh, I should have just stayed up there and shot the motherfuckers.
Mark? Got him knocked.
Where are they?
Quit squirming, I gotcha.
Knocked him again.
Are you?
What
just
Has
killed
that
me?
man invisible?
What the
Was he
hell?
invisible?
Why not give me a replay? What the hell is this bullshit of not giving me a
Was he
replay?
invisible?
What the hell just happened? Alright, I'm gonna look that one back up. I gotta back that up and look at it. I gotta back that up.
That man was invisible.
You don't want to know.
No idea.
Contact.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm gonna take that off. I'm gonna go back to 100%. I don't need to see the edge of what's going on here. I need to see what's real. 100. There we go. That's what I want. Alright. There we go. That ship is
Enemy soldier incoming.
What am I getting? UAV? Cool, got it.
Ground to actual. Request
Oh
flyover.
my god, my screen has chicken pox. Deuce, there's somebody in there with you. They're
Yep.
above me.
Enemy team, stay sharp. 25 remaining.
There's somebody in there, they just ran from me.
Fuck.
Promise.
Enemy marked.
Gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
Where'd that man go?
Supply box located. Move to secure.
Got a bullet.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Shit.
Hostile RCXD in your AO.
bitch. I'm losing my mind.
Oh! What a fucking stupid fucking game, dude.
Alright, I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Word.
I got one more. This is bullshit. I'm done.
It definitely gets old, man. These people run in and then they just jump around and aim assist takes over. That's all they do. I don't know, maybe I go back to this. Who knows? Whoops. Man, they got salty off of that. These servers kind of suck too. Our games keep getting really derailed. It's kind of not cool. Okay, Deuce. I feel you, man. Sometimes it gets annoying. I'm getting kills, you know? As long as I get kills, I'm happy. When I go multiple games without kills, that's when I get upset. We'll be alright.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Get yourself sorted. We'll be deployed shortly. Enough practice. Time for the real thing.
Yeah, man. Game's definitely stupid sometimes.
Battle Royale. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you get moving.
My station identified.
Enemy dropping into the AO. Their targets are up. Get to work.
Assault rifle here. Assault rifle here.
UAV overhead.
And a charge.
was stupid. Come on, Orange.
Victory rests on your shoulders. Finish the mission.
I don't know where you went, dude. I don't know why you left the top. Why did you leave the top, homie? Fucking retard. Man. What the hell, man? What? Dude. What are these idiots doing, man? It's such a simple thing. It's such a simple concept. He's just out there, man. It's like, dude. And I don't know how many times I shot that guy. I shot him a lot.
Get yourself to proper warm-up. We'll be deployed soon. Enemy dropping into the AO. Battle Royale. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone.
Claymore set.
I see movement.
There's two. I cracked one. Whoa. Dude, what is going on? It sucks, man, when you have an extra person against you.
inbound.
Care package spotted.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located. Stop the contract, it's over.
Enemy!
Ah, man. Good job, Patuga. Keep it up, man. I'll be back in 5 seconds. I think there's a guy that has a gold.
Okay, we're inside. Scan for movement.
Throwing grenade!
Mark out, moving.
I just want a full team. That'd be just... Man, it'd be so good. People just run, dude. That's all they do. Like, I literally shoot this person. And they literally just ran like a pussy.
Damn.
Got that Rona?
Hell no. Early. Where y'all trying to drop it? Shit.
Battle Royale. Avoid the gas. Get to the safe zone. Engage all targets.
Damn.
Move to the next area and secure the perimeter. Being tracked by an enemy team. Stay sharp.
You scared the shit up out of me, bro. My bad. Nah, you good, bro. Oh, look at you got a sniper. I see him from the damn. Oh, there's two of them with a sniper. Watch out, watch out. I got two of them. Oh, I got a bad shot though, but. Oh, they pushing it sound like. May have been one of y'all running now.
No, it's definitely one of them.
Yeah, they pushing it sound like. I ain't got no shit. I got you. Oh, he flashed the shit out of me. Okay. What? Oh, no, look at. Oh, man.
Oh, dude, this game, dude, it's really hard to get a team together. It's kind of stressful. I think I'm gonna go get some ice cream. Think about it. This ice cream sandwich got fucked up.
Get yourself sorted. Deployed shortly. Soldier incoming.
Alright, where are we dropping?
Battle Royale. Set a drop point for your team, soldier.
Setting a charge. Shotgun here.
Next objective located. All supply boxes found. Solid work. SMG loaded. Got that. Loadout drop inbound. Friendly UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead.
Moving.
Gas is moving.
Moving here.
We're inside the circle. Stock up, get set. X-ray down.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Setting a charge.
More than a clip of ammo to kill that guy. That is
That's a lot of fucking ammo.
Dude, it takes to kill that guy. That's a lot of bullets to kill one person.
Yeah, like I know it's a game, but goddamn.
Exactly. I know you want to soften it up for all the slow ass reflex people.
UAV overhead.
Oh, they're on loadout right
Gas
now.
is closing in. Relocating
There's a
the
car
safe
coming right here. Get out of the road.
I ran right into it, bro. Like I'm sitting here trying to dodge it.
X-ray down.
UAV overhead. Hostile dropping. Watch the skies.
Oh my god. Goddamn David Blaine.
Right here, I down that.
Am I awake now?
Hello?
Yeah.
Request recon.
No UAV out. There's two people out here. Slim Pickens. I'm gonna cluster strike the guy right here. Nice.
Oh, sniper in the back, sniper in the back. I'm down. I think I'm safe right here, though. Hey, look, right here.
Relocating.
We got one guy alive. We got one guy alive. We're okay, right? No, we're not. we're dead. We're all dead. It's all dead. I went off there, so I'm cool with it. That was more energy than I've spent all day combined. Oh shit. Yeah, I know that one sucked, didn't it, Erebus? That shit sucked. We'll get better. Try not to get too tilted. I want some fried chicken so bad, though, right now. Holy fuck, dude. Some freshly fried chicken with some cream corn and some mashed potatoes. I could not get that door to open, dude. That door was jammed. Oh, come on.
You're done warming up. Stand by for deployment to a war zone.
Yeah, hit that shit, bro.
Oh, I have like a congenital lung condition. Sorry.
Oh, I thought you were like getting high as fuck.
Oh no. A lot of people tease me and say that, and it is funny, but.
Well, I hope it gets better, bro.
Yeah. I have like a script. I take a inhaler.
I had childhood asthma, so I kind of get you.
Yeah, it's like type 2 bronchitis.
Oof, bro.
Yeah, like my lungs itch all the time. Where'd you guys go?
His plates are broken. Behind you. And also from prison.
It's not the best, but it's better than what I had, boys. I believe there's also somebody right here up on this ledge. Guys, is I guess green. Is it open where you're at? Oh, I see people. I see people behind you moving in. Dude.
Hostiles in the area.
Hostile RCXD in your AO.
Dude, we're on a split. We're gonna do the split res thing now, huh? Behind you? Nice.
Fuck, sorry guys, sorry.
It's okay, it's okay. It's okay. Come on, green. Come on, green. Actually, I can die now, can't I? I can die now. I needed to stay alive so that homie could get back. So we're good. Let's just all drop somewhere new. Go, right there, that greenhouse. Actually, you have to go out of that shit now, don't you? Oh god, you might be dead, actually.
Every place is fucked. Every place is cancer, dude.
Alright, go. Then y'all, we can do the reset. Oh, so beautiful.
Somehow we got load out.
Oh my god, dude. He was a dancy little motherfucker, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
Move, he body blocked me. It's all good. Motherfucker was popping off on me. Oh my god. Thought I was dead.
Need ammo ASAP, bro.
Same. Let's push this. Let's take their ammo. Oh.
Cash money, boys on.
Here, I'll drop my money when we get there. Let's go.
Hostiles in the area.
Nobody's been here.
Brand, you need plates?
Yes. Just one.
Here, take two. Take both.
Nice. Good. It works.
I need a little bit more for munitions.
I got more for you. But... Here, keep it all on one.
Okay, got it. Cover me. Alright, I'm popping it inside.
Oh, nice. Oh, how nice.
Let's kill some kids.
I cracked him on top of right here.
Hostiles in the area.
He definitely went indoors. That's for sure.
Enemy helo.
We're inside a circle.
Target right here.
Broke his plates.
Yeah, you did. I saw you smack him.
Gas is closing. Get to the new safe zone.
Stand by for coordinates. Marking target location.
There are people up in here.
Yeah, I'm pushing too.
38 meters.
Around though.
It's gonna be these stairs right here. This is the magic door right here. This is the door of death right here.
Gas is inbound.
Throwing stun.
They probably pushed up.
Time's up. Get to the safe zone.
Ooh, being up top here is not a smart idea. Ooh, shots
No,
over
not good.
here. Not
Shots on the
much- not much cover
backside.
up here.
Lots of cover back here.
They got loadout up there.
Good God. The globalists are winning.
I picked up an armor satchel.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Shit, I don't have ghost.
Me either.
Bounty target is up. Let's get it done.
They're gonna be running up us.
Get to the new safe zone.
Yes, they will. Cover, cover, cover. Let's get up and ahead of it. Right here.
Also behind us.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Right here.
Hostiles in the
Right there.
318 meters.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well done. Finish the job.
Are you kidding me? The one rail that's there. It sticks to the one rail. What is he? What is this guy looking at right now?
Safe zone. Let's go.
Oh, he actually is trash. He missed the biggest wide open shot ever. Oh, dude, he's actually poo-poo. Man, once you get above level 300, the game's not really fun anymore. How do you miss that? got you guys back alive though.
Smoke grenade.
I'm gonna use your own bitch ass guns on your own bitch ass team. Bitch ass.
Enemy UAV overhead.
He's in there, Green. He's in there, Green. I'm coming with you. Come on! Push him too. Push him. He's one hit. One hit. One hit. One hit. There you go. Nice. Get me up, baby. Let's go. Big Blue, get me. I'm bleeding out. Ugh, help you come. Ugh. Thank you. Behind you. Behind you. Behind you. Behind you. Behind you. He's up on the ledge. Nice. Just chill for 5 seconds. Dude, run up on him. Good job, dude. Good job. Watch out, run. Save yourself. It's me, big baby.
Loadout drop inbound. Closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Oh, the other guy did it. I was like, how did I die there? Nobody says anything, dude. Nobody's social anymore, man. There's no social skills. There's absolutely none. Once in a while, you get somebody maybe in their 30s that'll talk. How far are we in this stream? $10 hours and 40 minutes. Okay.
Get yourself sorted. We'll be deployed shortly.
Kinda gets old.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Well, somebody else dropped in here.
Target identified. Slot the bastard. Being tracked by an enemy team. Stay sharp. Enemy precision airstrike. Take cover.
I think that somebody was over here a second ago, I'm not gonna lie. Right here. Nice.
Bounty target identified. Slot the bastard.
I knew there was somebody there. I
Bounty
knew.
closing in.
I hope you die in real life, bitch.
Damn.
Enemy soldier
That's not
incoming.
nice.
Bounty target is down. Well done.
Got that one.
Fucking teammate, you son of a bitch.
Tell me I'm a cheating son of a bitch. What did I? Cause I fucking hip fired on your bitch ass. Somebody's fucking man.
Got gas inbound.
Probably
Safe zone
relax
relocated.
for a moment, man.
Drop headed your way.
Ooh, here we go.
Enemy target has been marked. Kill him.
Mark on the grid. Call for fire.
Loader 2-0. Copy. Cluster strike away.
Bounty target is down. Well done. Enemy UAV overhead. 25 remaining.
love people going and killing themselves in the storm just so that they can kill you. That's like a very respectable amount of just straight up spite. You roll with the bison, huh? No, you just picked it up. No.
Enemy UAV overhead.
Off your ass. Get a move on.
Losing ground.
Man, dude, why am I fucking coughing? I know I got bronchitis, but holy shit. Yo, Carjack, thank you for gifting the tier 1 to Whale. Whale J. Thank you, man.
Get yourself a proper warm-up. We're deploying soon. Enemy soldier incoming. Hostiles dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Warm-up's done. Time to kick this off. Battle Royale. Alright, soldier. Mark a drop point for your team. driver left. Stay sharp out there. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Gas inbound.
Dude, why does everybody always split up? Dude, why can't we run together? Oh, dude. It's like, weren't we just together, Green? They just like to do their own thing.
Target is up. Let's get it done. Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone. Enemy UAV overhead.
Dude. Where did those people just go? Oh my god. Kill me, Blue. I'm dying, Blue. I think I hear somebody moving up.
Go.
Come on.
Enemy UAV overhead. Enemy UAV overhead.
I see movement. I see movement.
Oh man, how am I ever gonna get better at this, dude? Everybody's at different like connections to the server and shit. Man, am I really gonna go back to playing WoW? I would never be able to play voice comms. People say the craziest shit in multiplayer.
Yourself a proper warm-up. Deploy soon. Enemy dropping into the Stop warming up. Stand by for deployment to the war zone. Hostile dropping into the area. Watch.
No, I beat them with a sword. I don't even have teammates. This is great. Fantastic, man.
Battle Royale.
These are the best games.
Right, soldier. Mark the drop point on your team. Gas is close.
I don't even get a team this game. See this guy, what his aim is. I just can't do it. I can't play this fucking game anymore. I can't do it. I gotta play something else. We're gonna play a different game. I just can't play another minute of this bullshit. When I see the cursor get dragged in because aim assist is helping, it pisses me off. It makes me want to shatter my monitor. I think I'm good without it. I think that was my last COD game. That game is fucked. I think I'm good on it. Let's play something else. Let's try out World of Warcraft. No, fuck that game, dude. I'm tired of hearing that shit, dude. He can swing a gate like that with his body while locking to the center mass of me, and I can't get a lock. I don't get the fucking lock when I have the machine gun. Fuck that bullshit. Nah, dude, that shit's retarded. Why did anybody want to play that game? There's a reason why that game is failing. I thought maybe like I honestly don't know what I thought is why it didn't have more viewers. And there's a reason why. It's all good. Play a different game. Easy fix. Have fun doing something else. I wanted to play that game, but nah. I've had one game above 15 kills. In, dude, probably hundreds of games. Fuck that game. Everybody there is a sweat, or they have fucking cheats. They're paying $10 a month so they can quote unquote be the best. There are augments you can do to your controller. You can mod your controller to basically have laser fucking vision. Basically have bump stocks on your controller. It's stupid, man. Why would anybody want to play that game? That game dumb. Hold on 1 second, okay? I will probably never play that game ever again. Probably uninstall it really quick. Let's get it off of here, dude. I don't want to play that shit. Uninstall. Yes, uninstall. Are you sure you want to do this? Yes. That game sucks, dude. I tried to like it. I really tried to like it. That game is trash. Turning around here, this guy apparently gets to juke side to side. I'm talking like 3 meters side to side, and still lock shots with me. For real. People shooting impossible shots. Things that will never happen in real life. Okay, is this ready? I sure hope. Alright, we're gonna play World of Warcraft for a while. Play some PvP, have some fun, you know? Sorry, guys. If you came to watch me play COD, sorry, I'll probably never play it ever again. Oh, dude, even free games can get the shit can, dude. Free means they're trying to give it to you. It means that it's trash. Alright, let's see what we're going to play. We have 55 level Druid. We can get it to level 60. Yeah, let's get our Druid up to level 60. Druids can do everything, so we can gear all the way around. Dude, I tried so hard with that game. I gave it like what? Like 2 weeks? 3 weeks? Never again. That's not fun to watch people just die over and over and over again. And then people say the N-word and say absolutely heinous shit in the game. It's like, dude, why would I want to associate myself with that? What does that mean? Wow, this game is pretty clean, I gotta say. It does look amazing. Alright. So let's get the scene reset back up. Yeah, I'll never play that game ever again. Sorry you guys had to watch me be so bad at it. Let's see what we got here. Let's move this over to here, right? I did change the stream, didn't I? All right, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, so basically what it is my druid is halfway to level 60. It's level 55. And dude, I gotta level this motherfucker, don't I? So I play a druid, it's like a cat. Or you can be a bear, or you can be like a healing form. And you can be a human for a while, but I'm a cat right now. I find that feral's pretty cool right now. Yeah, dude, my character's actually just destroying things. I'm doing like a quest. You do like all these quests and you level your character up, and then once you level the character up, then you can do things that are called in-game, which means you've done all the experience training, and now you get to acquire the best gear in the game by basically completing feats of strength, ranking, doing dungeons and stuff like that. Fighting these big ass bugs. We're picking up these venom sacks. Yeah, dude, that game was... why did I play that? I think I have to pull it right like this. Nice, okay, that's what you have to do. My alliance? That's cool. Dude, that's the real cooldown. Berserk. Holy God, y'all. That's a good one. Alright, let's get away from that crazy looking fuck. So we're picking out these strings, so you grab these things. Hey Lotus, are you here? Are you still here? This is a game you could easily play on your computer. I'm pretty sure you could put it on the lowest settings and play. At the very least. And when you buy the game, you get like a free level 50 boost. You can play the game for free up to level like 20 or something like that. Alright, now we're going to meet with somebody to turn these quests in. Basically, we took like organs out of those beetles, and we picked a weird looking vine out of the ground. That was our quest. Alright, where are we going now? So we gotta, all those were parts to a potion apparently. See what we do here. Cauldron stirred, okay. What does it want me to do now? Oh, I gotta imbue the venom. Okay. A splash of venom. Okay. We got that. These spores, maybe? Okay, cool. We put the spores in it. Should be something that's clickable here. Oh wait, no, now we start again. Alright, so we're combining our ingredients. This is all for quests, y'all. This is not really what the game is. This is, I'm having to like catch up with levels and stuff. Alright, I got this the goo thing. I don't know what the goo's supposed to do, but whoa. Alright, what am I doing now? Because I don't want to hit these things I don't need. I guess I gotta fight these slimy lava looking monsters. I mean, my primary attack is a bleed. I don't know how I'm making slime bleed. I guess it's bleeding slime. So yeah, I guess joke's on me. I'm looking for a journal page inside of one of these motherfuckers. Oh, check it out. Page 2, baby. Oh my god, leveling is gonna take forever. Fuck this game, dude. Already fuck this game. So much grind. I guess I found all the pages. I need to find laboratory equipment. How the fuck do I find that, chat? What are the hell are these things? Where's the fucking... Where are the tools at? Laboratory equipment. Alright, let's see. Oh shit, he's got them all on him, doesn't he? Oh shit, the ooze had him stuck in him. That's weird. To be honest, that was kind of weird, bro. Kind of weird. No, I'm a troll. I'm Horde. I just noticed. Alright, cool. We finished those quests. Basically, we were grabbing lab parts out of goo and something else. I don't remember what else we were doing. Oh, we were picking up letters. We were intercepting letters. Wow, dude. Wow. Haha, he said sex. I don't know what the hell that was, but it's an ability. I feel like I need some like rave strobe lights. I sure hope this is DMCA like it says it is. This game sucks. Fuck. Yeah, this game sucks. What else is there to play? You know what? Let's look on. Let's play some memes. Here, I'll take us back to just chatting. What's some memes we can close the night out on? Maybe I just don't like games that much. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get us set back up. I'm trying to get all my tags back on here.
I love you, dude.
And you watch. And this is supposedly like the third round of lawyers Trump had to get. So here's some of this this idiot, and this is how Trump is surrounded. And this is why we're in so much trouble. Here it is.
So senators are patriots. Senators are family men and women. They're fierce advocates for the great state in which they represent. And somewhere far down that list of attributes, way below patriot, and way below love of family and country, and way below fierce advocates for their states, far down, at least that's
Breaking
what I thought. Anyway, and I still think that. Somewhere far down that list, senators have some obligation to be partisans, to represent a group of beliefs that are similar to beliefs shared by other United States senators. I think that I want to give my colleague, Mr. Sean, an opportunity to explain to all of us the legal analysis on jurisdiction. I'll be quite frank with you. We changed what we were going to do on account that we thought that the House manager's presentation was well done. And I wanted you to know that we have responses to those things.
Sack of garbage.
I thought that what the first part of the case was, which was the equivalent of a motion to dismiss, was going to be about jurisdiction alone. And one of the fellows who spoke for the House managers, who's a former criminal defense attorney, seemed to suggest that there's something nefarious that we were discussing jurisdiction and trying to get the case dismissed. But this is where it happens in the case because jurisdiction is the first thing that has to be found. We have counter arguments to everything that they raised, and you will hear them later on in the case from Mr. Van der Veen and from myself.
Listen, I can't watch anymore.
But
Let's
on
turn
the
it off. It
issue
gets
of-
worse. It gets worse. I watched it last night from, earlier in the day. It was tape, and I just can't listen to it again. He is literally dropping the ball up front in his opening statement. This was an opening statement. A weak sack of garbage. The Chi-Coms just laugh at us. They just brush us aside. And the first thing you do is read the part in the Constitution where it says it has to be a sitting president. And you say 5-year-olds can understand that. That's why the U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts refused to be part of it, because this is purely a political fraud, and you know you don't have the votes. And you know that the political rhetoric your people put out was 50 times what President Trump did, and it's outrageous that you would try to saddle him with what happened at that Capitol event when only a few hundred people broke in that building and most of them stayed within the velvet ropes, and we're going to show all the evidence of that fraud, and you put your foot in it, New World Order. You globalists, when you got up here and you said there was no evidence of fraud and that Trump lied about that, you opened the door for that evidence to be brought in here, even though this isn't a court of law and it's a sham. Even according to legal high standards, now we can bring in the evidence of the fraud. You are in trouble. They'd have top ratings. It would destroy them. It'd be their Waterloo. But no, because the very belly of the country's rotting with rotting sacks of pinstripe suit, filth lawyers that are stupid and stunted in their own sick club, and they're destroying everything, and they'll burn in goddamn fucking hell. Well, I'm a big fan of his, watch him many times online, see him at some of his big comedy shows, and of course, he also co-hosts shows with Anthony Cumia. Dave Landau is going to be joining us here in just a few minutes. I really look forward to that here in a second. I've seen him on Comedy Central, NBC's Last Comic Standing, really funny stuff. And he's one of these thought criminals, like Anthony Cumia or so many others that are very popular, but that the cancel culture is coming after. Now we learn this isn't some badly coordinated libtard thing off the universities. This is big banks, big money, big tech, all over the world, unified, shutting everybody up. Don't question vaccines' effectiveness. Don't question man-made global warming. Don't question carbon taxes that the West has to do, but China's exempt from. Don't question election fraud. Don't question anything. Wow, you wake up in a literal hell of this system. And here's the news. 8 million more living in poverty in the U.S., 9 million small businesses in danger of closing, 10 million people behind on rent for their homes. But hey, that's in the first world. We're just going bankrupt here. In the third world, ladies and gentlemen, they are starving to death. Extra 10 million people died last year, not of COVID, but of starvation. I want to play this clip here in a moment. Here is the UK health minister. Says if you go out of the country and come back in from any country, you've got to stay for several weeks in a hotel room or your house. And if they catch you leaving it, 10 years in prison. And it doesn't matter even if your tests say that you're negative. So the borders are wide open. They're bringing all these boat people that are coming in, out of Africa, everywhere else. George Soros funding it. All that's fine. All that's dandy. And it's the same thing here. It's the same thing that Senator Cotton, the same thing that I've pointed out, same thing that Tucker Carlson's pointed out. They're just waving the illegal aliens in now. They froze all the deportations. They don't test you for bubonic plague, for hepatitis. The big killer, kills millions in the last few years, is drug-resistant TB. So remember that when somebody's like, you wear that mask or it's a $1,000 fine. Or you're like, oh, really? The illegal aliens are just waved in here. It's all BS from one level to the next. And 96% of the tests are, of course, false positive. So here is the minister, the health minister, there in the UK, laying this out.
People who flout these rules are putting us all at risk. Passenger carriers will have a duty in law to make sure that passengers have signed up for these new arrangements before they travel and will be fined if they don't. And we'll be putting in place tough fines for people who don't comply. This includes a £1,000 penalty for any international arrival who fails to take a mandatory test, a £2,000 penalty to any international arrival who fails to take the second mandatory test, as well as automatically extending their quarantine period to 14 days. and a £5,000 fixed penalty notice, rising to £10,000 for arrivals who fail to quarantine in a designated hotel. We're also coming down hard on people who provide false information on the passenger locator form. Anyone who lies on the passenger locator form and tries to conceal that they've been in a country on the red list in the 10 days before arrival here will face a prison sentence of up to 10 years. These measures will be put into law this week.
Okay, that's enough from Matt Hancock. So that's where we are. And remember, wherever the UK is, that's what we'll be in a few years. This is all a global system, all run by the UN. And I have this idiot saying it's the UN orders. I have Spain saying it, Australia saying it. And remember, what Facebook, Twitter, Google all announced 2 days ago in unison, no criticism of vaccines, zero. Do not say they're not effective. Do not say there's a problem. Well, my goodness, then you must have not looked in South Africa or Australia or a bunch of other countries where the vaccines killed so many people and weren't effective that they just pulled them. Or Merck pulled back both its vaccines and says it doesn't work. This is all a fraud. Who was the lady? I keep forgetting her name. I'm serious, I keep forgetting her name. She was the big CEO lady. She had the $20 million company that could test for cancer, test for anything. It's like a piece. Yeah, what was her name? Yeah, your mic's so distorted I can't understand. You just put it on screen for me. Elizabeth Holmes. Yes, so Elizabeth Holmes, ladies and gentlemen, and it was a PCR test. Oh, we'll tell you got cancer, you got heart disease. It's magic. And all we had to do was have Toto pull it back with her company, Theranos, and it was all a fraud. Oh, here, you take this robot pill and you crap it out, and then we tell you everything about you. And who was she a protege of? Bill Gates. We're going to go to our guest here in just a moment. Dave Landau. I just want listeners to remember this. I'm not funded by George Soros or any sugar daddies. I'm funded by you. And it takes a lot of T-shirts and a lot of coffee sold, and ours is great coffee, by the way, at InfoWarsStore.com to fund this operation. We got back in stock our activated charcoal toothpaste that my dad's a retired dentist, an oral surgeon. Well, technically, he still has his license. The point is, he designed this. It's great. There's no additive. There's no BS. And it funds the operation. Clean the country up. Clean the world up while you clean your teeth up. And please don't forget, we have Winter Sun, super high quality vitamin. We have this crazy trial. How do we fight back? I mean, this is nuts.
Well, yeah, thanks for having me, Alex. I appreciate it. Where
and dead can't handle it. The globalist.
I forgot we skipped to that part. My bad.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Leftist lunacy, the tolerant left, a phenomenon which just seems never ending. How many times we're going to be making these videos over and over again? Probably years, maybe decades, because it just seems to be picking up more and more steam. And so we got to talk about Kayleigh McEnany calling out Ana Navarro. Ana Navarro apparently is on The View now, and some people might be saying, leftist lunacy, Ana Navarro's a Republican. Give me a break. She is anything but. What she is an intolerant leftist, pure and simple. And what she said here about Candace Owens and what she's implying when talking to Van Jones in this clip that I'm going to show you guys is pretty much everything that's wrong with modern political discourse and the modern day of cancel culture. And so let me show you what Kayleigh McEnany tweeted. Let me show you the clip itself. Let's talk about it. And then I got some other stories that'll just further cement or further make my point. We're talking about leftist intolerance, leftist authoritarianism, cancel culture, whatever you want to call it, because of course, sunlight is the greatest disinfectant. So let's just shine the spotlight. But before we get into any of it, please make sure to leave a like, comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. Of course, YouTube doesn't like us very much, and the only way that we can grow this channel going forward is by sharing the video with people who might not be aware of the little community that we have here. But now, like usual, with that out of the way, let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so here's the tweet from Kayleigh McEnany. This is insane and intolerant. Van Jones is one of the kindest people. When few put politics aside, he did with the Trump administration on criminal justice reform. But apparently, he can't take a picture with @real Candace Owens. More of Van, less of this. And look what she linked. Look what she's referring to.
But you did things like take smiling pictures with Candace Owens, who I think is very hurtful. Okay, do you not regret that? Do you not see that you're giving her legitimacy? You don't regret taking pictures, smiling pictures with Candace Owens? I mean, how does that help the issue?
And
You're gonna have to take it outside. Thanks to Van Jones.
Talk about intolerant. Anna Navarro, if anything, is much more vile and hateful. Her rhetoric is much more extreme than Candace Owens ever would be, and most of it is just ad hominem attacks, where Candace generally argues on the facts. A very important distinction. Not to mention her taking it to Van Jones for being one of the only Democrat members of the media who actually tries to bridge the gap every now and then, put out an olive branch, and get stuff done. What has Anna Navarro done in her entire career other than launch inflammatory rhetoric? Meanwhile, Van Jones actually did work pushing for criminal justice reform with the Trump administration, as Kayleigh McEnany mentions in her tweet. The level of intolerance, the amount of trying to deperson people based on political ideology, based on groups, is one of the most destructive phenomenons of the modern world. And these are the same people who talk about unity. Is this how you push for unity? I'm just not sensing a feeling of kumbaya, the world's coming together. And the optics of Anna Navarro telling a black man who he can and can't take pictures with and trying to deperson a strong minority voice like Candace Owens is so despicable on so many different levels, it's absolutely unbelievable. Candace being a political figure like anybody else, voicing her opinion, dedicating her entire existence to bettering her own community, and she's treated as some sort of villain. There's something wrong with the modern left. And this sentence, using a lefty against their own to prove my point, says it all. Bill Maher says, seems like the left is obsessed with nonsense like renaming things, not real progress. And it's totally true. It's become almost like a fad, like a culture being angry at everything and trying to cancel and end everything, creating villains and heroes, instead of being productive and progressive with your time. The irony of calling them progressives seems to see no bounds. It's the cult of woke. And let me show you guys a great, very recent example of that exact idea. Let me take you to liberal Hollywood with has-been comedy actor, one-trick pony, Seth Rogen. You guys might not know this, but Seth Rogen is a real progressive, folks. He's a real Twitter activist. And what I mean by Twitter activist is he seems to just be an angry leftist on Twitter who does nothing but launch ad hominem attacks at conservatives. No arguments, no policy, no debate, no discussion, just, oh, you're stupid, conservative, literally like every single tweet. And very recently he got into a Twitter exchange with Gad Sad. I don't know if you guys know who he is, but if you don't, you should definitely check him out. And let's just say things didn't go too well for Joe Rogan, but I just want to show you guys within these interactions how these Twitter lefty cultists act on the platform. Gad Sad says, oh, at Seth Rogen is a classic example of what I discuss here. Seth Rogen responds, I actually watched your video and it's so stupid. Why was I a left-wing socialist when I was broke and unemployed according to your brilliant theory? Which isn't that egregious, but the part where he says it's so stupid, we're gonna make a connection to that later. But just look, Democrats don't debate or discuss ideas, they merely attack. Gad Sad then says, could someone please archive all of my interactions with Seth Rogen? We wouldn't want the champagne socialist to delete any evidence of his castrated BS. Okay gang, off to spend time with the family, never let bullshitters attack you, activate your inner honey badger. Seth Rogen says, I've never been more confident that I'm in a better mental state than someone than I am with you. Yeah Seth, you just seem like such a happy, content person. He's got this one right over here. It must be weird to do your best to try to act way smarter than someone and simultaneously beg them to come on your podcast because you need publicity. That was his response to Gad Sad saying, hey, how about we have a discussion on my podcast? But of course, we all know how liberals are when it comes to having a discussion or a debate with someone about ideas. And Seth Rogen said a couple things there across those tweets. One of them that he's in a better mental state. The other one is the little snippet of him saying, it was so stupid. And then we have this interaction right over here, which happened on the same day. Jonathan Key on his Twitter timeline writes, so it turns out I've been using dog shampoo on my hair for the last few months. I only discovered it when I ran out and needed to get more. This is partly my own fault, but it doesn't help that at Arm & Hammer has the word pets in like a 4-point typeface. I'm guessing this is common. And as you can see, it's soothing oatmeal shampoo and it just says for pets. Seth Rogen then comes in and says, you're stupid. 10,000 people like that. Jonathan K then responds, trolled by at Seth Rogen, achievement unlocked. Then Seth Rogen responds, I'm not trolling you. This was objectively stupid. I honestly have no clue who you are beyond this tweet. Jonathan then writes, well, you celebrities seem like happy people. For real though, what did you expect the reaction to be? Tons of people being like, yeah, I also use dog shampoo by accident. Who doesn't? And I'd say that pretty much cements the point. Angsty, unhappy people living hedonistic lifestyles, taking out out their anger with judgmental bullcrap out on the rest of the world, out on other people, instead of looking within. It's vile. And I hope you guys are understanding the point that I'm making here. The Twitter mob that's constantly going after people, these celebrities, far lefties who are constantly attacking anyone on the right or anyone with a different opinion. They talk a lot about dehumanizing people, yet seemingly all they do is dehumanize their political opponents. You know, Ayanna Pressley Ali recently said this: squad member Ayanna Pressley doesn't understand why people oppose lowering the voting age to 16. And I think that is an incredibly, how can I say this in a respectful manner? Not very smart opinion. But you know what I won't do? I won't launch a vile, hateful smear or attack campaign against her. I'd rather just talk about the merits of her argument, a concept that the left just doesn't seem to understand. And of course, the double standard is absolutely unbelievable, as lefties constantly go after the right for being morally repugnant, yet seemingly every day we have a headline like this: Trump supporter fears for her family's safety after Kathy Griffin doxed her family. Well, the Twitterati, the Twitter celebrities, the woke cult strikes again, and the intolerant left, I guess, feels more emboldened than ever in the year 2021. But that's what I got for you guys on this video. And of course, like usual, if you enjoyed it, then please make sure to leave a like, a comment, subscribe, share the video as much as possible. I gotta get back to work though, so I want to thank you guys for watching this one, and I'll see you on the next one.
Person that had the information, which just a series of writers and investigators that were, or journalists that were sent around the world to collect information. You know, Walter Cronkite wasn't, like, I would imagine, a guy that was out there, you know, digging the ditches for all the great information in Vietnam. I could be wrong, but now I think it's even worse because you have the journalists, you have the anchors or whomever it might be, and then you have the blue check marks that are even dumber.
I have one.
So do I.
Yeah. Well, then that proves the point.
Proves the point. And I think when I see things like this, and you have people, well, I mean, we have a platform, we talk about things. Now, granted, we're super funny and way more likable than those other people. But when there's no experience-based knowledge, when there's zero capability for a person to say, I think this because, and most people think the person has a blue check mark, that means I should listen to them.
I can believe them.
I can believe them. They're speaking truth.
The truth is verified.
They're speaking truth to power.
They must be in the know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I need the new gum. Come on, fucker.
You can't see that on the show.
No, this is the old gum.
This is recorded.
Yeah, it is recorded. And you guys need to provide me my nicotine gum because I cannot do anything without stimulants. We all know this. Yeah, it is recorded. Keep going.
I know. I'm seeing it. Are we still on the news stuff?
Yeah, we're still on the news.
Why can't we go back to the funny stuff? That was way more fun.
Well, I think
we're like depressed
we're just
now.
laying the premise of the joke.
I need you to do your pet therapy shit to me now. Because now I'm depressed.
Well, I'd like to depress you more, JT.
Oh.
I think on that serious note, I think people are always way more intelligent than anybody gives them credit for. I think people, for the most part, know bullshit.
Right.
And, you know, I think like the news and just all the manipulative media, and I'm not biased, I think it's pretty much all the media. I think people wake up like, these guys aren't trustworthy. And I think when you lose the trust in those giving you your information, shaping your world perspective, there's like something that rattles inside. And I think, you know, going back to why is everybody buying a gun now? It's like, I think that people that we've been trusting, we know they're not really trustworthy anymore, whether they have malice intent or it's just they're not trustworthy because like that's not our inherent perspective. And I think that's great. I think people outsourcing their truth to anybody other than their damn self is disempowering.
Well, I also would like to point out another a second and third order effect that this has brought is over the last few weeks, I've seen a number of very vigilant people that are generally listeners or fans or interested in us that are that are attacking us for not speaking about certain subjects. Like, why haven't you made a statement about this? Why haven't you done this? And the answer is very clear. Right now, the social media landscape is a dumpster fire. It's miserable. It's completely negative. You're surrounded by nothing but this noise of both sides pulling the same rope in their direction. It's like, we're comedians. We're fun. Like, come over to us to get your escape and not hear about what you've just heard 19 different opinions on, all the way from your friend from high school to Wolf Blitzer on CNN.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you can't look in the mirror and realize, hey, maybe it might be good for my emotional health to actually look or consume or watch a piece of content that has nothing to do with this mess.
Yeah.
Might be good for you.
Yeah. And I think the idea of like, okay, comedians, why haven't you told us what you think about this that has nothing to do with what you do? They don't really want to know what you think. They just want to either cancel you or like, okay, you're a good guy. On to the next.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's just like a bear trap of a question.
Validate my thoughts and feelings.
Exactly. Or you're done.
Or you're done.
Yeah.
I'm going to cancel you.
I'm going to tell all my friends.
Yeah. And you're a phobic of everything there is to be a phobic of.
I got deleted from Facebook yesterday from somebody.
You did?
Yeah, I did.
How are you doing with that?
Her name's Lauren. And she lives in Austin, and she was, one of the early SJWs rolling in about the whole doctor that Biden appointed. That's a man, woman, whatever it is. I don't care. Doesn't concern me with that. But she made an announcement yesterday how she cleansed her list for all the transphobic people that made comments about this doctor. And I just pointed out, like, I didn't base an opinion. I just said, I think transphobia is a widely misused word, because I've yet to meet anybody that's afraid of a trans person, like legitimate fear.
Yeah.
I mean, I am. Like, I'll just be the, I guess I'll be the anvil here, which is...
Okay. This is a social experiment. Nobody's ever said that.
Yeah, I wear garlic every night, and I have wooden stakes.
That is a vampire. That's Transylvania. You completely, yes.
I have fucked this up from the beginning because I've been in the closet about this forever. I'm like, I am fucking deathly afraid of.
No, those are vampires.
Yeah. Got it.
Yeah.
Well,
so Transylvania, it sounds the same, but
super similar.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's been where
transphobia.
I have completely fucked this up.
Yeah, no, I am not scared.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes.
All right, y'all. Just get a little laugh, a little humor in there in the end. I'm going to end the stream here, but I'll be back later today, okay? I'll be back around 6 p.m., and we'll probably do a full politics stream. Probably won't play video games for a little while. Honestly, the only real game that I wanted to play was COD, but it's so bad. A better one needs to hurry up and come out, and it just needs to hurry up. But I'll see y'all today, okay?